Chapter 1. The Emergence of Darkness Amidst the Yellow Sands. In the vast expanse of the northwestern desert, the yellow sands billowed ominously. A merchant caravan trudged forward, battling the relentless wind and dust. "Are you absolutely certain you haven't taken a wrong turn, little woozy?" bellowed the caravan leader, his voice filled with frustration. That a young man, his face obscured by a cloth, hurried over. "Second master, rest assured, I have traversed this path with the shopkeeper before. It may be a bit roundabout, but there are no bandits." And no sooner had he spoken than a dozen gallant steeds burst forth from the swirling sands, their riders clad in sheepskin jackets, their excited howls echoing across the dunes. "Onward." "Huh, boys, we have business." The leader turned sharply to little Woozy. "Is this what you meant by no dangers?" Little Woozy's face drained of color. "I swear, it wasn't like this on my way back." The bandits swiftly encircled the caravan, and from their midst emerged a figure, a leather hat perched atop their head, a black cloth covering their mouth, revealing only a pair of narrow, squinting eyes, obscuring their features. "Leave your goods and be gone." The voice rang out clear and youthful. The leader, despair etched on his face, implored, "Sir, at least leave us something. If not, my men will have no way to report back. Leave now, or you shan't leave at all." The tone was icy, devoid of any room for negotiation. Seeing the bandits numbered only a handful and glancing back at his own 50-strong caravan, the leader felt a flicker of courage. "We are all just trying to make a living out here. Let's not make this a total loss. Consider this money a token of respect. How about you let us pass?" As he spoke, he extended a cloth bag toward the bandit. The young bandit waved dismissively. "Not a single one shall remain. Slay them." The surrounding bandits erupted in fervor, brandishing their weapons as they charged. The leader's expression shifted drastically. "Damn it, brothers, let's fight back." In an instant, the air thickened with yellow dust, the chaos of clashing weapons mingling with anguished cries. 15 minutes later, the young bandit wiped the blood from his blade on the body beside him, sheathing it with a metallic clink. "Let's head home." Nearby, a bandit busy rifling through the corpses grinned broadly, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "Ha! Every time we go out with Fourth Master, we encounter such plump targets. Enough chatter, you know the rules. I shouldn't have to remind you how much to take," Sanyan said, pulling down his blood-stained scarf, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. "Ha! Who would dare trouble Fourth Master with such matters?" "We understand," the bandit with the yellow teeth replied, his laughter cautious. Though he could kill without a second thought, he dared not act with impudence before the young man, treading carefully with his words. "All right, let's go." Burdened by their spoils, their return took considerably longer. Sanyan rode leisurely back, surveying the boundless desert, his mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. Since arriving in this world half a year ago, he had lived amidst bloodshed, evolving from someone incapable of even holding a knife to now becoming the Fourth Master's right hand. His achievements were largely thanks to the panel he had encountered upon his arrival. A flicker of inspiration struck him, and a translucent screen materialized before him. Sanyan. Age, 1781. Realm, refining essence. Techniques, none. Arts, none. Intermediate techniques. Round post, intermediate. 3 tigers subduing dragons. Blade, intermediate. Horse selection techniques, intermediate. Excavator maintenance, and care beginner. Chi 2. This chi can gradually accumulate over time, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it can be utilized to enhance one's cultivation. As for the method to actively replenish chi, he has yet to discover it. The post techniques and blade skills were imparted to him by his adoptive father, Wu Ju, the notorious leader of the horse bandits known as Three Blades, No Life. Naturally, he is not the only adopted son, however. Sanyan distinguished himself among numerous competitors, ultimately securing the position of the fourth chief. As he pondered, the group traversed a dirt embankment and arrived at a cluster of earthen huts, their usual refuge. The chaotic mud brick houses were densely packed, numbering in the hundreds, encircled by a high earthen wall that served to deter escape and shield against the wind and sand. The wooden gate, weathered by the relentless elements, appeared somewhat rough. A few bandits stationed nearby spotted them from a distance and hurriedly approached. "Fourth Master has returned. This venture has yielded considerable profit." One remarked enviously. Da Huanya, grinning broadly, produced a small piece of silver and tossed it casually, revealing his crooked yellow teeth. "Today, I am in high spirits. A reward for you." The man caught it eagerly, exclaiming, "Hey, you old rustic, always trailing behind the Fourth Master for scraps." Sanyan looked up at the swaying corpse hanging from the flagpole, furrowing his brow. "Find a place to dispose of it. It is quite unsightly here." The corpse belonged to a swordsman who had gained some notoriety in the Northwest, seeking fame by challenging Wu Ju, only to perish before the second strike. It had been left to dry in the wind for over a month, fluttering like a specter. Sure thing, they'll take care of it, De Huangyao replied promptly. Su Sanyan paid them no further mind, mounting his horse and riding into the settlement. He had inspected the latest shipment, which mainly consisted of silks, porcelain, and various herbs, totaling several hundred taels, a considerable amount indeed. Crossing a spacious courtyard, he arrived at the main hall of the settlement. Though referred to as a hall, it was merely a vast room constructed from mud bricks, sparsely furnished with a few tables and chairs, serving as their meeting place. Dismounting, Su Sanyan handed the reins to a nearby individual and stepped inside. The chief, Wu Ju, and the second chief, Lu Hong, were engaged in casual conversation, while the third chief's whereabouts were unknown. Upon seeing Su Sanyan's return, Wu Ju nodded. How'd it go? Not bad, Su Sanyan replied, raising a cup of tea from the table and downing it in one gulp. Good. Once the third one returns, we shall orchestrate something grand, Wu Ju declared. Where to? Su Sanyan inquired, tilting his head. To Big Wind Town. Attack Big Wind Town? Su Sanyan exclaimed in astonishment, nearly convinced he had misheard. Big Wind Town lay over 30 miles to the south of the stronghold. A suitable distance, however, it was heavily guarded by over 1,000 soldiers. Given their mere 100 or so bandits, it seemed a blatant invitation to certain death. Are we going there with just us? Su Sanyan couldn't help but ask. Wu Ju shook his head. Certainly not, you will understand in due time. Su Sanyan, unable to elicit any further information, shook his head and turned to walk towards his quarters. As the fourth leader, he possessed his own independent courtyard. Upon entering, a young and graceful maiden approached him, helping to remove his blood-stained garments while expressing concern. Master, are you hurt? She inquired. Su Sanyan waved his hand dismissively. I am fine. Prepare some food. Right away, the maiden replied, heading towards the kitchen. Su Sanyan observed the youthful sway of her ample figure, an ember of desire igniting within him. This girl, named Xiuhe, was a recent acquisition, her novelty still fresh in his mind. Having grown accustomed to such a life, Su Sanyan seized whatever he desired but women, wealth, or possessions. If something caught his eye, he would take it. In a world where no one would willingly offer anything, he had snatched his position as the fourth leader from numerous competitors. The past 6 months in this den of bandits had stripped away any remnants of his timidity. Survival here demanded ruthlessness, greater ruthlessness than the rest. To instill fear and respect, to command avoidance, this was the way of life he embraced. Chapter 2. Each schemes for the path to immortality. An hour later, Su Sanyan embraced Zayu's slender waist, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Master, Xiuhe murmured, her face aglow, her gaze dreamy. Prepare the meal, he instructed. Understood, she replied. Su Sanyan stepped into the courtyard, assuming a stance to meditate, reflecting on Wu Ju's words. Dafeng Town was a pivotal stronghold in the northwest, renowned for its affluence, a prize coveted by many. Yet the over 1,000 soldiers stationed there were no mere decoration. Well-equipped and rigorously trained, they were fortified by the town walls and the support of its citizens and prominent families. Without a force of 3,000 to 5,000 men, seizing it would be an insurmountable challenge. Why did Wu Ju insist on tackling such a formidable obstacle? There must be a temptation he could not refuse. Su Sanyan instinctively squinted against the harsh northwest winds, a habit formed over time to shield his eyes from the gritty sand. Just then a knock echoed from outside, bang, bang, bang. Fourth master, the Lord summons you. Su Sanyan opened the courtyard door. Has third sister returned? Yes, she is waiting for you, came a reply. Good. Su Sanyan nodded and proceeded to the council hall. The third leader, Tang Huan, was Wu Ju's adopted daughter and the sole female bandit in their ranks. Third sister, Su Sanyan greeted as he entered, spotting a young woman clad in a white sheepskin coat, her rough skin and a long ponytail accentuating her casual demeanor as she reclined in a chair, tilting her head back to drink, revealing a long scar across her chin. Tang Huan turned her head, muttering, "Don't lock the door tonight, they'll be staying at your place." All right, Su Sanyan nodded. Their clandestine relationship had been ongoing for some time, and no one found it peculiar that Wu Ju clapped his hands, surveying the three of them. Now that everyone is here, we must discuss serious matters. Tomorrow, gather our forces, we are heading to Dafeng Town. Tang Huan perked up considerably, and Su Sanyan noted her expression. It seemed she was just now receiving the news. Dafeng Town? That place has over 1,000 soldiers. How do we plan to attack? Tang Huan queried. Su Sanyan turned his gaze towards her, intrigued. Wu Ju shook his head. Not many remain, fewer than 500, and over half have been reassigned. Su Sanyan furrowed her brow. 500 is not a number we can accommodate. The second in command, Lu Hong, sat leisurely nearby, gently sipping his tea. Not just us, but also the Jin family and that gang led by Geng Xiaozi. Wu Ju revealed a secret. Su Sanyan pondered silently. She knew of Geng Xiaozi, another group of bandits, stronger than theirs, boasting over 200 members. As for the Jin family, Su Sanyan concentrated. Is it the Jin family from Dafeng Town? Who else could it be? Then why? Su Sanyan was about to speak when Wu Ju interrupted. Are you wondering why the Jin family would call upon outsiders to attack their own? Su Sanyan nodded, while Tang Huanhuan also leaned in attentively. A cryptic smile crept across Wu Ju's lips, revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Ah, these prominent families can sometimes be more merciless than us. The Jin and Ma families have clashed for years in Dafeng Town. But now the situation has changed. Wu Ju paused, teasing their curiosity, and once he saw both of them looking at him, he leisurely continued. The Ma family has produced a genius, a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. The Jin family can no longer remain idle. They have reached out to us to eradicate the threat. Upon completion, 3 sets of martial arts manuals and an additional 1,000 taels. Wu Ju took a moment to emphasize in gold. Such a generous offer, Su Sanyan remarked, a trace of astonishment gracing her face, before she slightly lowered her head, her eyes flickering. Tang Huanhuan expressed her concerns. Could this be a trap? Is the Jin family conspiring with the government to ensnare us? Lu Hong set down his teacup, chuckling lightly as he shook his head. No, because the government cannot bear that responsibility. Think about it. If they open the city gates to let us in, what will happen to the common folk inside? If too many civilians perish, the officials' heads wouldn't suffice as recompense. They wouldn't dare take such a colossal risk. Moreover, the troops truly number only 500. Su Sanyan grasped Lu Hong's implication. Even if it were a trap, 500 troops could not halt them, especially with Geng Xiaozi's gang. Each of them was mounted and skilled in combat, even in the city's confines. 500 soldiers would be insufficient to impede them. Combined with Geng Xiaozi's band, they nearly numbered 400, all cavalry. What could 500 soldiers do to stop them? I'm quite curious about what sort of genius has emerged from the Ma family to provoke such a reaction from the Jin family, Tang Huanhuan noted, her focus seemingly peculiar. Su Sanyan shared her curiosity. She had not heard of this matter before. Lu Hong's expression grew serious as he spoke slowly. The genius from the Ma family is named Ma Tianqing. He is 11 years old and has perfected the refinement of essence. Wu Ju added, if allowed to develop further, he may indeed have the opportunity to glimpse the legendary realm of the celestial beings. If that happens, the entire Northwest will be dictated by the Ma family. The martial arts hierarchy consists of 3 realms: refinement of essence, inner chi, and celestial being, each divided into initial, intermediate, and perfected stages. At just 11, Ma Tianqing has a genuine chance of stepping into the realm of celestial beings, a prospect that none wish to witness. Su Sanyan and Tang Huanhuan exchanged a glance, both perceiving the astonishment that lay within each other's eyes. They were merely refining their essence, and had yet to reach the realm of perfection. This 11-year-old Ma Tianqing surpassed them in prowess. Su Sanyan had not been in this world for long, lacking reference value. Yet Tang Huanhuan was a native, having practiced martial arts since childhood. Approaching 20 this year, their age difference was nearly a full decade. Wu Ju growled fiercely. If that brat escapes this time, none of us will ever know peace again. Therefore, he must be eliminated. Agreed, came the solemn nods from the trio. Wu Ju lifted his teacup. Let us return to our preparations. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Understood. Su Sanyan rose to leave, harboring numerous concerns within, yet unable to voice them in Wu Ju's presence. His greatest apprehension was directed at Wu Ju himself, as Su Sanyan suspected the elder was not being entirely forthright. Tang Huanhuan lingered behind, dragging her feet while clutching an empty wine gourd. The two walked home side by side in silence. Upon arriving, they found Xiuhua had prepared a meal. Su Sanyan took a casual bite before retreating to his room and lying on the bed. Before long, Tang Huanhuan joined him, kicking off her boots, shedding her clothes, and slipping beneath the covers, instinctively wrapping her arms around Su Sanyan. Su Sanyan gently patted her, feeling her breath, and slowly closed his eyes, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. What do you think our adoptive father seeks? Tang Huanhuan suddenly inquired. A subtle smile graced Su Sanyan's lips. It seemed he was not the only one endowed with keen intellect. Wu Ju, nearing 60, with a bald head yet fighting fiercely, could not be motivated solely by greed. Even 1,000 taels of gold, though substantial, did not justify such perilous risks. The wealth Wu Ju had amassed over the years was more than sufficient for him to live a carefree life in his twilight years. As for those 3 volumes of martial arts, Su Sanyan scoffed. Internally, mastery of one or two disciplines sufficed, and the pursuit of excessive knowledge often led to delusion, rather than expertise. What use were numerous martial arts if they could not provide sustenance? At his age, what was his greatest fear? Naturally, it was death. With Wu Ju's initial stage of internal energy cultivation, he could expect to live around 90 years. Considering the hidden injuries from years of conflict, reaching 80 would be a stroke of fortune. Thus, what he craved most was the elixir of longevity. But what might grant such an extension of life? Su Sanyan softly murmured, cultivation techniques. Tang Huan added, practicing those techniques. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both recognizing the spark of intrigue in each other's eyes. Chapter 3. The Windy Town. This world contained cultivators. Though Su Sanyan had yet to encounter one personally, however, tales abounded, and the words cultivation techniques inscribed on the panel attested to their existence. Su Sanyan had long taken note of everything related to the realm of cultivation, yet he remained quite perplexed. However, it seemed that this time there was a glimmer of hope. Was it truly possible for someone of 11 to achieve the pinnacle of essence refinement through mundane techniques? Su Sanyan remained uncertain, but held a skeptical attitude. Tang Huan buried her head in the quilt, saying, the Ma family may possess cultivation techniques. This rumor has circulated for years, yet it has never been substantiated. Moreover, given the Ma family's considerable power, the matter gradually faded away until the emergence of Ma Tianqing. At merely 11 years of age, Ma Tianqing had achieved perfect mastery in refining essence, which to outsiders merely indicated exceptional talent, but to those with ulterior motives, it was far more complex. The Jin family's actions likely served not only to eliminate potential threats, but also harbored other intentions. Su Sanyan contemplated silently. What are your thoughts? Tang Huan asked, tucking her cold feet beneath Su Sanyan's legs for warmth. Su Sanyan remained with her eyes closed, responding with a question of her own. And what of you? Tang Huan took a deep breath, disregarding the unpleasant odor of feet that permeated the room. Perhaps this is fate's favor upon the two of us, you know? Su Sanyan slowly opened her eyes. Wu Ju did not mention this matter to us. What does it signify? I am well aware that the old man desires to monopolize it. Tang Huan's previously intoxicated gaze suddenly became clear. Indeed, it is the pursuit of immortality. Even a father and son may turn against each other, let alone us, two adopted sons. Su Sanyan expressed his understanding, yet he remained resolute in his refusal. He was determined to fight, to seize what he desired. Shall we join forces and share the methods of cultivating immortality? Tang Huan raised her gaze, fixating on the profile of Su Sanyan. Su Sanyan smiled faintly, turning over to pin her beneath him. In the center of the earthen fortress, in a courtyard, Wu Ju reclined in a rocking chair, his eyes closed in deep contemplation. Behind him, a robust woman gently massaged his shoulders, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a moment, she spoke softly, My lord, is it truly possible to cure our son's affliction? Wu Ju sighed internally. Throughout his life, he had taken countless lives and committed numerous wrongs. He had escaped retribution himself, yet it seemed that fate had chosen to exact its toll through his son. From a young age, his son had been frail and plagued by illness, struggling to even stand, let alone practice martial arts. Over the years, they had consulted countless esteemed physicians and even consumed rare medicinal herbs, yet no improvement had been seen. He had contemplated the notion of fathering another son to carry on the family line, abandoning his eldest. Despite his numerous efforts and taking several concubines, he had not been blessed with any further offspring. As for his son, he was entirely reliant on him, for he was a eunuch, unable to fulfill such expectations. Thus, there remained only one course of action, the pursuit of immortality. Perhaps, by becoming a practitioner of the mystical arts, he could heal his son's condition. Even if that proved unattainable, he might extend his own life, hoping to sire another child. He could not bear the thought of the Wu family line extinguishing in his generation. He aspired to become the ancestral figure of the Wu clan, ensuring its longevity and reverence by future generations. He understood that a life of banditry was not sustainable, and thus had meticulously arranged his escape routes, a residence. Wealth in gold and silver, martial arts manuscripts, and fertile lands, everything was in place. Yet it appeared that the Wu family was on the brink of collapse. The expedition to Dafu town presented itself as his final opportunity. The fact of his progeny remained a secret, even from Su Sanyan and the others. Lu Hong, the second in command, stood in the courtyard, watching as night gradually descended, his heart tumultuous. He recognized his own weakness. His martial prowess was even inferior to that of Su Sanyan. His position as second-in-command was secured not by strength, but by his long tenure and his cleverness in advising Wu Ju in the matter concerning Dafu town. Wu Ju had not divulged the truth to him. When the Jin family sent representatives, he had not been present, and the details of their discussions remained shrouded in mystery. However, Wu Ju seemed to have overlooked one crucial factor. Lu Hong's mind had always been sharp. The following morning, Sanyan gently patted Tang Huanhuan's backside, prompting her to rise. Huanhuan emitted a soft nasal sound, stretching her arms leisurely as she awoke from her slumber. Sanyan rose from her slumber, donning her garments with a sense of habitual ease. She instinctively glanced at the panel, and her brows arched in delight. The qi had increased ever so slightly. With this modest augmentation, Sanyan was poised to elevate her cultivation. Based on her previous experiences, this enhancement should enable her to attain the consummate realm of refining essence, thereby catching up to the level of Ma Tianqing. This increment of qi arrived at a most opportune moment. Sanyan swiftly donned his attire and made his way into the chamber alone. With a single thought, the 3 points of energy within him were nearly depleted. In an instant, a surge of vitality blossomed from his lungs, rapidly coursing through his limbs and bones, a refreshing sensation ascending to the crown of his head. This essence silently mended the hidden injuries within him, fortified the density of his muscles, augmented their resilience, and nourished his internal organs. Moments later, Sanyan rose to his feet, fists tightly clenched, savoring the newfound strength within him, his spirit soaring. Casting a glance at the wall, he felt confident that he could shatter it with a single blow, yet after a moment's contemplation, he lowered his arms. Tang Huanhuan was still present. With the refinement of his essence now complete, his power and speed had significantly increased, his body rendered more resilient, and his strength had more than doubled. Even 2 or 3 dozen men would find it impossible to approach him. Sanyan returned to his room, where Xiuhua had already prepared a meal. Tang Huanhuan squinted at him, remarking, "You seem a bit different." "In what way am I different?" Sanyan replied casually as he took his seat at the dining table to enjoy his meal. Tang Huanhuan shook her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. With a smile, Sanyan suggested they dine, for one must be well fed to muster the strength for tasks ahead. After their meal, the two proceeded to the assembly hall, where nearly all had gathered. Over 100 individuals stood outside, each mounted upon a steed. Wu Ju surveyed the scene with a sweeping gaze and commanded, "Mount up." This time, he intended to leave no one behind to guard the home. All would partake in what could very well be his final battle. Should they succeed, there would be no need to continue as bandits. Yet if they faltered, the opportunity to remain as such would vanish. Over 100 riders surged forth from the stronghold, galloping towards Dafeng town. An hour later, Sanyan squinted into the distance, where a town emerged, hazy amidst the swirling yellow sands. This was Dafeng town. At that moment, the sound of hoofbeats resonated behind them. Turning to glance back, Sanyan beheld a large group approaching. Indeed, it was the gang led by Gengquazi. The old wretch still clung to life. Gengquazi, swaying atop his steed, drew closer. Even if you perish, I shall endure," Wu Ju scoffed. It is often said that those who share the same path are adversaries. Having coexisted in the same territory for years, they had engaged in countless skirmishes, neither able to vanquish the other, yet their accumulated grievances ran deep. Gengquazi, lacking the leisure for banter, gestured for his companions to enter and investigate. "Very well," Wu Ju replied, turning to Sanyan. He retrieved a golden key from his pocket and handed it to the doorman of the Jin family, simultaneously seeking to gauge the situation. Sanyan nodded and galloped towards the town of Dafeng. As he gradually approached, he could discern the appearance of this quaint settlement. The low earthen walls were compacted from yellow clay, and at the city gate stood a contingent of soldiers, numbering around 30 to 40, each wielding a long blade and adorned in leather armor. Sanyan entered with an air of confidence, riding boldly on horseback. The officials and soldiers paid him no heed. Years of complacent living had dulled their vigilance. They could never have imagined that a bandit would dare to set his sights on the prosperous town of Dafeng. Chapter 4. The Ma family. Sanyan glanced around, finding little difference from before. This was not his first visit to Dafeng town. He had often meandered here during his leisure time, indulging in a drink or two, wandering through the brothels, and listening to the lilting melodies. Dafeng town is renowned for its abundance of liquor merchants, as its residents possess a profound affinity for alcohol. The persistent winds and sandstorms of the northwest render spirits a source of warmth, prompting most to partake in a drink or two. Additionally, the town boasts a variety of mutton establishments, serving exquisite lamb soup, assorted mutton dishes, and delectable mutton buns, all prepared in an array of delightful ways. Sanyan was in no haste to visit the Jin family. Instead, he sought out a tavern to indulge in a couple of drinks, listening to the common folk engage in their lively discussions. As was customary, he allowed himself a moment of respite before making his way directly to the Jin residence. Upon arriving at the grand abode of the Jin family, Sanyan knocked on the door. Before long, an elderly man opened a small crack in the door, peering out with a hint of caution, and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Sanyan extended the golden key, presenting it to the master of your household. The old man seemed to grasp the significance of the gesture, accepting the key before turning to depart. Sanyan turned and exited the city gate, rejoining the ranks. Shortly thereafter, he observed a commotion arising near the gate. Wu bellowed, "Brothers, this time, whatever we see shall belong entirely to us." A resounding cheer erupted. "Long live the master!" The bandits behind him immediately stirred with excitement. Typically, the spoils were shared equally with the stronghold. Gungkazi, not wishing to be outdone, waved his hand grandly, and hundreds of horses surged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. Sanyan deftly lifted the cloth covering her neck to shield her mouth and nose, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Huan, who fortuitously met her gaze. The two exchanged a subtle nod. Chaos erupted at the city gate by the time Sanyan arrived. The Jin family's assassins had already decimated most of the city guards. Leading the charge was a towering man, over 7 feet tall, with a fierce countenance, wielding a gilded 9-ring broadsword, flanked by 50 or 60 other cutthroats. Sanyan had heard of this man. He was none other than Jin Palai, the head of the Jin family, renowned in the martial world as the Golden Blade Dapeng, primarily due to his striking weapon. Jin Palai clasped his hands in greeting, addressing, "Old brother Gung, old brother Wu, please follow me." Wu squinted, raising his hand and commanding, "Brothers, let us get to work." Laughter erupted as the bandits surged into the city, indiscriminately striking down anyone in their path. Gung Kiatsi remained silent, leading his men into the fray. The bandits have breached the city." A cacophony of cries filled the air as chaos ensued within the walls. The streets were awash with wails, and those who mustered the courage to resist were swiftly met with the grim fate of beheading. In a short while, a throng of officials emerged from the surrounding streets, valiantly attempting to repel the marauders, leading to a fierce entanglement between the two factions. Sanyan paid them no heed, closely following Wu Ju, while Jin Palai and others rushed towards the Ma residence, where the true spectacle awaited. The long street outside the Ma estate was already filled with a multitude, numbering no less than 100, although half comprised servants brought in to bolster the numbers, their trembling hands clutching weapons. At the forefront stood an elderly man, his white hair billowing in the wind, wielding a guanshan knife, seemingly prepared for their arrival. Jin Palai grinned widely, exclaiming, "Old Master Ma, I see you are still among the living." Old Master Ma ignored him, instead turning his gaze towards Wu Ju and Gung Kazi, stating, "The Jin family has promised certain benefits. I, the Ma family, shall double that offer if you two withdraw your men." Gung Kazi dismounted, limping forward, responding, "Old Master Ma, I fear you cannot afford that price." Old Master Ma sighed, shaking his head. "Have you heard some rumors?" he asked. Wu Ju dismounted as well, retorting, "You know best whether it is mere rumor. Words are futile. If you surrender that item, we will leave at once." Old Master Ma shook his head again, declaring, "This is a deliberate slander by the Jin family. If there were truly a technique, would we be driven to this desperate state?" Jin Palai laughed heartily, a glint of covetousness in his eyes. "Since there is no technique, then every male child born into your Ma family must vanish for a day. Can you tell me where they are taken?" He added with a hint of mockery, "I've heard that cultivating immortality requires testing one's aptitude. Is that not so?" Old Master Ma? Old Master Ma's expression hardened as he slowly turned to survey the crowd behind him. He had never anticipated that a traitor lurked within his household, and one of considerable standing at that. This matter had always been conducted in secrecy, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. He chuckled bitterly, realizing that despite his meticulous calculations, he had failed to foresee treachery within his own ranks. Suddenly, a wave of despondency washed over Old Master Ma, for the only ones privy to this secret were a few direct descendants and their families. His second son lowered his head, a look of unease crossing his face. Suspecting that his wife may have been bribed, he knew her character all too well. Jin Palai pointed his long blade, commanding, "Ma Shilong, you now face 2 choices, either surrender the technique or take your secret to the netherworld." Gung Kazi added, "And your Ma family shall be erased from the annals of the Northwest." Old Master Ma laughed heartily, his white beard fluttering in the breeze, declaring, "Let us see the true measure of our strength." He understood well that even if he surrendered the technique, they would not spare the Ma family in their ruthless pursuit. These bandits knew the importance of eradicating the root of the problem. Kill. Wu Ju bellowed, charging forth. Old Master Ma shouted, "Brothers, our families stand behind us. For the sake of our wives and children, kill." The two sides clashed violently, and in the initial skirmish, over a dozen lay fallen, most of whom were servants and laborers. Su Sanyan and Tang Huan remained ever vigilant, acutely aware of their positions amidst the chaos of battle. As Jean Palai confronted the elderly Master Ma, their realms of mastery were nearly equivalent. However, Jean Palai, in the prime of his youth, held a distinct advantage over the aging Master Ma. In a contest of endurance, it was inevitable that Jean would ultimately prevail. Meanwhile, Wu Ju engaged fiercely with the eldest of the Ma brothers, while Gung Kezi clashed with the second. Though the Ma brothers possessed slightly lesser skills, they fought with a fervor that suggested they were willing to lay down their lives. Wu and Gung, reluctant to exchange their lives for those of their adversaries, found themselves somewhat constrained in their actions. Such a manner of combat was akin to traversing a tightrope. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. The Ma family's disciples fought with their backs against the wall, having no retreat as their family stood behind them, even in death. They resolved to face their fate head-on. Driven by a death-defying resolve, they momentarily overpowered the combined forces of their opponents. The long street was a gruesome tableau of blood and dismembered limbs, with anguished cries drowning out the clashing of weapons. Su Sanyan did not rush into the fray. Instead, he stood on the sidelines, ensuring his own safety. He even had the leisure to cast glances at the other battlegrounds. Moments later, a loud cry pierced the air. "Father, I shall take my leave first." Just as the second son of the Ma family finished his exclamation, Gung, the cripple, cleaved his head in one swift stroke. The massive head soared into the air, and one could faintly discern the pair of ashen eyes. The severed head landed on the ground, yet the eyes remained wide open. Second son, old Master Ma's heart surged with emotion, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. He had not anticipated that his son would depart before him. "Ha ha ha, old Master Ma. There is no need to rush. I shall ensure your family is reunited," Jean Peng bellowed. "My grandson will avenge me. None of you shall escape." Old Master Ma's gaze brimmed with hatred as his bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly attempting to commit each face to memory for future recognition in the underworld. Chapter 5. The chaotic battle. Seeing his pitiable state, Su Sanyan could not help but chuckle inwardly. At this moment, the Ma clan appeared valiant only due to their weakened position. The evils committed by them in times of strength were not insignificant, such as the nature of the martial world, where victors and vanquished are merely determined by fortune, devoid of any notions of justice. "Father." In the next life, before the eldest son of the Ma family could finish his words, a bloody blade pierced through his heart, silencing the remainder of his speech. "You may converse in the underworld." Wu Ju withdrew his long knife, shaking off the remnants of blood. The elder of the Ma family, witnessing the continuous fall of his kin, realized that their fate was sealed. He had long been mentally prepared for this. Yet the sight of his own son's tragic demise before him was unbearable. "Ha ha, you shall find nothing, nothing at all. My grandson will surely return to avenge me. None of you shall escape." The elder's fierce eyes brimmed with tears as his white hair fell disheveled. Staggering, he pointed a trembling finger at the perpetrator responsible for his clan's ruin. Casting a final glance at his son's headless corpse before taking his own life with the very sword he wielded, the crowd surged forward, annihilating the remaining Ma clan members. Su Sanyan observed the surroundings. Only a mere handful remained, yet each one was formidable. Notably absent was the second in command, Lu Hong. His fate was uncertain, whether he had perished or fled. "Advance!" Jean Peng commanded with a wave of his hand, and two of his companions forcefully kicked open the gate, revealing a group of women standing in the courtyard. "Surrender your belongings, and we shall spare your lives," urged Gung Kezi with a hint of urgency. "It is but a worthless life. What harm is there in offering it to you?" The foremost elderly woman drew a dagger, plunging it into her heart. The dozen or so women behind her mimicked her actions, all choosing to end their lives. Their presence signified that the men of the Ma family had been entirely extinguished. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the fierce disposition of the Ma family women. "This is troubling. The Ma family has a backdoor," Wu Ju suddenly shouted. "Quickly return home and instruct the guards to seal the city gates. Not a single fly must escape. Let the second brother personally lead the search. It is imperative that we locate Ma Tianqing." Jean Ping turned, his face etched with urgency, and shouted, "Understood." Several individuals behind him hastily departed. Sanyan and Tang Huanhuan exchanged a glance before turning their attention to Wu Ju. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Ju decided that there was no need for further concealment. Indeed, the Ma family possessed methods of cultivating immortality. My father is willing to share this knowledge with you. Go forth, for the items are surely in Ma Tianqing's possession. With a nod of understanding, the two turned to depart. Once outside the grand entrance, Tang Huanhuan inquired, "Which direction shall we pursue?" Sanyan shook her head with a light laugh, saying, "Hee, we're not going anywhere. We shall wait right here." Tang Huanhuan paused for a moment, then quickly realized, "Are you implying that Ma Tianqing has escaped?" Sanyan elucidated that our arrival was unforeseen, and the Ma family undoubtedly lacked adequate preparation. Presently, our people are scattered throughout the city. Where could Ma Tianqing possibly escape? Moreover, do you observe any inclination on their part to depart? Sanyan gestured towards the courtyard. Tang Huanhuan suddenly realized that she had been the only fool. Misled by the words of the old Master Ma before his death, believing that Ma Tianqing had long since fled. Ma Tianqing must be hiding somewhere in the courtyard, waiting. However, it would be prudent for them to separate. You should remain here while I go around to the back. Sanyan recalled the missing second-in-command, feeling an unshakable conviction that he was still alive. All right, Tang Huanhuan nodded in agreement. Sanyan arrived at the rear side of the residence, lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings, and deftly climbed onto the rooftop of a nearby house. From this vantage point, she could perfectly observe the expansive courtyard of the Ma family estate. Sanyan remained unhurried, reclining atop the surface as he cast a sweeping glance around the city. His gaze fell upon a grim tableau. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, some belonging to soldiers, others to bandits, yet the majority were those of innocent civilians. Before long, a troop of soldiers emerged from the street, numbering around 30 to 40. At the forefront stood a figure clad in armor, strikingly handsome, wielding a long spear, and appearing to be in his 30s. Sanyan narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the figure before him. He recognized this individual from a previous encounter. The man was Zhou Chaostin, a deputy officer known for his formidable martial skills. It appeared he was the one stationed at Dafeng Town. What was his purpose for being here? Sanyan furrowed her brows. Could it be for the sake of the martial arts? At that moment, Zhou Zhaoxian led a group into the Ma family mansion, leaving only Wu Ju, Jin Penglai, and Geng Keizi in the courtyard, diligently conducting their search. Jin Penglai, come forth. Zhou Zhaoxian bellowed, brandishing his weapon and lunging forward, while behind him, 5 soldiers formed a formation, encircling the 3. Sanyan listened intently, unable to suppress a smirk. It was rather rhymed, was it not? Jin Penglai brandished his blade, bellowing, Zhou Zhaoxian, have you lost your mind? Am I mad? Damn it. You have driven me to a dead end. Zhou Zhaoxian's face contorted with rage. With such a grave situation at hand, he found himself without an avenue of retreat. If the court were to hold him accountable, his demise was inevitable. Jin Penglai laughed heartily. What do I care? Just a minor general, after all. Where do you wish to serve? I shall ensure you attain the esteemed rank of a 6th-grade county officer. To hell with that. Zhou Zhaoxian fumed. For he was not one to purchase an official position. Had he been willing to consort with those corrupt officials, he would not have spent 4 long years in this desolate corner of the Northwest. Jin Penglai had calculated every angle, yet he never anticipated that Zhou Zhaoxian was, in fact, a man of integrity and virtue. Nonetheless, he felt no fear. He was at the inner chi level. While Zhou Zhaoxian had merely refined his essence, he held the advantage. To give face yet be ungrateful. Jin Penglai's expression darkened, and he launched a fierce assault. Wu Ju and Geng Kei exchanged glances, promptly retreating to allow Jin Penglai to confront the army alone. If they were to locate Ma Tianqing, the 3 would inevitably engage in a struggle, and this moment presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate one adversary. The soldiers paid no heed to the duo, tightening their formation to encircle Jin Penglai. Jin Penglai's demeanor shifted dramatically as he shouted, Wu, my dear brother, Geng, my old friend, what is the meaning of this? Wu Ju replied with a smile, this is your personal grudge. It bears no relevance to us, so we shall remain uninvolved. Geng Kei limped towards the residence, echoing the sentiment. Though Zhou Zhaoxian harbored animosity towards these horse bandits, at this moment, his ire was directed more at Jin Penglai. Had it not been for his treachery, the bandits would not have so easily infiltrated the city. Given his prowess, were he to defend the city, he would not fear a mere 400 bandits. Even if another 400 were to arrive. Jin Penglai's gaze flitted about, desperately searching for an opportunity to break free, while inwardly he seethed. These bandits were indeed devoid of any sense of honor. One moment, they were calling each other brothers, and the next, they were selling one another out. More than 30 soldiers clad in leather armor formed the front line with shields. The second line wielded long knives, and the rear held long pikes, encircling Jin Penglai and occasionally striking out unexpectedly, leaving him in a state of torment. Sanyan raised his head to observe carefully. The formidable military formation posed a significant threat to warriors. Once encircled, even a practitioner of the inner Qi realm like Jin Penglai would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Henceforth, when confronting an army, one must never become ensnared within it. Jin Penglai darted left and right, yet he could not break free. His previous battle with Old Master Ma had already depleted a considerable amount of his inner energy, leaving him in a state of exhaustion. Zhou Zhaoxian, release me, and I shall ensure your ascendance to the rank of a 5th-grade general. Jin Penglai shouted in desperation. If the situation continued to unfold as it was, his demise was inevitable. 5th grade? Ridiculous. Sanyan tugged at the corner of his mouth, seemingly amused that Jin Penglai had indeed provoked Zhou Zhaoxian to the brink. His lips dripped with honeyed words, each sentence reverberating with the name of the Jin family matriarch. Chapter 6. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind in but a moment. Jin Penglai found himself pierced by several blades, his body marred with countless wounds, teetering on the edge of demise. Zhou Zhaoxian, my family will not let you escape this. Jin Penglai bellowed, struggling to fend off his assailant. Let you escape? You should ponder whether I shall spare the Jin family. Zhou Zhaoxian's spear, akin to a dragon plunging into the ocean, struck true upon Jin Penglai's shoulder, the sharp tip emerging from his back. A cry of agony escaped Jin Penglai's lips. Before he could raise his weapon in defense, a massive blade struck from behind, severing his head, which rolled away, spinning several times before landing at Zhou Zhaoxian's feet. Bah! Wretched creature, Zhou Zhaoxian spat disdainfully, gesturing grandly as he proclaimed, to the Jin family, according to the laws of the Qi, let the entire clan face annihilation for consorting with bandits. With that, Zhou Zhaoxian unsheathed his spear, dragging Jin Penglai's severed head towards the Jin residence. Sanyan gazed at the departing Zhou Zhaoxian, his eyes narrowing slightly. Was he not drawn here by the allure of martial arts? Could it be that he was unaware of the Ma family's hidden cultivation techniques? If that were the case, it would be advantageous, one less rival to contend with. At this moment, the chaos within the city had considerably subsided, with only sporadic cries of despair piercing the air, soon to be engulfed by the swirling sands. Just then, Sanyan noticed an individual stealthily emerging from the Ma family's rear residence, clandestinely scaling the wall and hastening along the alleyway towards the city gate. Lu Hong. Sanyan felt a stir in his heart. He realized that Lu Hong was not dead. This old rascal had taken advantage of their struggle outside to sneak into the Ma family and search for treasures. Sanyan did not rush to act, for the proximity to Wu Ju and his companion posed a risk of drawing their attention with the sounds of conflict. Instead, he leaped down from the rooftop and stealthily followed them. Lu Hong took a deep breath, adjusting his facial expression to feign nonchalance as he walked away into the distance. Just as he exited the alley, he caught a glimpse of a figure at the far end of the long street, gradually approaching. It was none other than Sanyan. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Lu Hong greeted with a smile, his expression betraying no hint of alarm, though his heart raced within. Waiting for you. Sanyan replied with a chuckle as he drew closer. Lu Hong, wearing a beaming smile, stepped forward to meet him, his hand subtly moving beneath his sleeve, where a short dagger slipped into his grasp, concealed from Sanyan's sight by his arm. What are you waiting for? The Ma family possesses untold riches. A mere trifle would suffice for years of indulgence. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. And Sanyan maintained his smile as he removed the scarf from his face, tossing it aside. The deep brown scarf, stained with blood, fluttered in the yellow wind. What treasures does second master conceal? Might you allow me a glimpse? Lu Hong's smile visibly faltered, and in an instant, a short dagger was hurled towards Sanyan's face. The attack executed with unanticipated decisiveness. However, Sanyan was well prepared. His long sword was swiftly drawn, deflecting the short dagger while simultaneously propelling himself forward with a horizontal slash. The speed so remarkable that Lu Hong could barely discern the movement. Lu Hong's expression turned to one of astonishment as he hurriedly retreated to evade the strike. You've broken through? Prior to engaging in combat, one could not discern the opponent's realm, but once the battle commenced, Factors such as strength and speed revealed the true level of the adversary's prowess. Thus, with just a single slash, Lu Hong could tell that Su Sanyan had indeed made significant progress in his martial arts. Su Sanyan, having missed her strike, did not hastily pursue an attack. Instead, she smiled, saying, "Thanks to your esteemed self, I fortuitously managed to break through. It is of little consequence. You have concealed your treasures so deeply, haven't you? Wu Ju is still unaware that you have already taken what is yours." Lu Hong, aware of his inferiority to Su Sanyan and recognizing the passage of time has diminished his fighting spirit, could only plead for his life, saying, "What I possess is not a martial art, but a precious herb. How about I exchange this item for my survival?" Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of a precious elixir. He had only heard of its illustrious reputation but had never beheld its true form. Lu Hong produced a slender wooden box from within his robe, roughly the length of a forearm, swiftly opening and closing it again. This was the famed elixir, cultivated from the essence of heaven and earth, capable of enhancing martial prowess and nurturing the body. Its effects were extraordinary. Might I barter my life for such a treasure? Su Sanyan felt a stir in his heart. Lu Hong's actions were exceedingly swift. He merely caught a glimpse of an object within, resembling a dark piece of wood. Yet its precise appearance eluded his understanding. "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Su Sanyan squinted his eyes as he gazed at him. Lu Hong assured him, "Every word I speak is the truth." Su Sanyan pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, you may set down the items and depart on your own." "Thank you." Fourth brother. Lu Hong tossed the precious medicine aside and swiftly darted into the alley on the other side. He appeared to be in a great hurry to escape. Su Sanyan cast a glance at his retreating figure, her legs slightly bent as she leaped gracefully, seizing the precious medicine in her hand before swiftly pursuing Lu Hong. She was determined to obtain both the item and his life. Su Sanyan was acutely aware of the adage that one must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. He would leave no room for potential hazards. Lu Hong hurriedly darted through the alley, his face etched with urgency, glancing back frequently, fearful of Su Sanyan closing in on him. Suddenly, he heard a disturbance overhead. Startled, he looked up just in time to see a glimmer of cold steel slicing through the swirling dust, aimed directly at his face. Despite his age, Lu Hong still possessed remarkable agility. In the nick of time, he leaned back to evade the lethal strike. "You lack integrity," Lu Hong shouted, recognizing that the figure above was indeed Su Sanyan. "What nonsense are you spouting, brother? We are bandits. What need have we for integrity?" Su Sanyan ceased to speak further, swiftly turning and leaping from the rooftop. In a fluid motion, his feet executed a series of rapid kicks. Lu Hong managed to block the first two strikes, but the subsequent kick landed squarely in his solar plexus. With a violent gasp, Lu Hong expelled a torrent of blood. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, rendering him no match for his opponent. Without granting him another chance, Su Sanyan swiftly struck, and a flash of the blade illuminated the scene, leaving several splashes of blood upon the wall. As a gust of wind swept through, only Lu Hong's headless corpse remained on the ground. Su Sanyan crouched down to explore, and in his embrace, he discovered another object, a small booklet. As his fingertips brushed against the texture of the paper, a faint intuition sparked within him. Filled with excitement, he retrieved it, revealing 8 prominent characters inscribed upon its cover, the Sutra of Absolute Truth and Tranquility. Su Sanyan squinted slightly, finding the name of this technique rather peculiar. Unable to dwell on it further, he opened the text and read it attentively. However, the more he read, the stranger it seemed. It appeared to be merely an ordinary technique. With a flicker of thought, a panel materialized before him, yet the section for techniques remained unchanged. Technique. None, based on his prior experience. Even if he had not mastered this technique, merely having perused it should have elicited a response on the panel, indicating not initiated. Su Sanyan furrowed his brows, suspecting that this item was most likely a counterfeit. He speculated that the Ma family had deliberately placed the precious elixir alongside this spurious cultivation method with the intention of obfuscating the truth. This ruse was designed to mislead individuals into believing that this was indeed a genuine method of cultivation, thereby inciting a frenzy of competition, while drawing attention away from Ma Tianqing, thus enhancing his chances of survival. After all, the true objective for most was the cultivation method. A mere Ma Tianqing paled in significance compared to it. The line between authenticity and deception was indeed a clever stratagem. Su Sanyan did not need to ponder deeply. He was certain this was the brainchild of the old Master Ma. By juxtaposing a genuine elixir with a fraudulent technique, It was conceivable that even he, had he not possessed insight, might have been led to believe in the authenticity of this so-called cultivation method, especially since he had never encountered a true one before. Sanyan could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that acquiring the martial arts technique would be a straightforward endeavor. After stowing away the items, he cast an impassive glance at Lu Hong's head beneath his feet, delivering a swift kick before striding out of the narrow alley. The once quiet passageway was left with nothing but a dismembered corpse, as a whisper carried by the wind and sand murmured, "Fool, trying to play the strategist." Chapter 7. The Monster. Upon Sanyan's return to the Ma family estate, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. 5 figures stood in confrontation within the courtyard. Among them were Wu Ju and Gung Kezi. In contrast, the remaining 3 included a child, who was being shielded by 2 burly men. Their expressions wary as they scrutinized Wu Ju and his companion. At some point, Ma Tianqing had indeed been unearthed by them. It seemed he had been hiding within the Ma residence all along. Sanyan murmured softly, "That child must be Ma Tianqing." At that moment, Gung Kezi produced a bamboo tube from his bosom, aimed it at the sky, and pulled the line below. The bamboo tube erupted with a thunderous explosion, releasing a burst of vivid crimson mist amidst the swirling sands. The crowd instantly comprehended the situation. Gung Kezi was summoning others. Wu Ju's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Are you truly going to distribute the martial arts?" Gung Kezi, grinning with pride, retorted, "Ah Wu, you are so miserly. Your downfall lies in your narrow-mindedness, always seeking to monopolize the benefits, which is precisely why you will never surpass me." Gung Kezi had already conspired with several comrades to share the cultivation of the martial arts once it was acquired. For only by securing the techniques could they discuss further matters. In stark contrast, Wu Ju was perpetually fearful of losing control over his subordinates. Hence his constant imposition of restrictions. This time, he had exerted great effort to separate Sanyan and the others, leading to the current awkward predicament. The dynamics of the scene shifted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had become the weakest party. Sanyan lay atop the roof, observing intently. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the surroundings, swiftly making their way towards the crimson mist. Judging by their speed, each one was a skilled practitioner, proficient in refining their essence. Even if they did not surpass him, they were certainly not far behind. Sanyan furrowed her brows, realizing that the situation was increasingly diverging from her expectations. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a wooden box from her bosom and opened it, releasing a fragrant aroma that wafted into her nostrils. With a great battle approaching, even the slightest enhancement of her strength would prove beneficial. Thus, she hesitated no longer, and began to chew and swallow voraciously. Instantly, a warm current surged from within her, spreading throughout her entire being. Her internal organs felt as though they were being bathed in the gentle warmth of a sunlit summer day, nourished by this invigorating flow. A soft moan escaped Sanyan's lips. What a marvelous elixir! After swallowing the last morsel of the precious medicine, she opened her interface to check her status. Her realm remained at the perfected stage of refining essence, yet the final entry had undergone a transformation. She won. Sanyan's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of excitement. He had discovered a proactive method to replenish his vital energy. It became evident that precious elixirs were necessary, and perhaps more than just elixirs. He recalled Lu Hong's previous assertion that these treasures contained spiritual essence. Thus, any natural wonders imbued with such vitality might serve to restore his energy. As the sensations within him subsided, Sanyan glanced once more at the arena, where the 3 factions had engaged in fierce combat. To his astonishment, Wu Ju had allied with the 3 members of the Ma family to confront Gung Kezi and his 4 companions. The battlefield had transformed into a standoff of 4 against 4. It appeared that Gung Kezi's formidable presence had compelled them to unite, yet even so, they remained at a disadvantage. Although Ma Tianqing had mastered his cultivation, his youth rendered him less experienced, making it challenging to face a seasoned cultivator alone. Fortunately, that warrior did not employ lethal force but rather sought to capture him alive, thus granting Ma Tianqing a fleeting opportunity to turn the tide. The situation in the arena grew increasingly tense, and Sanyan patiently awaited the resolution of their conflict, positioning himself as a lurking observer. In a heartbeat, one of the Ma family's robust men succumbed to Gung Kezi's subordinates, causing the situation for Wu Ju's side to deteriorate rapidly. Unable to contain his anxiety, Ma Tianqing shouted, "Fourth uncle, don't mind us, just run." In a desperate bid for survival, the stout man charged recklessly toward Ma Tianqing's opponent, hoping to buy him precious time with his own life. Yet, he failed. Geng Keizi's subordinate swiftly hurled his long blade, piercing through the man's heart, rendering him lifeless upon the ground. Fourth uncle. Ma Tianqing's eyes brimmed with tears as he cried out in anguish. Ha ha ha, surrender your technique, and I shall grant you a chance to escape, Geng Keizi bellowed with glee. Never. Though young, Ma Tianqing was no fool. He understood that his survival hinged upon his own efforts, for his adversaries would not allow him to escape unscathed. What had begun as a balanced 4 against 4 had devolved into 4 against 3. Wu Ju's gaze flickered, contemplating a retreat. Preserving one's life took precedence. For as long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no shortage of firewood. Geng Keizi, you have triumphed this time. We shall meet again. Wu Ju gritted his teeth, preparing to withdraw. Geng Keizi, grinning widely, laughed heartily. When have I not emerged victorious? Today, let us settle our grievances once and for all. With that, his long blade grew even more menacing, clearly unwilling to allow Wu Ju to escape. Meanwhile, Geng Keizi's subordinates, now 2 against 1, quickly defeated another strong man from the Ma family, causing the situation to spiral completely out of control. Sanyan furrowed her brow. Astonished at the ineptitude of the Ma brothers, it seemed she had no choice but to reveal herself. If she waited for Geng the Lame to dispose of Wu Ju, her opportunity would be irrevocably lost. Just as her thoughts began to stir, she was about to rise when she swiftly crouched down again. Before her, Ma Tianqing had his eyes tightly shut, and to her astonishment, a swirling mass of black mist materialized behind him, impervious even to the relentless onslaught of the swirling sands. The dense fog was steeped in darkness, as if it harbored some dreadful creature, causing an unsettling tightness in her chest at a mere glance. Geng the Lame's eyes darted about, and an immediate tension gripped him. He was uncertain of the abilities possessed by cultivators, but he knew they could not bode well. Hurry. Interrupt him. Without needing further prompting, the others understood the urgency and rushed forward, their 3 long swords aimed at his limbs. Clang. The blade struck Ma Tianqing's body, resonating with a sound akin to metal clashing against iron, as though they had encountered solid steel. Sanyan squinted, scrutinizing the scene before him. A thin veil of black mist enveloped Ma Tianqing. A ferocious roar echoed from within the darkness. Slowly, Ma Tianqing opened his eyes, revealing irises darkened with an eerie hue, transforming his pupils into inky voids. What sorcery is this? Geng Keizi exclaimed in shock, momentarily disregarding Wu Ju. His form shifted, appearing above Ma Tianqing in an instant, and he swung his blade down with tremendous force. Yet, Ma Tianqing seemed oblivious, neither flinching nor evading. Just as the blade was about to strike, a shadowy arm emerged from the black mist, 3 slender fingers resembling sharp daggers effortlessly intercepting the descending weapon. Clang! Geng Keizi was thrust back by the rebound, stumbling several steps before regaining his balance. Sanyan stood in stunned silence, gazing at a humanoid figure emerging from the black mist. Towering nearly 3 meters, its slender, pitch-black form was slightly hunched. A single enormous eye rested on its forehead, beneath which lay a gaping maw filled with sharp, jagged teeth. Its arms dangled down to its knees, and its feet resembled the webbed appendages of a frog, connected by a layer of flesh between the toes. What manner of creature is this? At that moment, such thoughts raced through the minds of all present. Run! Geng Keizi turned and fled. Abandoning any notion of contending for the martial arts techniques, this horrifying beast was far beyond his capacity to confront. Roar! The creature bellowed and lunged forward with alarming speed. In Sanyan's vision, the shadow flickered, and Geng Keizi's arms were seized by the monster, which began to voraciously chew. Ah! Geng Keizi cried out in agony. But the monster moved again, his screams abruptly silenced as its massive jaws stretched almost to the roots of its ears, and it bit down, severing Geng Keizi's head entirely. What a nightmare! Sanyan quickly withdrew her head, leaving only her pair of eyes to survey the scene. Confronted by such a monstrous entity, even their combined strength would prove inadequate against it. Chapter 8. In hand in an instant, the arena was strewn with corpses, bodies scattered and splattered in every direction. It was indeed a literal sense of carnage. With a mere swipe of its finger, the creature tore through flesh, viscera spilling everywhere. It seemed to have an aversion to consuming internal organs, extracting them instead to feast solely upon the flesh. Even the bodies of the Ma brothers were not spared from this grim fate, as they were devoured whole by the beast. Sanyan bowed his head in contemplation. Considering Ma Tianqing's affections for his fourth uncle, it was evident that he would never permit the monster to consume his uncle's remains. Thus, one could draw a conclusion. Ma Tianqing had either lost his emotions or, perhaps, was unable to exert complete control over the creature. Yet, judging by Ma Tianqing's placid demeanor, the former seemed more plausible. It was no wonder that during the previous battle, old Master Ma preferred to lead the charge himself rather than allow Ma Tianqing to intervene. This creature could not discern friend from foe. Once summoned, it would indiscriminately devour anyone in its path. If the members of the Ma family were to perish at the hands of Ma Tianqing, the psychological trauma inflicted upon this young lad would be profound. Clearly, old Master Ma not only prioritized the physical well-being of this child, but also took into account his mental health, demonstrating remarkable foresight. Once the monster had feasted to its content, it leaped into the darkness behind Ma Tianqing, vanishing from sight as the shadows gradually dissipated. Ma Tianqing's body slumped, collapsing to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. It appeared that this method imposed a significant burden on him as well. Sanyan swiftly rose and dashed into the courtyard. But someone was swifter than him, Tang Huanhuan. She leaped over the wall and approached Ma Tian, rummaging through his arms before extracting a small booklet and tucking it into her bosom, fixing her gaze intently upon Sanyan. Sanyan rested her fingers on the hilt of her blade, a smile gracing her face, yet her eyes betrayed not a hint of mirth. Was Sister San contemplating a solitary claim? Tang Huanhuan smiled brightly, countering her fourth brother's words, reminding him that it had been agreed the two of them would comprehend the art together. How could Sister Sen possibly seek to monopolize it? If that is the case, then perhaps the techniques ought to be entrusted to me, Sanyan remarked as her long knife slowly emerged from its sheath. Tang Huanhuan shook her head, deeming it unwise. It would be far more prudent to keep it in her possession. Ah, Sister San's demeanor makes it rather difficult for me to feel at ease, Sanyan mused, her steps subtly shifting. With such immense gains at stake, what semblance of affection could remain between them? Although the two had engaged in a profound exchange the previous night, it did nothing to quell the impending conflict. You are no match for me, Tang Huanhuan warned, her gaze fixed firmly upon Sanyan's eyes. The prize was already within her grasp. She had no desire for a futile confrontation. Should Sanyan possess the wisdom to withdraw, it would be all the more preferable. Deep down, she had no intention of sharing the techniques with Sanyan. Whether or not you are my rival will only be determined once we have fought. Sanyan spoke no further, his hand twisting as the long blade was swiftly unsheathed, his figure flickering amidst the yellow sands, moving with astonishing speed. Tang Huanhuan's countenance hardened. She drew her sword to parry. At the moment their blades clashed, a tremendous force surged through her weapon, compelling her to involuntarily retreat several steps. You've broken through? Tang Huanhuan exclaimed in astonishment. Just days prior, during their sparring match, he had not been her equal, yet now, it appeared he had surpassed her. It was merely luck. Sanyan moved swiftly, her arm bending as the sharp blade rose from below, poised to eviscerate her adversary. Tang Huanhuan shifted her feet, retreating rapidly while casting aside the scabbard to disrupt Sanyan's line of sight. Sanyan narrowed her eyes to shield her vision from the swirling sands, slightly angled her body to evade the blade's sheath, and delivered a swift kick that struck the side of the long sword with a resounding thud. Tang Huanhuan staggered backward, her heart filled with astonishment. This was far beyond her expectations, and if this continued, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The two exchanged 3 more moves before Tang Huanhuan let out a fierce shout. Don't move. If you come any closer, I will destroy it. Feeling utterly helpless, she could only brandish her technique in a bid to intimidate and seize a slim chance of survival. Sister, what is the meaning of this? If you honestly hand over your technique to me, we could both comprehend it together. Wouldn't that be splendid? Sanyan gradually approached, searching for an opportunity. I told you not to move. Tang Huanhuan roared with a twisted expression, forcing Sanyan to halt in her tracks. Let me go, and after I have seen it, I will return it to you. How about that? Tang Huanhuan proposed a rather unpalatable idea. Sanyan remained silent, gazing at her intently. Tang Huanhuan was aware that the other party would undoubtedly reject such a condition, so she suggested, how about I enter and transcribe a copy, allowing both of us to possess a version? Sanyan pondered for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well, but I require the document in your possession. Understood. Tang Huanhuan acquiesced, fully aware that if she declined this request, Sanyan would certainly not permit her to leave. Thus, the two procured paper and ink. and Tang Huanhuan began to transcribe in the hall. Su Sanyan, standing at a distance, inquired, "Are you certain that this technique is without flaws?" Tang Huanhuan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Su Sanyan gazed at Ma Tianqing, hesitating over the decision to take his life. Should the technique prove flawed, Ma Tianqing would be the sole custodian of its true essence. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to grant him a temporary reprieve. The fate of Ma Tianqing was of far lesser consequence than the sanctity of the technique. Once she ascertained its validity, she could always return to settle the score. Presently, after a while, Tang Huanhuan paused her writing and lifted her gaze to Su Sanyan, situated 5 meters away. "You possess the technique, and in light of our past kindness, might you spare my life?" Su Sanyan nodded, acknowledging that possessing the martial arts technique was sufficient. Why should he exert himself to kill you? Tang Huanhuan also nodded in agreement, stating, "Allow me to walk 100 paces, and I shall then bestow the technique upon you." Very well. Su Sanyan did not hesitate. For him, 100 paces could be covered in merely 5 breaths. As Tang Huanhuan exited the grand estate, she flung her technique towards the side courtyard wall after 100 paces and swiftly turned to flee. Su Sanyan swiftly moved, hastily pursuing, and leapt over the wall to retrieve the martial arts manual, which was indeed the original text. By the time he returned to the long street, Tang Huanhuan's figure had already vanished. Ah, how swiftly she fled! Su Sanyan shook his head. He indeed had no intention of sparing Tang Huanhuan's life. Yet he did not consider it an absolute necessity to kill her. Since she had vanished without a trace, there was no need to pursue her relentlessly, especially since he had already acquired the techniques he sought. This also attested to Tang Huanhuan's astuteness. She understood that if she were to provide him with the handwritten manuscript, Su Sanyan would never relent. Upon returning to the Ma family estate, Su Sanyan carried Ma Tianqing and turned to leave, seeking out an unoccupied room. He thoroughly searched Ma Tianqing from head to toe and discovered a small cloth pouch nestled within his sleeve. Opening it, he found 2 crystalline stones, glistening and transparent, resting quietly inside. Could these possibly be spirit stones? Su Sanyan murmured softly to himself, a trace of excitement glimmering in his eyes. He first tucked the items into his bosom before meticulously searching once more, discovering a few pieces of gold and silver trinkets that held little value for him. Eagerly, he opened the manual and beheld the 8 grand characters inscribed upon it, the scripture of ultimate truth and absolute stillness. Su Sanyan furrowed her brows as she retrieved another manual from her robes, the very one she had confiscated from the second-in-command, Lu Hong. Upon comparison, the 2 were identical in appearance. However, as she opened it to inspect the contents, she found solace in the fact that the material was distinct, indicating that this counterfeit manual had been meticulously prepared in advance. Chapter 9. The Sutra of Ultimate Truth and Tranquility. The practitioner refines essence, transforms qi, and returns to the true self, allowing the corporeal form to unify, thereby accommodating the energies of heaven and earth, and forging the foundation of the Great Way. Su Sanyan finally comprehended that martial arts and cultivation are interconnected. However, the mundane techniques reach their pinnacle at the stage known as the realm of humanity, while the cultivation methods can continue to ascend. This involves absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, refining them into one's own magical power, and forging a foundation for the path, a process also referred to as foundation establishment. The stages include refining essence, internal energy, the realm of humanity, and foundation establishment. As one continues to peruse, it is revealed that those who establish their foundation through the utmost truth and tranquility can be categorized into 3 tiers. The lowest tier comprises those who forge their foundation with mundane materials. By gathering 32 pure hearts and employing secret techniques, they can cultivate a blood demon foundation, transforming into a formidable blood demon, adept in combat. However, this path lacks longevity, as the foundation becomes stagnant and the mind becomes distorted with an insatiable thirst for blood. With a slight twitch at the corner of Su Sanyan's eye, he pondered the notion of forging a foundational path through the essence of the human heart. What a remarkable concept! The blood demon foundational path boasted formidable power and the ability to transform into a blood demon form. However, reaching the foundational stage in this manner would ultimately lead to its limits, accompanied by lingering side effects that Su Sanyan resolutely refused to accept. The moderate approach of crafting a foundational path using spiritual materials could encompass the gathering of 11 distinct items, such as bloodfish seeds, green vine grass, and the water of the Milky Way, which could be combined through secret techniques to forge the murky water foundational path. While this option allowed for the transformation into a murky water form, its potency was comparatively weak, and the cultivation process was notably sluggish. Nonetheless, it offered a more tranquil experience with a reduced risk of injury. The murky water foundational path was passable, devoid of significant side effects, and indeed possessed the potential for further advancement. Hence, it remained a viable consideration. On the other hand, the superior method of crafting a foundational path from rare celestial objects was enticing. Any singular extraordinary object could suffice, with the characteristics of the foundational path varying based on the chosen item. Through secret techniques, these objects could be refined and integrated into the foundational path. However, such celestial objects were exceedingly rare, necessitating careful selection. Sanyan pondered carefully. He had never heard of such a thing, yet it seemed undoubtedly precious. As he continued to leaf through the pages, he discovered that they were filled with methods of cultivation and secret techniques for forging a foundational path. This tome of techniques culminated at the completion of foundational establishment, lacking any further guidance for ascension, indicating that he would have to devise his own methods in the future. However, there was no need to dwell too much on this matter, as he had merely achieved perfection in essence refinement, still a considerable distance from foundational establishment. Sanyan's thoughts stirred as she opened the panel to examine it. Sanyan, age 1782, realm, refining essence, technique, the Supreme Truth and Tranquility Sutra, not yet initiated, magical arts, none, skills, roundness posture, perfect. 3 tigers subduing dragon blade, intermediate. Horse assessment technique, intermediate. Excavator maintenance and care, beginner. Chi. 1. The technique appears to be without issue. Sanyan was filled with excitement. He could finally commence his cultivation. Moreover, his lifespan had increased by a year, undoubtedly a testament to the efficacy of the precious elixir. He turned to Ma Tianqing, hesitating over the notion of taking his life, as Sanyan still wished to master the monstrous sorcery. The creature's formidable strength had left a profound impression on him, igniting a sense of covetous desire. If he could possess such power, it would serve as a significant safeguard. Yet, this endeavor entailed considerable risk, for no one could ascertain whether Ma Tianqing could wield that sorcery once more. After much contemplation, Sanyan ultimately concluded that it was worth a try. After all, no matter how formidable Ma Tianqing might be, he was still merely an 11-year-old child. With a bit of cunning, it should be possible to deceive him. Moreover, having just endured the anguish of his family's annihilation, he was undoubtedly in the darkest moment of his life, his heart likely engulfed in turmoil. If she could serve as a ray of sunlight piercing through the shadows of his soul, it would be a noble endeavor. Furthermore, she had remained concealed from the outset. As long as she exercised caution to avoid revealing her true identity to others, it seemed feasible to proceed with her plan. Sanyan pondered for a long while, placing the techniques and spiritual stones within reach before him, and quietly sat in wait for him to awaken. The sky gradually descended into darkness. Coughing softly, Ma Tianqing slowly opened his eyes, revealing a fleeting moment of confusion, before suddenly recalling the events that transpired. He sprang to his feet, casting a wary glance towards the other person in the room. "Who are you?" Ma Tianqing's voice was laden with caution. Sanyan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked indifferently, "I am the one who saved your life." Ma Tianqing, upon hearing her words, felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He turned to survey his surroundings, asking, "Where are we?" "This is Dafeng Town," Sanyan replied. "Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life," Ma Tianqing said, attempting to bow respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he patted his pocket and his expression changed to one of alarm. "Oh no, are you searching for that manual?" Sanyan inquired. "Indeed," he replied. "What about beneath your feet?" Sanyan gestured. In the darkness, he had momentarily overlooked it. Ma Tianqing picked it up and examined it. Finding nothing amiss, he exhaled a sigh of relief, his gratitude towards Sanyan deepening. It was evident she understood the significance of the item, yet had left it untouched. She truly was a person of great integrity. However, the thought of his family's annihilation quickly darkened his expression. Tears as large as beans streamed down his cheeks. "This elder brother, are there any survivors from the Ma family?" "There are." "Really?" Ma Tianqing's face lit up with excitement. "But is my third uncle still alive?" "Not anymore. Su Sanyan replied, shaking her head. Then who is? Ma Tianqing asked urgently. You. Me? Ma Tianqing was taken aback. The Ma family was exterminated. Had I not arrived in time, your life would have been forfeit as well. Su Sanyan regarded him with a cold gaze. Now, the once grand Ma family has but a single surviving scion. If you do not wish to seek vengeance, then weep here in solitude and see if your tears can extinguish your enemies, if you truly desire to abandon life itself. With a resounding clang, Su Sanyan unsheathed his long blade and plunged it into the ground, choosing to end his own life with it. When you meet old Master Ma in the afterlife, please convey my regards. It shall serve as a repayment for the great kindness he bestowed upon me years ago. Ma Tianqing, chastised by Su Sanyan's words, felt no anger rise within him. He wiped away his tears with the sleeve of his robe and declared, You speak the truth. I must avenge my family. As thoughts of vengeance consumed him, he clenched his teeth, longing to devour the lives of his enemies, the very people he had fought to protect. Along with this precious martial arts manual in his arms, now hung in the balance, he pondered if their worth could ever justify the potential destruction of his entire family for his own survival. Turning his gaze to Su Sanyan, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Elder brother, you have saved my life. Allow me to pay my respects. With that, Ma Tianqing knelt down, ready to bow his head in reverence. Su Sanyan stepped forward to intercept, declaring, No need for that. Years ago, old Master Ma saved my life. Now, I have saved yours. We are even. It was then that Ma Tianqing realized this individual shared a connection with his grandfather. May I inquire your esteemed name? He asked. Su Dong. Su Sanyan casually fabricated a name. Brother Su, regardless of the circumstances, I shall forever remember your life-saving grace. Allow me the opportunity to repay you in the future. With that, he turned to leave. Ma Tianqing's eyes were aflame with rage, his mind clouded by vengeance. Su Sanyan could not allow him to depart so easily. Thus she hastily inquired, Where are you headed? To seek vengeance. Ma Tianqing paused in his tracks. Do you know who your foes are? Su Sanyan asked. I do. My fourth uncle informed me that it is the Jin family and 2 bands of marauders. With merely your strength, how can you possibly contend against them? Su Sanyan firmly pulled him back. Brother Su, you are unaware that I have already slain the leaders of those 2 bands of bandits. Only the Jin family remains, and even if I must sacrifice my life, I shall eradicate the entire Jin lineage. Ma Tianqing declared vehemently. Huh, do you truly believe the Jin family to be the principal culprits? Su Sanyan scoffed. The Jin family is indeed guilty, but I cannot allow him to exact his revenge so easily. I must fabricate a rival. Chapter 10. The Malevolence of Humanity. Ma Tianqing was taken aback. Was there someone behind the Jin family? Your family's martial arts are indeed of celestial caliber. How could the insignificant Jin family dare to covet them? If this news were to spread, the fate of the Ma family would serve as a cautionary tale for the Jin family. Su Sanyan continued to coax in a somber tone, pleading, I implore you. Elder brother, teach me. Ma Tianqing knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in reverence. Su Sanyan helped him up and pondered for a moment. Very well. Take a moment to compose yourself. We shall investigate who stands behind the Jin family, and when the time comes, I shall accompany you in seeking retribution. How can that be possible? Brother Su has already saved my life. I cannot drag you into this peril, Ma Tianqing replied, stepping forward with palpable emotion. Su Sanyan shook his head with a sigh, lamenting that he could only repay the kindness of the venerable Master Ma. However, his elder brother was lacking in strength and could not offer substantial assistance, merely able to contribute a meager effort. Ma Tianqing wished to speak further, but was halted by Su Sanyan's hand, which firmly yet kindly insisted, It is settled then. How can I rest easy knowing that you, a mere child, would venture forth alone to seek vengeance? If I do not assist you, what face will I have to meet Master Ma in the afterlife? Ma Tianqing, moved by Su's words, was overwhelmed with gratitude. This elder brother Su was indeed a good person. Not only had he saved his life, but he also harbored no covetousness towards his family's inherited martial arts. And there was not the slightest hint of want for spiritual stones or wealth in his possession. Su Sanyan furrowed her brows deeply. Did you just say that the leader of the horse bandits is dead? What transpired? Ma Tianqing hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Upon witnessing this, Su Sanyan tactfully suggested, If it is inconvenient for you to speak, then let it be. Hearing his words, Ma Tianqing gritted his teeth. How could he remain silent when his elder brother treated him with such kindness? Elder brother, please do not take offense. I truly find myself at a loss for words. He continued, there is something you may not be aware of. The martial arts technique passed down in my family was originally brought back by our ancestor from the upper sect. This technique can forge a foundational path and is categorized into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Among them, the lower grade foundation is known as the Blood Demon Foundation, which was precisely what our ancestor crafted. Sanyan nodded slightly. What transpired next? At this juncture, Ma Tianqing no longer held back. Revealing the truth, the inherent flaws of the Blood Demon path were glaringly evident, and its lifespan was notably brief. However, it possessed one singular advantage: the ability to transform into a blood demon, thereby granting formidable combat prowess. Thus, in his final moments, the ancestor bequeathed a tome of secret techniques, intended to facilitate the transformation of his corpse into a blood demon after his demise, serving to protect the descendants of the Ma family. Were you in a state of unconsciousness due to this matter? Ma Tianqing affirmed, indeed. Initially, the blood demon could be manipulated through spiritual energy. Yet the progeny of the Ma family had proven to be unworthy. Not a single one had crossed the chasm of transcendence. Consequently, they were compelled to expend their own life force to exert control, which ultimately led to their fainting. Sanyan nodded slowly. This blood demon is undoubtedly an ancestor of the Ma family, and presumably only members of the Ma clan can wield its power. However, Ma Tianqing shook his head, explaining that as long as one masters the secret arts, they can connect through their own blood essence. Yet, during the process of manipulation, one is subjected to the influence of the blood aura, resulting in the loss of emotions and a clouded mind, which can pose a danger to those nearby. Sanyan lowered her head, her thoughts swirling like a tempest. It turned out that the creature was indeed the body of a blood demon, possessing extraordinary strength. You just mentioned the upper sect? Why have I never heard of it? Sanyan inquired once more. Ma Tianqing shook his head and replied, I am unaware of the name of the upper sect. However, my grandfather once told me that our Qi nation is situated in a remote area, the northwest being particularly desolate. Coupled with the scarcity of spiritual energy and spiritual treasures, very few cultivators are inclined to come here. Sanyan nodded, understanding the situation. Ma Tianqing then added, I too heard this from my grandfather. Brother Su need not take it all at face value. Sanyan nodded slowly, then deftly shifted the topic. Whispering softly, the blood demon secret technique is truly remarkable, evoking a profound curiosity. Ma Tianqing's expression was troubled, his lips trembled with unspoken words, yet he ultimately remained silent. For his grandfather had once imparted a solemn warning. Under no circumstances should the blood demon secret technique be divulged to others. Upon witnessing the situation, Sanyan refrained from further inquiries, aware that such probing might arouse his suspicions. Instead, she remarked, let us commence our investigation with the Jin family. Here is the plan. You shall remain here while I venture alone to the Jin residence to assess the circumstances. I shall accompany you, elder brother, Ma Tianqing immediately interjected. There is no need, Sanyan replied, shaking her head. The Jin family is familiar with your visage. I am an unfamiliar face. Thus it is best that I proceed alone. Sanyan was indeed fearful of encountering the bandits, which would reveal his true identity. Ma Tianqing pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Brother Su's words. Thus, he ceased the argument and said, I shall trouble you, then. As brothers, we must not stand on ceremony. Master Ma treated me well in the past, and from this day forth, we shall be his kin. Sanyan patted him on the shoulder. Ma Tianqing, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, nodded earnestly and replied, Thank you, brother. Sanyan turned and departed. As Ma Tianqing gazed at his receding figure, a warm sensation blossomed within his heart. With his family annihilated, the once mighty Ma clan reduced to but a solitary seedling in his care, he found himself engulfed in a tempest of confusion and trepidation when Brother Su appeared. Not only did he save his life, but he also showed no desire for the family's ancestral martial arts, even risking danger to assist him in seeking vengeance. Such noble actions epitomized the chivalrous heroes of legends, did they not? With such immense gratitude owed to Brother Su, Ma Tianqing found himself at a loss on how to reciprocate, just as he noticed his elder brother's burgeoning interest in the blood demon's secret technique. He felt bound by the antiquated traditions of his family, reluctant to disclose such knowledge. The Ma family was no more. What purpose did those customs serve? Moreover, Brother Su was no outsider, but rather his savior, and surely his grandfather's spirit would comprehend his dilemma. Resolving to steady his mind, Ma Tianqing observed the paper and ink resting on the Kong table beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he picked them up and began to write slowly. The paper and ink had undoubtedly been left by Su Sanyan. Such serendipity could not be mere coincidence. Yet, Ma Tianqing was still youthful. Having grown up within the confines of a prominent family, surrounded by benevolent elders, he had not yet encountered the treachery that lurks in the hearts of men. And his vigilance was woefully inadequate. In this world, aside from one's parents and kin, no one would extend goodwill without reason, nor would anyone risk their life for you. If such an encounter were to arise, one should ponder deeply. Once one seeks not your gold or riches, their aspirations may indeed be far greater. Su Sanyan left his dwelling and made his way towards the Jin residence. Compelled by a desire to ascertain the fate of the Jin family and whether Zhou Chaoxian had indeed brought about their demise. Upon arriving at the entrance of the expansive courtyard, he found it enveloped in a somber silence, devoid of even a flicker of candlelight. With deft agility, Su Sanyan scaled the courtyard wall, only to be met with the grim sight of lifeless bodies strewn about, their conditions harrowing and pitiable. Su Sanyan stepped forward to examine the corpse, scrutinizing the wounds. Most were inflicted by blades, likely the work of the officials' troops. The standard long swords of the government differ from those commonly wielded by bandits, resulting in distinctive wounds. The soldiers' blades have a broader arc, creating short yet deep lacerations, while the bandits' weapons possess a narrower curvature, leaving longer and shallower gashes. A seasoned martial artist, accustomed to taking lives, can discern these differences at a glance. It appears that Jin Peng led away the majority of the Jin family's martial artists, resulting in a significant depletion of their defenses, which allowed the Zhou dynasty to easily obliterate the Jin clan. This calamity seems to be of their own making. Jin Peng coveted the Ma family's cultivation techniques and conspired with two bands of bandits to orchestrate a surprise attack. Although he ultimately succeeded in annihilating the Ma family, he reaped the bitter fruits of his actions, losing not only himself, but also leading to the complete downfall of the Jin family. Chapter 11. The Blood Demon's Corpse Refining Technique. Su Sanyan circled around the Jin residence several times, yet encountered not a single living soul. Was Zhou Zhaoxian truly so resolute in his actions? No, the absence of children's corpses suggested that Zhou Zhaoxian had shown a flicker of compassion, allowing the children of the Jin family to escape with their lives. Su Sanyan turned away. The Jin family had perished. It was time to contemplate upon whom to cast the blame for the downfall of the Ma family. Lost in thought, she soon found herself back in the modest dwelling of Ma Tianqing. Upon entering, Su Sanyan noticed signs that the writing materials on the table had been disturbed. Her heart leaping with joy, though her expression remained impassive, feigning ignorance. The Jin family has been annihilated, Su Sanyan remarked with a hint of regret. How could this happen? Ma Tianqing's countenance shifted in alarm. The annihilation of the Jin family could only signify that the trail had gone cold. Yet, this incident subtly affirmed that there were indeed other forces at play behind the Jin family. Su Sanyan pondered, contemplating that perhaps the unseen puppeteer had realized the mission's failure, thus abandoning the Jin family. Ma Tianqing nodded solemnly, declaring, regardless of the identity of the one pulling the strings, I shall pursue the truth relentlessly. I must exact vengeance for the nearly 100 souls of the Ma family. He then withdrew a piece of paper from the table and handed it to Su Sanyan. Brother Su, this is the blood demon's secret technique. With the Ma family reduced to but a single survivor, clinging to old traditions has become meaningless. I present this as a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Su Sanyan feigned hesitation, expressing his gratitude to his younger brother, stating that his curiosity was merely innocent and that there was no need for such formality. Ma Tianqing's small face was filled with earnestness as she urged, Brother Su, please do not be so polite. We are brothers united in purpose. What is there to hesitate over a mere secret technique? Please accept it swiftly. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that Su Sanyan's refusal would not be met with approval. In that case, it would be more respectful to comply with your wishes. Su Sanyan took it over and, aided by the dim light, scrutinized the contents with great care. After considerable effort, he finally achieved his objective. He merely needed to verify the authenticity of the item. Blood Demon Corpse Refinement Technique requires a Blood Demon Dao Foundation Corpse, a 100-eyed centipede, a vial of one's own essence blood, and a blood pool filled with the essence blood of 100 individuals. To immerse the blood demon body into the blood pool and allow it to absorb the essence. subsequently nourishing the centipede with essence blood to establish a connection with its spirit. Place the centipede into the blood demon body to consume the Tao foundation, and then refine it using secret methods to manipulate the blood demon at will. The blood demon delights in devouring human bodies, excelling in close combat with remarkable speed. Its hands as sharp as tempered steel blades, unmatched in lethality. However, its abundant blood energy can affect the practitioner's mind, rendering it bloodthirsty and merciless, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. Hence, one must employ the clarity technique to safeguard the spirit, ensuring safe practice. Below were detailed the refinement methods in the clarity technique. Sanyan paid particular attention to the clarity technique, which required magical power to protect the mind. It was no wonder that Ma Tianqing was affected by the blood energy, lacking any magical power himself. Then, with a flicker of thought, a panel appeared before his eyes, manifesting the recorded techniques, confirming that Ma Tianqing had not deceived him. Dear brother, where is this blood demon? Sanyan feigned curiosity as she scrutinized Ma Tianqing. Attempting to discern the whereabouts of the blood demon, he concealed. Brother, there is no need to search further. The blood demon typically resides behind the younger brother. To summon it forth, one need only recite the incantation. Ma Tianqing turned, lifting his fur coat to reveal a large mass of black mist on his back, resembling an ink-wash painting, swirling languidly in a dreamlike manner. Truly remarkable, Sanyan marveled, for it was indeed a manifestation of profound cultivation. How is it that you, dear brother, devoid of strength, managed to refine this blood demon? Sanyan discerned a critical flaw in her understanding. Ma Tianqing sighed with an air of maturity, lamenting, alas, our ancestor foresaw such a predicament before his passing and left behind a formation that, when powered by spirit stones, could assist mortals in refining the blood demon. Regrettably, the formation may only be utilized thrice, and the younger brother's use has already consumed the final opportunity. Moreover, we are short on spirit stones, as only 2 remain. Sanyan nodded gently. A corpse can pass down through generations, and though a person may depart, their remains endure. The ancestor of the Ma family truly considers the long-term welfare of his descendants. Thus, even if Ma Tianqing were to be slain, it would serve no purpose, as he is incapable of refining the blood demon. Nevertheless, the act of killing must still be executed. Sanyan is indeed one of the culprits responsible for the downfall of the Ma family. If he is not eliminated now, the potential consequences in the future, once he matures, would be insurmountable. Ma Tianqing possesses exceptional talent and has already achieved perfection in his cultivation at a young age. Moreover, with his entire family annihilated and bearing a profound enmity, his indomitable spirit remains unbroken by adversity. He undeniably embodies the qualities of a protagonist, and it is imperative that he is not allowed to survive. Sanyan's eyes flickered as she quietly moved a little closer. Just then, Ma Tianqing turned around. Brother Su, the Jin family has been annihilated. What should we do next in our investigation? Sanyan did not answer but posed a counter-question. If your great enmity were avenged, what would you do? Ma Tianqing, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head, admitting, I do not know. I have not thought that far. Well then, let us go. I shall take you to the Jin family, Sanyan said, gesturing towards the door. All right, Brother Su. Ma Tianqing replied, entirely unguarded, turning to step outside. Suddenly, in the darkness, a glimmer of silver flashed, a blade slicing through the night like a thunderclap, seizing the heart. The polished edge of the knife reflected Sanyan's cold, indifferent gaze. In an instant, blood erupted, staining the blade and the earthen floor beneath. Ma Tianqing's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not comprehend why the very brother who had saved his life would choose to end it. If that were the case, why go through the effort of rescuing him at all? Yet, he was destined never to know the answer, for his neck was cleaved. And no divine being could save him now. Sanyan gently pressed her lips together, plunging a dagger into Ma Tianqing's heart. The blade pierced through, leaving no chance of survival. When you see old Master Ma, please convey my regards. Sanyan lifted his back, and the swirling ink pulsed with heightened fervor. In a fleeting moment, Ma Tianqing's entire form became emaciated, as though every drop of vitality had been wholly siphoned away. The ink gradually undulated, as if an invisible hand were delicately dispersing the pigment, flowing out from Ma Tianqing's back and spreading across the ground beneath. A slender, dark silhouette emerged from the ink. lying still upon its surface. Su Sanyan caressed the body of the blood demon. Its smooth form was devoid of any warmth. The large eyes on its forehead were tightly shut, resembling a lifeless corpse. Su Sanyan's eyes flickered as she pondered how to address the matter. The blood demon measured nearly 3 meters in length, and transporting it would undoubtedly prove cumbersome. It would be prudent to conceal it for the time being, awaiting a moment when her own powers would allow her to return and refine it. As for where to hide it, Su Sanyan surveyed the ground and decided this would suffice, for no more suitable location was apparent. Thus, she ventured outside to procure a farm tool and began to dig a pit. After excavating 4 or 5 meters, she placed the blood demon's corpse within, covering it with earth and camouflaging the area so that it appeared undisturbed. She hoped fervently that the remains would not decay. Su Sanyan retrieved the martial arts manual and spiritual stones from Ma Tianqing's embrace, casually taking the gold and silver along with him before rising to depart. As he pushed open the door, the dawn light began to crest the horizon, and the turmoil within the city had long since subsided. The few surviving townsfolk commenced their search for valuables. Su Sanyan pondered how many of the villagers had managed to survive. He resolved to return to the village once more to see if Wuzhu had accumulated any treasures over the years. Following that, he planned to explore other regions in search of spiritually infused medicinal herbs to replenish the energy on his panel. The 2 spiritual stones should also be capable of supplying energy, yet he found himself unable to bite into them or absorb their essence, leaving him to merely sigh in longing. Seizing a horse at random, he sped out of the city towards the village. At the city gate lay a considerable number of corpses, including bandits and soldiers, alongside individuals who appeared to be members of the Jin family, indicating that a fierce battle had indeed taken place here. Chapter 12. Taiyan City. An hour later, Su Sanyan once again crossed the threshold of the village gate, greeted with exuberance by Da Huangya, who exclaimed, "Fourth Master, you have survived." Su Sanyan furrowed her brow as she inquired, "How many brothers have returned?" Da Huangya began to count on his fingers, about a dozen. "Fortunately, I sensed that something was amiss and returned early. I heard that the elders have all perished." Hasn't Sanjia returned?" Su Sanyan mounted her horse and rode deeper inside. "No, you are the only one who has come back." Su Sanyan nodded slightly, realizing that Tang Huan had hastily departed, seemingly eager to avoid encountering him again. He proceeded directly towards Wuzhu's courtyard, only to notice Big Yellow Tooth cheerfully trailing behind him. With a frown, he inquired, "What do you want with me?" "Fourth Master," Big Yellow Tooth replied, his heart brimming with delight. "With the Master deceased, you are now the Lord." He felt quite content, believing himself to share the closest bond with the Fourth Master. Naturally, he was pleased with the latter's ascension. Su Sanyan expressed no interest in this dilapidated stronghold and said to Big Yellow Tooth, "This place will belong to you from now on." Big Yellow Tooth was taken aback. "Are you leaving?" "Indeed." Su Sanyan intended to visit the heart of the Qi state. "Then please take me along," he requested. Dawanjia was acutely aware that with his limited abilities, he could not defend the stronghold. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow. "Are you intending to follow me? Do you even know where I am headed?" "Wherever you go, I shall accompany you, whether it be leading a horse or feeding it some grass," Da Huangya replied with a sycophantic grin, the creases on his face appearing to deepen even further. Su Sanyan pondered for a moment and thought, "Well, if they are willing to accompany me, then so be it. I shall return with ample provisions and several more horses. Await me at the village gate." As it happened, Su Sanyan had never ventured far and was not well acquainted with the state of Qi. Although Dawanjia lacked exceptional martial prowess, guiding the way was certainly within his capabilities. "Very well then." Dawanjia, filled with delight, let out a joyful shout and dashed away. Su Sanyan leisurely knocked on Wuzhu's door. "Has the head of the household returned?" An excited female voice echoed from the courtyard. "It's me," Su Sanyan replied with a hint of indifference. The courtyard gate swung open, revealing a robust, middle-aged woman whose disappointment was evident on her face. "Where is your adoptive father?" she inquired. "He has passed away." Su Sanyan stepped inside, as natural as if she were returning to her own home. "He has truly died?" The woman's expression turned blank. Although she had harbored suspicions, the arrival of such dreadful news left her in a daze. With the pillar of the family gone, how could they, a widow and orphans, safeguard their vast estate? The only son, frail and sickly, provided no hope, making this revelation feel like a bolt from the blue. "How did he die?" the woman croaked, her voice hoarse. Su Sanyan sat down, lost in her own thoughts, and briefly recounted the events. She then remarked, "Surely, my adoptive father must have amassed quite a fortune over the years. Now that he has passed away, allow me to assist in his inheritance. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" Although Sanyan's words are phrased as a question, they carry an attitude that is impossible to refuse. The middle-aged woman, her eyes brimming with tears, collapsed before Sanyan, her legs giving way. "Fourth master, the master has treated you well over the years." Sanyan waved his hand, interrupting her impending words, a cold smile gracing his features. "Have you forgotten where you are? Speaking of loyalty here?" He continued, "Moreover, are you truly oblivious to how Wu has treated me? Do not be deceived by my recent facade of prosperity. It is a mere illusion. When I first arrived in this world, I endured considerable humiliation. What kind of virtuous individuals could possibly dwell within this den of thieves? It was only through the honing of my martial skills that my circumstances began to improve. Furthermore, Wu has never shown me genuine kindness. Every perilous endeavor has invariably fallen upon my shoulders. Whenever Wu reclines at home, he invariably appropriates half of the wealth. Every single instance of this I have etched into my memory." The matron's lips quivered, rendered speechless. She owned to leverage Sanyan's strength to preserve her family's legacy. Yet she was loath to part with even a fraction of her possessions. Deep down, she comprehended the futility of her desires. Thus, she spoke, "My lord has another son." Sanyan raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such a thing. "Where?" "In Tian City." "Where is Tian City?" Sanyan queried, unfamiliar with the place. The matron lowered her gaze, saying, "Fourth master, my lord has passed away, and I am left with but a single son. I implore you, for the sake of our past ties, to lend me your assistance." Sanyan gently lifted the mature woman's chin with the hilt of his sword and spoke softly, "So, you mean to say that all the wealth and treasures accumulated by Wu over the years are within Tian City?" "Indeed," she replied. "Excellent, lead the way." Sanyan tugged the mature woman and strode out, fully confident that Wu years of accumulation would not disappoint him. The woman, resigned, found herself unable to resist, and could only allow him to lead her away. At the entrance of the village, Huangya noticed the chieftain's wife had arrived, and a knowing smile crept across his face, realizing that the fourth master had a particular taste. Indeed, one could not deny the chieftain's wife's figure. She was ample where it mattered and curvaceous in all the right places. The thought of embracing her during the night was undeniably enticing, though she appeared to be somewhat older, perhaps in her 30s. Nevertheless, the chieftain's wife was also the fourth master's nominal foster mother. How exhilarating! Huangya's mind raced with fanciful thoughts. "Let us proceed." Sanyan gestured for the two to mount their horses, and the trio exited the camp, heading directly south. The astute Huangya led the way, skillfully providing Sanyan and the chieftain's wife with an opportunity for solitude behind him. Sanyan paid her no mind, resolutely pressing onward. The trio braved the wind and sand for 5 arduous days, finally emerging from the desolate Gobi of the northwest. At this juncture, Huangya galloped over, exclaiming, "Fourth master, just ahead lies Tian City. I hear the treasures within are exceedingly precious, and houses are sold by the foot, which is quite absurd." "Well then, let us hasten into the city," Sanyan replied, covering her face with a scarf. She then turned to the chieftain's wife, inquiring, "Madam, you must have a place to stay in the city?" "Rest assured, I do," the chieftain's wife replied, her countenance somewhat worn after the trials of the past days. The three rode into the city. Tian City was surrounded by towering walls, constructed entirely of bricks and stones, patrolled by armored soldiers, presenting an imposing defense. This city was 100 times more prosperous than Dafa town, with a continuous flow of citizens bustling about. The shouts of street vendors melded with the din of pedestrians, creating a vivid tableau of life. Moreover, the bothersome yellow sand was nowhere to be found, prompting Sanyan to remove her scarf and lead her horse forward, as riding was prohibited within the city limits. "Madam, please lead us to your home," Sanyan urged, closely adhering to the chieftain's wife to deter any thoughts of escape. "Fourth master, this way, please," the chieftain's wife replied, biting her lip, inwardly reluctant to bring the two ruffians into her abode, yet feeling powerless. As she was at the mercy of fate, she guided them through 2 long streets and down an alley for a short while, finally pointing ahead. "Here we are. My goodness, this entire grand residence belongs to the elder?" Huangya marveled at the vast estate before him. The courtyard walls were built of blue bricks, sprawling over an area of no less than 10 acres. Acquiring such a substantial property in the precious land of Tian City revealed just how much wealth Wu Ju had amassed over the years. Sanyan raised an eyebrow and inquired sideways. How much silver was spent on this residence? Chapter 13. Precious Medicine. The wife of the village chief lowered her gaze and replied, 150,000 taels of silver. 150,000. De Huangyao was once again taken aback. Let us proceed inside, Sanyan remarked, displaying little interest in such worldly matters. His sole desire was to acquire the precious medicine that Wu Ju had painstakingly gathered. Quickly, let us hasten, he urged, knocking on the grand door. Creaking. The door slowly opened as an elderly man peered out, asking, who goes there? Upon recognizing the village chief's wife, he promptly swung the door wide open, exclaiming, Madam, you have returned. Sanyan cast a discerning glance up and down, a slight frown creasing his brow. This old man possessed a certain martial prowess. Although his stance appeared casual, his body leaned slightly forward, with his heels raised, indicating readiness for a sudden burst of force. His skills were undoubtedly formidable. The old man's gaze shifted towards the lady of the stronghold. The matron's complexion bore an air of discomfort. This was the fourth master of the village. It turned out to be the adopted son of the master. Clearly, the old man was already aware of this. As the group entered the courtyard, Sanyan subtly gestured to the lady of the stronghold, signaling her to dismiss the old man. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his cue and continued straight into the inner quarters. Sanyan closely followed, her fingers discreetly pressed against her lower back, where with a mere exertion, she could render her incapacitated for the remainder of her life. The chieftain's wife seemed to sense the impending danger and thus spoke, Lu Bo, you may retire for now. I have matters to discuss with the fourth master. The old man obediently bowed his head and replied, yes. Once he had departed, Sanyan inquired, who is that old man? He is the sworn brother of my husband. Since the acquisition of this estate, he has remained here to oversee matters and, in turn, care for my son, the chieftain's wife explained. Sanyan nodded, having already discussed her son's affliction during their journey. Let us proceed. Guide me to the place where Wu Ju hides his treasures. Very well, fourth master, do not forget your promise, the chieftain's wife implored, her eyes filled with earnestness. Rest assured, my only desire is for the precious medicine, Sanyan assured her, vowing to harm neither mother nor son, solely seeking the invaluable remedy. This way, please. The chieftain's wife led Sanyan to the study, instructing De Huangyao to stand guard outside. She then retrieved a book from the shelf, her hand activating a hidden mechanism, causing the floor to gradually reveal a concealed basement. You may enter first, she urged, giving a gentle nudge to Sanyan. The chieftain's wife obediently stepped ahead. Sanyan remained ever vigilant as she descended approximately a dozen steps, arriving in the secret chamber. The room was rather confined, measuring around a dozen square meters. Its walls lined with stacked wooden boxes. Most striking of all was a wooden rack positioned at the center, upon which rested 3 boxes. Sanyan hurriedly approached and opened the wooden box, revealing that it contained an astonishing array of precious medicines, 3 exquisite specimens in total. Sanyan's face was adorned with astonishment. He never anticipated that Wu Ju could amass such an abundance of precious herbs. Do you know from where he acquired these? Sanyan inquired, turning his head. I only know that 2 of them were purchased, while another was likely obtained through a business transaction, she replied. The business she referred to was, in essence, a no-cost endeavor. Purchased? Sanyan was taken aback. He never anticipated that such an item could actually be purchased. Sanyan has always believed that worldly gold and silver cannot purchase treasures imbued with spiritual essence. Where can one acquire such items? It is rumored that they can be found at Jing's Heitang. What is the price of these treasures? A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Sanyan's eyes. They are approximately 10,000 taels of silver per specimen, with prices varying according to the type of precious herb. Some are less expensive, while others are more costly. The lady of the stronghold seemed to notice his keen interest in the precious herbs. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked that while these herbs are indeed valuable, they are not exorbitantly so. Rather, they are exceedingly rare. The cultivation of such items is arduous and relies heavily on the efforts of foragers venturing into the mountains, which is why their prices remain high. After a brief pause, she added that these herbs possess certain health-enhancing properties and can also promote martial cultivation. Many affluent individuals enjoy partaking in them regularly. If you're interested, I can assist you in acquiring another specimen. Sanyan raised an eyebrow, pondering the difficulty of acquiring such an item. The mistress of the stronghold shook her head, indicating the scarcity of the object in question. It is indeed a challenging endeavor, reliant solely on fortune. However, I am aware of an individual who possesses one and would be willing to procure it for you at a considerable price. Sanyan nodded, showing no reservations. Very well, I shall trouble you, madam. Have you purchased these frequently? The lady of the stronghold replied. My son has shown slight improvement in his condition after consuming the precious medicine. All of these are prepared for him. Understanding dawned upon him. He had previously been ensnared in a misguided perception, realizing that even worldly gold and silver held such significant value. This precious medicine contained minimal spiritual energy, rendering it of little use to practitioners, yet it proved immensely beneficial for him due to his unique circumstances. A single herb could enhance his vital energy, and with just a few, he could once again elevate his strength. Sanyan fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps it would be prudent to establish a faction dedicated to the pursuit of precious medicinal herbs. However, his own capabilities remained somewhat lacking, as he had only achieved the consummation of refining essence. It was uncertain whether these few rare herbs would suffice to elevate him to the initial stage of inner qi. Each advancement was a stepwise increase. The first enhancement required a mere point of qi, the second 2 points, and recently 3 points. He was uncertain how many would be needed for the next progression. Yet, he felt no urgency, for he had discovered a proactive method to enhance his qi, freeing him from the torment of waiting for natural growth. Departing from the desolate northwestern Gobi was undoubtedly a wise decision. In impoverished towns like Dafeng, even a prominent family such as the Ma clan possessed only a single precious herb. There might be others, yet Lu Hong had not uncovered them. Tucking a few precious herbs into his bosom, he once again perused the other alleys, which yielded only trinkets and treasures, while in a corner lay several tomes of ancient knowledge. Sanyan stepped forward to examine the array of mundane martial skills, such as fist techniques and swordplay. Having already mastered a particular sword technique, he deemed it of little significance to pursue further training in other forms. Instead, he resolved to conserve his energy for the purpose of elevating his own realm of understanding. After careful consideration, he selected a manual on stance training. Let us proceed. Sanyan turned and strode outside, with the village chief's wife closely trailing behind, sealing the hidden chamber. Once outside, Sanyan tossed the manual to De Huangya, instructing him to study it diligently. De Huangya instantly became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Fourth Master, is this a martial arts manual?" Sanyan, realizing mid-sentence that he himself could not read, much like the old man, responded, "Find a way on your own." Sanyan casually uttered a statement before turning to the chieftain's wife and inquired, "You just mentioned the ginseng collectors. Could you elaborate?" The chieftain's wife replied, "The ginseng collectors are affiliated with the Ginseng Guild, and the vast majority of precious medicinal herbs within the city are sourced through them. If the fourth master has an interest in these invaluable herbs, it would be prudent to reach out to them, as I am certain they possess a substantial inventory." Sanyan stroked his chin, pondering the various guilds within the city. The wife of the village chief instinctively licked her lips, her throat slightly parched as she spoke. In Taiyan City, there are 4 major guilds: the King Guild, the White Horse Guild, the Moonlit Tower, and the Guanshan Blade Society. These 4 are the most prominent, with a few smaller ones below, such as the Chai Guild and the Yalong Society. Chapter 14. The Widow among them. The King Guild oversees the supply of medicinal herbs within the city. The herbal gatherers under their command are known for their reckless pursuit of profit, risking their lives with each venture into the mountains. They are notoriously fierce, and no one dares to provoke them. Sanyan's gaze shifted from her bosom to her visage. Where shall they venture to gather ginseng? The matron of the stronghold instinctively lifted her chest, appearing even more majestic. Approximately 30 miles to the south of the city lies a mountain range known as the Longlu Mountains, stretching for 100 miles, teeming with ferocious beasts. And it is rumored that deep within its confines dwell even more formidable creatures. Sanyan nodded as the 3 individuals settled into the hall, continuing their discourse regarding the other 3 factions. The host's wife poured a cup of tea, her gaze flickering with contemplation, and she slowly began. The White Horse Gang oversees the trade of horses and transportation within the city, amassing considerable wealth. The former leader once remarked that the chief of the White Horse Gang is on the brink of entering the realm of transcendence, likely one of the most formidable individuals in the city. The realm of transcendence represents the final stage of the mundane existence, a level of mastery I have yet to witness. As for the Moonlit Pavilion, It manages the city's brothels and gambling houses, generating immense profits daily. Overall, they are the weakest in terms of strength. However, it is rumored that they are backed by officials, deterring anyone from provoking them. Since ancient times, brothels and gambling dens have been notorious for their wealth, and having powerful patrons is hardly surprising. Lastly, there is the Guanshan Knife Society, a faction that seemingly emerged just 2 years ago. Initially, it was merely a collective of Northwest knife wielders banding together for mutual support, but it has since evolved and expanded. The host's wife took a sip of her tea, remarking that this group is the most reckless, quick to resort to violence over the slightest disagreement, with the authorities reluctant to intervene. Matters of the martial world are typically left to the martial world, as long as they do not involve the common populace. The officials tend to turn a blind eye. Sanyan gazed at the yellow-toothed man, pondering that the Guanshan Knife Society must be a gang comprised of such individuals. Intrigued, she inquired, what sustains their existence? They engage in various activities, primarily operating in the realm of gray industries. Sanyan furrowed her brows and inquired, gray industries? The lady of the stronghold seemed somewhat stifled, gently loosening a button at her chest. Her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Sanyan, her crimson lips parting slightly. For instance, murder, avenging others, debt collection, and even bounties issued by the authorities. We engage in all these. The establishment of the Guanshan Knife Society is relatively recent, and we have yet to carve out a profitable niche. Her words enlightened Sanyan regarding the various factions within the city. And what of the authorities? Were there soldiers stationed within the city? Indeed, there were. However, as Taiyan City is not near the border and has seen no military conflict for many years, the garrison was modest, numbering only a few thousand. The lady of the stronghold's eyes flickered as she gently asked, does the fourth master intend to remain in Taiyan City to pursue a grand endeavor? Sanyan gazed at her. Madam, what is your insight? The lady of the manor, her countenance pale, replied, I have been contemplating that if the fourth master chooses to stay, it would be preferable for him to reside within the manor. The wealth left by the master may be at your disposal, as long as you ensure the safety of both myself and my child. Sanyan curled her lips into a smile and remarked, I see that the old gentleman possesses remarkable martial skills. It should not be difficult for him to protect the both of you. Why then must I remain? The lady of the stronghold shook her head, for he was, after all, advanced in years. There was an unspoken truth that lingered in her mind. If her and her son were to fall under the control of that old wretch, would she not be forced to submit herself to him? Faced with the choice between a vigorous and handsome young man and a frail, elderly figure reeking of age, her decision was naturally clear. After all, if one must sacrifice oneself, why not select a companion who could offer a measure of comfort? After a moment of contemplation, Sanyan realized that there were indeed no better places to go for the time being. Remaining here was not an unwise choice. Thus, in light of the lady's warm invitation, he graciously acquiesced. The lady of the stronghold, with a hint of shyness in her gaze, stated that she would arrange accommodations for the fourth master. In the room, Sanyan placed 3 precious herbs before him and took up one, savoring it with great vigor. Instantly, a surge of vital energy emanated from his core, coursing throughout his entire being. In a brief moment, he consumed all 3 herbs. With a mere thought, a panel appeared before his eyes, revealing Sanyan, age, 1882, realm, refining essence, technique, the most authentic and tranquil truth sutra, not yet mastered, art, blood demon corpse refinement method, not yet mastered, skill, circular post, complete. 3 tigers subduing dragon's blade, intermediate. Equine assessment technique, intermediate. Excavator maintenance and care, beginner. Qi. 4. The plus signs following the techniques indicated the potential to expend Qi for upgrades. Sanyan no longer hesitated and decisively pressed the plus sign behind the cultivation technique. In that instant, her entire being seemed to momentarily freeze. And then her blood began to surge forth rapidly, the sound of it rushing through her body almost audible. A peculiar itch coursed through her bones. And unable to suppress a soft groan, Sanyan instinctively drew the long knife beside her. With a sharp clang, the blade emerged, and she instinctively wielded the 3 tigers subduing dragon's knife, as if only this action could alleviate the torment of her itching joints. With a swift motion, the knife glided through the air. Although the blade's tip was merely half an inch away from the table and chair, the wooden table quietly split in 2. It was as if an imperceptible edge extended from the tip of the blade, reaching forward an additional half-inch. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and eventually, Sanyan sensed that the peculiar itch within her had subsided. Unbeknownst to her, a strand of energy had appeared within her meridians, and as her heart stirred, this energy began to flow along her pathways. Gently, she pushed her palms forward, and just half an inch from the vase ahead, it shattered with a resounding crash. She had attained the initial stage of inner energy. A gentle smile graced Sanyan's lips as she successfully ascended to the inner Qi realm, thereby matching Wu Ju's cultivation level. A glance at the status panel revealed a transformation. Realm, inner Qi. Moreover, her lifespan had increased from 82 to 87, granting her an additional 5 years of life. However, her hard-earned 4 points of Qi had been entirely expended, yet every moment of effort proved worthwhile. Silently attuning herself to the changes within, she recognized that the most significant alteration was indeed this inner Qi, capable of penetrating half an inch to inflict harm, and even enhancing the power of her blade when channeled through it. Additionally, her physique had transformed. Her body felt more compact, her strength had notably increased, and her speed had likely experienced a remarkable enhancement. This was the essence of the inner Qi realm. Sanyan felt that he could easily defeat 5 Tang Wanhuans at this moment. Had he previously achieved a breakthrough to the inner Qi realm, he was confident he could vanquish her before she could even acquire the secret manual. Knock, knock, knock. A voice came from outside the door. Fourth Master, are you asleep? Sanyan then turned his gaze towards the interior of the room, realizing only now that dusk had settled in. Ah, it is the lady of the chieftain. Please come in. He recognized the voice from outside belonged to the chieftain's wife. With a creak, the door swung open as the chieftain's wife, her ample figure swaying gracefully, entered and deftly closed the door behind her. What has happened, Fourth Master? She gasped, taken aback by the disarray that filled the room. Nothing of consequence. I accidentally shattered something while practicing, Sanyan replied dismissively, but then his attention was captured. Before him stood a woman adorned in a loose, plain nightgown, cinched at the waist with a delicate sash that accentuated her ample bosom. Her cheeks bore a hint of rouge, flushed and inviting, while her full lips and eyes hinted at a touch of shyness. What a bashful and coy widow she was. Chapter 15. His wife, so alluring. Sanyan smiled gently and inquired, Madam, have you come at this hour for a particular reason? The lady of the stronghold glanced around, biting her lips slightly, and added, Is the Fourth Master not inviting me to take a seat? Sanyan glanced around, noting that the tables and chairs had been severely damaged, leaving only the bed in a state of preservation. He then spoke, Madam, if you do not mind, please have a seat upon the couch. The chieftain's wife lowered her gaze, her voice delicate and faint as a whisper. Please do not refer to me as Madam. I am called Xiaotian. You may address me by my given name, Fourth Master. Sanyan was taken aback. The name was indeed splendid. Calling me Ryua would suffice as well. The chieftain's wife seemed to perceive his reluctance to speak, and once more inquired, Has Ryua come in the dead of night for a purpose? Sanyan, feigning ignorance while fully aware, deliberately teased her. The chieftain's wife lifted her eyelids and cast him a sidelong glance. After all, they both hailed from a den of bandits. Why pretend to be virtuous? Yet, she played along with his charade, her expression heavy with sorrow as she lamented. The head of the household met an untimely demise, leaving me, a mere woman, with 2 orphans to fend for ourselves in this world. I am at a loss as to how to preserve this vast estate. I humbly seek your guidance, Fourth Master. Sanyan approached her slowly, and the two sat closely together on the bed, a simple yet profound moment. Why not seek out someone reliable? The lady of the stronghold remarked, lowering her head and casting furtive glances. But where shall we find such a person? That old Lu seems quite decent. He is a sworn brother of Wu Ju and may indeed be trustworthy, she suggested. The lady of the stronghold did not oppose, acknowledging the man's advanced age. Sanyan jestingly inquired, Who do you think would be suitable? The lady of the stronghold sighed deeply within, contemplating the harsh reality of the present age, where indeed could one find a worthy companion for a lifetime. Her initial submission to Wu Ju had been born of desperation, leaving her with no room for choice. Had she been afforded the luxury of selection, who would willingly endure the precarious existence within a den of bandits? The lady of the stronghold harbored unspoken anguish, yet dared not reveal her turmoil. With a shy demeanor, she began to loosen her garments for Sanyan. I feel, she mused, that what seems distant may be right before our eyes. A dark cloud obscured the radiant moon, plunging the room into shadow. accompanied only by the faint echoes of soft music. The following dawn arrived. Sanyan opened her eyes and glanced at the still slumbering lady of the chief. She dressed quietly and rose from her bed. Not wishing to disturb her, Sanyan stepped outside alone. At that moment, an aged voice resonated through the courtyard. "Fourth Master, has the head of the household passed away?" Sanyan squinted and beheld none other than Wu Ju's sworn brother, Old Lu. Indeed, it was so. Sanyan did not conceal the truth. Sooner or later, he would come to know. Old Lu had his suspicions yesterday, for Wu would never recklessly bring the bandits to this place. This location was not only his carefully prepared retreat, but also the sanctuary of his only son. Old Lu wished to inquire about the circumstances within the village. With a smile gracing Sanyan's face, the gathering has come to an end. If you are interested, you may proceed to reassemble the team. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Old Lu's eyes as he chuckled. Since Brother Wu has encountered misfortune, it seems that this vast estate shall be inherited by Brother Wu's son. I trust that Fourth Master has no objections, does he? Sanyan inquired with curiosity. What relevance does this have to you? Old Lu shook his head, his tone neither enthusiastic nor indifferent, and replied, I am the sworn brother of Wu Ju, and Wu Peng is my nephew. Thus, it is indeed related to me. However, I wonder when Fourth Master intends to depart. Old Lu revealed his intentions. Sanyan chuckled softly, shaking her head. This old man intended to drive her away and monopolize the inheritance left by Wu Ju. Having reached this point, Sanyan was disinclined to engage in further banter. With her legs slightly bent, she suddenly exerted her strength, soaring forth like a sharp arrow, her fingers slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Old Lu's expression turned serious. Despite his advanced age, his skills were commendable. He positioned his palms protectively in front of his chest, and with a subtle movement of his toes, he aimed to block Sanyan's arms, prepared to deliver a decisive blow that could incapacitate her. A dull thud echoed as Old Lu was forced to retreat 7 or 8 steps before he could steady himself, his face a canvas of astonishment. Inner Chi realm. At over 70 years of age, he had only just reached the initial stage of the Inner Chi realm, while this young individual, seemingly no more than 20, had already matched his prowess. What extraordinary talent! This old fellow possesses quite the discerning eye. Sanyan graciously offered a compliment, then, like a gliding dragon, launched another assault, leaving him no opportunity to catch his breath. Sanyan was young and vigorous, while Old Lu had already been half buried by the earth for years. Having long forsaken physical exertion, his skills had diminished considerably. Thus, engaging in a direct confrontation was not within his capabilities. Consequently, even without a long sword in hand, Sanyan felt no trepidation. Wait, Old Lu suddenly exclaimed. I shall not concern myself with you any longer. Sanyan pretended not to hear, contemplating her own survival amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation once more. In that fleeting moment, Sanyan regained her composure, while the elder Lu, caught off guard, was struck squarely in the chest by a subsequent blow. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Trembling fingers pointing accusatorily at Sanyan, his face contorted with rage, he uttered, You. Sanyan, quick-witted and agile, swiftly struck his palm upon the crown of his head, urging him to convey his message to Wu Ju, while also requesting him to pass on a word. The chieftain's wife was in a state of disarray. At that moment, the chieftain's wife appeared at the doorway, her attire disheveled. Upon gazing at the lifeless body of Old Lu in the courtyard, a twinge of sorrow inevitably pierced her heart. Old Lu had cared for Wu Ping for many years, and there was indeed a bond of affection, yet now that he had departed from this world, it was too late for any words to matter. Sanyan turned her head to glance at the chieftain's wife, the fierce aura surrounding her still lingering, causing a shiver of trepidation to course through her, fearing that in a fit of rage, he might unwittingly take her life as well. Fortunately, Sanyan quickly regained her composure and even let out a soft chuckle. Madam, you are capable of handling this body, are you not? The chieftain's wife nodded repeatedly, assuring her, rest assured, Fourth Master, leave it to me. That is splendid, Sanyan replied. Sanyan returned to the house, grasped a long knife, and strode outward. At that moment, De Huangya unexpectedly emerged from an unknown corner, exclaiming, Fourth Master, how imposing. Sanyan paid him no mind and strode directly out the door, intending to visit the Jingjai Hall to see if there were any precious medicines available. Upon reaching the bustling long street, he found numerous vendors already out and about early in the morning, creating a lively atmosphere. De Huangya, in high spirits, purchased several steamed buns and offered them to him, saying, "Fourth master, have a bite." Sanyan took the food while walking and inquired about the address of Jingzhai Hall, proceeding directly towards it. Jingzhai Hall, located in the southern part of the city, is an impressive three-story pavilion adorned with intricately carved beams and painted columns. My, how much would it cost to construct such a building? De Huangyao looked up in awe. Sanyan stepped over the threshold. Chapter 16, The Knife Meeting at Guanshan. What would the two gentlemen like to order? As soon as they entered, a server approached them with a beaming smile, showing no signs of disdain despite their tattered clothing. Sanyan glanced around. The first floor resembled an ordinary apothecary, albeit somewhat more spacious, with an array of medicine cabinets lining the walls. "I have heard that you sell precious medicines. I have come to take a look." Sanyan fixed his gaze upon the attendant. "Oh, you have come at an unfortunate time. The precious medicines have just sold out," the attendant replied with a smile. Sanyan retrieved a handful of scattered silver coins from his pocket and placed them in the attendant's palm, uttering a plea for sincerity. The attendant, with a cheerful grin, tucked the coins away and leaned closer, confiding, "To be frank, esteemed sir, regardless of when you arrive, acquiring the precious medicine is nearly impossible. It is in high demand and reserved primarily for the nobility." The attendant gestured discreetly towards the city center, and Sanyan comprehended it was the dignitaries of the government. Moreover, the leaders of various factions were also awaiting their share, such as the chief of the White Horse Gang, who received a monthly allocation, and the proprietor of the Moon Viewing Pavilion. The herbalist could collect no more than a handful of the coveted medicine each month, and even that meager portion was insufficient to satisfy the demand. Only on rare occasions would any surplus be available for others to purchase, and the price was steep, starting at no less than 10,000 taels of silver, with costs continuing to rise. Presently, the outskirts of Longlu Mountain had been nearly depleted of its precious herbs. Any further search would necessitate venturing deeper into the mountain, where fearsome beasts lurked, and encountering them could cost one their life. Sanyan nodded, acknowledging that this item was immensely beneficial to martial artists, thus creating a situation of high demand and limited supply. It was evident that Wu Ju must have exerted considerable effort to acquire these precious herbs. It seems that elevating one's status is essential, otherwise, even with wealth in hand, one would still be unable to procure them. "Thank you very much. Should there ever be any surplus of these invaluable herbs, I would greatly appreciate a timely notification, and I assure you that I shall not trouble you in vain. Rest assured." Sanyan clasped his hands together and stepped outside, leaving behind an address. De Huangya inquired, "Fourth master, where shall we proceed next?" Sanyan gazed towards the northern part of the city, where the Guanshan Sword Association was established. This association was situated in the north, as it was the most chaotic area, predominantly inhabited by impoverished common folk. The cost of living was low, and given the association's own financial constraints, the northern region proved to be the most suitable location. Sanyan traversed a lengthy alley, at the end of which lay a spacious courtyard. The dilapidated gate stood ajar, emanating a cacophony of sounds from within. As the morning chaos ensued, a sense of curiosity stirred within De Huangya. Sanyan strode through the entrance, oblivious to his surroundings. In the expansive courtyard, dozens of burly men clad in tattered garments had gathered, two of them engaged in a fierce duel, brandishing their swords. "Well, damn it, Wang Lizi, strike him down. I've wagered 2 taels of silver on you. Widow Wang is waiting, bare and ready for me. Should you falter, you shall spend the night in my company." Sanyan leaned in for a closer look, observing the two men in the arena engaging in a spirited exchange, yet both were holding back slightly, mindful not to inadvertently inflict a fatal blow. "These two appear somewhat unfamiliar. Are they here at our Guanshan Sword Club for business?" inquired a companion beside him. Sanyan smiled and shook her head. Having long heard of the esteemed gathering of heroes at the Guanshan Knife Club, she harbored a deep admiration and aspired to join. The man raised an eyebrow and flashed a broad grin, exclaiming, "Well, we have indeed become heroes." Just then, the competition concluded with a victor, and the man shouted, "Brothers, come forth and place your bets." Sanyan understood that the term hanging note referred to the act of joining a group, and he was somewhat familiar with the common tricks of the trade. The crowd turned their attention towards the two, and someone mockingly remarked, "This lad probably hasn't even grown all his hair yet." Laughter erupted. "What's the matter? Do you want to help him count how many strands he has?" Su Sanyan maintained her serene smile, while the individual with the prominent yellow teeth discreetly distanced himself from the speaker. Those around were oblivious to the ruthless nature of the fourth master. However, he was acutely aware. The fourth master was amiable in many respects, generous to his brothers, and never lacking in wealth. Yet, it was paramount not to provoke him. Previously, a newly joined horse bandit in the village, misled by the fourth master's perpetual grin and affable demeanor, presumed him to be easy prey and made light-hearted jests without restraint. The following day, he was flayed and bound to a post, enduring excruciating pain for 2 days before succumbing. Su Sanyan was oblivious to the thoughts of the man with the yellow teeth. She merely inquired, "Which one is the leader?" Still hoping to meet the leader? There is no need for such formalities. Once you pass through the 3 trials, you are considered a brother, came a voice from the crowd. What are these 3 trials? A burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward. The first trial is the earth-rolling knife. Brothers, let us begin. The crowd divided into 2 rows, facing one another, each holding a knife upright against their chests, leaving a narrow path for passage. To succeed, one must walk through this path without altering their expression, the bearded man declared. The first trial is the simplest. It merely gauges one's courage. In this line of work, a timid heart cannot prevail. Su Sanyan smiled calmly, passing through effortlessly with unwavering focus, followed closely by the burly figure of Dahuanya. Having originated from a life of banditry, such trivialities were as effortless for them as the most basic acts of sustenance. The robust man with a bushy beard nodded slightly upon witnessing this. The second test was a trial of skill. Among the brothers in the courtyard, any one of them who could withstand 20 strikes would be deemed successful. Dahuanya cast a glance at the individual who had just ridiculed fourth master, silently mourning for him in his heart. Su Sanyan's gaze shifted slightly, as if casually selecting this particular brother. Dahuanya thought to himself, as expected. Indeed, he was the one who had just remarked that Su Sanyan had yet to mature. Ha ha ha, this audacious lad dares to challenge me, his elder. Now you seek my mercy? How about I show you some leniency? Dahuanya's lips twitched. This individual was still courting disaster. Please. Su Sanyan extended his hand, and the crowd parted, creating space for the 2 combatants. Kid, consider yourself unfortunate. The man unsheathed his long knife, adding, don't accuse me of bullying. You can strike first. Very well. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Sanyan's figure vanished in an instant. Before anyone could react, he delivered a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the man was propelled back several meters, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Su Sanyan had shown restraint. Taking a life upon his arrival would surely reflect poorly on him. This man was at best a practitioner in the initial stage of body refinement. For an ordinary swordsman, acquiring even a mundane technique was a challenge. Fortunately, the body refinement realm was primarily about honing the physical form, allowing for cultivation even without a formal technique. Inner Chi realm? Am I seeing this correctly? Such youth in the Inner Chi realm? The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. They struggled to comprehend why someone with such extraordinary talent would attend the Guanshan Knife Association. Surely, he would receive far better treatment in the likes of the White Horse Gang. The burly man with a beard stared in wide-eyed astonishment. This young lad was indeed in the Inner Chi realm. The Guanshan Knife Association had only ever boasted 2 individuals within this realm, its leader and deputy leader. Were they about to welcome a third today? The bearded giant quickly approached, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Su Sanyan chuckled, stating that he earned his livelihood in the vast expanse of the gale-laden plains. The bearded man immediately comprehended that he too hailed from the arid desert. The term gale-laden plains refers to another designation for the northwestern Gobi Desert. What about the third pass? Su Sanyan inquired. Chapter 17. Preparing to act, the bearded man hesitated for a moment, slightly clasping his fists. Brother, please wait a moment. I cannot make a decision on your behalf. I must summon the leader. Su Sanyan nodded in understanding and said, no problem, you may go. The bearded man turned to leave, and the surrounding strong men no longer dared to speak as freely as before. Wherever Su Sanyan's gaze fell, the crowd hastily averted their eyes. The man lying on the ground remained unconscious. Su Sanyan addressed one of them, saying, I may have accidentally struck him too hard. This brother has suffered. Please take him to the medical clinic, and I shall cover the expenses. Su Sanyan produced a few taels of silver and tossed them over. The man accepted the coins and carried away the man on the ground. Before long, the bearded man returned, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. From a distance, one could hear the boisterous laughter of the latter, who exclaimed, "My young brother, I beg your pardon for my tardiness." Sanyan lifted his gaze and beheld a robust figure approaching, who slightly cupped his hands in greeting. "I am Sanyan. It is an honor to meet you." Master Song. He had heard from the chief's wife that the leader of the Guanshan Blade Society was named Song Qian, a master in the realm of internal energy. "Ha ha. Brother Su, please, come in," Song Qian replied with great courtesy, genuinely surprised. For it was rare to encounter such a youthful adept in internal energy within the city of Tian. The two men settled into a modest hall, where Song Qian remarked, "It is truly remarkable for one so young as you, Brother Su, to possess such extraordinary abilities." Sanyan understood his intention. He merely wished to inquire about her reasons for joining the Guanshan Knife Society. After all, among the four major factions in Tian City, the Guanshan Knife Society ranked at the bottom, lacking in both wealth and strength compared to the other three. It was solely through their audacity and relentless spirit that they managed to carve out a reputation for themselves. Sanyan casually remarked, "To be honest, my leader, I too was raised amidst the winds and sands. Thus I naturally feel a kinship with the Guanshan Brotherhood." Song Qian nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. For fortifying the strength of the guild was indeed a commendable endeavor. After reflecting on this, Song Qian rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Since you have successfully passed the 3 trials, it is time for you to join our ranks. From this moment onward, we shall be brothers." Given Sanyan's prowess, the outcome of the 3rd trial was of little consequence. In such a remote region as the Northwest, possessing inner strength was already a mark of distinction. "Thank you, my leader," Sanyan said, rising to offer a respectful salute. Song Qian summoned attendants to bring forth a table adorned with an incense burner. "Please proceed. Light 3 sticks of incense in reverence to heaven, earth, and humanity. After your offerings, you shall abide by the guild's rules. No wanton slaughter of innocents, no harassment of the common folk, and no violation of women. Should anyone breach these tenets, let the collective rise against them." Sanyan nodded, dismissing the moment with indifference. He grasped 3 incense sticks and inserted them, bowing several times to signify his acceptance. The ceremony was quite simple. Song Qian summoned everyone and announced before the assembly, "From this day forth, Brother Sanyan shall serve as the vice leader of the Guanshan Knife Society, with the jurisdiction of the Xiqing district entrusted to him. Long live the vice leader." The crowd echoed in response. With a wave of his hand, Song Qian instructed, "That will be all. You may disperse. Wang Lizi, please remain." Sanyan cast a glance at Wang Lizi, who was among the 2 individuals engaged in combat upon his arrival. The leader and the deputy leader. Wang Lizi was a short-statured man, marked by a distinctly uneven birthmark on his face, which earned him the moniker Lizi. Song Qian remarked to Sanyan that Wang Lizi was the most knowledgeable about the guild's business and suggested that he should guide Su through the familiarization process for a time. Sanyan nodded, expressing his gratitude to the leader. Song Qian shook his head with a smile, saying, "Do not be in haste to thank me, Brother Su. Although you have joined our association and are now one of us, the rules must not be broken. For all businesses in the West District, 30% of the profits must be surrendered to the guild, and only the remainder shall be at your discretion." Sanyan inquired with curiosity about the number of brothers in the Xiqing district and the monthly earnings they might accrue. Song Qian shook his head with a sigh, revealing that there were approximately 20 individuals in Xiqing. As for business, it was imperative to rely on one's own initiative. He had no say over what kind of enterprise one might pursue, provided it did not contravene the guild's regulations. Song Qian felt a sense of helplessness, as there was no legitimate trade within the gang. Each member survived by their own wits. Though the Guanshan Knife Society was labeled a gang, it resembled more a collective of swordsmen banding together for mutual protection against oppression. Sanyan furrowed his brow, realizing why Song Qian was so generous, allocating him an entire district upon his arrival. After all, it remained undeveloped. Was there truly any distinction from founding his own faction? Upon further contemplation, he discerned a difference. At the very least, he was associated with the illustrious Guanshan Knife Society, backed by the formidable Song Qian, a master of inner energy, making them a force few would dare confront. He estimated that Song Qian must possess at least an intermediate level of inner energy cultivation, otherwise it would be unreasonable to sustain such a substantial organization. "Thank you, Chief," Sanyan acknowledged with a nod. Song Qian clapped his hands and smiled. As long as we brothers unite in purpose, the Guanshan Knife Society will undoubtedly flourish. If you have other matters to attend to, I shall not keep you. Su Sanyan gracefully took her leave, closely followed by Wang Lizi and Huanya. As he watched Su Sanyan's departing figure, Song Qian's eyelids drooped, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. The acquisition of a master of the inner Qi realm should have been a cause for celebration. Yet he couldn't shake a lingering sense of unease. Let us discuss the situation in the western part of the city, Su Sanyan inquired. Wang Lizi pondered for a moment, then replied, the moon viewing tower is located in the west, but they solely engage in the business of brothels and gambling houses. Additionally, there exists a gang called the Yelong Society, which deals in smuggling salt, ironware, and tea. It is rumored that they have some connections. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow. Is tea also a controlled commodity? Wang Lizi nodded. Indeed, tea is exceedingly profitable, and naturally, the court wishes to maintain control over it. Su Sanyan nodded silently. What kind of business were you engaged in before? Wang Lizi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied hesitantly. Our gang was established too late. All the lucrative ventures have already been divided among others, so we can only take on some menial tasks to assist people. Su Sanyan shook his head, saying, Since you've delved into the underworld, how can you be so oblivious to the art of theft? Go inquire about who stands behind the Yelong Society, and it would be wise to ascertain the source of their goods. I shall grant you 2 days for this task. Su Sanyan extracted several taels of gold from within his garments and tossed them to him, a remnant from his encounter with Ma Tianqing. Wang Lizi's eyes sparkled with surprise as he swiftly caught the gleaming treasure. He had not anticipated such extravagance from the newly appointed vice leader, who so boldly presented gold. He thumped his chest and assured, Rest assured, I shall uncover every detail with utmost clarity. You may depart. Su Sanyan waved his hand dismissively. Once he had distanced himself, he turned to Da Huanya and instructed, Investigate any news regarding the participation of the faction. Every scrap of information is imperative. Understood, Fourth Master. Da Huanya acknowledged before turning on his heel and departing. Su Sanyan stood alone on the street, lifting his gaze to observe the passing pedestrians. His mind a whirlpool of thoughts. The utmost priority now was to swiftly enhance his own strength and status, for only then could he acquire the precious elixir. As for directly joining he had contemplated it, yet ultimately decided against it. That had been established for many years, and the internal distribution of power had become quite fixed. Even if he were to join, he would not garner significant attention. Furthermore, they preferred to avoid conflicts and violence. Their primary concern was profit. Most disciples of were ordinary people engaged in the trade, with families and businesses to support, and their main objective was to earn a living for their households. Chapter 18. Salt and Iron Bureau, Zhaozhangyang. Su Sanyan wandered alone around the ancient city of Tian, absorbing the cacophony of rumors that drifted through the air, gradually familiarizing herself with the city's layout and its rich history. As dusk began to settle, she returned to the Wu residence, which could justly be referred to as the Su residence now. The expansive estate was inhabited by only 3 maidservants, one responsible for cooking, while the other 2 attended to Wu Ju's son. Given the infrequent occupancy of the manor, there was no need for a multitude of servants. It is worth noting that Su Sanyan had yet to make the acquaintance of Wu Peng, though she harbored little interest in meeting him. Fourth Master, have you dined yet? Shall I have Xiao He bring you something? The chieftain's wife approached her with urgency upon seeing her. I have already eaten, Su Sanyan replied, having casually purchased a few morsels along the way. How much silver has Wu Ju amassed over the years? Su Sanyan inquired. The chieftain's wife felt a jolt of anxiety, but quickly feigned nonchalance. Currently, there are approximately 200,000 taels in cash. A significant portion has been spent on acquiring property and other necessities. This wealth represented her security for the latter half of her life. Yet the thought of Su Sanyan requesting it filled her with trepidation. She was acutely aware of the merciless nature of the bandits. Should she incite his displeasure, the repercussions would be dire, regardless of whether she had shared his bed or not. Su Sanyan silently nodded, turned, and returned to her chamber, proclaiming her weariness and readiness for slumber. The lady of the stronghold lowered her gaze, expressing her intent to attend to her needs. 2 days hence, Su Sanyan was stretching in the courtyard when Da Huanya approached, slightly bowing and addressing him as Fourth Master. Speak, Su Sanyan replied softly. Yes, the leader of the Kan gang is named Shenxing. His precise cultivation level remains uncertain, yet it is speculated to be at the pinnacle of inner energy. The King Gang boasts approximately 700 to 800 disciples, the majority of whom are ordinary individuals who make their living by foraging for herbs in the mountains. The 6 pharmacies in the city are all under the control of the King Gang. Where did you acquire this information? I paid a small sum to extract it from the lips of a King Gang disciple. Sanyan nodded and went to summon Wang Lizi. Shortly thereafter, at midday, Da Huanya entered the courtyard accompanied by Wang Lizi. As Wang Lizi gazed upon the spacious estate, he could not help but marvel at the wealth of the newly appointed vice leader. I have met the leader, Wang Lizi, displaying great discernment. Promptly omitted the title of vice. Let us discuss. Sanyan took his seat at the head of the hall. Indeed, I have discovered that the Yelong Society is backed by Lord Zhao of the Salt and Iron Department. As for the origin of the goods, they must have been acquired through Lord Zhao, with the Yelong Society solely responsible for the disposal of stolen property. Sanyan understood deeply and spoke again. What is the strength of the Yelong Society? Wang Lizi replied with a confident smile. It is fairly decent, but it depends on whom you are comparing it to. If compared to us, they are undoubtedly inferior. What about the strength of the leader of the Yelong Society? Wang Lizi hesitated. I am not entirely certain. But he should also be a master of the internal Qi realm. Sanyan understood the situation well. Very well, gather the brothers, summon as many as possible. Each shall receive 100 taels of silver. Await me tonight on the western outskirts of the city. Wang Lizi felt a surge of excitement. 100 taels was an amount he could scarcely earn in a month. Thus, he responded with enthusiasm, yes, boss. Sanyan donned a fresh set of clothes, his yellowed teeth glimmering as he made his way toward the headquarters of the Guanshan Knife Association. In the stillness of night, within the residence of Lord Zhao of the Salt and Iron Department, Zhao Zhongyang was ensconced in slumber, embraced by 2 concubines. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door, loud and insistent. Startled by the unexpected commotion, Zhao Zhongyang jolted awake, irritation etched on his face. Do you not realize I am occupied at this hour? If this is trivial, I shall have your head, he grumbled, assuming it was merely a servant with some news to convey. Ah, what an amusing mood our Lord Zhao is in, chimed a voice from outside. Sanyan had deliberately waited for Zhao Zhongyang to finish before knocking, for a bandit of his civility was indeed a rarity. Who goes there? Zhao Zhongyang exclaimed, suddenly alert, recognizing that this was not the voice of his household servant. Sanyan entered unceremoniously, while Zhao Zhongyang, lacking martial prowess, remained oblivious to his presence despite the few martial artists guarding the residence, who were merely at the refinement stage. It's but a trivial matter. Please attend to your affairs first, and we shall converse afterwards. Sanyan took a seat with no pretense and poured himself a cup of tea. Observing Sanyan's demeanor, Zhao Zhongyang swiftly regained his composure. The fact that this individual could arrive here without a sound indicated that his capabilities far surpassed those of the guards. Moreover, his decision not to attack immediately suggested that he was not seeking vengeance, but rather had matters to discuss. Ah, my dear friend, please hold on a moment while I attire myself, Zhao Zhongyang said, feeling reassured. Having ascended to his position, he was no mere fool, even without martial skills. There was no need for haste. Sanyan swirled the tea in his cup, refraining from drinking. Zhao Zhongyang gestured to his 2 concubines standing behind him. You may leave for now. Yes. The 2 women hastily donned outer garments, covering their chests as they exited. Sanyan glanced up, noting they lacked the voluptuousness of the village chief's wife. Once dressed, Zhao Zhongyang approached with a genial smile, completely devoid of his earlier ire. My friend, what urgent matters bring you here at such a late hour? Sanyan did not beat around the bush and directly inquired. I have heard that the Night Wolf Society has some connections with Lord Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyang immediately understood and chuckled, realizing it was merely a matter of collaboration. What percentage does Lord Zhao allocate to the Night Wolf Society? Sanyan asked straightforwardly. Zhao Zhongyang's eyes flickered. It seemed this gentleman had come to discuss business. Indeed, Sanyan affirmed with a nod. Zhao Zhongyang slightly inclined his head, pondering the fate of the Night Wolf Society. Sanyan smiled gently, assuring Lord Zhao that there would no longer be a Yelong Society after tonight. Zhao Zhongyang was taken aback. This was a band of ruthless killers. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, stating that he and the Yelong Society had always had a division of profits, with him claiming 60%. Zhao Zhongyang deliberately referred to himself as this official to remind Sanyan of his status as a government official, implying that the murder of an official would equate to rebellion. Sanyan had no intention of killing him. Eliminating a member of the Yelong would hardly attract the attention of the authorities, who would dismiss it as a mere conflict among martial artists. However, the murder of an official would be an entirely different matter, provoking widespread fear among those in power and prompting relentless efforts to eradicate them. For officials, such a precedent was utterly intolerable. Su Sanyan chuckled, proclaiming that from this moment forth, the Guanshan Knife Society would collaborate with the gentlemen, demanding merely a 30% share. Zhao Zhengyang's eyes flickered ever so slightly, realizing that this group belonged to the Guanshan Knife Society, of which he had certainly heard whispers regarding the 4 major factions within the city. Do you have any idea how much silver is represented by that 10%? Zhao Zhengyang remarked with a smile. Su Sanyan shook his head, deeming the details insignificant. I have another condition, which, of course, is merely a trifling task for Lord Zhao. Oh? Zhao Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Do elaborate. Each month, I require 3 precious herbs. This was the true aim of Su Sanyan. Zhao Zhengyang shook his head slightly. That is impossible. The supply of precious herbs from the Ginseng Guild is limited. I can offer you only 1 at most. 2. I am conceding half of the profit. Very well, it's a deal. Zhao Zhengyang lifted his teacup, and both drank heartily. For Zhao Zhengyang, the identity of his partner was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the prospect of increased profits. As Su Sanyan was about to rise, a thought struck her, and she turned her head to inquire, "My lord, are you aware of the relationship between the county magistrate and the chief clerk?" Zhao Zhengyang's expression flickered momentarily before he let out a soft chuckle, remarking, "In the realm of officialdom, there are neither exceptionally close ties nor irreparably strained ones. It all depends on one's actions." Su Sanyan nodded gently, indicating that she would not disturb the esteemed one's peaceful slumber. Tomorrow, she would send someone to seek his counsel, at which point the arrangements could be discussed directly with him. Su Sanyan gently pressed his palm against the surface of the table before turning to leave. As he walked away, Zhao Zhengyang remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire table shattered, scattering the teaware across the floor. He chuckled softly, remarking on the youth's cunning mind, yet there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. He understood the intention behind the act. It was merely a warning. Chapter 19. Assimilation. Su Sanyan arrived at the base of the Yelong Society in the western part of the city, where a multitude of swordsmen were meticulously clearing the battlefield strewn with corpses. Sitting at the hall was Song Qian, with a severed head resting upon the table beside him. Indeed, that of the leader of the Yelong Society. The deputy leader arrived, and the gathered members respectfully acknowledged his presence, their eyes glimmering with a hint of admiration. This was the rightful duty of a leader, unlike Song Qian, who seemed indifferent, leaving his subordinates struggling to make ends meet. Following this decisive battle, the Guanshan Knife Society had firmly established its presence in Taiyan City, and from this moment forth, they would embark on their own ventures. Su Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement to the crowd. During the day, Su Sanyan had already conferred with Song Qiantan, who would take the initiative to obliterate the Yelong Society, while the remainder of the responsibilities would be entrusted to Su Sanyan. Subsequently, a monthly tribute of 5,000 taels of silver would be allocated to the gang. Su Sanyan was uncertain about the profits from the illicit salt trade, yet he presumed that an investment of 5,000 taels would be more than sufficient. Song Qian agreed. Equally unaware of the potential monthly earnings from such a venture, 5,000 taels was indeed a considerable sum, ample enough to sustain the gang's daily operations and even to explore other business opportunities. Is everything settled? Song Qian inquired as he rose. Yes, I appreciate your assistance, leader. Su Sanyan cast a glance at the lifeless head that refused to close its eyes. A smile that could not be concealed graced Song Qian's face as he patted Su Sanyan's shoulder. Excellent. I shall send more brothers to assist you. Indeed. Su Sanyan did not decline, and then turned to ask, why have I not seen the deputy leader, Song? The deputy leader was another chief of the Guanshan Knife Society, and Su Sanyan had yet to meet her. Oh, she is preoccupied with other matters and will not return for some time, Song Qian replied, offering no further elaboration. Su Sanyan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The Night Lang Association must possess numerous treasures. I require only the medicinal elixirs, and the remainder shall belong to the guild. How does that sound? Song Qian responded without a trace of hesitation. No problem. You are the true benefactor in this matter. It is only fitting. The two then entered the inner vault of the Night Lang Association, where they beheld box after box of silver stacked together, alongside a plethora of jade artifacts and calligraphy. A wave of exhilaration surged within Song Qian. With these assets, the strength of the Guanshan Blade Association could ascend to new heights. Su Sanyan showed no interest in those matters and directly picked up 2 wooden boxes from the cabinet. Upon opening them, he discovered 2 precious herbs. He tucked them into his bosom and turned to Song Qian, saying, "I shall take my leave now. For tomorrow, I must discuss specific details with Lord Zhao. I will leave the rest in your capable hands." Song Qian's face was radiant with a smile. "Very well, dear brother, may you rest well." Su Sanyan nodded and turned to leave. Upon returning home, he swallowed 2 precious herbs, and his energy surged once more to 2 points. "Fourth Master, you have returned?" came the voice of the village chief's wife from outside the door. Su Sanyan opened her eyes and inquired, "Is there something amiss?" "I have procured a precious herb for you." Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, recalling her previous remark about assisting her in acquiring a plant. To her surprise, it had indeed come to fruition. "Please, come in." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the buxom figure of the chieftain's wife, her form swaying gracefully. Clad in a fitted corset that accentuated her alluring curves and adorned with a pair of red-embroidered ankle boots, she wore a delicate blush upon her cheeks, exuding an air of coyness. Despite being in her 30s, her visage remained strikingly beautiful, and most notably, her figure was exquisite. "Fourth Master, this is for you." The chieftain's wife presented a wooden box. Su Sanyan opened it and found it to be a precious medicinal herb. He chuckled, "My dear, with such thoughtful care. How should I reward you?" The lady of the stronghold whispered softly, "What do you think?" The following morning, Su Sanyan sat gracefully in his chair, sipping tea when Wang Lizi rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, did you call for me?" Su Sanyan replied, "Indeed. I am considering entrusting the business affairs of Lord Zhao to your capable management. Do you have any objections?" Su Sanyan delicately took another sip of his tea. "What, me?" Wang Lizi was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the significance of this opportunity, his heart racing in disbelief at the prospect of such immense fortune potentially coming his way. Su Sanyan lifted her eyelids. "Is there a problem?" "No, no problem at all. I assure you, I will handle it perfectly without a single mistake," Wang Lizi promptly guaranteed, thumping his chest. "Well then, go seek Lord Zhao. He will arrange someone to liaise with you." "Understood." Wang Lizi suppressed the excitement surging within him and turned to leave. Su Sanyan pondered for a moment and then said to the nearby De Huanya, "You should accompany me as well." "All right, Fourth Master," De Huanya replied. Fully aware of his purpose for going, it was simply that the Fourth Master was concerned about Wang Lizi and had tasked him with keeping an eye on him. Su Sanyan rotated the teacup in his hand, contemplating his next course of action. Eliminating the Night Wolf Society was merely the first step. It was essential for him to allow Song Qian to experience the benefits, while simultaneously establishing his own prestige within the gang to facilitate subsequent endeavors. For his next move, he intended to take action against the Moonlit Pavilion, albeit with some necessary precautions. The Night Wolf Society and Zhao Zhongyang maintained merely a cooperative relationship. As long as business proceeded smoothly, Zhao would remain indifferent even if a new partner emerged. However, the Moonlit Pavilion was a private property belonging to a significant figure. Any infringement upon it would equate to a direct declaration of war against the influential individual behind it. Su Sanyan harbored no fear, as far as he knew. Behind the Moonlit Pavilion stood the chief scribe, a lowly 9th-grade official, the most junior rank within the bureaucratic hierarchy. Yet, his influence was considerable, as he was regarded as the 3rd most powerful figure within Tian City, overseeing the city's finances, assisting the county magistrate in administrative matters, and also taking on certain responsibilities related to law enforcement. The reason for selecting him as an operative lay in his lack of martial prowess. In Tian, all officials, except for the county constable, were civil servants, possessing limited personal cultivation and lacking any military forces. As long as they maintained a good rapport with the constable, they would encounter little trouble. In contrast, the White Horse Gang boasted a leader on the brink of ascension to the realm of the transcendent, with several practitioners of internal energy among its ranks. Should they be pushed to their limits, Su Sanyan would find himself utterly defenseless. After much contemplation, the Moonlit Pavilion emerged as the most suitable choice. As for halting his advance, that was utterly out of the question. Su Sanyan was in dire need of precious elixirs, and even more so, the enhancement of his cultivation. If only he had attained the foundational level of cultivation at this moment, allowing him to refine the blood demon hidden within Dafan Town, everything would have been significantly simpler. Alas, in the afternoon, Su Sanyan walked towards the west of the city, where the former encampment of the Yelong Society had transformed into a branch of the Guanshan Knife Society, with numerous robust men crowded inside, creating a cacophony of noise. As Su Sanyan stepped through the threshold, an immediate hush enveloped the courtyard, whereupon everyone clasped their hands in greeting, addressing the deputy leader with a respectful acknowledgement. Su Sanyan nodded, raising his gaze to sweep the room, and noticed the bearded man from earlier among them. He extended his hand and inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Wang Gang, your subordinate," replied the bearded man as he stepped forward. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, the name strikingly familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. "Come with me," she instructed. Wang Gang clasped his fists in acknowledgement, "Certainly." As they traversed the bustling streets, Su Sanyan spoke. "Take me to the county magistrate's residence." "Of course," Wang Gang replied, refraining from further inquiry as he led the way. The county magistrate held the esteemed position of second-in-command in Taiyan City, overseeing the soldiers and constables within its confines. His authority was subordinate only to that of the county governor, though their domains did not overlap. The governor merely held a slightly higher rank. The imperial court would never permit one individual to wield both civil and military control. Upon arriving at the magistrate's residence, Wang Gang approached and rapped on the door. Shortly thereafter, a voice called out from within, "Who goes there?" Su Sanyan calmly stated, "In the realm of the Guanshan Dagger Society. Su Sanyan has come to discuss a business matter with Lord Zhu." Chapter 20. The Moon Viewing Pavilion. The county magistrate was named Zhu Yong, a fact that Su Sanyan had previously gleaned from Wang Lizi. Upon entering, he was directed to the hall to wait, and even without a cup of tea offered, Su Sanyan remained undisturbed, immersing himself in the appreciation of the calligraphy adorning the walls. Of course, if this could indeed be considered an art form, Su Sanyan felt that even two chickens scratching at grains would produce something more commendable than his own writing. It was hard to believe that such characters could be crafted by human hands. In a sense, it represented the pinnacle of artistry. It was not until an hour later that Zhu Yong strode in, taking his seat at the head of the table, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he mockingly remarked, "Oh, what is this? Have you, a bunch of Northwesterners, extinguished the Yelong Society and are now preparing to take action against me?" Su Sanyan was not surprised that Zhu Yong was aware of this news. He had never intended to conceal it, nor could he. "This calligraphy of yours is quite remarkable. I wonder if you would consider parting with it?" Su Sanyan said, feigning innocence as he pointed to the four large characters "Heaven rewards the diligent" inscribed on the wall, which bore Zhu Yong's signature below. Zhu Yong grinned. "What on earth did I even write? You wish to acquire it? How much are you willing to pay?" Su Sanyan extended a finger. 1,002? Zhu Yong raised an eyebrow. Su Sanyan shook his head. 100,000 taels. Zhu Yong's expression changed dramatically, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, "Bring me some tea." "Damn it. Guests have arrived, and no one thought to serve them. Go fetch my Mingqian tea." Su Sanyan turned and seated herself on the chair, indicating that there was no need for the adults to trouble themselves. She would merely sit for a moment before departing. Zhu Yong inquired, "Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Su Sanyan shook his head, assuring that there was no need for concern. The adult merely needed to enjoy tea at home and indulge in reading, without attending to any matters. Tomorrow, he would deliver a deposit of 50,000 taels, with the remaining half to be presented in full upon the successful completion of the task. Zhu Yong furrowed his brow in disbelief, questioning, "Is it truly that simple?" Su Sanyan chuckled and remarked, "It's as simple as that. The adults need not do anything, and of course, it would be best if their subordinates refrained from taking any action as well." The meaning of Su Sanyan is quite evident. He is advising him to restrain the troops under his command and to refrain from intervening in any matters, even in the face of directives from the county magistrate. Zhu Yong naturally comprehends his intent and, after a moment of contemplation, softly inquires about Wangwei Tower. Su Sanyan nodded. No problem. As long as the chief accountant remains unscathed, the rest will be entrusted to my elder brother." Zhu Yong patted his chest in assurance, transitioning from calling him a Northwesterner to now referring to him as brother. 100,000 taels of silver is indeed a substantial sum. Wu Ju had devoted himself diligently to plundering in the yellow sands for decades, yet had accumulated only around 400,000 taels in total. Naturally, Su Sanyan felt no remorse, as it was not his own money at stake. Moreover, once they consumed the business of Wangwei Tower, the Guanshan Knife Society would ascend to become one of the most formidable powers in Taiyan City, further solidifying his unassailable position. At that point, He would possess the confidence to engage and trade with the gang. All his efforts were ultimately directed towards the precious medicine. Sanyan rose and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my dear brother." Zhu Yong, with great exuberance, replied, "Ah, there is no need for such formality between us brothers. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak up." Sanyan understood that nothing comes without a cost. Furthermore, he inquired if his elder brother happened to possess any precious medicinal herbs, expressing his willingness to purchase them at a premium of 30%. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yong hesitated for a moment. Being a martial artist, he indeed had a need for such herbs. After some contemplation, he decided to part with one, stating that he would have someone bring it to him. Zhu Yong was not concerned about Sanyan taking advantage of him, for within the confines of Tian City, he possessed that confidence. "Thank you." Sanyan emerged from the Zhu residence, clutching the precious medicine. Once Zhu Yong resolved the matter at hand, the rest would be far more manageable. The Wangyue Tower merely relied on its connection with the scribe, which deterred others from challenging it. In terms of strength, it was indeed the weakest among the four major factions. "Deputy Leader, have you come to an agreement?" Wang Gang awaited outside the door. "Yes. Let us proceed and discuss with the leader." Sanyan still had no intention of taking matters into her own hands. Such tasks could be entrusted to Song Qianlai, given his formidable prowess. Moreover, this was a matter concerning the entire gang, leaving him no grounds for refusal. In the evening, at the headquarters of the Guanshan Knife Society, Sanyan and Song Qian sat across from each other, leisurely savoring their tea. Sanyan set down his teacup. "I will advance 100,000 taels of silver. Once the gang reaps the benefits, they may reimburse me." Song Qian furrowed his brow, expressing concern about our entanglement with the authorities, fearing that our future days will not be easy. "Leader, we cannot afford to take on the moonlit pavilion. Everyone is wary of our growing power. Once our plans come to fruition, we shall share half of the profits with Zhu Yong. He will surely ensure our safety." Sanyan observed his continued indecision and spoke again. "Rest assured, my leader. The chief clerk poses no threat to us. He wields neither military power nor significant cultivation. What can he truly accomplish?" Song Qian fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, and then, with a forceful clap of his hands, declared, "Let's proceed. My esteemed brother, what do you propose we do?" "We shall plunge into the moonlit pavilion under the cover of darkness and eliminate those in charge within. We can simply take control thereafter." Sanyan's approach remained straightforward and unrefined. He lacked the leisure to methodically annex. Perhaps such haste would sow seeds for future troubles. Yet he gave no thought to what lay ahead. As long as he could swiftly breach the realm of the celestial beings, he would be free from any repercussions. "Very well, when shall we execute our plan?" Once Song Qian resolved to act, he grew increasingly eager. "Tomorrow night." On the following day, Sanyan personally delivered 50,000 taels of silver to Zhu Yong, simultaneously establishing an agreement. Upon the successful completion of their endeavor, Zhu Yong would acquire a 50% stake in Wangyue Tower, with the stipulation that no one was to disturb them that night. Whether it be the White Horse Gang, the Tsang Gang, or even the chief scribe himself, Zhu Yong was to intercept them all. That very evening, Sanyan and Song Qian, accompanied by over 100 members of the Guanshan Knife faction, arrived before a 4-story pavilion in the southern part of the city. This was the residence of Wangyue Tower, the largest brothel in Tian City. "Remember, no harm should come to the guests. We must ensure our future dealings here," Sanyan reiterated one last time. The crowd nodded in agreement, having discussed this prior to their arrival. "Now, let us commence." Sanyan took the lead, forcefully kicking open the grand doors of Wangyue Tower. Behind him, a throng of swordsmen surged forward, causing an immediate uproar within. "Who are you? Do you have any idea where you are?" A voice rang out, as someone recognized them, shouting, "They are from the Guanshan Blade Society. Brothers, arm yourselves." Sanyan and Song Qian disregarded the individuals below and ascended directly to the 4th floor, where the steward of Wangyue building resided. The other party evidently sensed something amiss, and the three encountered each other in the stairwell. "Song Qian, are you courting death? Are you unaware of whose property Wangyue building is?" A middle-aged man said with a grim expression. Song Qian tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. "Jiang Chongyun, spare me the pleasantries. I've come this far. Do you truly believe you can persuade me to turn back?" "Humph. Song Qian, do you genuinely think you have me at your mercy?" Jiang Chongyun replied, unperturbed. For their strengths were closely matched, and the outcome remained uncertain. Su Sanyan observed the cautious demeanor of the two individuals, then glanced at the chaotic scene below and murmured, "Master, let us conclude this swiftly. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for them." Chapter 21, The White Horse Gang. With a thunderous roar, Song Qian charged into the fray on the staircase, and Su Sanyan unsheathed his blade, rushing forward. It was imperative to deal with Jiang Chongyun without delay. The Wangyue Tower housed two practitioners of internal energy, one overseeing the gambling den and the other the brothel. Taking advantage of their unguarded moment, they struck down one. Even if the other arrived, they would be unable to stir up any significant turmoil. Su Sanyan swung his long blade, accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, heading straight for Jiang Chongyun's left arm. Song Qian, with a fierce expression, propelled himself off the railing of the staircase, delivering a powerful downward strike. Caught in a moment of indecision, Jiang Chongyun stamped his feet heavily on the wooden stairs, which groaned under the immense force of the martial artist's internal energy, threatening to splinter. Perish! Song Qian's blade was almost upon him. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Chongyun summoned a surge of energy to his long knife. The clash reverberated like a bell, and both warriors were forced to retreat a step. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Sanyan struck with a blade that flickered like a venomous serpent, targeting Jiang Chongyun's heart while he was still recovering from his previous exertions. Ha! Jiang Chongyun's expression shifted dramatically as he relinquished his long knife, retreating swiftly. With the blade serving as a barrier, he narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Despicable! Jiang Chongyun glared fiercely at Su Sanyan, condemning him for his lack of martial ethics in resorting to a treacherous sneak attack. Su Sanyan pressed her lips together lightly, her eyes narrowing slightly, yet she remained silent as she charged forward once more. Song Qian bellowed, "Jiang Chongyun, today marks your demise." Jiang Chongyun was already at a disadvantage against the two, and now, devoid of any weapon, he felt a surge of anxiety and contemplated retreat. The sudden arrival of these northwestern ruffians caught him entirely unprepared. Had the Wangyue Tower engaged in a proper confrontation with the Guanshan Blade Society, the outcome would have been uncertain. How infuriating! Jiang Chongyun's heart brimmed with resentment. It had been years since such chaos erupted in Tian City. The smaller factions frequently shifted allegiances, yet the three major gangs had remained unscathed. For nearly a decade, Wangyue Tower had thrived, only to be extinguished by a burgeoning gang. Song Qian, the master of records, will not spare you. Jiang Chongyun roared, his feet already propelling him toward the third-floor window. He sought to flee. Stop him at once. Su Sanyan shouted urgently. Naturally, Song Qian could not allow him to escape unscathed. With a swift motion of his shoulder, he lunged forward, followed closely by Su Sanyan, albeit at a slightly slower pace. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Song Qian kicked Jiang Chongyun back. Su Sanyan's eyes sparkled with opportunity. In an instant, her wrist twisted, drawing her blade in a reverse grip, the sharp edge slicing across Jiang Chongyun's throat. "You!" Jiang Chongyun clasped his hands around his gushing neck, his dim eyes filled with disbelief, as if he could not fathom that he was to perish in such a manner. Su Sanyan, unwilling to endure his futile prattle, thrust her arm forward, the blade piercing through his heart and emerging from his back. "Surrender, and you shall not perish," Su Sanyan proclaimed from her elevated perch. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, many members of the Wangyue Tower lost their resolve to continue the fight, opting instead to surrender. Numerous guests, peering cautiously from their hiding places, were reassured by Su Sanyan, who addressed them with a calming tone. "I apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed guests. This evening, all expenses will be borne by the Guanshan Knife Association as a gesture of goodwill. We sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence again in the future." "Thank you, leader," came a voice from the crowd. Song Qian's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort, yet he chose to remain silent. Su Sanyan's gaze flickered slightly as she pointed at Song Qian, explaining, "This is our esteemed leader of the Guanshan Sword Society, Master Song." Only then did Song Qian's expression soften a bit. Su Sanyan turned her head and said, "Chief, let us not hesitate. Let us seize the opportunity and take down those casinos as well." "Very well." Song Qian nodded in agreement. They left a few individuals to clean up the battlefield while the rest proceeded towards the casinos. Meanwhile, the chief clerk Fong received word and, with a face full of fury, made his way toward Wangyue Tower, accompanied by a throng of constables, his entire contingent of available forces. Just as he was nearing Wangyue Tower, he was intercepted by Zhu Yong and his men. "Master Fong, where are you headed?" Caught off guard, Fong's face darkened as he replied, "Lord Zhu, There has been an attack on Wangyue Tower. I am leading my men to apprehend the culprits. Zhu Yong shook his head, smiling. No need for your intervention, Lord Fong. I am currently pursuing the thieves myself, and to prevent their escape, no one is permitted to enter. Fong's eyes glinted with anger. He understood now that Zhu Yong was backing the situation. Lord Zhu, is your approach not rather unbecoming? Zhu Yong, feigning ignorance, responded. What do you mean, Lord Fong? It is my duty to apprehend the thieves and maintain peace within the city. This matter does not seem to fall under your jurisdiction, does it? Seized by frustration, Fong retorted, do you think Wangyue Tower belongs solely to me? I assure you, even the county magistrate is quite concerned about this matter. With no other recourse, Fong resorted to invoking the authority of the magistrate. Zhu Yong remained unperturbed. The two were of different ranks and commanded separate domains. Although the magistrate outranked him, he felt invulnerable in this scenario. I do not comprehend your intentions, Lord Fong. If there is nothing further, I kindly suggest you return. I shall not see you off. Zhu Yong extended his hand with a smile. In a fit of rage, Fong realized that with Zhu Yong blocking his path, he could not proceed. He could only issue a fierce threat. Lord Zhu, very well. With the uprising in the south led by Prince Rue, I believe the county magistrate will recommend you for suppression duties. I advise you to tread carefully. Zhu Yong chuckled. It is my duty to serve the nation. I must thank the county magistrate for the recommendation. He scoffed inwardly, thinking such significant matters were beyond the scope of a mere magistrate. Humph. Fong, unable to intimidate him, snorted and left in a huff. On the other side, within the headquarters of the White Horse Gang, four individuals sat in a hall, sipping tea. One of them remarked, Elder brother, those men from the northwest have attacked Wangyue Tower. It must be under Zhu Yong's orders. The leader of the White Gang, calm and composed, continued to sip his tea, unperturbed. Let them create a commotion, as long as it does not threaten our business. A round-faced man hesitated, expressing concern. Elder brother, what if chaos ensues and affects our horse trading? What if deliveries to Prince Rue are delayed? The leader's gaze suddenly turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the speaker. Silence. Should I hear those two words again, I shall tear your mouth apart. The round-faced man realized he had misspoken, his expression tightening as he hastily fell silent. Engaging in treasonous affairs with the rebels could cost him his head. There was no room for carelessness. The leader spoke softly, advising that they should proceed as necessary without concern for others. The Guanshan Blade Society would not dare to act against them. As long as he was present, the Baima gang would forever remain the foremost power in Tian City. Indeed, the three felt considerably reassured, for the rumors circulating about the leader by nearing the realm of celestial beings were known to them as mere whispers. In truth, he had already transcended that threshold. In this city of Tian, reaching the celestial realm was tantamount to attaining the divine. Chapter 22. Intermediate internal energy as dawn broke. Everything had settled into silence. Sanyan made his way home, clutching 3 precious medicinal herbs that he had unearthed from the moonlit tower. To his astonishment, Jiang Chongyun had amassed such a considerable collection. With these 3 herbs, his qi had ascended to 7 points, bringing the intermediate stage of internal energy within reach. Once he thoroughly assimilated the treasures from the moonlit tower, Sanyan would possess the confidence to negotiate with and an endless supply of medicinal herbs would follow. On the expansive, desolate street, a figure suddenly materialized, clad in a black and white patterned robe that accentuated his tall and elegant stature. The visitor spoke with a calm demeanor. Brother Su, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Sanyan came to a halt, his mind swirling with contemplation, his fingers gently resting upon the hilt of his sword. Might I inquire if you are the esteemed leader Bai? Indeed, Brother Su is truly astute. Bai Wuxiao emerged from the morning mist, revealing a visage of middle age, adorned with a subtle smile. Sanyan furrowed his brow. The individual before him emanated a subtle yet palpable aura. Merely standing there, he instilled within Su a profound sense of entrapment. This person's prowess surpassed his own by far. A transcendent being. Sanyan's expression was grave. Bai Wuxiao did not deny it. After all, Su, having only recently arrived in Tian, had already managed to absorb both the Yelong Society and the Wangyue Tower, a feat not to be underestimated. What brings the leader of the Bai gang to me? I believe I have not offended you in any way, Sanyan remarked cautiously. Bai Wuxiao shook his head with a faint smile. Neither the Yelong Society nor the Wangyue Tower seems to have wronged you, have they? He then continued, rest assured. I am not here to harm you, but rather to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Sanyan was taken aback. This is not an appropriate place for discussion. Please follow me. Bai Wuxiao gestured politely. Sanyan found himself devoid of options and had no choice but to accompany him. The two arrived at a quaint loft, where a sumptuous meal had already been prepared. Please, have a seat. Once seated, Bai Wuxiao remained silent, engrossed in his meal, since he was in no hurry. Sanyan mirrored his calm demeanor, yet refrained from picking up his chopsticks. After a brief moment, Bai Wuxiao lifted a handkerchief to dab at the corner of his mouth, glanced at Sanyan, and with a light chuckle remarked, "Indeed, Brother Su, you possess remarkable composure. The esteemed Bai has invited me here not merely for a meal, I presume." "Certainly not," Bai Wuxiao replied, producing two rare medicinal herbs from his bosom and presenting them to Sanyan. "I have heard that you have an affinity for such treasures. Consider this a token of our first meeting." Upon hearing these words, Sanyan felt a tightening in his chest. He had conducted an investigation into himself. Upon opening it, he confirmed it was indeed a precious medicine, and without hesitation, he tucked it into his bosom. "What is it that you seek? Please speak freely, Chief Bai." Bai Wuxiao, no longer beating around the bush, stated plainly, "I will assist you in ascending to the position of the chief of the Guanshan Blade Society, and in return, you shall remit half of the society's monthly profits to me." He was an emissary of Prince Rie, tasked with procuring military funds, horses, and other supplies for the prince's army. Absorbing the Wanyue Tower and the Yelong Society into the Guanshan Blade Society undoubtedly presented an advantageous alliance. While he possessed the capability to assimilate the Guanshan Blade Society, such an overt act would attract undue attention from the authorities, risking exposure. The city of Tyne, located in Lizhou, lies to the west of the Qi Kingdom and is not yet under Prince Rui's dominion. Therefore, discretion in actions is paramount, making cooperation the most prudent course of action. Sanyan unconsciously narrowed his eyes. Little did the White Leader know, the Nightlang Association's business was predominantly controlled by Lord Zhao of the Salt and Iron Department, who claimed a staggering 75%, while Lord Zhu took half of the profits from the Wangwei Tower. The share that fell to the Guanshan Knife Association was scarcely substantial. The White Leader chuckled and shook his head, remarking that he had no idea how much silver the Wanyue Tower and the Nightlang Association could amass in a month. Even a mere 10% profit would represent an unimaginable figure. Since ancient times, salt, iron, tea, brothels, and gambling houses have served as vast treasuries. And once they find their footing, one will truly comprehend the extent of their lucrativeness. Sanyan suddenly realized that it was her own act of pocketing all these items that had drawn the attention of the White Horse Gang. Sanyan fell silent for a moment before lifting his head to inquire, "What benefits might I gain?" Bai Wuxiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a note of admiration. "Your courage is commendable. To be aware of your status as a celestial being yet still dare to negotiate, should I deem you foolish or simply unaware? In collaboration, a win-win scenario is essential for longevity, wouldn't you agree?" Sanyan replied with a smile. Bai Wuxiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, what is it that you desire?" "Treasure herbs. I wish to receive 5 stocks each month, and I shall offer the White Horse Gang 60% of the profits." After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wuxiao remarked, 5 stocks are not overly difficult. With the support of the Rue King, I can procure them. Let us settle on 4. Bai Wuxiao instinctively began to negotiate. Without the slightest hesitation, Sanyan agreed to the deal. Bai Wuxiao was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Very well, within 3 days. Song Qian will meet an untimely demise. Be prepared to take over. Of course, Chief Bai, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Sanyan rose to his feet. "Walk carefully." Upon returning home, Sanyan gazed at the 5 precious herbs in his hands, a smile spreading across his face. The notions of the Guanshan Knife Society and the position of chief held no significance for him. With these precious herbs, such matters were easily within reach. After consuming the 5 herbs, his qi reached 9 points. With a mere thought, he elevated it. 15 minutes later, feeling the surge of internal energy, which had increased more than double, he was filled with joy. Not only had his internal energy grown, but his physical prowess had also improved significantly. He had successfully caught up to Song Qian, advancing to the intermediate level of internal energy. Having expended 8 points of qi, he had only 1 point remaining on his panel. Starting next month, Zhao Zhongyang would provide him with 2 precious herbs, Bai Wuxiao would grant him 4. And with the natural growth of an additional point of qi each month, that would amount to 7 points in total. If he were to procure a few more herbs from the Shin Society, he could potentially gather 10 points. within 3 months. He should be able to step into the realm of the celestial being. Sanyan rose to his feet, preparing to assist with the preparations. At that moment, the chieftain's wife approached, swaying her hips gracefully. "Fourth master, have you dined yet?" Sanyan, in a pleasant mood, approached her and embraced her gently. He playfully touched her and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Are you hungry?" The lady of the stronghold lowered her head, replying, "It's too early." "Ha ha." With a smile, Sanyan walked towards the door. The lady of the household could not help but sigh as she watched his retreating figure, realizing that the fourth master was far superior to that old fellow Wu Ju. In the Jingjai Hall, Sanyan's visit this time was markedly different from the last. As soon as he announced his name, the steward hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Ah, Master Su, what brings you here?" Sanyan smiled and inquired, "Do you recognize me?" "Oh, the news of the change of ownership at Wangwei Tower has spread throughout the city. How could I not have heard of it?" "What brings you here?" the innkeeper asked cautiously. "I am here to purchase treasures," Sanyan replied with a smile playing at the corners of her lips. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper invited Sanyan to a private room upstairs, personally preparing tea. "Esteemed leader, I am not in a position to make decisions regarding this matter. Please have a seat here while I fetch the leader," he said. Sanyan nodded, and he did not touch the tea on the table. Chapter 23, Just a Deceased. Before long, the deputy leader of the association, Sun Lianhai, approached briskly, his laughter preceding his appearance. "Ha ha ha, Brother Su, your esteemed presence is a delight. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar." Sanyan did not presume to be overly familiar. He stood up to greet the leader. "Oh, please refrain from such formalities. Just call me Brother Sun," Sun Lianhai replied with a warm demeanor, his round face slightly plump and clad in a deep purple robe, embodying the essence of a businessman. "Brother Sun," Sanyan said courteously, clasping his hands in respect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Lianhai inquired, "Are you interested in purchasing precious medicine?" "My dear Brother Su?" Sanyan nodded, affirming that the more, the better. The price was of no concern. He beseeched Brother Sun for assistance. Sun Lianhai furrowed his brow, cautioning that while this precious medicine was indeed beneficial, it was advisable for martial artists to consume it sparingly. Sanyan was perplexed. Why? The cultivation of a martial artist is fundamentally a process of honing oneself. Relying on precious elixirs for nourishment may yield swift progress in the short term, yet over time, it could lead to a fragile foundation, making further advancement increasingly difficult. Typically, one would require merely one herb per month to attain a solid level of inner energy cultivation, as Sun Lianhai kindly advised. Sanyan nodded silently, understanding the situation. However, he was different. He had attachments and no such concerns. "Thank you, my friend. But my intentions extend beyond mere self-interest. To be candid, I have at home, who, regrettably, is paralyzed and confined to his bed, unable to move a single step. Only a precious elixir can sustain his life. Alas, circumstances compel me." Sanyan feigned a troubled sigh, completely oblivious to the fact that he had consumed the 3 precious herbs Wu Ju had prepared for his son. Sun Lianhai's expression grew stern, and he regarded Su with newfound respect. "So it was, Su, my dear brother, embodies profound loyalty and righteousness, worthy of admiration. Henceforth, let us allocate 2 precious herbs to you each month, one to sustain your life, and the other for your cultivation." Sanyan shook her head, fearing it might not suffice. "What about 3 plants each month?" Sun Lianhai hesitated for a moment, pondering deeply before responding. "That poses a challenge. Currently, the outer regions of Longlu Mountain have been nearly depleted of precious herbs. We receive less than 10 specimens each month, and the county magistrate and others require 6 or 7 of them. Furthermore, the White Horse Gang and our own people also have their needs. 2 plants would already be the utmost limit." Sanyan produced a banknote and handed it over, urging his elder brother to devise a solution. Sun Lianhai restrained Sanyan's hand, saying, "My dear brother, it is not a matter of money." Sanyan frowned, offering double the price. Sun Lianhai, observing his steadfast determination, pondered for a moment and replied, "Alas, my dear brother, do as you wish. Let us see how many precious herbs can be gathered next month. As for the doubled price, it is unnecessary." "Thank you," Sanyan said with a respectful gesture. Subsequently, the two exchanged money for goods, selling him 2 precious herbs at the price of 9,000 taels each. Just as Sanyan was about to depart, he suddenly recalled a matter and inquired, "Brother, Do you happen to know of any sects dedicated to the cultivation of immortality in the state of Qi? Sanyan tilted his head in contemplation and replied, "It is said that there are several esteemed members of the royal family in Qi who serve as revered figures, rumored to be legendary immortals. However, the veracity of such claims is beyond the grasp of a mere mortal like myself." Sanyan nodded slightly and clasped his hands in farewell. The circumstances within the realm of cultivation remain uncertain. However, judging by the blood magic body of the Ma family's ancestor, it is unlikely to be peaceful. The blood magic body is insatiable in its thirst for blood and murder, and it requires the hearts of men to establish its foundation, embodying a malevolence that knows no bounds. As Sanyan returned to the headquarters of the Guanshan Knife Society, the sky had begun to dim. Song Qian was seated at the table, engrossed in the account books, his face beaming with joy. Upon noticing Su's arrival, Song Qian greeted him with a broad smile. "My dear brother Su, can you guess how much revenue the Wangyue Tower generates each month?" "How much?" Su inquired. With uncontainable delight, Song Qian replied, "Including the brothel and the gambling den, we rake in a staggering 150,000 taels of silver monthly. After deducting half for Zhu Yong, we still retain approximately 70,000 taels." Such an astounding sum? Sanyan was momentarily taken aback. After deducting the various expenses for daily maintenance, he could still manage to save around 40 to 50,000 taels. However, most of that would soon find its way into the coffers of the White Horse Gang. Song Qian chuckled, remarking that gambling houses were even more lucrative than brothels, as those gamblers, blinded by their losses, were willing to stake anything, even sending their wives and daughters directly to the brothels. Sanyan had also heard that once a person becomes addicted to gambling, it is exceedingly difficult to break free from its grasp. No matter how vast one's wealth may be, it will inevitably be squandered. Sanyan's visit was not merely for the purpose of scrutinizing the accounts. He poured himself a cup of tea and inquired, "Master, may I ask where Deputy Master Song has gone?" Song Qian, concealing his smile, lifted his gaze to glance at him and replied, "Some personal matters." "Did you come here for a specific reason, Brother Su?" Sanyan shook his head, dismissing any concerns merely driven by curiosity. He feared that after the leader had slain Song Qian, Song's deputy would seek revenge, prompting him to acquire some information in advance, unbeknownst to Song Qian, who remained blissfully immersed in his recent triumphs. His days were numbered. Following the destruction of the Wangyue Tower and the Yelong Society, he had obtained several martial arts manuals, which lay on a nearby bookshelf. Yet he had not found the time to organize them. Sanyan approached and casually perused their contents. Flowing Moon was a technique of swordsmanship, graceful and elusive, akin to the serene moon reflected upon water, leaving one in a state of perplexity. Light Steps was a method of movement, excelling in short-distance agility. He had yet to study this particular technique, but opened it to examine. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from outside. "Leader, the deputy leader has returned." Sanyan stood before the bookshelf, cradling a tome in her hands, and slightly turned her head to glance towards the door. A woman clad in azure attire appeared, her slender waist adorned with a long, straight blade. Her countenance, though beautiful, bore an air of sternness as she fixed her gaze intently upon Sanyan. Song Qian rose with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Come. Allow me to introduce you. This is Sanyan, and this is my sister, Songzhu. Greetings, Master Song." She acknowledged with respect. Sanyan smiled warmly, displaying his customary politeness towards beautiful women, for who does not appreciate a pleasing visage? Alas, it is regrettable that she may not have long to live. Even if Bai Wuxia spares her, Sanyan would not show her mercy. Songzhu resembled a fleeting ephemeron, captivating yet elusive. The reputation of the esteemed Su, indeed, is formidable. Upon entering the city, one hears of his audacious conquest of the Wangyue Tower and the Yelong Society. A truly remarkable feat. Songzhu, seemingly unsettled, spoke with a sharpness that betrayed her discontent. Sanyan shook his head with a smile, saying that the leader of the Song gang was overly complimentary. He then turned to Song Qian and remarked, "I shall not disturb your reunion any longer. I bid you farewell." With that, he turned and departed. There was no need to dwell on trivialities with a man nearing his end. Once Sanyan had walked far enough away, Song Qian admonished, "Since Brother Su's arrival, life in the gang has improved significantly. You ought to show him more courtesy." Songzhu, dismissively curling her lips, thought to herself that the brothers in the gang were undoubtedly contemplating making him the leader, and she wondered whether the Guanshan Brotherhood would carry the surname Song or Su. Song Qian shook his head, choosing not to linger on that topic, and grasped Song Zhu's arm, inquiring, "How is the investigation progressing?" Song Zhu nodded and replied in a hushed tone, "It's nearly certain. Someone has witnessed it firsthand." Song Qian struck the table with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Haha, our fortunes are turning. Dear sister, once the gang stabilizes, we shall venture forth together." "Indeed," Song Zhu affirmed with a nod. Su Sanyan stood outside the courtyard wall, his gaze subtly shifting before he quietly departed. He had always been curious about where Song Zhu had gone. Each time he inquired, Song Qian would deftly evade the topic, revealing that there was indeed a hidden secret. Chapter 24. The Position of the Leader. Given this situation, it was imperative that Bai Wuxia did not eliminate Song Zhu, for that would sever the thread of clues. Su Sanyan lifted his footsteps and approached the Bai residence. Upon arriving at the Bai estate, he did not enter through the main gate. Instead, he scaled the surrounding wall and stealthily made his way towards the backyard. "Brother Su, visiting at such a late hour. Is there something amiss?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Su Sanyan was not surprised. It would have been truly remarkable had Bai Wuxia failed to notice him. Su Sanyan slowly turned around to inform Chief Bai that Deputy Chief Song had returned. Bai Wuxia chuckled and asked, "What? Are you afraid that I won't be able to deal with them?" Su Sanyan shook his head. The esteemed leader Bai was in a realm of extraordinary prowess, effortlessly capable of eliminating the two as one would pluck a flower. "I beseech you, esteemed leader Bai, to spare Song Zhu's life." Bai Wuxia gazed up at the heavens, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke. "I have heard that Song Qian's sister is a rare beauty, and it appears to be true. Even a hero like Brother Su cannot bring himself to harm her. Very well, I shall grant her reprieve. Thank you, esteemed leader Bai." After Su Sanyan expressed his gratitude and took his leave, Bai Wuxia did not attempt to retain him. Upon returning to his room, the chieftain's wife arrived punctually, as if adhering to a schedule. "Fourth master, are you asleep?" She softly called from outside the door. Sighing quietly, Su Sanyan considered suggesting that she take a rest as well, but refrained from voicing it, feeling it might be too hurtful. "Please, come in." As the door swung open, the moonlight illuminated the chieftain's wife, who was draped in a delicate light brown veil that barely concealed her vital areas, rendering her curvaceous form all the more tantalizing. Beneath the sheer fabric, a deep purple undergarment was distinctly visible, and she wore a pair of azure-patterned shoes, her voluptuous thighs quivering slightly with her movements. Her long hair was casually gathered with a hairpin, while a few stray strands danced around her cheeks, enhancing her mature allure. Su Sanyan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, the chieftain's wife was a woman of many talents, displaying an array of styles without repetition over the course of these many days. "Please, sit down," Su Sanyan urged. Patting the couch, the chieftain's wife appeared somewhat bashful, lifting her arm to veil her face with delicate gauze, her gaze a blend of timidity and invitation, as if it could draw one in like a silken thread. Su Sanyan secretly reflected, resolving never to act so hastily again, for it was a close call indeed. The bed creaked throughout the night. The following morning, De Huangya rushed in with urgency, exclaiming, "Fourth master, a calamity has struck. Chief Song is dead." Su Sanyan forcefully pushed away the heavy thigh pressing down on her, springing to her feet with remarkable speed. Had Bai Wuhua acted last night, the mistress of the stronghold let out a soft groan, turning her head away to resume her slumber. Su Sanyan rose from his slumber and donned his attire, making his way towards the headquarters alongside the imposing De Huangya. Upon his arrival, chaos reigned. The lifeless body of Song Qian lay scattered throughout the courtyard. The term scattered was apt, for the head had been severed, the headless corpse resting quietly on the ground, while the severed head was placed on a nearby table. Song Zhu's eyes were inflamed with fury, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her small hands clenched into tight fists, brimming with hatred as she turned to Su Sanyan. "Return my brother's life," she cried out, drawing her long knife with a fierce determination, and, in a frenzy, she charged at Su Sanyan with the intent to strike. Su Sanyan raised her blade in defense, exclaiming, "It was not I who killed the leader." However, Song Zhu was beyond reason, her mind clouded by hatred. Having harbored resentment towards Su Sanyan for some time, she firmly believed that the matter could not be disentangled from her. The siblings had lived harmoniously for several years. But with Su Sanyan's arrival, everything had shifted. Now, with the brother deceased, it seemed that Su Sanyan was the sole beneficiary of this tragedy. Su Sanyan was perplexed. He had not revealed any weaknesses. The onlookers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. With the demise of their leader and the two deputy leaders embroiled in conflict, whom should they support? To be fair, they harbored a greater desire for Su Sanyan to ascend to the position of leader, as life had markedly improved for the brethren since his arrival. However, Songzhu, the sister of their deceased leader, had developed a rapport with them over time. Though her internal energy was merely at the initial stage, rendering her no match for Su Sanyan within a few exchanges. He had already placed his long blade against her neck. Songzhu, your brother's death bears no relation to me, nor do I possess the capability to eliminate him silently. Songzhu's expression turned despondent. Her earlier tumultuous emotions had clouded her judgment. Upon reflection, it was indeed true that Su Sanyan was not the adversary her brother had been. Yet she held an inexplicable conviction that he was inextricably linked to these events. Consider this, in the entirety of Tian City, it was Su Sanyan who had the ability to stealthily orchestrate the murder of their leader. Noticing her regain some composure, he lowered his blade. Songzhu's gaze shifted dramatically as she gritted her teeth and spat out 3 words. Bai Wuxia. Undoubtedly, the most formidable individual in Tian City was Bai Wuxia, the leader of the White Horse Gang. Rumors suggested he was on the verge of transcending mortal limitations, and it now appeared he may have already accomplished this feat. Had Bai Wuxiao achieved complete mastery of his internal energy, Song Qian would not have succumbed so easily, nor would Songzhu, residing not far away, have remained oblivious to the commotion. Su Sanyan shook her head and addressed the people behind her, instructing them to prepare a coffin and find an embalmer, so that the leader's final affairs could be properly attended to. Understood, De Huangyao replied, and departed with his companions. Meanwhile, Songzhu remained rooted in place, lost in thought, her mind adrift in contemplation. Su Sanyan sighed deeply and led the arrangements for the funeral. After a day filled with activity, they laid Song Qian to rest. Nearly 200 members of the Guanshan Knife Society stood solemnly in the Great Hall, while Su Sanyan and Songzhu occupied seats on either side, leaving the head position vacant. A nation cannot survive without its sovereign, and similarly, a gang cannot thrive without a leader. With Song Qian's demise, it was imperative to appoint a new chief. Wang Lizi glanced around, steeling himself before speaking. The sudden passing of our leader has left us in uncertainty regarding the identity of the murderer. However, the Guanshan Knife Society, a grand establishment, cannot afford to be without a captain. I propose that Vice Leader Su assume the role of leader. What say you? Songzhu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Wang Lizi. My brother's body has barely grown cold, and you are so eager to elevate him? What if he is the very one responsible for my brother's death? Wang Lizi flinched, instinctively retreating. He knew he could not offend Su Sanyan, nor could he afford to cross Songzhu. Wang Gang, his head bowed, stepped forward. Though Wang Lizi may be hasty, there is merit in his words. The Guanshan Knife Society is no longer what it once was. Our enterprise has grown significantly, and we require a decisive leader. Songzhu pressed his lips together. While he could dismiss Wang Lizi's opinion, Wang Gang was different. He had been a loyal confidant to his brother for 3 years and was regarded as a veteran within the gang. What do you all think? Songzhu surveyed the crowd. The members exchanged glances, and finally, one stepped forward. We feel the same. A cold smile crept across Songzhu's face as he grasped their intentions. They all wished for Su Sanyan to ascend. How laughable, he thought, that after just a month away, the empire my brother and I toiled to build is so readily surrendered. Wang Gang sighed inwardly. He still held affection for the Song siblings. Yet, the gang could not be governed solely by sentiment. Under their leadership, the Guanshan Knife Society had stagnated for over 2 years, nearly leading the brothers to ruin. In contrast, within less than a month of Su Sanyan's arrival, the gang had been revitalized, and the brothers now found themselves with surplus funds. This was the alignment of hearts and the inevitable trend. There was no alternative. Chapter 25. News of the strange Songzhu rose and cast one final glance at the courtyard where he had lived for several years, letting out a long sigh as he made his way out. From this day forth, I withdraw from the Guanshan Knife Society. Those who wish to follow me may do so. Those who do not, I shall not compel. I only hope that you will not come to regret your decision. Su Sanyan spoke. Vice Leader Song, there is no need for such formality. I harbor no intention of monopolizing the sect. If you are agreeable, we may jointly lead the association. What say you? Ha ha ha. Jointly lead the association? Songzhu laughed heartily, yet her expression was tinged with sorrow. Her clenched fists betrayed her agitation. the knuckles turning pale. No need for that. Thank you for your kind offer, Leader Su. I implore you to treat the disciples of the sect with kindness. Farewell. With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. With her brother deceased and their legacy usurped, a torrent of resentment surged within Song-Ju. She silently vowed, by Wuxia, Su Sanyan, await my return. I shall ensure you find no peace in your graves. She could not fathom how her brother's death could be unrelated to Su Sanyan. It was far too coincidental that he had perished shortly after Su's arrival. As she walked away, none of the disciples in the hall chose to accompany her. Alas, how has it come to this? Su Sanyan sighed, shaking her head, a twinge of sympathy stirring within her. Greetings, leader. Wang Lizi was the first to pledge his loyalty. Greetings, leader. The others soon followed suit, responding in unison. Su Sanyan waved his hand, indicating that the business of the Night Lang Association would continue to be led by Wang Lizi, while the gambling operations would be overseen by Wang Gang. As for the brothel, Su Sanyan surveyed the surroundings, uncertain to whom he should assign the task. Observing this, Wang Gang stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, Master, I would like to recommend someone. Who? Came the inquiry. Qian Dong, he replied. Su Sanyan had no recollection of the matter and casually waved his hand, indicating that as long as no mistakes were made, it would suffice. I am weary. Please tidy up this place. With that, Su Sanyan stepped away, followed closely by the large-toothed dog. Certainly, Su Sanyan was certainly not heading home. Rather, she was intent on keeping pace with Song-Ju, eager to discern her destination. After hastening a few steps, she observed Song-Ju meandering aimlessly along the lengthy street, ultimately entering a tavern. Su Sanyan concealed himself in the corner and addressed the large yellow-toothed man beside him. You may return for now. The large yellow-toothed man replied, Fourth Master. Why not allow me to stay and keep watch while you take a moment to rest? Su Sanyan shook her head. No need. Your abilities are too lacking. Dongwangya, slightly disheartened, replied. Then, Fourth Master, please take care. Su Sanyan stood at the street corner, contemplating whether to apprehend her first and interrogate her. As she pondered, Song-Ju emerged from the tavern, making her way directly towards the city gate. Su Sanyan stealthily followed in her wake. The two exited the city, and upon noticing the absence of bystanders, Su Sanyan decided to reveal her intentions. Leader Song, what a coincidence, Su Sanyan remarked with a smile. What do you want from me, Su Sanyan? Song-Ju replied, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. There is something that piques my curiosity. What did you mean by your conversation with your brother last night? Su Sanyan inquired, her eyes glimmering with amusement as she slowly drew her long sword, advancing closer. Song-Ju, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted, Did you eavesdrop on our discussion? Su Sanyan shook his head, deeming it inconsequential. Pray tell me what matter you speak of, and I shall grant you a chance for reprieve. How does that sound? You shall not escape. Song-Ju retorted, seething with rage, his feet shifting as his long blade pointed directly at Su Sanyan's heart. Why endure such anguish? Su Sanyan exerted force as he turned his body, simultaneously drawing his long sword, which produced a shower of sparks upon the clash of blades. Song-Ju, at a disadvantage in strength, then grasped his sword with both hands, twisting his body as he countered, causing the sparks to scatter as he forcefully slashed horizontally at Su Sanyan's long sword. Su Sanyan raised her long knife above her head. At the moment the dual blades clashed, she seized the opportunity to deliver a kick towards her opponent's vulnerable area. The woman's lower region was equally a target of utmost importance. Song-Ju's eyes widened with surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Sanyan would employ such a treacherous maneuver. Swiftly, she pivoted her body, evading the attack while simultaneously launching a kick, her delicate foot slicing through the air with a fierce intensity aimed directly at her adversary's heart. Su Sanyan leaned back to evade while simultaneously delivering a counterattack, landing a punch upon her abdomen. The impact was immensely powerful, striking deep enough to injure her internal organs. Song-Ju felt a sudden sweetness in her throat as a mouthful of blood erupted forth. She staggered to her feet, though her gaze remained fierce. She was clearly at the end of her strength. Su Sanyan approached leisurely, his expression calm. You share the news with me, and I shall let you go. You wish. Song-Ju reiterated her stance. One does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Su Sanyan possesses an array of methods to pry open her lips. After all, he hails from a background of banditry, devoid of any moral boundaries between good and evil, capable of committing any act. Abandon all hope, for even in death, I shall not divulge anything to you. Xu, recognizing her futile escape, suddenly pressed the blade against her neck, prepared to take her own life. Sanyan had long anticipated her move. In an instant, she twisted her wrist, sending the long blade flying from her grip, deftly striking it aside with precision. Simultaneously, she advanced swiftly and delivered a punch to her right arm, resulting in a resounding crack as it shattered upon impact. Ah! Xu cried out in pain. And seizing the opportunity as her mouth fell agape, Sanyan swiftly grasped her throat to prevent her from biting her tongue in despair. She then tore the hem of her garment, wadding it up and stuffing it into her mouth, before dislocating her left arm as well. Once she had completed these actions, a glimmer of wicked delight flickered in Sanyan's eyes. Heard you have quite the reputation in Tian City. How would you feel about being stripped bare and tossed onto the street? Xu struggled with all her might, emitting incoherent sounds of protest. Oh, are we excited now? Not so fast, Sanyan said, gently loosening her corset to reveal the pristine white undergarment beneath. You wouldn't still be an untouched maiden, would you? Despair and terror flooded Xu's eyes, as two streams of tears cascaded down her cheeks. Sanyan gently wiped her, speaking in a soothing tone. It's all right. It will hurt at first, but gradually it will become more comfortable. To an unsuspecting observer, it might have seemed as though the two were a young couple engaged in some peculiar antics. Unable to suppress her feelings any longer, Xu found herself struggling once more against the sensations coursing through her body. Sanyan ceased her inquiries and instead began to console her, assuring her that it was nothing to fret over. After all, it is a journey every woman must eventually traverse. I shall be more gentle with you. Sanyan gently caressed her cheek, bestowing a soft kiss upon it, his face adorned with a disturbingly joyous smile. So tender, he remarked, as he delicately tugged at the collar of her neck, removing the cloth from her mouth. This is your last chance. Should you remain silent, I shall take action. Ensuring the Song family's name echoes throughout Tian City, allowing its citizens to witness the exquisite form of the vice leader of the Guanshan Knife Society. I implore you, grant me a swift resolution. Xu's voice rasped, laden with emotion. Shielded by her brother's protection, she had never encountered such an ordeal, nor could she fathom the existence of someone as twisted as Sanyan. At this moment, thoughts of survival had abandoned her. She yearned only for an expeditious end. In Shannon Village, whispers of extraordinary occurrences had emerged. With that, Xu bowed her head, falling into silence. Sanyan's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Extraordinary phenomena in such a remote place. To think that this desolate region harbors such wonders." He insisted, "Speak in detail from beginning to end. I demand the entirety of the information. If you comply, I shall spare you." His tone unconsciously quickened, for the existence of such wonders could significantly influence the foundation of his cultivation, leaving no room for negligence. Xu, however, held no belief that he would truly grant her mercy. She merely wished for a swift demise. 2 months prior, my brother and I passed through Shannon Village, where we fortuitously heard of hauntings that had claimed several villagers' lives. Blood-red apparitions frequently appeared at night, prompting us to investigate, during which we uncovered clues regarding these extraordinary phenomena. Sanyan furrowed her brow, her curiosity piqued. As an ordinary mortal, how could she discern the extraordinary phenomena of the world? Do you possess the knowledge to differentiate such wonders? Chapter 26. The King Xu, enduring excruciating pain, spoke in a hoarse voice. Indeed, I can recognize them. The wonders of nature are birthed through the natural world, often arising in places imbued with heavy killing intent, lingering death energy, or abundant spiritual essence, or where resentful thoughts are entangled. Under certain rare circumstances, there lies a minuscule probability of these extraordinary entities coming into existence. You must have investigated the circumstances of Shannan Village. Do share, Sanyan stated, withdrawing her hand from her embrace as a gesture of respect. Xu breathed a sigh of relief. Through my inquiries, I have discovered that the location of Shannan Village was once the site of a great battle in the previous dynasty, where over 100,000 soldiers met their demise. After centuries of nurturing, it is plausible that a wonder may have emerged from this place. Plausible? Sanyan's brow knitted in concern. Xu shook her head. I have not witnessed it myself, yet I have a strong intuition that it resembles a wondrous entity. After a moment of contemplation, Sanyan pondered the characteristics of extraordinary objects. Xu reflected for a moment and replied, not necessarily. It could be a sword or a mere stone. Only upon encountering it can one truly recognize its essence. Sanyan nodded, remarking that as a mere mortal, what use would one have for extraordinary objects? Zhu, unwilling to speak further, closed her eyes and pressed her lips together, feeling that she had already said quite enough. Sanyan raised an eyebrow and slowly reached out to tug at her collar. Oh, it seems you are still addicted, aren't you? Zhu hurriedly opened her eyes. I insist, retract your hand. Sanyan withdrew his hand, gesturing for her to proceed. The extraordinary object possessed remarkable utility, with effects that varied greatly, yet undeniably held significant power. It is said that centuries ago, a young lad stumbled upon a curious artifact, an ancient wine cup, which each morning would invariably fill with a fine vintage. Sanyan inquired curiously, indeed, it is quite extraordinary, but what purpose does it serve? Zhu replied, if it were merely a fine wine of the mortal realm, it would indeed be of no consequence. However, this is a celestial brew, said to possess effects that surpass those of the most precious elixirs 100-fold. A single sip could elevate one to a new realm of existence. Sanyan's expression was one of astonishment. A new realm each day? Such a remarkable effect seems almost otherworldly. Upon further contemplation, it might be a case of exaggerated word of mouth, becoming increasingly absurd with each retelling. The miraculous brew that purportedly enhances one's cultivation could indeed be true, but the notion of consistently breaking through to a new level is truly terrifying. What became of that youth? Sanyan inquired, casting a sidelong glance. Zhu shook his head, stating, it is said he perished. The news of the extraordinary artifact inadvertently leaked, inciting countless celestial beings to vie for it, and ultimately, he was slain. Sanyan nodded, acknowledging that every extraordinary creation of the world is unparalleled, born from the exquisite craftsmanship of nature, possessing remarkable utility that inevitably evokes envy. Having concluded my words, I implored for a swift resolution. Zhu closed her eyes, unafraid of death. She merely lamented the inability to avenge her brother's murder. Sanyan nodded and finally uttered, your brother was truly not slain by my hand. Please remember to convey my regards when you descend. How could Sanyan's act of reuniting her siblings not be regarded as a benevolent deed? As her words fell, Sanyan drew in her breath and raised her hand, striking directly at Zhu's forehead. With eyes closed, Zhu awaited the arrival of death. At that moment, a shout echoed from afar, stop. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu's heart leapt, believing there was a glimmer of hope. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw a pair of meaty hands rapidly enlarging in her line of sight, and with a resounding thud, they struck her crown. Zhu uttered not a sound and fell to the ground, unmoving. Sanyan turned his head to see who was so discourteous as to shout recklessly in a public place. In the distance, a young man clad in simple garments rushed over. Upon seeing Zhu lying lifeless on the ground, his expression darkened. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? Sanyan narrowed his eyes and inquired, may I ask who you are? The young man, with his prominent sword-like eyebrows and piercing gaze, retorted, Umph. Do you think you are worthy of knowing my name? Sanyan nodded gently. Moments later, two lifeless bodies lay side by side on the ground. Sanyan tenderly closed Zhu's eyes, contemplating that finding a handsome companion for him in the afterlife might render his earthly journey worthwhile. This young man, emerging from the shadows, had dared to champion justice despite his modest cultivation. His survival thus far could only be attributed to divine favor. With everything resolved, a waning crescent moon rose on the horizon. At this moment, the city gates were shut, and Sanyan could only shake his head in resignation. The walls loomed high, patrolled by vigilant soldiers, leaving him no option but to spend the night outside the city. The following morning, as the gates opened, Sanyan returned home, where the chieftain's wife approached him briskly. Fourth master, you have returned, she exclaimed. Do you know the whereabouts of Shannon village? Sanyan inquired. The chieftain's wife shook her head, admitting she had never heard of it. Sanyan stepped out of her home and arrived at the headquarters of the gang, summoning Wang Gang to inquire about the location of Shannon village. It soon became apparent that the village was quite distant, approximately 70 to 80 miles away. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, as the matter at hand was of great significance, Sanyan resolved to set off immediately. Turning to Wang Gang, she instructed, gather 20 brothers to accompany me. We shall depart at once. Wang Gang hesitated slightly and asked, Master, what has transpired? Sanyan's eyelids drooped as he cast a cold glance at Wang Gang, who immediately broke into a sweat. I will summon them at once, his subordinate replied. Moments later, 20 individuals had gathered, and with a sweeping gesture from Sanyan, they set forth. The exact size of Shannon village remained uncertain, so it was prudent to bring along a larger group for the search. As for concerns about information leaking, Sanyan chuckled coldly to himself. With the people dead, the risk of any information being disclosed was non-existent. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of a village. Having traversed over 70 miles on horseback throughout the day, Sanyan stood upon the slope, gazing down at the tranquil and serene village below. In a gentle tone, he called upon the villagers to awaken. Suddenly, 20 fierce and formidable swordsmen surged into the village, provoking a cacophony of barking from the dogs. Many villagers, roused from their slumber, opened their doors to find a horde of horsemen brandishing swords charging towards them. "Bandits! There are bandits!" they cried. "Run for your lives!" One of the henchmen, displeased, shouted back, "You are the bandits. Your entire family are bandits. We are honorable heroes of the Green Forest." Sanyan stood upon the slope, observing the disarray within the village, and slowly urged his horse forward. Shannon village was modest in size. Upon careful reflection, he noted there were merely over 40 households, amounting to a mere 200 souls if one were to consider 4 individuals per family. To the south of the village lay a small clearing, where the inhabitants had been herded together. As Sanyan approached on horseback, he cast a glance over the terrified villagers and offered a gentle smile. "Fear not, esteemed villagers. We are not malevolent. We have merely come in search of a certain item. Pray, who is your village leader? I wish to speak with him." An elderly man, trembling with trepidation, stepped forth and fell to his knees with a thud, his face etched with despair. "Your Majesty," he implored, "we are but humble folk with nothing of value. I beseech you, spare us." "Your Majesty?" Sanyan pursed his lips, the title leaving him at a loss for words. "Rest assured, I am merely here to inquire about a few matters. Speak candidly. We are not bandits," he remarked, as he produced a silver ingot from his pocket and casually tossed it before the elder, adding that there was more to come. Chapter 27. The manifestation of curiosities. Upon witnessing this, the old village chief felt a slight sense of reassurance. It seemed that this group was indeed not bandits. However, he did not dare to accept the silver lying on the ground. Instead, he cautiously lifted his head and addressed the king. "Please, your highness, ask away." Sanyan sat astride his steed, his gaze lowered as he inquired, "I have heard that there have been reports of hauntings in this place recently, and several lives have been lost. Pray, elaborate on this matter." The old village chief heaved a sigh of relief, realizing the purpose of the visit. He promptly responded, "To be candid, your highness, the entire Zhao family has perished, 3 souls in total. Not long ago, a remarkably beautiful young lady also came to inquire about this." "The enchanting young lady? It must have been Xu. What did she do during her visit?" Sanyan asked. The village chief pondered for a moment before articulating. "She did little of note, merely spent a few days in the old bay ditch, and then surreptitiously unearthed the graves of the Zhao family. Subsequently, it seemed she sought some county records in the town." Sanyan gently shook her head, deeming the approach of self-proclaimed righteousness utterly foolish, its efficiency lamentably low. "How long has the Zhao family been dead?" "Over a month, one would presume. Their demise was horrifying, leaving them mere husks, with only a thin layer of skin clinging to bones." The old village chief spoke with lingering trepidation. "Take me to the Zhao family's abode," Sanyan commanded, as a throng of villagers trailed behind her. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, Sanyan had little expectation of uncovering anything extraordinary, for it was likely that Xu had already turned the place upside down in search of clues. Before a thatched hut, she pushed the door open and stepped inside, surveying the disarray. Various household items were haphazardly strewn together, and the bedding on the wooden bed lay in disheveled heaps. The entire room exuded an air of chaotic neglect. Sanyan stepped out of the house and inquired of the old village chief, "Since the Zhao family's demise, has anyone entered this dwelling?" The old village chief hesitated for a moment before responding, "Almost all the adults in the village have been here. Our village is small, and we all came together to assist with the Zhao family's funeral arrangements. Even that lovely young girl visited previously." Sanyan gently nodded. He had thoroughly searched Xu and found nothing. It seemed she had not discovered that peculiar object either. Why did Zhao Laosan's family meet such a mysterious demise while the other households in the village remained unscathed? Where did Zhao Laosan's family frequently visit? And had they exhibited any unusual behavior lately, or perhaps brought back something strange? The old village chief furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. Sanyan did not rush him, patiently awaiting his thoughts. Suddenly, a child's voice pierced the air, exclaiming with enthusiasm from behind, startling a nearby woman who turned pale with fear and hurriedly covered the child's mouth. The child, innocent and unaware, was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, prompting the woman to plead, "Your Majesty, please do not be angry." Sanyan smiled reassuringly and approached the child, producing a handful of silver coins. Bending down with kindness, she said, "Tell your brother, and he will give you all this money." The child's eyes sparkled with delight. Though young, he understood the value of silver. He selected the largest coin and clutched it tightly in his hand. Previously, Zhao Gangdan had discovered a beautiful little knife in Laoango that sparkled, but he was unwilling to lend it to him for even a couple of days. Sanyan turned to the old village chief and inquired, "What is Laoango?" The old village chief sighed and replied, Your Majesty may be unaware, but Laoango lies 5 miles to the south. It is a sinkhole, rumored to be the site of a fierce battle between a general of the former dynasty and the enemy forces, claiming the lives of over 100,000 men. It is a place of great peril, seldom visited by anyone. Sanyan gently patted the child's head, pondering silently that these children likely ventured there out of boredom, inadvertently discovering that little knife. It is highly probable that the object is indeed something extraordinary. Sanyan crouched down to gaze at the child. "Do you know where that little knife is?" The child shook his head. "I, along with Wang Xiao, went to Zhao Gangdan's house to search, but we found nothing." Sanyan nodded with a smile, convinced that the small knife was likely still within the confines of this village. That knife was an object of malevolence. Who would willingly surrender it when a reward of 1,000 pieces of gold awaited? Sanyan raised her voice, simultaneously casting a glance at the villagers, eager to discern any hints from their expressions. Regrettably, most of them wore faces marked by panic, while a few revealed a glimmer of greed. In the shadows at the back of the crowd, a young boy pressed his lips together, dismissing the promise of 1,000 taels of gold offered by Sanyan. With that treasure in hand, any amount of wealth could be acquired. Previously, a beautiful girl had also approached, her intentions aligning with those of the group, all in pursuit of that small knife, which further solidified his belief in its true value. However, while the girl was indeed striking, she was also rather foolish. Having wandered in the old Wango for many days without discovering anything, the boy clenched his fists, the incident serving as a wake-up call. Once this group departed, he too would need to leave swiftly, lest he attract more onlookers who might unearth his presence. Sanyan let out a slight sigh of disappointment. To speak candidly, that item is something explicitly requested by His Majesty the Emperor. Whosoever can present it shall be assured of a life of wealth and honor, with descendants flourishing for generations to come. Sanyan paused for a moment, his expression shifting dramatically as he spoke again. "If you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to take matters into my own hands. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness when the time comes." Sanyan forcefully struck the wall before him, shattering it with a single blow, a clear display of menace. The old village chief appeared alarmed, and the villagers wore expressions of trepidation, voicing their concerns. "Who has taken that cursed object? Quickly surrender it to the gentleman. Indeed, it is something the emperor desires. Relinquish it at once." The followers behind exchanged glances, wondering when they had ever been tasked with serving the emperor. Yet, no one dared to undermine Sanyan's authority. Noticing the continued silence, Sanyan inquired once more, who was the first to discover that Zhao Laosan's family had perished? At these words, a pale-faced youth in the back trembled, realizing that this man was far more astute than the lovely maiden. He cautiously began to inch away, intent on fleeing. Just then, the village chief spoke up. "It must be the boy from the Fong family, right?" Someone nearby concurred. "Indeed, it is the Fong lad. He was closest to Zhao Laosan's family and often visited them." The youth understood that he could no longer conceal his involvement, and with a burst of speed, he dashed away as swiftly as a perfected essence practitioner. Sanyan tread lightly, leaping forward in pursuit of the youth, simultaneously commanding, "Keep an eye on them. No one is permitted to leave." Understood. The two of them surged into the depths of the night, one after the other. Sanyan summoned her strength once more, accelerating her pace, and in an instant, she stood before the youth. "What are you running from?" Sanyan suppressed her excitement, for that peculiar object was likely in his possession. The youth's face was a mask of panic, yet he feigned calmness, stammering, I just remembered that the rice is still cooking in my pot at home." Sanyan was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and said, "A fine excuse indeed. Hand over the items." The previous promise still stands. The youth, still attempting to feign ignorance, began to speak. "I do not know what the king desires." But before he could finish, Sanyan, swift as a spectre, struck his shoulder with a resounding thud. The young man staggered back 5 or 6 steps, losing his footing and falling to the ground, instinctively bracing himself with his arms. Sanyan's pupils dilated in disbelief. Just a moment ago, his strike was aimed at incapacitating his opponent, infused with a surge of internal energy. Even when Xu, possessing merely the initial stage of internal cultivation, had endured a blow from him, it had resulted in a shattered shoulder and rendered him immobile. Yet this young man appeared utterly unscathed. Chapter 28. What of the chosen ones? The youth's face flushed with a mixture of astonishment and fury as he hastily rose to his feet. He had not anticipated that this individual would resort to violence over a mere disagreement. Caught off guard, he had sustained only minor injuries, a nagging pain radiating from his shoulder. "You would do well to let me go, lest you provoke me to retaliate," he threatened weakly, his words laced with desperation. Sanyan could hardly conceal the excitement within her heart. This youth, upon first glance, appeared to have never trained in martial arts. His stance was loose, and he exhibited no sense of vigilance. Yet, whether it was the speed at which he had previously fled or the current state in which he received her strike, it was undeniable that the extraordinary object resided within his grasp. Sanyan curled the corners of his mouth and slowly drew the long blade from his grasp. I found myself intrigued, wondering if he could indeed defend against the knife. The youth's complexion shifted dramatically, for he realized he was utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of blades. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Sanyan, with a surge of power beneath his feet, thrust the long knife forward in an instant, the blade imbued with his internal energy, cutting a deep gash into the youth's left leg, revealing bone beneath. "Ah!" The boy cried out in agony, flailing his arms in a desperate attempt to fend off his assailant. Yet, to Sanyan, this display was riddled with flaws. With a flash of the blade, the youth was left marred with numerous wounds, blood staining his body profusely. Sanyan pressed the blade against his throat, demanding, "Hand it over, and I shall spare your life." The youth's eyes burned with resentment. He could not comprehend why, despite having obtained the item first, others persistently sought to seize it from him. Reluctant to relinquish possession, he sensed, in some intangible way, that this object might be the key to altering his destiny. An opportunity to escape the toil and hardship that had burdened his ancestors for countless generations. He was determined to hold on tightly. He refused to let go. A fierce determination etched across his face, his gaze fierce, an aura of power erupted around him, enveloping him in a crimson mist that forced Sanyan to retreat. "Do not push me," the youth rasped, his voice deliberate, his eyes bloodshot, as if ready to devour anyone who dared to challenge him. Sanyan was not startled, but rather elated. What extraordinary phenomenon could possibly transform an unskilled youth, ignorant of martial arts and cultivation, into such a formidable figure in just over a month? The fact that he could engage in a spirited exchange with a formidable practitioner of internal energy at the intermediate stage was truly astounding. Terrifying indeed. Yet, the predominant feeling was one of exhilaration. "Ha ha ha!" Sanyan laughed heartily towards the sky, inviting, "Come forth, let me witness the extent of your limits." "Ah!" The youth, seeing that he would not relent, charged forward with bloodshot eyes, fists raised, enveloped in a faint crimson mist, exuding an imposing aura. Sanyan remained composed. Although the youth possessed remarkable physical prowess, he was unskilled in martial arts and knew nothing of combat, merely flailing his fists aimlessly. Such tactics might suffice against an ordinary opponent, but Sanyan had emerged from the midst of the dead. His experiences in countless battles over the past 6 months endowed him with formidable combat acumen. With a subtle sidestep, he evaded the boy's punch and deftly slipped into his embrace, delivering a powerful shoulder strike directly to the youth's chest. The impact resonated with a dull thud, causing the boy to stagger back several paces, his face slightly flushed. It was evident that despite the protective red mist surrounding him, the blow had taken its toll. Sanyan's lips curled into a smile as she gently gestured for him to continue. "Come on." The young man charged forward once more, this time demonstrating wisdom by exerting only 70% of his strength and reserving 30% for defense. Curious to test his power, Sanyan channeled her internal energy into her left hand and met his fist with her own. A sharp crack resonated through the air, and both retreated 3 steps. Ha. Splendid. Su Sanyan laughed with exuberance, utterly oblivious to the fracture in his left hand. He had endured countless injuries, often narrowly escaping the clutches of death. To him, this minor affliction was of no consequence at all. Yet, Su Sanyan was even more astonished by the young man, for this lad possessed an extraordinary talent for combat. After only a few exchanges, he demonstrated an uncanny ability to learn during battle, progressing with remarkable speed and becoming increasingly adept. The youth, noticing Su Sanyan's left-hand fingers bent unnaturally backward, realized he must be injured. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a fierce assault, leaping high into the air and delivering a punch directly aimed at Su Sanyan's heart. Su Sanyan no longer underestimated his opponent. The crimson mist of youth possessed a remarkable restraining effect on internal energy, and his physical strength surpassed even his own. What he lacked was merely combat experience. If this continued, there was a genuine risk of encountering an unforeseen setback. Su Sanyan gripped the knife with a reverse hold, swiftly evading a fierce punch as he sidestepped, the long blade gliding seamlessly across the youth's side. Although the crimson mist could suppress internal energy and enhance one's own strength, it offered little defense against the edge of the blade, resulting in an immediate wound at the waist. I want you dead, the youth bellowed, seemingly oblivious to his injury, his knees slightly bending as he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger draped in red silk. In the darkness of night, the youth appeared to emanate a shimmering aura of bloodlight. Had it not been for the life-and-death struggle within the arena, it would have been a scene of exquisite beauty. Alas, both combatants were preoccupied, allowing such a spectacle to go unappreciated. Su Sanyan abruptly retreated, then suddenly halted, as the youth fell just half a meter in front of him. At that moment, the old strength had waned, and the new strength had yet to emerge, when a sharp, long knife, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, struck forth. The youth's eyes widened in terror, his face etched with panic. What a treacherous blow! Yet he could not help but marvel at the impeccable timing. It was so precise that despair began to take root within him, for he knew he could not evade this strike. With a sickening thud, the long knife pierced through the youth's shoulder. Su Sanyan's wrist twitched, and a robust arm soared into the air, accompanied by the youth's heart-wrenching scream. My hand! The youth clasped his severed arm, staggering to the ground, his expression now devoid of the ferocity he had just moments before. At this moment, Su Sanyan could finally exhale a sigh of relief. He understood that the young man's spirit had waned, unable to conjure any further turbulence. Employing every means at his disposal, he had ultimately triumphed over this remarkably gifted youth, whose combat talent was truly rare in the world. From an initial state of clumsiness, flailing about without purpose, when Su Sanyan could have easily taken his life in an instant, he had progressed to a point where they exchanged blows almost evenly, continually learning and improving through the heat of battle. Su Sanyan could not help but recall Ma Tianqing, another prodigious youth who, at a tender age, achieved the remarkable mastery of refining essence to perfection. Truly a formidable feat. Su Sanyan silently returned each finger of his left hand to its original position, a searing pain coursing through him, yet his expression remained devoid of emotion. Truly, heroes in this world are as numerous as the carp crossing the river, endlessly emerging. In the small northwestern region, 2 extraordinary talents have already made their mark. One can only wonder how many more remarkable figures exist across the vast expanse of the world. Contemplating this, a surge of ambition welled up within Su Sanyan. If only the world were graced with more such individuals, it would undoubtedly be a vibrant tapestry of brilliance. He chuckled softly. What is your name? Su Sanyan held a long knife once more against the youth's neck, just as before. If you intend to kill, then do so. Refrain from unnecessary words. The young man, though defeated, refused to bow his head. He believed that his youth was the only reason for his loss. Given another year, this person would surely not stand as his equal. Su Sanyan curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Hand over that item. I shall grant you a swift end. Not a chance, the youth retorted vehemently, without a moment's hesitation. Su Sanyan's gaze lowered slightly as he spoke softly. You do not fear death, but I wonder if your friends and family share the same sentiment. I hope that when I proceed to slaughter them one by one, you will still maintain this bravado. The youth, listening to his nonchalant tone, felt an involuntary shiver run through him. To Su Sanyan, these commoners appeared as mere livestock on a chopping block, subject to his whims. Yet they were living, breathing individuals. You fiend, spare them. The youth struggled to rise, but the sharp blade pressed down forcefully, leaving a thin line of blood on his neck. If you perish and I do not obtain what I seek, I shall still carry out their execution. Sanyan extinguished his suicidal thoughts. Chapter 29. The Crimson Dagger. The youth glared at Sanyan with a face full of hatred, gritting his teeth as he declared, I can assure you, release them. Most of these villagers were his kin and friends, unable to bear the thought of their demise due to his actions. The youth ultimately capitulated. Sanyan revealed a set of pearly white teeth and nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I only require the item. The youth spoke. Take me there. Sanyan sheathed the long blade. The two proceeded to the base of the tree, where Sanyan unearthed a wooden box with his long knife. Upon opening it, they discovered a small dagger, barely in length, emanating a faint reddish hue, lying quietly within. With a single glance, Sanyan recognized that this was indeed the extraordinary artifact he had sought. You have possessed this for quite some time? Surely you know how to wield it? Sanyan inquired, turning his head. Humph. Young one, do not turn away. If you are reluctant to speak, so be it. I shall first eliminate a couple of them, starting with that child. Sanyan appeared to have recalled something amusing, unable to suppress a smile. You. The youth glared fiercely. Fully aware that Sanyan might be deceiving him, yet he dared not take the risk. He could only speak up, this small knife. After each slaughter of a living being, will yield a few drops of blood. Consuming it will enhance one's physical strength. Sanyan felt a surge of delight. Truly, this was a remarkable phenomenon of nature. The extraordinary physique of the young man was indeed acquired through such means. Whom have you slain? Sanyan inquired with curiosity. The youth, with an air of disdain, retorted, Do you take me for yourself? I only hunt animals. I have never taken a human life. Sanyan nodded. Indeed. It was a gross misuse of this extraordinary object to fall into his hands. Now that he possessed it, the young lad had lost his significance. Sanyan gripped the dagger tightly and, in an instant, plunged it into the boy's heart. In your next life, refrain from being a good person. Virtuous souls seldom enjoy longevity, Sanyan remarked, gazing into his eyes. The boy, in his final moments, pleaded, Please, spare my fellow villagers. Still preoccupied with the thought of innocent blood being shed, Sanyan gazed upon his gradually emaciated form, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away by the dagger. Before he breathed his last, she offered him a semblance of comfort, assuring him that soon they would be reunited. The youth's eyes widened in astonishment. His lips moved as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately no words escaped his mouth. Spare the villagers? Sanyan let out a cold laugh. This matter could only be known to him alone, and all who were privy to the news must perish. Moments later, the youth was left but a mere skeleton, his vitality utterly drained. At the hilt of the blood-red dagger, a notch was visible, where a few drops of blood coalesced, exuding a potent metallic scent. Although the aroma was exceedingly pungent, an uncontrollable greed surged within Sanyan, as if a voice echoed in his mind, urging him relentlessly, Consume it! Consume it! Sanyan tilted his head back and swallowed several drops of blood. In an instant, it felt as though a furnace ignited within him, causing his body to become exceedingly hot, with blood surging through his veins like a mighty river. The sound of crashing waves seemed to echo in his ears. It felt as if countless insects were crawling within his very marrow, and that profound, soul-stirring itch left him yearning for transcendence, caught between ecstasy and agony. Sanyan tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth to stifle any sound from escaping his lips. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, as his body temperature gradually returned to normal and the overwhelming heat dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes. Sanyan let out a long sigh, feeling as if a newfound vitality coursed through his body, as if all lingering ailments had vanished, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of lightness. He moved his left hand, involuntarily exclaiming softly, for he noticed that the fractured joint had healed completely. Clenching his fist with renewed strength, he felt a surge of power. Gazing at the towering tree beside him, Sanyan gathered his energy and struck with all his might. Bang! The tree, as thick as a thigh, splintered with a resounding crack. Sanyan could no longer contain the excitement within, bursting into hearty laughter. With this possession, I shall surely claim my rightful place among the heroes of the world. Sanyan gripped the small blade, his heart swelling with ambition. Ma Tianqing and the young scion of the Fong family were both unparalleled geniuses, yet they still succumbed beneath his blade. Regardless of how exceptional one's talent may be, there always lies the peril of a tragic demise. Talent, if it cannot be transformed into strength, remains merely talent. Sanyan turned and walked towards the villagers. In the stillness of the night, over 100 villagers gathered, their hearts laden with unease as they beheld the imposing figures of burly men armed with knives and mounted on horses. "Mother, I wish to go back to sleep," a child murmured, nestled in his mother's embrace. "Be good, let us rest here for now," the young mother gently consoled, holding her child tightly. A nearby villager glanced at the elder village chief and inquired, "Uncle, when shall we return home?" The elder's gaze reflected a hint of concern as he shook his head gently. Moments later, Sanyan emerged from the shadows, gazing upon the gathered populace with a soft smile. "I sincerely appreciate your presence and endurance during this late hour. It weighs heavily on my conscience," he expressed. Hearing this, the elder village chief breathed a sigh of relief. The young leader appeared amicable, and he waved his hands dismissively, replying, "Your kindness is appreciated, sir. As long as you have found what you seek, may we return home soon?" Sanyan curled the corners of his mouth, naturally able to comply. "Thank you, my lord." The old village chief repeatedly bowed in gratitude, then turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, please return home. Remember to keep your lips sealed. No one is permitted to speak of tonight's events." The old village chief deliberately made such a statement in front of Sanyan, intending to put him at ease. While regarding the fate of the Fong family lad, they dared not inquire. Sanyan gently shook his head, for in his heart, he believed that only the dead could keep secrets. Once the villagers had distanced themselves, he beckoned to his subordinates behind him and gestured towards the villagers, indicating that they should proceed without sparing anyone. "Master," one of his subordinates hesitated, for in their usual confrontations with rival gangs, they had fought bravely and mercilessly. Yet now, faced with the elderly, women, and children, it was a different matter altogether, and they found it exceedingly difficult to carry out such ruthless deeds. Sanyan regarded them with a cold gaze, her expression betraying an indifference to human life, as if it were but mere grass underfoot. Whether they lived or perished was a choice left to them. The crowd exchanged glances, their heads gradually bowing in submission. One among them ventured to speak, "Leader, perhaps you could reconsider." Yet, before the words could fully escape his lips, Sanyan hurled her long blade with precision. The head of the man on horseback was severed, soaring into the air, while the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. In the span of 3 breaths, she declared, "I do not mind getting my hands dirty." The words of Sanyan could not be clearer. Once he took matters into his own hands, none would be spared. He possessed the capacity to annihilate entire villages and was more than capable of eliminating these 20 individuals. The crowd gritted their teeth and charged forward, driven by the primal instinct to survive. No one wished to perish, nor would anyone sacrifice their life for a group of strangers, especially when they themselves were not paragons of virtue, merely possessing a moral threshold that was not particularly low. Today, Sanyan would assist them in further lowering that threshold. "Ah, master, we shall say nothing. We beseech you, spare us." "Mother, I am frightened." The scene erupted into chaos. Some rose in defiance while others fled in desperation, the air filled with a cacophony of screams and roars, composing a tragic symphony of flesh and blood. Sanyan turned away, unable to bear the sight. Alas, he had no other choice. Their survival was essential for his own peace of mind. Moreover, such is the nature of the world, predation prevails. Who can blame them for their weakness? Should there come a day when Sanyan fell to someone stronger, he would harbor no grievances against fate, but only reproach himself for his own frailty. Chapter 30. A heart like a crystal. Half an hour later, when the last bloodied figure emerged from the village, Sanyan turned around. "Is it all taken care of?" "Rest assured, Chief, not a single soul has been spared." These men, drenched in blood and exuding an aura of terror, dared not meet Sanyan's gaze. It was in this moment that they gained a deeper understanding of the ruthlessness of their newly appointed leader. Very well. Sanyan meticulously surveyed the scene, ensuring that all were indeed dead before he was satisfied. Counting those behind him, he noted that aside from the one he had slain, another had perished amid the tumult, leaving only 18 survivors. "Dismount." Sanyan spoke, and all present complied without hesitation. "Alas, how shall I reward you for your tireless efforts alongside me?" Sanyan seemed troubled as he ran his fingers through his hair. After a brief moment of contemplation, someone in the crowd remarked, "It is our duty to serve the leader. We dare not covet any rewards." "No, Su Sanyan turned her head, revealing a smile. If you wish for a reward, let it be 1,000 taels of silver for your family. The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend why she would speak of rewarding their kin. Yet they still clasped their hands in gratitude, thanking the leader. Suddenly, a flash of steel glimmered in the night, and the heads of 3 men fell, their blood spraying forth, splattering those nearby with crimson. Someone, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Leader, what is the meaning of this?" With a cold laugh, she replied, "Fear not, I shall provide for your wives and children. Go in peace." In an instant, chaos erupted, bodies torn apart, dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. The swordsmen rose in defiance, refusing to succumb to their fate, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Moments later, Su Sanyan plunged the long blade into the heart of the last man, gently closing his eyes. "Rest in peace, and remember to convey my regards to the Song's siblings below." With a swift motion, he withdrew the dagger, a torrent of crimson gushing forth from the wound, splattering all over him. Su Sanyan pondered for a moment before plunging the small dagger into the body, which instantly shriveled. Much quicker than the previous youth from the Fong family. The droplets of blood at the hilt were significantly reduced, less than half of what they had been before. It appeared that the small dagger gathered blood droplets in accordance with the wielder's strength or the resilience of the flesh. Observing the scattered corpses around him, Su Sanyan utilized the dagger to extract essence blood from each one, until he reached the 8th body, at which point the dagger ceased to respond. This object, it seemed, also had its limitations. This was anticipated, much like the peculiar artifact wine cup that Xu had previously mentioned, which also imposed a daily restriction of a single cup of wine. Su Sanyan swallowed the drop of blood, and a searing sensation enveloped him once more, albeit slightly less intense than before. Having fully absorbed the sanguine essence, he felt his robust physique rejuvenate, and he clenched his fists with determination. Should he encounter Xu again, he was confident he could subdue him within 2 moves. Surveying the field strewn with lifeless bodies, Su Sanyan gathered them together and ignited a great blaze. Moments later, even the village's latrines succumbed to the flames. As the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted towards him, Su Sanyan remained unperturbed. Death in the underworld need not harbor resentment towards him. Such is the world. Weakness is the original sin. With that thought, he turned and mounted his horse, galloping towards Tian City. In the pitch-black night, illuminated by the raging fire, a blood-soaked figure emerged, his long hair casually tied back. The youth's countenance was calm, and his deep-set eyes reflected a profound indifference to life. He neither reveled in the act of killing nor felt remorse. His motives transcended mere bloodshed, driven instead by the pursuit of specific objectives. As dawn gradually broke, Su Sanyan returned to Tian City. Upon entering, the chieftain's wife, alerted by the gasp of her servants, hurried out. Seeing Su Sanyan covered in blood, she expressed her concern. "Young master, are you injured? I shall fetch the physician at once." "There's no need. I am unharmed. Just prepare some water and find me fresh clothing," he replied. The chieftain's wife nodded and swiftly went to make arrangements. Having witnessed plenty of bloodshed within the bandit lair, she was not particularly shocked and refrained from asking too many questions, well aware that curiosity often leads to peril. After finishing his cleansing, Su Sanyan changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out of his dwelling. He quickly consumed a morsel before making his way to the gang. Along the journey, he contemplated while caressing the small knife nestled in his bosom, pondering the most effective method to extract the blood droplets. Aimless slaughter of innocent civilians was certainly not a viable option, as it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the authorities. Even with his newfound strength, he would still be no match for the government. Perhaps a collaboration with County Lieutenant Zhu Yong could be worth considering, for he held dominion over the local prison and might be able to procure some prisoners. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the gang's headquarters. At the break of dawn, the disciples of the gang had yet to rise. Only 2 were seen in the courtyard, diligently training their strength. Upon noticing his arrival, they promptly greeted him. "Greetings, master." Su Sanyan nodded and summoned Wang Gang. "Very well." Shortly thereafter, Wang Gang hurriedly arrived, exclaiming, "Master, did you call for me?" Su Sanyan replied, "On this recent venture, we fell into an ambush, resulting in the loss of our comrades. Each household will receive 1,000 taels as compensation." Wang Gang's pupils dilated sharply, and his lowered head concealed his expression. He simply responded, "Yes, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Su Sanyan gazed at his receding figure, contemplating silently within her heart. This individual must not be allowed to linger. She resolved to send him to meet the Song's siblings that very night. The knowledge of such extraordinary artifacts could not be permitted to escape. Even the slightest revelation of these treasures would spell her demise, leaving her without a resting place. The risks must be minimized at all costs, not to mention others. Even Bai Wuxiao would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. The allure of heavenly wonders is far too potent. That evening, darkness enveloped the night. Su Sanyan arrived outside the small courtyard where Wang Gang resided, stealthily climbing over the wall. To her surprise, she noticed a faint glimmer of light emanating from within the house. The door creaked. Su Sanyan pushed open the door to the room and beheld Wang Gang seated gracefully in a chair, a book cradled in his hands. Upon hearing the sound, he looked up and, far from being surprised by Su Sanyan's late-night visit, rose to his feet and bowed respectfully, acknowledging the leader. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow. "Are you not curious about my purpose here?" Wang Gang shook his head. "I have already surmised it, and I have never divulged the matter of the leader's departure to anyone." Su Sanyan shook his head with a smile, stepping gracefully to take a seat. "It appears I have underestimated you." He was taken aback by Wang Gang's foresight in anticipating his arrival that evening, waiting in advance. Such cleverness made him reluctant to enact his deadly intentions. Wang Gang set aside his books and, with a resounding thud, knelt upon the ground. "Master," he implored, "my demise holds little value, but my wife and children remain blissfully unaware of these events. I have already sent them beyond the city walls, and I beseech you to spare their lives." With that, he bowed his head to the earth, rendered speechless for a long while. Su Sanyan gazed out the window towards the luminous moon on the horizon. After a moment of contemplation, he softly remarked, "If you are capable of sending your wife and child away, then why do you not depart?" Wang Gang fell silent for a brief, while before slowly responding, "If I do not perish, the leader's heart will remain unsettled, and he will undoubtedly eradicate my entire family. For the sake of my young son, I willingly embrace death." "Haha." Su Sanyan let out a laugh laden with ambiguity. "I have always been one to eradicate problems at their roots." Wang Gang, feeling a surge of panic, was about to speak when Su Sanyan interrupted him, saying, "Enough, I shall make an exception for you today. I hope you can hide that mother and child well. Should they come to me of their own accord, I will show no mercy." Wang Gang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his brow easing considerably. Su Sanyan's words implied that she would not expend effort in searching for them. Thus, the mother and child ought to survive. "Thank you, leader. I die without regrets." Wang Gang drew a dagger from his bosom and, without hesitation, plunged it into his heart. A trickle of blood flowed from the blade, and his eyes gradually dulled. In his final moments, his gaze lingered longingly upon the crescent moon in the sky, as if he could see his wife and child smiling at him from beyond the window. Alas! Su Sanyan gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. Feeling a twinge of sentiment, Wang Gang, despite his unassuming exterior, had a perceptive mind. He had sensed the impending end and had preemptively arranged for his affairs. Chapter 31. A Life for a Life. Wang Gang, who typically went unnoticed, appeared rugged on the surface, yet possessed an exquisite sensitivity within. Truly, each individual harbors their own unique brilliance. After casting one last glance at Wang Gang's body, Su Sanyan rose and departed, refraining from drawing his vital essence with a small blade. This was not out of compassion, but rather a precautionary measure. The desiccated remains were too conspicuous, and any unusual discovery could lead to trouble. He resolved to wait until he was adequately prepared before proceeding. Upon returning home, Su Sanyan instructed De Huangya to dispose of Wang Gang's lifeless body before turning back to the room. The chief's wife awaited him inside, her 10 toes adorned with vibrant crimson nail polish, playfully dancing as she spoke with a teasing lilt. Fourth Master. The following morning, as the golden rooster heralded the dawn, its crowing dispersed the remnants of the night. Su Sanyan shifted the arm that weighed upon her, donned her attire, and after a brief tidying up, made her way to the gang on foot. No sooner had she settled down than De Huangya approached to report, "Fourth Master, Xian Hong, the vice leader of the White Horse Gang, requests an audience with you." Su Sanyan furrowed his brows. "What brings him here?" "Let him in." Before long, a robust man strode in, his bare arms covered in hair, clad in a brown brocade robe. At first glance, he resembled an underdeveloped gorilla. "Ah, Master Xian, please take a seat," Su Sanyan said as he rose and clasped his hands in greeting. "I have met Vice Leader Su." "Oh, my apologies. I forgot that you have already assumed the position of leader," Xian Hong replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Su Sanyan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not perceived the contempt in his words at all. The man with the prominent yellow teeth lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Fourth Master was notoriously vengeful. Should he dare to speak in such a manner, once Fourth Master seized the opportunity, he would likely be left with no whole body. Nevertheless, Su Sanyan inquired with a smile, "What brings you here, Deputy Leader Xian?" Xianhong glanced at the several gang members behind him, shaking his head in silence. Su Sanyan waved his hand towards them, signaling them to depart. "Please, go ahead." Once it was just the two of them remaining, Xianhong no longer held back and spoke candidly. "My elder brother has stated that if the leader Su lacks individuals with managerial expertise, we may transfer some personnel from the White Horse Gang to assist. It is merely assistance, and the previous conditions shall remain unchanged." Upon hearing this, Su Sanyan lowered his head in contemplation. Bai Wuxiao's actions appeared to be an attempt to render him redundant, allowing him to merely receive his share of the precious medicine each month while entrusting the remainder to the Bai Ma gang. This arrangement was not entirely unfeasible, for Su Sanyan had little desire to manage the gang. As long as the precious medicine was supplied monthly, he would have ample time to attend to other matters. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, please convey my gratitude to the leader Bai." Su Sanyan's wisdom was evident. Although Xianhong wore a smile on his face, he harbored a deep disdain within. After all, he regarded Su Sanyan as nothing more than a rustic, utterly oblivious to the immense profits generated by Wangyue Tower and the Yalong Society. He was convinced that once they took over, within 3 months, the Guanchan Knife Society would bear the Bai surname. After bidding farewell to Xianhong, Su Sanyan paid a visit to the Zhu residence. As soon as he stepped inside, he was greeted by the hearty laughter of Zhu Yong, who exclaimed, "Ha, my dear brother Su, please, take a seat. Someone, fetch me the finest tea." Su Sanyan clasped his hands and smiled. "How have you been lately, brother Zhu?" Very well, very well." The two exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Su Sanyan then ventured into the main topic. "I have heard that the city jail has long been under your management, dear brother." Zhu Yong rubbed his shining bald head and replied in a hushed tone, "Are you looking to spring someone out, dear brother?" Su Sanyan shook his head and inquired, "May I ask, brother, how many prisoners are there in this prison?" "To be honest, I am not quite certain. I shall inquire shortly." Zhu Yong summoned an individual and after a brief exchange declared, "Over 300, I believe." "What is your intention, younger brother?" "I wish to request your assistance in facilitating the daily release of a few individuals from the city," Su Sanyan replied. Zhu Yong lifted his teacup and tilted his head, asking, "What do you require these individuals for?" "To be candid, I have a few associates outside, but my resources are currently insufficient. I seek to remedy this," Su Sanyan said, feigning an air of mystery. Zhu Yong, however, was indifferent to the purpose behind Su's request. His sole concern was the financial gain. With a grand gesture, he replied, "No problem at all. Just inform my deputy shortly, and you may proceed as you see fit." "Thank you, elder brother. I have heard that you have recently produced some remarkable works. I would be interested in purchasing one for my admiration." "Ha ha ha, certainly, certainly." Su Sanyan emerged from the Zhu residence. The negotiations concluded. 30,000 taels of silver had been exchanged for the release of over 300 inmates, with 5 being escorted out of the city each day. This amounted to a mere 100 taels of silver for each life. In truth, many of those imprisoned were not even facing the death penalty. They might be released as early as next year. Yet, who truly cared? Zhu Yong was indifferent, and Su Sanyan was even more so. Su Sanyan settled down. 2 months later, in the woods outside the city, 3 soldiers escorted 5 prisoners. One of them remarked, "Leader Su, this is the last batch. There will be none left by tomorrow." Su Sanyan took out several banknotes from his pocket and placed them in his hand with a smile, saying, "You've worked hard during this time. Please use this money to treat your brothers to a drink." "Thank you, Chief Su," the soldier replied, contentedly accepting the banknotes before turning to leave. Shu Sanyan, disregarding the struggles of the prisoners, led 5 individuals deep into the woods, emerging alone moments later. After 2 months of bloodshed and the taking of lives, his physique had become remarkably robust. Though he appeared unchanged on the surface, his fists now possessed a strength akin to that of 10,000 pounds. Even those at the pinnacle of human potential would find it difficult to match his power. The matron of the stronghold felt this most acutely. As the nightly pleas for mercy kept her sleepless, the echoes disturbing the rest of the great hound, Su Sanyan gazed at the ancient tree beside him, its girth formidable. With a sudden, forceful swing of his fist, a sharp crack resonated through the air as the tree succumbed to his might, severing effortlessly, while his knuckles remained unscathed. Sanyan had not even harnessed his inner energy. He had achieved such remarkable feats solely through the strength of his corporeal form, which was indeed terrifying. However, he was perplexed about how the blood mist surrounding the young man from the Fong family had been provoked. To this day, Sanyan remained unable to comprehend it. He speculated that it might be related to the state of mind. With a thought, he summoned his panel. Sanyan, age, 1887, realm, midstage inner energy, technique, true stillness and the elimination of illusions, beginner, magic, blood demon corpse refinement, not yet initiated. Skills, perfected round posture, complete. 3 tigers subduing dragon's blade, midstage. Horse inspection technique, midstage. Excavator maintenance and care, beginner. Qi, 20. He had amassed a total of 20 points of Qi. Yesterday, Bai Wuxia had delivered 4 precious herbs. Zhao Zhongyang had brought 2, and the Shunbang had contributed 3, along with a monthly automatic increase of 1 point, culminating in exactly 10 points. After 2 months, he had gathered a total of 20 points. Sanyan no longer hesitated. He settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his thoughts on the plus sign behind the realm, and felt a surge of elevation. Instantly, the energy on the panel evaporated by 14 points. A plethora of insights into various martial arts flooded his mind, illuminating previously obscure aspects with profound clarity. The vital essence within him surged, enhancing his physical strength to a remarkable level, now firmly surpassing the threshold of 10,000 jin, soaring towards 20,000 jin. The internal energy within his meridians received substantial replenishment, allowing him to engage in combat without the need to calculate energy expenditure. After a considerable time, Sanyan exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes, his voice brimming with excitement as he declared, "My internal energy is complete." Chapter 32. The removal of the unworthy. The next step would be the realm of the celestial being, the pinnacle for ordinary martial artists. Yet he pondered how much energy would be required. Based on previous consumption calculations, it was estimated to be around 20 points. If he could endure another 2 months in stability, Sanyan would achieve the flawless realm. Even now, should he engage in battle with a flawless opponent, he felt undaunted. His body, enhanced by the blood-red dagger, greatly exceeded the strength of a typical martial artist at full internal energy. If taken against Song Qian as a standard, Sanyan could easily contend with 10 adversaries without breaking a sweat. For ordinary martial artists, combat was merely a clash of strength, speed, reflexes, and techniques. Yet, the most crucial elements remained strength and speed. New York has recently experienced a significant surge in strength, and a sense of urgency now stirs within him. He is no longer content with a monthly supply of 10 points of energy. He yearns for more. He devises a plan to take action against the CN gang, confident that it harbors a considerable amount of resources. However, New York intends not to act alone, for such a move would attract undue attention from the authorities. Thus, he makes his way to the BIM gang. BIW-11 is presently engaged in a game of chess within a stone pavilion when New York calls out from a distance, complimenting the elegance of the BI gang leader. Without lifting his gaze, BIW-11 recognizes the visitor, and a subtle smile graces his lips. "What brings you to my humble abode, esteemed leader of the X gang? With nothing pressing on my agenda, I thought I might take a leisurely stroll." New York replies as he settles into his seat opposite him. A light chuckle escapes BIW-11. He finds it hard to believe that New York would come here without ulterior motives. Sanyan remained silent, merely observing Bai Wuxia as he played chess. The atmosphere profoundly tranquil. "Do you have an interest in the art of chess, Master Su?" Bai Wuxia inquired, noticing his earnest gaze. "I do not play, but I find it quite intriguing," Sanyan replied, shaking his head. He only knew how to play Gamoku. Bai Wuxia then ceased his game, tidied up the pieces, and summoned someone to brew a pot of tea. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, Master Su?" he asked. Sanyan lifted his teacup and savored a sip. It was indeed delightful, rivaling even the tea brewed by Zhu Yong. Bai Xiong pondered whether there were perhaps too many factions within the modest confines of Tian City. Certainly, Tian was home to more than just 3 factions. Yet only these 3 had attained any notable prominence, while the remaining smaller groups were hardly worth mentioning. Bai Wuxia, intrigued, turned to Su and inquired, "What do you mean? What if we were to join forces and eliminate the gang?" Sanyan replied candidly. Bai Wuxia chuckled softly. He naturally desired to monopolize Tian City. Yet the circumstances were not conducive to such ambition. The authorities would not passively observe as the White Horse Gang rose to uncontested power. Do you understand why I refrained from taking action? Bai Wuxia stated. Su Sanyan was acutely aware that with his celestial cultivation, it would be exceedingly simple for him to dominate Tian City. In a one-on-one confrontation, none within the city could rival him. However, he refrained from such actions primarily out of concern for the local authorities. A contingent of thousands of soldiers formed a formidable array. Even a being of celestial caliber could be worn down. The most critical point that Bai Wuxia did not mention was that he served under the banner of the Rue Prince, aligning himself with the rebels. The White Horse Gang frequently supplied the Rue Prince with provisions and horses, and if he drew too much attention, it would be easy for the authorities to uncover the truth. He could not afford to take such a gamble, for if his secret were to be exposed, his demise would be assured. Su Sanyan, aware of his concerns, spoke up, stating that the White Horse Gang need not intervene directly. Rather, he required merely the assistance of the gang's esteemed leader. Once the task was accomplished, he would only seek the precious medicinal elixir from the gang, while all other profits and resources would rightfully belong to the White Horse Gang. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxia lowered his head in contemplation. If that were the case, it might indeed be worth a try. He could remain hidden in the shadows, with the Guanshan Blade Society taking the forefront. Even if the authorities pursued the matter, they would be unable to trace it back to him. What is it that you wish for me to do, Brother Su? Bai Wuxia inquired. Su Sanyan realized that he had become infatuated, and with a cheerful demeanor, he declared, leave the matter of eliminating Shen Xing to me. Bai Wuxia pondered for a moment. Acknowledging that Shen Xing was the vice leader of the association, possessing a well-rounded mastery of inner energy, thus eliminating him would pose little challenge. However, there were still 4 other vice leaders within the association, all of whom were adept in inner energy cultivation, leading him to harbor serious doubts about Su Sanyan's capability to handle the situation. Are you aware that the association has other practitioners of inner energy? Bai Wuxia inquired with concern. Rest assured, Brother Bai, I have my own methods, Su Sanyan replied with confidence. Seeing this, Bai Wuxia felt reassured. Su Sanyan was not the type to act recklessly without thought. Since he had spoken up, it was clear he had devised a plan. And even in the event of failure, it would not implicate Bai Wuxia. Very well, Brother Su, you may proceed with your actions in 3 days. Su Sanyan nodded. 3 days later, in the dead of night, the internal members of the clan wore white mourning attire, and 8 coffins were arranged in the hall. Yesterday, the clan leader, Shen Xing, had perished in his home, along with 7 family members, all meeting untimely ends, with even a 4-year-old child not spared. The clan was greatly shaken, not only lamenting the ruthlessness of the assailant, but also recognizing that Shen Xing possessed an unparalleled mastery of inner energy, making him a figure at the pinnacle of Tian City. Who could have stealthily taken his life? The news of Bai Wuxia stepping into the realm of celestial beings had yet to spread, leaving the clan members unaware. In the morning hall, 4 individuals sat facing each other, one of whom was the deputy leader, Sun, who had previously sold precious medicines to Su Sanyan. An elderly man, his face etched with sorrow, spoke first, lamenting the quiet demise of such a formidable leader. A sense of trepidation filled the hearts of the 4 as they began to speculate on the assailant's capabilities. Do you think it could have been Bai Wuxia? There were rumors that he was on the verge of crossing into the celestial realm. Another furrowed his brow in contemplation. But our clan has no ties with the White Horse Gang. Why would he target our leader? Moreover, could he so easily slay the leader just after attaining the celestial realm? The disparity between the realms of celestial beings and those of inner energy is immense. They all shook their heads in resignation, none truly comprehending the power that the celestial realm entailed. Sun, deep in thought, remarked, it might indeed be him. An anxious voice interjected, Old Sun, what have you recalled? Sun continued, a few years ago, while traveling through the capital, I had the fortune to witness a celestial warrior. 4 inner energy masters joined forces, yet all met untimely ends in mere moments. The others were taken aback, astonished at the thought of having no chance to resist. Alas, Sun sighed, the gap is indeed vast. A celestial warrior cultivates inner energy autonomously, ceaselessly replenishing it, and can unleash their energy from their body to strike, leaving one utterly defenseless. If that is the case, it might truly be Bai Wuxia's doing. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and Su Sanyan, wielding the Guanshan blade and flanked by over 100 clan members, boldly entered. The 4 sprang to their feet, while many disciples of the clan rushed in from behind. Sun, with a stern expression, inquired, Su, what is your intention? The elderly man, irate, exclaimed, "So you are Sanyan? Humph, what a grand name you have. Daring to disregard our clan?" With the leader recently deceased, his brazen entrance was clearly a provocation, and thus the four men wore grim faces. Sanyan pressed her thin lips tightly, disinterested in engaging in further conversation. With a decisive wave of her hand, she commanded, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." Without hesitation, she charged forward. Chapter 33, The Brutality of Slaughter. Vice Leader Sun's expression turned icy, shedding the amiable demeanor he had maintained during their business dealings. "Sanyan, you court death," he declared, as a faint azure light emanated from his palms, striking directly at her heart. The other three also unleashed their techniques, plunging into the crowd. From behind the mortuary, others wielding swords and knives surged forth, joining the fray. Sanyan narrowed his eyes, observing with curiosity the fleshy hands of the deputy leader Sunday. He had never encountered such a peculiar martial skill. "Sanyan, is the death of the leader in any way connected to you?" Deputy Leader Sun inquired sternly. "Ah. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall reveal the truth to you." Sanyan curled the corners of his mouth, his long sword remaining sheathed in his grip as he stood firmly in place, gathering his strength. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch that collided forcefully with the palm of his approaching adversary. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Vice Chief Sun was sent hurtling backward. His right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, the palm shattered and exposing gruesome fragments of bone. A cry of agony escaped Vice Chief Sun's lips, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he clutched his fractured arm tightly, his eyes wide with terror as they fixed on Sanyan. What extraordinary strength was this? He had never anticipated that he would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Sanyan felt the recent sensation as though a fist had struck steel. The deputy leader's son had evidently mastered some extraordinary martial arts, rendering his palm as unyielding as iron, a truly peculiar phenomenon. Old Sun, the elder, wielding a long blade, swiftly approached the deputy leader and assisted him to his feet. "Are you all right? Be cautious. His strength is abnormally immense." The deputy leader's son staggered to his feet, his entire right arm rendered useless, and the palm he had honed for many years lay shattered. "Humph, what of his strength? I refuse to believe he is unafraid of blades." The elder scoffed, brandishing his weapon as he launched a fierce strike, aiming to cleave his opponent in two with a devastating blow. Sanyan gazed at him with a serene expression, the icy depths of her eyes reflecting the movements of the elderly man. Slow, too slow, to her. The old man's knife skills appeared as though they were unfolding in slow motion, allowing her to effortlessly evade them. Sanyan's body swayed slightly as the long blade grazed his forehead, not even brushing against a corner of his garment. The old man's gaze sharpened, such incredible speed. He had barely caught a glimpse of Sanyan's movement before evading the strike, a clear testament to the vast disparity in their respective strengths. Sanyan clenched his fists, delivering a swift and powerful strike to the old man's throat. With a gurgling sound, blood erupted from the elder's mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Sanyan, unable to fathom that he could not withstand even a single blow. Vice Leader Sun's expression shifted drastically upon witnessing this. The strength of this individual was astonishing, and his speed surpassed that of ordinary men. It was evident that even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not stand a chance against Sanyan. Even with their leader alive, victory was uncertain. "Flee." In a state of panic, Vice Leader Sun attempted to escape, but as he turned, a long blade pierced through him. Sanyan's voice echoed in his ears. "You couldn't withstand 3 moves, so I cannot divulge anything to you." Vice Leader Sun's face twisted with rage, his words muddied by blood as he uttered a garbled threat. Sanyan narrowed his eyes, his wrist twisting with precision, and in an instant, the gleaming blade flashed, severing the enormous head that tumbled to the ground. Such rudeness. Half an hour later, the disciples of the Sandow sect were nearly all slain. Those remaining either fled or surrendered, marking the complete cessation of hostilities. Sanyan brandished a knife at one of the minor leaders, demanding that he guide me to the location of the precious medicine. "Please, this way, Master Su." The man stammered, trembling as he led the way. Upon opening the storeroom where the herbal medicines of the association were kept, we were met with rows of cabinets, meticulously organized and filled with numerous herbs whose names he could not recall. Sanyan followed him to the innermost part, where a small room awaited. The little leader gestured towards the room and said, "Master, this is where the precious elixirs are stored. Please, go inside and retrieve them." After a brief moment, Sanyan gazed upon the 12 boxes arranged before him, his heart swelling with excitement. With these elixirs in his possession, he was but a step away from transcending to the realm of the celestial beings. Sanyan assigned a group of individuals to cleanse the battlefield and instructed them to bring back the remains of the 4 vice leaders. Along with the body of the leader resting in his coffin, he chose not to involve himself in the ensuing matters. Upon returning home, Sanyan eagerly consumed 12 precious herbs, and the energy on his status panel rose to 18 points. However, the plus sign indicating an elevation in realm did not appear, indicating that it was insufficient. He carried the 5 corpses into the secret chamber, and as the bodies withered, drops of blood manifested upon the hilt of the blade. Sanyan swallowed it without hesitation, and waves of intense warmth radiated from her body, further enhancing her physical prowess. A precious elixir, Sanyan murmured to herself, pondering that with just 3 or 4 more precious herbs, she should have enough to facilitate her breakthrough. Yet, where could she possibly find them? Bai Wuxia and Zhu Yong likely still possess some. She would attempt to procure a few tomorrow. After carefully wrapping the remains, Sanyan submerged them into the latrine, dusted off her hands, and returned to her chamber. Upon opening the door, she found the chieftain's wife seated upon a chair, having awaited her for quite some time. Dressed in a modest gray-white outer garment draped over her shoulders, she paired it with a light red blouse that revealed a hint of her forearm. Her hair was elegantly coiled at the back of her head, secured tightly with a wooden hairpin. A simple layer of rouge adorned her face, and her arms were crossed demurely over her abdomen as she sat upright, exuding an aura of propriety interlaced with a touch of sentimentality. Sanyan sometimes finds herself perplexed, uncertain of the true purpose of her arrival. Is it to offer herself in exchange for Sanyan's protection for her and her child? Or is it merely a spontaneous desire to come? The following dawn, a ray of golden light pierced through the darkness. Sanyan practiced martial arts early in the courtyard. As his realm advanced, his rest periods diminished correspondingly. He no longer required prolonged slumber, finding that 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day sufficed to replenish his energy completely. It is conceivable that once he breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, he may no longer need to sleep at all, relying solely on meditation to restore his vigor. After invigorating his muscles and bones, Sanyan made his way to the Bai residence, confident that Bai Wuxia would have risen by this hour. Within the grand hall of the Bai family, Sanyan and the other person leisurely savored their tea, with an unspoken understanding regarding all that had transpired in the gathering. Bai Wuxia set down her teacup and, with a curious expression, inquired, "I have a matter that perplexes me. I kindly ask for your guidance, Brother Su." Sanyan lifted his teacup and chuckled softly. "Are you inquiring about the demise of the 4 leaders of the Qingang?" "Indeed," Bai Wuxia replied, tilting his head with curiosity. "Might I ask, has Brother Su perhaps transcended to the realm of consummate inner energy?" He had already heard of the events that transpired in the Qingang last night, where Sanyan single-handedly vanquished all 4 vice leaders. It is noteworthy that these 4 individuals possessed intermediate inner energy cultivation, indicating that Sanyan had likely achieved a significant breakthrough. While attaining consummate inner energy is not an extraordinary feat, considering Sanyan's youthful visage, barely in his 20s. Such an accomplishment at this tender age is indeed quite astonishing. Chapter 34. The Realm of Celestial Beings. Sanyan humbly remarked, "It was merely a stroke of luck to have made a breakthrough a few days ago. It is hardly remarkable." Bai Wuxia slowly nodded, contemplating that his cultivation was likely amassed through the accumulation of precious elixirs. The fact that Sanyan scours for precious elixirs is no longer a secret. Bai Wuxia is well aware of this. Yet, even so, it is sufficient to demonstrate that Su's innate talent should not be underestimated. It is a pity, however. Bai Wuxia silently sighed, lamenting that the cultivation he amassed through these elixirs is insubstantial and tenuous. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is likely to remain stagnant at the pinnacle of inner energy, unable to transcend further in this lifetime. It is akin to constructing a towering edifice. While others diligently lay a solid foundation, advancing step by step, Sanyan opts to forego this foundational work. In the short term, his progress appears swift, yet it ultimately leads to a lack of sustainability. Such a magnificent talent for cultivation is thus squandered. Bai Wuxia no longer regarded him with much concern and, lifting his teacup, inquired, "Is there something on your mind, Brother Su?" Sanyan was oblivious to his own thoughts, and even if he were aware, it mattered little to him. His burdens were beyond their comprehension. I wish to procure a few precious herbs from Brother Bai, and I shall defer to his judgment on the price. Bai Wuxiao raised an eyebrow and glanced sideways, inquiring, are the several dozen obtained from the ginseng still insufficient? Su Sanyan shook his head, deeming it insufficient. How much does Brother Su desire? Bai Wuxiao, not inclined to offer much advice, understood that each individual's path was a personal choice. Su Sanyan had arrived at this point with no possibility of retreat. The more, the better, at least 5. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Wuxiao replied, I possess 7. Would you consider trading for a 10% stake in Wangwei Tower? No problem. Su Sanyan responded without the slightest hesitation. Please hold on a moment, Bai Wuxiao said as he rose to leave. He found it somewhat amusing. Did this man truly believe that mere accumulation of precious herbs would enable him to transcend to the celestial realm? Such ignorance. Moments later, Su Sanyan departed the Bai residence with 5 precious herbs, his heart brimming with excitement as he hastened home to consume them. With a flicker of thought, a panel materialized before his eyes. His energy had already reached 23 points, and the plus sign indicating advancement had appeared behind his realm. This was a testament to his imminent ability to break through to the celestial realm. The celestial realm! Su Sanyan felt a surge of excitement within, contemplating the decision to delay his breakthrough and instead pay a visit to Zhu Yong. An hour later, Su Sanyan emerged from the gates of the Zhu residence. Having exchanged all remaining shares in the Wangwei Tower and the gambling house for 4 precious medicinal herbs from Zhu Yong. Henceforth, while the business of Wangwei Tower and the gambling house remained nominally under the auspices of the Guanshan Knife Society, in reality, it had been thoroughly divided between Zhu Yong and the White Horse Gang. Nevertheless, Su Sanyan remained unfazed, should he desire, after transcending to the celestial realm. Reclaiming half of the shares from Zhu Yong and Bai Wuxiao would pose no challenge, as he was confident they would grant him this favor. However, it seemed unnecessary, for he had already scavenged nearly all the precious herbs within Tian City, and lingering here would merely squander his time. Su Sanyan returned to the secret chamber, instructing all to refrain from disturbing him. He swallowed 4 precious herbs, and his vital energy surged, rising by 4 points to a total of 27. With a mere thought, he sought to elevate it further. The energy rapidly depleted, plummeting from 27 to 5, consuming a staggering 22 points. In an instant, a wave of vitality surged from the outside in, nourishing his entire being. His internal organs strengthened, and even his senses transformed. Su Sanyan felt as if the heavens above were vastly different. His eyes could perceive the unseen of the past, his nose could detect the unheard of prior, and his ears could hear what had once been inaudible. It was as if a delicate veil, shrouding his vision, had been slightly torn, allowing him a glimpse into another realm. A sound caught his attention. The voice of the village chief's wife reprimanding a maid reached his ears. As he opened his eyes, the once impenetrable darkness of the chamber seemed to illuminate with a glow, revealing all details before him. The bloodstains left by the 5 corpses on the ground, previously unnoticed, now stood out with exquisite clarity. His nostrils flared, discerning every scent within the chamber. The metallic tang of the residual blood, the earthy aroma of the soil, the musty scent of several martial arts manuals in the corner, and a medley of peculiar odors that made his nose tingle. Is this what it means to transcend into the realm of the divine? Su Sanyan murmured to himself, a novel sensation causing him to tremble all over. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to attain enlightenment. He grasped the wondrous nature of cultivation and reveled in the joy of his spiritual growth, an intoxicating experience that he found utterly irresistible. Not only that, but his strength underwent a profound transformation. Previously, he could only unleash 7 or 8 parts of his full potential, as if shackled by an invisible restraint. Yet now, those shackles had vanished, leaving him feeling unencumbered and fully aware of every subtle change within himself. His heart, eyes, and body fused into one, where the heart envisioned. The body followed, free from any sense of obstruction. He chuckled softly, a laughter that echoed with exuberance. Su Sanyan's lips curled into a smile, which gradually transformed into an uncontrollable laugh, lingering for quite some time before he managed to regain his composure. His cultivation in the realm of celestial beings, combined with his unparalleled physical prowess, rendered him akin to a human tank. After a considerable while, Su Sanyan finally settled his emotions and emerged from the secret chamber, stepping into a world that felt utterly rejuvenated. Ah, this sensation is truly exquisite. Su Sanyan could not help but take a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes as she relied solely on her sense of smell and hearing to navigate through the courtyard. skillfully avoiding all obstacles. Sanyan opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards a corner, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. Just then, the figure of the chieftain's wife gracefully appeared at the corner. Even from a considerable distance, he could hear the sound of her footsteps and catch the faint scent of her perfume. The disparity between the celestial realm and the inner Qi realm was indeed vast. Far exceeding his expectations, it was not merely reflected in strength, but also manifested in various other aspects. Fourth Master, you have emerged, the chieftain's wife approached with elegance. Sanyan remained silent as he lifted her effortlessly into his arms and strode towards the house, eager to release the tumult of emotions swirling within him. The lady of the stronghold was acutely aware of his intentions and felt a rush of warmth flood her cheeks. Fourth Master, it is still early, she remarked, though the sun was merely at its zenith. Yet, Sanyan paid little heed to her words. As twilight approached, the Huangya hurriedly arrived, knocking at the door. Fourth Master, Lord Zhu requests your presence. Sanyan dressed himself and stepped outside. What does Zhu Yong want from me at this hour? The Huangya shook his head, uncertain. His aide merely came to inform him and left. Sanyan contemplated for a moment and decided to pay a visit, sensing that something must have transpired. Upon arriving at the Zhu residence, she gathered her aura and deliberately circled the vicinity, ensuring there were no hidden ambushes before knocking on the door. The entrance swung open, revealing Deputy Zhu Yong, who escorted Sanyan to the study. Inside, Zhu Yong and an elderly gentleman were engaged in a grave discussion. Noticing her arrival, Zhu Yong waved his hand repeatedly, exclaiming, "Ah, my dear brother Su has arrived. Allow me to introduce you to Lord Liu, the magistrate of Tian County." Sanyan was taken aback, yet she did not show any hesitation. She clasped her hands together and said, "I have the honor of meeting you, Lord L." The elderly man stroked his beard and replied, "Young friend Su, please take a seat." Sanyan inquired, "Brother Zhu, have you summoned me at this hour for a specific matter?" Zhu Yong and Lord L exchanged a solemn glance before Zhu Yong spoke gravely. "The White Horse Gang has been colluding with the rebels." Chapter 35. Dear Su, have you had your meal? Sanyan was taken aback. Rebels? Where did these rebels come from? How was he unaware of this? It seemed that County Magistrate Liu discerned his confusion and began to elucidate. 3 months ago, the Prince of Ruichang in Xiangzhou raised an insurrection. Due to the considerable distance from here, the news has yet to reach us. So it is entirely understandable that you have not heard of it, my young friend. Sanyan nodded. So, it is indeed the Rui Wang who is colluding with the White Horse Gang? Zhu Yong affirmed, indeed. Our Liao province is renowned for its war horses, and the White Horse Gang possesses a stable just outside the city, frequently selling to other provinces. It was only recently, during a transaction in Huai province, that they were discovered by the inspection office. They followed the buyers all the way and uncovered that the White Horse Gang has been supplying war horses to the rebel forces. Sanyan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that we take action against the White Horse Gang?" Zhu Yong nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Engaging in treasonous collusion with rebels is a crime deserving of extermination of the 9 clans. Moreover, this matter has already come to the attention of the supervisory department. It cannot be concealed any longer, and the only recourse left is to atone for one's misdeeds. Sanyan inquired with curiosity, what is the function of the supervisory department? This institution oversees all under heaven. Regardless of whether one is a commoner or a high-ranking official, they possess the authority to investigate, wielding significant power directly under the emperor's command. Sanyan nodded slowly, her gaze shifting towards the 2 adults. Since they had already made their plans, what purpose was there in calling upon me? Sanyan was acutely aware of the intentions of the 2 individuals, yet he was resolute in his refusal to act as their pawn without recompense. Magistrate Liu, with his eyelids drooping, obscured his thoughts from view. After a moment of silence, he slowly began to speak. "We have received word that Bai Wuxia has attained the realm of transcendence." Sanyan smiled inwardly. He had already been privy to this news. Yet he feigned surprise. If he had indeed made a breakthrough, why not seek assistance? Surely, the inspectorate harbored formidable experts of the celestial realm. Magistrate Liu sighed. Lamenting the current situation, the Prince of Rui's rebellion had drawn a multitude of martial artists to the front lines, leaving no manpower to spare. Furthermore, the emergence of traitorous forces within the realm was a failure on their part. If they managed to eradicate the insurrection, it would merely offset their responsibilities. Yet if they faltered, Magistrate Liu shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. Yet, Su Sanyan comprehended well. Should they call for aid, the blame would inevitably fall upon him, a burden he could not bear. This furthermore was paramount. The old man still aspired to ascend the ranks of bureaucracy. Thus, "You two summoned me to involve the Guanshan Knife Society?" Su Sanyan inquired. Zhu Yong interjected, "Rest assured, Brother Su, you shall not labor in vain. Upon the successful execution of our plan, the entirety of the White Horse Gang's business will be entrusted to you." How does that sound? Magistrate Liu also regarded him. For this was the price they had negotiated. Once the Guanshan Knife Society subsumed the White Horse Gang, it would undoubtedly become the preeminent faction in Taiyan City. Both Magistrate Liu and Zhu Yong agreed to this arrangement because they perceived Su Sanyan's cultivation to be modest, rendering him easily manageable. Even should the Guanshan Knife Society flourish, they harbored no fear. However, they may soon find themselves disappointed, as Su Sanyan gently shook his head. "I hold no interest in such factions. Brother Zhu should understand that my aspirations lie in cultivation." This implied that assistance would only be rendered if it pertained to his spiritual pursuits, a sentiment that the two men grasped with clarity. Zhu Yong's expression darkened. Despite his habitual familiarity, it was merely a guise for the sake of monetary gain. In truth, he never regarded Su Sanyan as an equal. A mere leader of a minor gang dared to presume parity with him? Surely, he must have relied on medicinal resources to bolster his cultivation, further fueling Zhu Yong's disdain. Yet, what Zhu Yong did not anticipate was Su Sanyan's audacity to negotiate. This prompted Zhu Yong to ponder whether his habitual affability had led Su Sanyan to overestimate his own worth. Had he truly come to believe himself significant after merely a handful of transactions? What audacity! Zhu Yong scoffed. "Su, you would do well to comprehend whom you are addressing." By referring to him as gang leader Su, Zhu Yong signified the absence of camaraderie between them. All prior interactions had merely been transactional. Their invitation tonight was less a negotiation than a directive. They were, after all, the top two officials of Taiyan City. What room was there for refusal? Unless Su Sanyan wished to forfeit his standing in Taiyan. A smile graced Su Sanyan's lips. Zhu Yong, noticing his audacity to smile, darkened his tone. "You must understand that even without your assistance, with the 7,000 troops at my disposal, I could easily eradicate the White Horse Gang. However, after this matter, you should contemplate your own future." The threat inherent in Zhu Yong's words was unmistakable. Su Sanyan, with a beaming smile, shrugged his shoulders and said, "What else would you have me do? Please, feel free." Su Sanyan was acutely aware of their intentions. They merely sought to use them as cannon fodder, aiming to minimize the losses among the official troops. Su Sanyan scoffed inwardly, wishing to send others to their demise while avoiding any repercussions. How absurdly self-serving. Bang! Zhu Yong slammed his fist on the table, his temper flaring as a warrior. Su Sanyan's blatant disregard for the gravity of the situation ignited his fury, and he pointed menacingly at her, declaring, "This is not for you to decide. If you refuse to partake in this matter, you shall find it impossible to navigate life in Taiyan City from this day forth. I have the power to elevate you, but I can just as easily crush you." Su Sanyan seemed to have heard an amusing joke, clutching her belly and laughing uncontrollably. "You want to crush me? Very well. I shall see how you intend to do so." Just as Zhu Yong opened his mouth, Su Sanyan slowly rose, no longer concealing her cultivation. Her aura erupted, and with a dramatic flourish of her sleeve, her internal energy surged forth, causing the surrounding tables, chairs, doors, and windows to shatter violently. With a resounding crash, the teacup on the table exploded, sending shards of porcelain flying into the walls, leaving deep gouges. Some even grazed Zhu Yong's cheek, drawing blood. In an instant, the room was left in ruins, as if an invisible hand had torn the books on the shelf in the corner apart, sending them swirling through the air. Zhu Yong stood there, his expression vacant, his mind a blank slate, while County Magistrate L was even more undone, overwhelmed by her formidable presence. Unable to harbor a single thought of resistance, trembling as if under the gaze of a fierce tiger, the figure of Su Sanyan flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the two men. With a gentle grip upon their shoulders, he leaned in and softly inquired, "Lord Zhu, Lord LV, how do you intend to handle my presence?" Zhu Yong, stripped of his earlier ferocity, turned pale, muttering in disbelief. A celestial being at such a young age. While County Magistrate LV, being a civil official, might not fully grasp the significance of a celestial being at such an age, Zhu Yong was acutely aware. A martial artist of around 20 years old, even within the royal family, would be regarded as an exceptional prodigy. He could never have fathomed that in this impoverished corner of the Northwest, a dragon could be nurtured. Even more alarming was the realization that he had offended such a being. Zhu Yong swallowed hard, at a loss for words, and could only muster a smile that was more pitiful than a cry. Su, my brother, have you eaten? Chapter 36. I have 3 daughters. Su Sanyan smiled and remarked, What? Is Lord Zhu inviting me to dinner? Without waiting for a response, she continued, That simply cannot be. How could I dare to allow Lord Zhu to treat me? Would that not imply that I am ungrateful? Zhu Yong made an effort to steady his emotions. Coming to terms with the reality that Su Sanyan was a martial artist of celestial stature, he quickly realigned his stance and said, Please do not jest with me any longer. Previously, I was but a foolish individual, but from this moment forth, whatever you say shall be my command. I shall have no objections. Su Sanyan exerted a slight force with his arm, causing Zhu Yong to plummet to the ground. Can we discuss the terms now? He inquired. Indeed. Please, go ahead, Su replied. Zhu Yong, too intimidated to rise, remained seated on the ground. Only when confronting a martial artist of the celestial realm does one truly comprehend the immense pressure. At that moment, Zhu Yong harbored no other thoughts, solely hoping that Su Sanyan would not, in a fit of rage, take his life. Meanwhile, County Magistrate L, devoid of any cultivation, was utterly overwhelmed by Su Sanyan's imposing presence, still struggling to regain his composure, his lips beginning to pale. Su Sanyan revealed a smile as she helped him to his feet. Be it precious herbs or other spiritual treasures, what do you possess? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yong felt a tightening in his heart, his mind racing as he realized he still had 4 precious herbs in his possession. Su Sanyan smiled faintly and declared that these 4 precious herbs would serve as compensation for your offense against me. Is that acceptable? No, no problem at all. Zhu Yong, unable to resist, bowed his head in submission, fully aware that at such a close range, it would be as effortless for Su Sanyan to take his life as it would be to reach into a pocket. Su Sanyan gently patted the shoulder of Magistrate Liu, inquiring, My dear Sir Liu, have you contemplated how to make amends? Huh, what? Magistrate Liu exclaimed, as if awakening from a dream, gradually regaining his composure. His weathered face broke into a radiant smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. I shall certainly petition His Majesty, with your remarkable abilities. You will undoubtedly be favored by the court. Su Sanyan expressed little interest in holding an official position, candidly asking, Have you considered what you would use to purchase your life? Magistrate L was taken aback, wondering how the conversation had escalated to such a dire proposition. Su Sanyan shook her head, a hint of regret in her voice. It seems you possess no treasures worthy of purchasing your life. Fear not. I shall assist in reuniting your family. Once below, you shall not be alone. As she spoke, her palm tightened slightly, and a wave of excruciating pain surged through Magistrate Liu's entire being, prompting him to cry out in panic, Yes, I have treasures to buy my life. Su Sanyan paused, pondering, What is it? The skin on Magistrate L's face quivered with a semblance of relaxation as he remarked, I have 3 daughters, each a paragon of beauty, whom I could offer to the young brother as handmaidens. Su Sanyan was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced she had misheard. The notion of voluntarily offering her daughter was beyond her comprehension. Beside her, Zhu Yong shifted uncomfortably, seemingly embarrassed to be associated with such a proposal. In moments of life and death, one's true nature is revealed. No one could have anticipated that the scholarly magistrate, who was well versed in the classics, would stoop to the depths of offering his own daughter for the sake of survival. Magistrate Liu appeared oblivious to the impropriety of his actions, continuing to incessantly extol the virtues of his daughter, stating that his second daughter, at the tender age of 29, was the most beautiful among his 3 daughters and would undoubtedly not disappoint. Might you accompany me to see her? Su Sanyan stroked his chin, intrigued yet still shaking his head, deeming it insufficient. The allure of women was, for him, an easily attainable treasure, not something particularly rare. Magistrate L hastily added, My younger daughter is also exceedingly beautiful. I would gladly offer her as well. Su Sanyan curled the corner of his mouth, if that is still insufficient. Are you contemplating offering your eldest daughter to me as well? Magistrate Liu found himself in a bit of a quandary, for he had bestowed his eldest daughter upon Lord Wang of the capital city several years prior. If you do not mind, he continued, I am but in my prime at merely 20 years of age, and I could send her along as well. Ha ha. Su Sanyan could not help but burst into laughter, genuinely surprised by the eccentricity of the world. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How did you come to hold the position of county magistrate?" Magistrate L responded with a hint of satisfaction, attributing his success to his eldest daughter, stating that in the present-day Qi, one must have influential connections to ascend to officialdom. You mentioned Lord Wang from the prefectural city. I am quite curious. How old is he this year? Sanyan asked, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. Magistrate L replied, Lord Wang has merely reached the age of knowing his destiny in the prime of life, with ample opportunity to advance further in his official career. It would not be considered a slight for my daughter to be given to him as a concubine. Sanyan shook his head with a bemused smile. To him, a man in his 50s or 60s was transformed into one in the prime of life. How fortunate it was that these 3 daughters were born into his family, truly a blessing earned from a previous life. With that said, he exerted a slight pressure with his palm, and with a crisp crack, the county magistrate Liu was no longer breathing. Zhu Yong glanced at the lifeless body of Magistrate Liu and scoffed. He had never anticipated that the usually solemn magistrate was, in truth, such a person. A killer of officials. Sanyan paused momentarily, turning his gaze slowly towards Zhu Yong. Does this count as rebellion? What? Zhu Yong was taken aback. And then he quickly realized, when did you, Brother Su, ever take a life? Minister Liu passed away due to his advanced age, having lived a full life. Ha ha ha, indeed. Indeed. Sanyan burst into laughter, remarking that this absurd world operates in such a manner. When one possesses strength, all actions are invariably justified on their behalf. Well then, let us discuss the remuneration for my assistance. Sanyan turned his gaze toward Zhu Yong. Zhu Yong hesitated, steeling himself before he finally spoke. To be frank, Brother Su, I possess only these 4 precious herbs. If you have intentions of entering the court, I can personally compose a letter of recommendation for you. However, this letter is not to be taken lightly. Should Sanyan find himself in trouble, I too would be implicated, thus bearing a considerable risk. Sanyan shook his head, expressing his disinterest in the officialdom, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire, given my cultivation level, what rank could I attain in the imperial court? Zhu Yong hesitated before responding. Perhaps around the 5th rank. Is the celestial realm only a 5th rank official? Sanyan exclaimed in astonishment. You may not fully grasp the intricacies of the court. Unlike the sects, advancement in the imperial court necessitates influential backing. Zhu Yong reflected, then added, I once served under the great General Su Kuai, and I could pen a letter of recommendation for you. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly earn the general's favor, and securing a 4th-rank position as a valiant cavalry general should pose no challenge. Zhu Yong calculated his own gains. Should Sanyan agree, they would become colleagues in the same court, thus ensuring his own safety. Once, Sanyan had to wait over an hour to meet him, feigning patience despite his inner restlessness. Now, the tides had turned, with Su's life and death hanging on Zhu's whims. Zhu Yong sighed deeply, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of worldly affairs. At this moment, he still found it hard to believe how Su had managed to break through, despite consuming numerous precious herbs, which should have left his foundation weak. How had he ascended to the celestial realm? Was his talent truly so extraordinary? Sanyan tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. She had heard whispers of celestial beings residing within the royal family. Zhu Yong suddenly realized that he had harbored intentions of seeking enlightenment and immortality, but that would likely lead to his disillusionment. I too have heard such tales, yet I have never laid eyes upon them, Zhu Yong remarked, shaking his head. Sanyan furrowed her brow in contemplation. With an immortal presiding over the royal family of Qi, could there be one among the rebel forces as well? Chapter 37, The Camp of Prince Rue. Zhu Yong spoke softly. Surely, there must be. Sanyan nodded silently. Zhu Yong's status was too low for him to be privy to many matters, making inquiries futile. Perhaps she could glean some information from Bai Wuxia. Thus, Sanyan departed from the Zhu residence with the 4 precious herbs contributed by Zhu Yong, and before leaving, she remarked, I trust you will handle the aftermath of County Magistrate Liu appropriately. I do not wish for any further complications, Zhu Yong assured her repeatedly. Fully aware of the implication, roots must be eradicated to eliminate the weeds. De Huanya squatted outside the door and quickly followed Sanyan as she exited. Keep an eye on County Magistrate Liu's household. Zhu Yong will manage the situation, she instructed, striding purposefully towards the Bai residence. Yes, 4th Master. De Huanya marveled inwardly at the depths of his master's hidden capabilities. Zhu Yong watched the 2 figures fade into the distance, his mind racing with contemplation. He now faced 2 paths. First, to obey Su Sanyan's orders and eradicate the Liu family. Second, to mobilize his troops to besiege Su Sanyan. If he could eliminate her, he would regain control over Tian City. After much deliberation, he ultimately resolved to follow her command and take action against the Liu family. A 20-year-old in the realm of transcendence, Zhu Yong murmured to himself, his brow furrowed with melancholy. Surrounding a transcendental martial artist proved exceedingly difficult should the opponent evade encirclement. It would be near impossible to slay them. If Su Sanyan were to escape, he would find no peace thereafter. Moreover, there was the matter of Bai Wuxia. Should they join forces, even with his 7,000 soldiers, his demise would be inevitable. Su Sanyan arrived at the Bai residence alone, exuding an undeniable aura that he did not attempt to conceal. Before he could even knock on the door, the figure of Bai Wuxia appeared outside. Her face a portrait of astonishment as she exclaimed, "You have made a breakthrough?" Su Sanyan chuckled, attributing it to mere luck. Bai Wuxia, with an air of astonishment, replied, "Luck has no part in this. Brother Su, your innate talent is truly extraordinary, and I am in awe." The two settled into the room. Yet Bai Wuxia found it difficult to quell the tumult within. After all, they were speaking of a transcendent martial artist at the tender age of 20. Even the son of the esteemed King Rui, who had been nurtured by eminent masters and trained in superior techniques, had not managed to transcend to the realm of transcendence by that age, despite an unbroken supply of rare celestial resources. Bai Wuxia soon composed himself and inquired, "Brother Su, have you come with a purpose this time?" His tone, no longer as nonchalant as before, bore a warm smile. Su Sanyan smiled and nodded, inquiring if Bai Xiong had any acquaintance with Prince Rui. Bai Wuxia felt a chill in his heart, but maintained an impassive demeanor, responding, "What does Brother Su mean?" He neither confirmed nor denied the connection, eager to discern Su Sanyan's intentions. "Is there perhaps an immortal among Prince Rui's troops?" Su Sanyan stated candidly. Bai Wuxia furrowed his brow, questioning, "How does Brother Su know I am associated with Prince Rui?" Su Sanyan chuckled, "Well, Brother Bai, the person you dispatched for delivery last time has yet to return, hasn't he?" A realization struck Bai Wuxia. It appeared that issues had arisen from this very place. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, wearing a smile as he remarked, "It seems the authorities are also aware." Su Sanyan nodded, revealing no intention of concealment. For he was not a representative of the government. It is remarkable that at such a tender age, Brother Su has achieved such a lofty realm. Should he serve the Prince of Rui, it would be far more advantageous than aligning himself with the court. The Prince of Rui is known for his meritocratic approach. With clear rewards and punishments, he possesses even the secrets to cultivating immortality. Bai Wuxia not only remained unperturbed by the prospect of military suppression, but also harbored thoughts of enticing Su Sanyan to his side. Su Sanyan felt a twinge of interest. If Prince Rui possessed cultivation techniques, might he also possess magical arts? "I have heard whispers that there are immortals within the royal family," Su Sanyan probed. Only an immortal can contend with another immortal." Upon hearing this, Su Sanyan immediately understood that there were indeed immortals within Prince Rui's faction. "I have long been curious about the realm of cultivation. Might Brother Bai regale us with tales?" Su Sanyan's curiosity was evident. Bai Wuxia nodded. "I am not well versed in the realm of cultivation myself, but I have heard some tales. Our great Qi is situated in a remote area with scarce spiritual resources. Thus no cultivation sects have established their presence here." Su Sanyan nodded. These words had also been conveyed to him by Ma Tianqing in the past. However, even in remote areas, extraordinary beings can occasionally emerge. If the entire nation were to unite its efforts, it would certainly be feasible to support a few cultivators. Su Sanyan appeared contemplative, pondering the recent rebellion of the Rui Wang, suspecting that it might be orchestrated by those adept in the mystical arts. Bai Wuxia lifted her eyelids to cast a glance at Su Sanyan, noticing his dawning comprehension, and continued, "There are certain practitioners of the arcane who, lacking in formidable strength, struggle to survive in the central plains. Consequently, they venture to our remote locale to assert their dominion. Thus, the Rui Wang's insurrection was revealed to be a mutually beneficial collaboration. The Rui Wang sought the throne, while the practitioners yearned for spiritual treasures to sustain themselves. If you were to ally with the Rui Wang, my dear Brother Su, setting aside other matters, given your innate talent and the potential to achieve further merit, acquiring a tome of cultivation techniques would surely be within your grasp." In her discourse, Bai Wuxia expressed a yearning for such techniques, firmly believing that no one could resist the allure of transcending into the realm of immortality. With a smile illuminating her features, Sanyan remarked, "Would it not be preferable to join the imperial court? The royal family has wielded control over the great Qi for 3 centuries, surely. They must have amassed a considerable collection of cultivation techniques and treasures." Bai Wuxia shook her head, stating quite the contrary. The royal family's governance over the practices of immortality is exceedingly stringent, and such knowledge will never be divulged to outsiders. Only those of the Yang clan are deemed worthy of cultivation. In contrast, Prince Rui welcomes talented individuals from across the realm, as long as one achieves merit. There exists an opportunity to seek the path of immortality. Sanyan nodded silently. The royal family bore the surname Yang. He was not particularly anxious about cultivating his immortal techniques. Although the True and Tranquil Sutra could only advance him to the foundation establishment stage, it sufficed for the time being. Moreover, he had no intention of changing his cultivation method, for all the extraordinary elements of heaven and earth were prepared. He merely needed to cultivate to the perfection of the celestial realm to forge a superior Tao foundation with the Crimson Dagger. Currently, his paramount desire was to acquire spiritual substances akin to precious elixirs that could enhance his vital energy, followed closely by techniques. If I were to join Prince Rui, would precious elixirs be redeemable for merits? Sanyan inquired. Bai Wuxia regarded him with curiosity, stating, "At the celestial realm, precious elixirs hold little value for us, as they contain insufficient spiritual energy. If you seek enhancement, you may exchange for spirit elevation pills from Prince Rui." Spirit elevation pills? Sanyan had never encountered such a term before. The alchemical concoctions produced by the cultivators behind Prince Rui were indeed beneficial for one's practice. Sanyan pondered quietly. Weighing various factors, joining Prince Rui was indeed preferable to serving the court. Upon noticing his interest, Bai Wuxia further elaborated, "Are you familiar with the Grand General Su Kuai?" Sanyan nodded, acknowledging her understanding. Zhu Yong had just mentioned this to her. Bai Wuxia, with a mocking expression, remarked that Su Kuai was a first-rank general of the current dynasty, holding a position of great authority and commanding 60% of the military forces of the realm. Yet, the Yang family had never bestowed upon him a tome of cultivation techniques, solely because he did not bear the Yang surname. Bai Wuxia continued, urging Su to contemplate this matter further. Sanyan inquired, "May I ask, Brother Bai, how many warriors of the celestial realm serve under the auspices of the ruler of auspice?" Bai Wuxia pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps around 10. "Only so few?" Sanyan expressed her astonishment. "Indeed," Bai Wuxia chuckled, "the celestial realm represents the pinnacle of mortal martial prowess. Such a breakthrough is not easily attained." With a hint of pride, he reflected on his own achievement of ascending to the celestial realm at the age of over 40, considering himself a paragon among men, capable of looking down upon 90% of the martial practitioners in the world. However, he then turned his gaze towards Sanyan, feeling a twinge of self-deprecation as he sighed inwardly, realizing the disparity between their accomplishments. Sanyan likely had an inkling of the situation. Thus, she decided to speak candidly. "If I were to align myself with Prince Rui, what would I stand to gain? I do not possess the authority to make such decisions. They must be communicated to Prince Rui, who will determine the course of action. In that case, I shall await further news in silence." Sanyan rose and, with a courteous gesture, took his leave, an honor that Bai Wuxia had never bestowed upon anyone before. Chapter 38. Preparations for Departure. Once Sanyan had distanced himself, Bai Wuxia stood in the courtyard, deep in thought. If he could draw Sanyan under the banner of the Rui king at the tender age of 20, it would surely earn him significant merit and the goodwill of Sanyan, a dual triumph. Bai Wuxia summoned paper and ink, immersing himself in writing. Completely unconcerned about Zhu Yong's impending military assault, he was utterly oblivious to the true nature of the celestial realm. Did Zhu Yong truly believe that with his 7,000 troops, he could encircle and annihilate a martial artist of the celestial realm? Absurd. While Bai Wuxia may not be able to slay all 7,000, they would certainly be incapable of hindering his escape. Sanyan exited the Bai residence and turned his gaze homeward. He bore no concern for Bai Wuxia's safety. Zhu Yong would not succeed in extinguishing his life. Should Zhu Yong lead 7,000 soldiers to encircle him, Sanyan possessed the unwavering confidence to dispatch Zhu Yong amidst the throngs of soldiers and depart unscathed. His physical form, enhanced by the blood-red dagger, had transcended all expectations, allowing him to wield immense strength with a mere sweep of his arms. Coupled with his cultivation at the celestial being realm, his internal energy flowed ceaselessly, and his senses were acutely sharpened, rendering him akin to a humanoid machine. Unless a cultivator made an appearance, even a fully realized martial artist at the celestial being level would find him a formidable opponent. The blood-red dagger bestowed upon him an unparalleled prowess in the mortal realm, truly a marvel of the universe. Upon returning home, he found Big Yellow leaning against the doorframe, his head nodding rhythmically, evidently exhausted. "What are you doing here?" Sanyan inquired. Big Yellow jolted awake, vigorously rubbing his face. "Fourth Master, I have completed the tasks you assigned. I have also brought back 2 women, as Zhu Yong claimed they were a tribute for you." Sanyan raised an eyebrow, questioning. 2. De Huangyan nodded in agreement. "Isn't it 3? Sanyan recalled that Magistrate Liu had mentioned his family, consisting of his second daughter, youngest daughter, and his wife, as well as a deceased member. "Well, it is time to return to rest." Sanyan waved his hand dismissively, accepting the loss. Dawanjia cast an envious glance at Sanyan's room before turning back inside. As he pushed open the door, 3 women in the room simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. Among them was the chieftain's wife, softly offering comfort to the others. "Fourth Master, you have returned," the chieftain's wife exclaimed with a beaming smile as she rushed towards him. Sanyan glanced over her shoulder at the 2 women on the bed. Noticing this, the chief's wife softly remarked, "Fourth Master, the one is my elder sister, named Jingyuan, and the other is my younger sister, named Jingshu." The 2 sisters looked at Sanyan with trepidation, their eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of spilling over. Jingyuan was adorned in a dress of azure and violet hues, complemented by a pair of delicate light green short boots that accentuated her petite feet. Jingshu, on the other hand, wore a long robe of a soft crimson shade, intricately embroidered with golden patterns, her hair cascading chaotically over her shoulders, her tear-filled eyes radiating an air of innocence. Sanyan nodded to herself, realizing that County Magistrate Liu had not exaggerated. Indeed, his 2 daughters were exceptionally beautiful. However, Sanyan preferred not to exert pressure in such matters, thus addressing the 2 ladies. "If you are unwilling, I shall not insist." Jingshu's sobs momentarily halted, her eyes glistening with hesitation as she inquired, "Is what you say truly sincere?" Sanyan wore a gentle smile, exuding an amiable demeanor. "Of course, I never impose upon others." "You are truly kind," Jingshu expressed with a quivering voice, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a benevolent soul. Jingyuan also felt a sense of relief, yet the thought of her entire family, tragically lost, flooded her heart with sorrow, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Sanyan waved his hand to the chieftain's wife, signaling her to exit, with a gaze filled with compassion. The chieftain's wife cast a lingering glance at the 2 young women, sighed deeply within, and obediently left the room. Earlier, she had felt a pang of sympathy and contemplated instructing the 2 on how to survive under Sanyan's command. The solution was quite simple. They merely needed to serve him dutifully, utter no words, pose no questions, and most importantly, refrain from any resistance, surrendering themselves to fate. If they succeeded in pleasing him, perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope for their survival. However, it appeared that none of her words had penetrated their understanding. Alas! Standing outside the door, the chieftain's wife listened as muffled sounds emanated from within, followed by an unsettling silence. Moments later, a flat voice called out, "Come in." With a creak, the chieftain's wife opened the door, her eyes scanning the room, only to find no trace of the 2 young women, no remnants, not even a corpse, as if they had never existed. Yet, she refrained from uttering a single inquiry and simply approached obediently. As for the 2 young women of the elf family, they had been reduced to skeletons by Sanyan's blood-colored dagger, their remains shattered by his internal energy, leaving behind only some fragmented bones and tattered garments beneath the eaves outside as evidence of their fleeting existence in this world. Sanyan has always been adept at leaving no future troubles, even if it concerns merely 2 ordinary women. 5 days later, Bai Wuxiao arrived with 2 trusted confidants, one of whom was Xin Hong, the very individual who had previously visited and addressed Sanyan as vice leader Su in her presence. However, the air of arrogance he once bore had vanished, replaced by a palpable sense of unease, for he was acutely aware of his previous disrespectful demeanor. Who could have anticipated that within such a brief span, their statuses would undergo such a remarkable transformation? Had he foreseen this day, he would have never dared to act so presumptuously. A tide of regret washed over Xin Hong. Yet, it was too late for remorse, and all he could do was hope that Sanyan would overlook past grievances. "Brother Bai, please take a seat." Sanyan invited him to sit. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Bai Wuxia retrieved an envelope from his breast pocket and handed it to Su Sanyan, stating, "This is the prince's reply. You may wish to peruse it." Su Sanyan carefully perused the letter, which was brief and merely outlined their offered terms. 3 spirit elixirs. The freedom to select any mundane martial arts, 10,000 taels of gold, and 10 maidservants. Furthermore, they pledged that should he achieve notable merits, he could exchange them for spiritual items, martial arts techniques, and other treasures. The offer bore a semblance of sincerity. Su Sanyan tucked the letter away and raised his gaze. "Might I inquire what the prince desires of me?" Bai Wuxia shook his head, indicating that no such request had been made. It seemed that Su would need to journey to Xiangzhou personally to meet the prince. Su Sanyan nodded slowly, acknowledging that a visit to Xiangzhou was indeed imperative. He had initially planned to use the Prince of Rue as a stepping stone to connect with the cultivators behind him, seeking to gain insight into the realm of cultivation before making further plans. "It is only fitting, as you and I shall be colleagues in the future, that I rely on your guidance, Brother Bai," Su Sanyan said with a smile, cupping his hands in greeting. Bai Wuxia, ever polite, quickly responded, "It is I who must rely on your kindness, Brother Su. Given your youth, you are sure to earn the prince's favor. I hope we can grow closer in the days to come." "Haha, well said, Su Sanyan replied, and the two exchanged compliments. Before parting, Bai Wuxia added, "If you find yourself free, I shall be departing in 3 days to meet the prince. Are you going as well, Brother Bai?" Su Sanyan inquired with curiosity. Bai Wuxia sighed, gesturing toward Xian and Hong behind him. "Alas, having fortuitously broken through recently, the prince has summoned me back. Henceforth, this place shall fall under their jurisdiction." Su Sanyan chuckled, congratulating Bai Xiong, stating that upon his return, he would undoubtedly receive accolades. Bai Wuxia, displaying modesty, exchanged a few polite words before rising to take his leave. Xian Hong promptly followed, letting out a sigh of relief inwardly, for it appeared that Su Sanyan had not taken the previous incident to heart. Chapter 39. The eve of departure. Meanwhile, within the opulent palace of Xiangzhou Prefecture, 100 courtesans danced gracefully to the rhythm, while the surrounding hall was filled with civil officials and military leaders, engaging in lively toasts. At the head of the chamber, a middle-aged man adorned in exquisite attire reclined lazily upon a gilded chair, his gaze somewhat dreamy as he admired the performance below. Beside him, a young man dressed as a scholar attentively monitored the middle-aged man's facial expressions. With a subtle movement of his eyes, the middle-aged man signaled to the scholar, who promptly turned to a nearby guard and whispered, instructing him to bring that woman to the prince's chamber shortly. The guard nodded in acknowledgement, having lost interest. The Prince of Rue clapped his hands, causing the music and dance to cease immediately, the performers retreating in an orderly fashion. The guests straightened their postures and turned their attention to the prince. "Haha, I have 3 joyous announcements to make. Firstly, my subordinate Bai Wuxia has broken through to the realm of the celestial being and will soon return to Xiang City." The crowd below displayed a myriad of expressions. Yet regardless of their thoughts, they had no choice but to rise and extend their congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the prince for gaining another great general." Ha ha ha. The Prince of Rue, in high spirits, set down his cup and continued, "Not just 1 general, but 2. Bai Wuxia has discovered a raw gem in a remote town in the northwest. This young talent, not yet 20, has already attained the realm of the celestial being. Such extraordinary ability has fallen into my hands, a clear sign of divine favor upon our righteous army." A momentary silence enveloped the assembly, as all present shared a singular thought, a child of destiny. The civil officials appeared relatively unfazed, but the numerous military leaders were less pleased. Among the hundreds of generals under the prince's command, only 10 had reached the realm of the celestial being, and now 2 more had emerged, intensifying their own pressure. However, they could not dampen the prince's spirits at that moment, and thus shouted in unison, "Heaven bless the righteous army." The young noble seated at the prince's left, his eyes flickering with contemplation, was deep in thought. Many civil officials and military leaders exhibited various expressions, their minds racing with calculations. The prince, keenly observant, took in the myriad reactions below. "The third matter," he proclaimed, "is that my 3rd son, Yang Xinyo, achieved a great victory yesterday at Qingnyo Mountain, slaying 10,000 enemy troops, capturing 40,000, and seizing countless weapons and armor. With 3 joyous tidings, how can we not succeed in our grand enterprise? Ha ha ha. Congratulations to the prince, for there will be a worthy successor." A middle-aged scholar exclaimed loudly. The prince's gaze shifted, recognizing this man as undoubtedly aligned with his 3rd son. He had already designated his heir, the eldest son, Yang Sini, and this remark in such a setting was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. The young noble below paused, silently turning his attention to the speaker. He was Yang Sini, the crown prince. Should the Prince of Rue ascend to the throne, he would become the heir apparent. Anyone who harbors intentions towards this position shall become his sworn enemy. Their brother. Yang Sini's heart was enveloped in coldness, yet her face betrayed no hint of change. Still adorned with a smile. Behind Yang Sini sat a woman clad in a resplendent red robe. Her expression serene as she lifted the wine cup from the table and downed its contents in one gulp, her cold gaze surveying the unfolding events. Beneath the seemingly harmonious banquet, undercurrents surged, with each individual concealing their own intricate thoughts. In Tian City, Sanyan sat cross-legged on the bed, swallowing down 4 precious pills, which he had procured from Zhu Yong a few days prior. At this juncture, these elixirs merely served to augment the qi displayed on his panel, offering negligible enhancement to his cultivation. With a flicker of thought, he opened the panel to examine its details. Sanyan, age, 18,160, realm, initial stage of celestial being cultivation method, true tranquility and the elimination of falsehood, perfect, magical technique, blood demon corpse refinement. Not yet initiated, skills, complete circular posture, perfect. 3 tigers subduing the dragon blade, perfect. Horse inspection technique, perfect. Excavator maintenance and care, beginner, qi, 10. The most significant transformation he experienced upon breaking through to the celestial being realm was the dramatic increase in his lifespan, which had nearly doubled, now reaching an impressive 160 years. Furthermore, both the 3 tigers subduing the dragon blade and the horse inspection technique had naturally attained perfection. As for the remaining 10 points of qi, Sanyan intended to conserve them for the time being, planning to employ them to further enhance his cultivation in the future. As his cultivation advanced, the demand for qi would undoubtedly escalate, having already expended over 20 points during his breakthrough to the celestial being realm. It was reasonable to anticipate an even greater requirement for the foundation establishment breakthrough. Sanyan turned her gaze towards the window, and before she realized it, night had fallen. The chieftain's wife arrived punctually as always. "Fourth master, I am here," she announced as the door creaked open, swaying her hips. She entered and then turned to close the door behind her. With a melancholic expression, she inquired, "Fourth master, are you planning to leave this place?" Sanyan smiled and nodded, revealing no concealment. "Rest assured, even if I depart, you shall remain unharmed." The chief's wife appeared to harbor some lingering concern. Sanyan's eyes were filled with tranquility, "For I have once resided here. As long as I draw breath, you shall remain unharmed." The chieftain's wife felt her heart lighten slightly, then tilted her head gently, her gaze laced with admiration as she regarded him. She had witnessed Sanyan's growth firsthand, from a mere youth, bullied within the village, to later being adopted by Wu Ju and beginning to emerge as a figure of prominence, ultimately becoming the 4th leader of the village. Following Wu Ju's demise, Sanyan arrived in Tian City, and within a mere month, he ascended to his current esteemed position, to the extent that even the most powerful county officer within the city must heed his countenance. In Tian City, Sanyan stands as one of the pinnacle figures, with only the leader of the White Horse Gang able to share an equal standing with him, the chieftain's wife. Lacking martial prowess and understanding little of the significance of celestial beings, simply recognized that she had secured a formidable ally, one capable of safeguarding their peace. Contemplating this, her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. "Fourth master must take care of his health, for nothing is more vital than your safety." Sanyan curled his lips in a relaxed manner. 2 days later, Bai Wuxia arrived alone. The two sat facing each other, and Bai Wuxia spoke first. "Su, I have come at the behest of another to deliver a letter to you." Sanyan raised an eyebrow. "Who is it that has entrusted you?" "The eldest son." Bai Wuxia replied with a smile. "It seems I have no connection with the eldest son," Sanyan said with a hint of hesitation. Bai Wuxia slowly shook his head, chuckling softly. "Once you read this letter, you will understand. Brother Su, you may not yet realize your own significance. You are now a dazzling gem, so radiant that even the prince has publicly praised you. In the vast realm of the Qi, there are millions of martial artists, with nearly 100,000 at the inner Qi realm. Yet, among such a multitude, there are merely a few hundred at the celestial realm, and of those, no more than 10 have the extraordinary fortune to break through by the age of 20. A celestial warrior at 20, particularly one without a prestigious background or a master to guide them, possesses a talent that inspires awe and admiration. Many individuals intend to draw him into their own factions. And naturally, the noble son behind Bai Wuxiao harbors similar ambitions. Chapter 40. Entangled in the Whirlwind. Su Sanyan took the envelope but did not open it immediately. Instead, she turned to Bai Wuxiao and inquired, "Dare I ask, esteemed brother Bai, is it not true that beneath the command of this prince, there exists a certain discord?" Bai Wuxiao nodded and replied, "Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be conflict. Moreover, this is a struggle for the highest position. To lose is to perish. The intensity of the open and covert battles far exceeds what you and I can imagine." Su Sanyan nodded silently, opening the envelope to read meticulously. The letter contained an abundance of content, beginning with words of congratulations, followed by commendations, and ultimately conveying a subtle desire to recruit him into their ranks. It explicitly stated that he was the crown prince designated by the esteemed King Rui and promised numerous advantages, high office, ample wealth, and treasures of gold and silver. Yet it made no mention of anything pertaining to cultivation. Su Sanyan casually handed the letter to Bai Wuxiao, who, without pretense, accepted it and glanced over its contents. After a brief moment, Bai Wuxiao tucked the letter away, and Su inquired with curiosity, "Why does the eldest son not entice with the allure of cultivation techniques?" Su Sanyan nodded, as this was precisely his intention. Bai Wuxiao chuckled, "For all matters pertaining to cultivation, whether they be spiritual artifacts, elixirs, or techniques, were entirely under the dominion of Prince Rui, and even the eldest son could not wield them at will." Huh. Su Sanyan chuckled coldly to himself. Realizing that Prince Rui held the most crucial matters firmly in his grasp, undoubtedly guarding against his own sons. Since ancient times, the bonds of affection within royal families have been sparse, and Prince Rui was no exception. Even a father must remain vigilant against his offspring. Bai Wuxiao remarked that when Brother Su arrives in Xiangqing, invitations from various factions would surely flood in, and he must remain exceptionally discerning at that time. Su Sanyan clasped his hands and said, "I humbly request your guidance, Brother Bai. I cannot presume to offer instruction," Bai replied, "but allow me to briefly elaborate. Within the confines of Xiangqing, there exist 5 distinct factions. The first, naturally, is Prince Rui, a matter that requires no further elaboration. The second, however, pertains to the practitioners of immortality who stand behind Prince Rui." Su Sanyan immediately became intrigued and urged Bai Xiong to elaborate. Bai Wuxiao slowly began to speak. "As far as I know, there are 3 practitioners backing the Rui Wang, 2 men and 1 woman. Beneath them, there are 7 or 8 disciples. These individuals possess malevolent abilities and must not be offended under any circumstances." Su Sanyan nodded. "The third is the eldest son, Yang Sini, who has been designated as the crown prince by Prince Rui, and the majority of officials are inclined towards him. The fourth is the third son, Yang Xinyo, who has spent years commanding troops in the field. Many officers in the army have been promoted by him, earning him considerable esteem. As for the fifth, it is the eldest daughter." Bai Wuxiao chuckled lightly. "A woman?" Su Sanyan asked in astonishment. "Indeed, the eldest daughter excels in both literary and martial pursuits, possessing remarkable talents. Though it is regrettable that she was born a daughter." Su Sanyan quietly noted that these 5 factions essentially comprised the Rui family, along with a few practitioners of the mystical arts. After delivering the message and conveying the intentions of the eldest son, Bai Wuxiao did not linger and took his leave. On the morning of the day after tomorrow, Su Sanyan and Bai Wuxiao, mounted on their steeds, set forth towards the outskirts of the city. "Why is no one here to see you off, Brother Bai, given your esteemed position as the leader of a faction?" Su Sanyan jested. "Isn't it the same for you, Brother Su?" They both erupted into hearty laughter, before mounting their horses and galloping southward. Su Sanyan was indifferent to the outcome of the Guan Mountain Sword Conference. De Huangya had chosen to remain in Taiyan City, living a peaceful life, and it was the chieftain's wife who seemed most reluctant to see him depart. Perhaps from this day forth, she would no longer have the company of a warrior of the celestial realm in her dreams. 10 days later, the pair entered the territory of Xiangzhou. Bai Wuxiao pointed toward a distant city and remarked, "That is Wanglong County. Cross over here and continue south for 100 miles, and you shall reach Xiangqing." Su Sanyan nodded, acknowledging that their journey thus far had been relatively smooth. After all, both of them were formidable warriors of the celestial realm, capable of navigating any perils that might arise. As dusk descended, he suggested, "Let us rest here for the night. We shall set off early tomorrow. We should be able to reach Xiang City before nightfall." Su Sanyan, with no reservations, rode forth towards Wanglong County. Bai Wuxiao followed behind, observing Su Sanyan's retreating figure. Suddenly, he spoke. I presume that tonight, Brother Su will be quite occupied and must exercise great caution in his choices. For sometimes, once one is branded with the label of a certain faction, it becomes impossible to shed it. Su Sanyan smiled and turned his head, reassuring Bai. Do not worry. I am cautious. Bai Wuxiao implied that within Long County, there were undoubtedly individuals from various factions awaiting Su Sanyan, eager to entice him. Should he choose another faction, it would inevitably lead to a direct offense against the eldest son. Su Sanyan had long since prepared himself psychologically and comprehended this principle. However, he remained indifferent. His focus lay solely on who would offer the highest bid and whose terms would entice him the most. This distinction set him apart from Bai Wuxiao. Bai Wuxiao had reached an extraordinary state, likely signaling the culmination of his cultivation journey, whereas Su Sanyan was merely at the outset of his. Once Bai Wuxiao committed to a particular sect, he could never alter that allegiance, their fates intertwined, sharing both glory and downfall. In contrast, should Su Sanyan successfully transcend the foundational stage, his circumstances would be vastly different. He could establish his own sect at any moment. According to Bai Wuxiao, the Rui Wang and the several cultivators behind him engaged in a relationship of equality, characterized by cooperation rather than a hierarchical structure. If Su Sanyan were to break through to the foundational stage, he would possess the confidence to engage in dialogue as an equal. He firmly believes that day is not far off. As Su Sanyan and his companion just stepped through the city gate, they noticed a few individuals nearby comparing immaculate portraits before swiftly disappearing into the crowd. Su Sanyan lowered his gaze slightly, aware that this was a spy from a particular faction, waiting here specifically for him. Bai Wuxiao smiled and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Sanyan, saying, Brother Su, let us reside apart to avoid disturbing your endeavors. Su Sanyan responded with a smile. This immaculate individual was truly remarkable, never prying into matters that did not concern him, and surely destined for longevity. Thus, Su Sanyan sought out a nearby tavern, requesting a private room to tidy himself up. Afterwards, he settled in the bustling dining hall, partaking of his meal while listening to the casual banter of the other patrons. Before long, a young man entered the establishment, taking a seat directly opposite Su Sanyan, remaining silent as he quietly observed him dine. Su Sanyan cast a glance at the individual before her, adorned in luxurious garments, possessing an upright demeanor, and sporting a courteous smile that hinted at a military bearing. She surmised he must be the third son. Waiter, bring a pot of fine tea. She beckoned. Certainly. Shortly thereafter, the tea arrived, and Su Sanyan poured herself a cup, savoring it in solitude. The brew was decent, yet it paled in comparison to the immaculate. Across from her, the young man seemed on the verge of losing his composure, his smile growing somewhat strained. Ultimately, he spoke. Brother Su, you truly possess remarkable patience. Are you not curious to know who I am? Su Sanyan gently blew away the froth, shaking her head with a light laugh. Heh, it is you who sought me out, not I who sought you. Do you hold any significance in my eyes? She chuckled heartily. The young man burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, indeed. Not only does Brother Su possess remarkable martial prowess, but his demeanor is also extraordinary. With a sudden shift in expression, he continued, So, what brings you to me? Su Sanyan, lacking the patience for idle chatter, regarded him with mild annoyance. The young man's demeanor became serious as he introduced himself. I am Yang Xinli, the younger brother of Yang Xinyo. My elder brother, occupied with military duties, has instructed me to deliver some gifts to you. Su Sanyan lifted her eyelids and scrutinized the young man once more. Indeed, the Prince Rui was quite prolific, having sired so many sons. Chapter 41. A single strike opens the way, preventing 100 strikes to follow. Yang Xinli took a porcelain bottle from his bosom and placed it on the table. This, my dear Su, is an ascension elixir. You must have heard of it, I presume? Su Sanyan extended his hand, curiosity piqued. As he uncorked the vial and inhaled, a strong, fishy odor assailed his senses, prompting him to furrow his brow. Is it possible that this elixir has spoiled? He remarked, pouring the contents out. Within the porcelain bottle lay a solitary pill, blood-red in hue, adorned with faint golden cloud patterns. Its appearance was indeed striking, though there was an unsettling quality to it. Yang Xinli chuckled softly and shook his head. The Ascension elixir is precisely like this. Although its scent may be less than pleasant, it holds immense benefits for martial artists. Brother Su, you might consider giving it a try. After a moment of hesitation, Su Sanyan ultimately refrained from indulging, gently pushing the porcelain bottle back. asserting that one should not receive rewards without merit. Young Master Yang, it is best if you take it back. Yang Xinli, too, chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he retrieved a letter from his bosom, stating that it was penned by the hand of his elder brother, and he kindly requested Su to peruse it. Su Sanyan slightly tilted her gaze, just as she was about to extend her hand to receive it. Suddenly, an arrow shot in from outside, aimed directly at the letter in Yang Xinli's hand. The arrow flashed through the air, accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound, demonstrating immense force. Should this strike find its mark, Yang Xinli's right hand would undoubtedly be rendered useless. Humph! Su Sanyan let out a cold snort, his sleeves sweeping dramatically, as a surge of inner energy erupted forth, shattering the arrow into fragments and reducing the wooden table before him to splinters. A wave of commotion swept through the tavern, with patrons hastily fleeing in every direction, leaving only their table behind. The innkeeper, cowering behind the counter, was on the verge of tears, lamenting that they had yet to settle their bill. The speed of his reaction was indeed befitting a being of the celestial realm. Just then, a middle-aged man, elegantly attired and sporting a smile, entered with measured steps, accompanied by a youth of about 14 or 15 years, who bore a bow and arrow. It was this young archer who had loosed the arrow moments ago. The boy, with an air of superiority, scrutinized Su Sanyan from head to toe, and, noticing his worn clothing and shabby appearance, could not suppress a sense of disdain. Could such a person truly be part of the celestial realm? Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Who are they? Moreover, are they unaware of their own identities? Provide me with a reason to spare your lives." Su Sanyan spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, warning that should his response fail to satisfy, 2 more corpses might soon grace the ground. Yang Xinli was jolted back to reality, a tempest of astonishment and fury swirling within him. He barked, "Yang Xinyu, are you truly plotting against your elder brother?" The arrow had caught him off guard. Had it not been for Su Sanyan's intervention, he might have suffered grave injury. The young man merely scoffed, dismissing the gravity of the situation. "Oh, fourth brother, you seem unscathed. Besides, it was merely your own lack of cultivation that led to this predicament. I only exerted 70% of my strength. Surely, you could withstand that?" Yang Xinli, incensed, recognized that Yang Xinyu, favored for his exceptional talent in cultivation and indulged by their father, had developed an arrogant and overbearing demeanor, daring to turn against his brother. A middle-aged man, dressed in scholarly attire, revealed a smile and feigned concern as he spoke. "The 5th young master is still young and naive. I hope the 4th young master will not take offense." Yang Xinli, with a dismissive flick of his sleeve, turned away, unwilling to engage further with them. Su Sanyan has come to realize that this young man is the 5th son of Prince Rui. That old fellow is indeed quite prolific. Su Sanyan gazed at the middle-aged scholar, who was shielded by the protection of King Rui. "And you?" The scholar, taken aback for a moment, soon responded with a smile. "Oh, my memory fails me. I am Wang Qingming, serving as the general of pacification under King Rui's command. It is a pleasure to meet you, Chief Su." Wang Qingming deliberately addressed him as Chief Su to subtly remind Su Sanyan that he currently held the title of merely a chief. Su Sanyan revealed a smile. "Is that all?" Wang Qingming was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his meaning. "I have been entrusted by the eldest young master to accompany the 5th young master in welcoming you, Chief Su." Su Sanyan nodded slowly. "Do you not have a good father or something of that nature?" Wang Qingming, perplexed, inquired, "What does the leader of Su mean?" Su Sanyan narrowed her eyes, implying that without a benevolent father to shield you, it is quite possible that you would not emerge from this city today. Wang Qingming's heart sank. He had merely attained the consummation of refining essence. If Su Sanyan were resolute in her intent to end his life, there was truly no one within the city capable of ensuring his safety, save for Bai Wuxia. Yet, unbeknownst to him, even Bai Wuxia could not offer him protection. Wang Qingming held a disbelief that Su Sanyan would dare to take his life. After all, he was a general under the command of the Duke of Rui. A forced smile crept upon his face as he implored, "Chief Su, please do not jest. I have come at the behest of the young master." Wang Qingming endeavored to invoke the authority of the young master to alleviate his predicament. Su Sanyan gently shook her head. "Is this your dying wish?" Wang Qingming's expression froze, as he sensed that this madman truly intended to act. Had he known this would come to pass, he would not have provoked the 5th young master to demonstrate his authority. Now, filled with regret, he could only suppress the turmoil within and shouted with a facade of bravado, "I am a general under the command of Prince Rui. Do you dare to kill me?" Su Sanyan's fingers curled slightly, an inner energy surging within him. The long blade not far away fell into his grasp. As if it were your own hand that had moved first. I merely acted in self-defense, did I not? This display left everyone astounded, as the ability to summon an object from afar is a skill reserved for warriors of the celestial realm. The brothers of the Yang family could not conceal their envy, while Wang Qingming's face betrayed an unmistakable panic. If you kill me, the Prince of Rui will not let you go, nor will the young master. Beside them, Yang Xinyu pressed his lips together, shedding his earlier arrogance. He had initially perceived this individual as a mere rustic, believing that he could easily manipulate him due to his status. Little did he anticipate that this young man was a formidable adversary, one who would draw his blade at the slightest provocation. Sanyan's lips parted, suggesting he should go and speak with the King of Hell. In the blink of an eye, a chilling glimmer of a blade emerged, its sudden brilliance illuminating the dimly lit tavern. Wang Chengming clutched his neck, his eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. "Oh, fifth young master, save me." He desperately extended his hand towards Yang Xinyu, unwilling to embrace death, as he still had countless splendid days ahead to relish, along with newlywed beautiful wives and concubines yet to be cherished. But it was too late for regrets. Wang Chengming collapsed to the ground, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Yang Xinyu stood frozen, staring at Wang Chengming's lifeless form, a wave of terror surging within him. Is he truly dead? He had never anticipated that Sanyan would dare to take a life. How could someone of Wang Chengming's strength meet such an untimely end with a single strike? Is this what the celestial realm signifies? Sanyan sheathed his blade, for even without drawing it, Wang Chengming could not withstand a single strike from him. This display was intended to instill fear in the two members of the Yang family and all those who observed. A punch thrown at the outset prevents 100 retaliatory blows. Should one fail to act with formidable resolve from the beginning, others may perceive them as weak and easily bullied, leading to an incessant stream of troubles. Does the fifth young master have any further matters to discuss? Sanyan inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Xinyu. No, nothing at all, Yang Xinyu stammered. Then you may take your leave. I would appreciate it if you could convey a message to the eldest young master on my behalf. Certainly, Yang Xinyu replied, swallowing hard, unconsciously adopting a respectful tone. Even if the eldest young master looks down upon me, there is no need to send such individuals to provoke me. Sanyan could hardly admit that he had deliberately asserted his authority by taking a life. Instead, he shifted the blame onto Wang Chengming, knowing well that the latter would no longer defend himself. I shall ensure your safe departure. I take my leave now. Without further ado, Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing his gesture, Yang Xinyu dared to flee outside, for he was merely a 14-year-old boy, standing before a man capable of extinguishing his life at a whim, and thus felt an undeniable trepidation. Chapter 42. Entering the family by marriage? Yang Xinli watched his departing brother, a look of concern etched upon his face. Yet his heart brimmed with joy, yearning to embrace Yang Xinyu and plant a fervent kiss on his cheek. Yang Xinyu's actions undoubtedly steered Sanyan towards their faction, though it was not prudent to voice such sentiments openly. Instead, he expressed his concern. Though your actions, dear brother Su, are indeed gratifying, they may carry unforeseen repercussions. You may not be familiar with my elder brother. Yang Xinli hesitated, seemingly reluctant to speak ill of his brother behind his back, awaiting Sanyan's inquiry. His affairs are of no concern to me. I am here to serve Prince Rui, Sanyan interjected, dismissing the insinuation. Yang Xinli, having swallowed back the words he had nearly uttered, could only concede, your words hold much truth. He then presented a letter once more to Sanyan, stating, I shall not impose further. Should you wish to converse after your audience with the king, you are welcome to visit my humble abode. Farewell. Sanyan nodded slightly, accepted the letter, and watched Yang Xinli depart. Subsequently, she placed a silver note upon the counter, instructing to prepare the body. The shopkeeper, trembling, cautiously extended his head, assuring her, rest assured, my lord, I shall take care of it. Sanyan returned to her room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, lost in contemplation. The eldest son had summoned Wang Chengming and Yang Xinyu, presumably to hinder other factions from making contact with Sanyan. However, Wang Chengming acted on his own accord, inadvertently complicating matters. The situation had unfolded in such a manner that it likely did not align with the eldest son's original intentions. Nevertheless, Sanyan felt no regret and was untroubled by the prospect of retribution from the eldest son. Her own strength was her assurance. As long as the few cultivators supporting the Prince of Rui remained absent, Sanyan stood invincible. undaunted even by martial artists who had achieved the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Su Sanyan opened the letter left by Yang Xinli, and, after a brief moment, her fingers pinched together, reducing the letter to a flurry of fragments. The contents of the correspondence were nothing more than empty pleasantries, and the terms they proposed, mundane offerings. Along with the provision of a spirit elevation pill each month for her cultivation purposes, Su Sanyan felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the ascension elixir. Even if it were offered to him freely, he would hesitate to partake. Currently, 2 of the 5 major factions had already arrived, and it was unlikely that Prince Rue and the cultivators supporting him would make an appearance. This left only Yang Qizhu yet to arrive. Yang Qizhu, the second daughter of Prince Rue, was the gifted woman previously mentioned by Bai Wuxia. Just as one might say speak of the devil, a gentle knock echoed from outside, accompanied by a soft feminine voice. "Young Master Su, it is I, Yang Qizhu, seeking an audience." Xiao Sanyan raised an eyebrow, surprised that she had come in person. "Please, come in." As the door swung open, a woman clad in a delicate crimson gown stepped gracefully inside. She possessed a tall and slender figure, her neck elegant and delicate, with her hands naturally crossed before her. Adorning her feet were a pair of long boots with intricate red patterns. Her visage was dignified, exuding an innate tranquility. 2 men followed closely behind her, their attire suggesting they were guardians. Yang Qizhu addressed the 2 men, instructing them, "You may wait outside." "Understood." Su Sanyan inquired with curiosity. "Miss Yang, as a dignified princess, what compels you to personally visit a mere mountain warrior like myself?" Yang Qizhu smiled gently, raising the hem of her skirt as she gracefully seated herself in an adjacent chair. "You, young Master Su, are no ordinary mountain warrior. Rather, you are a formidable being of the celestial realm, and thus, you are indeed worthy of my personal presence." Su Sanyan appraised Yang Qizhu from head to toe. The aura she exuded made her remarkably approachable, evoking an involuntary fondness in anyone who laid eyes upon her. However, Su Sanyan was different. His desire was solely to possess her. This allure was distinct from that of Tang Huanhuan, Xiuhe, and the chieftain's wife. Tang Huanhuan embodied a robust and unrestrained spirit, while Xiuhe was tender and youthful, and the chieftain's wife resembled a perfectly ripened peach. Each of the 3 possessed their own unique charm. In contrast, Yang Qizhu radiated an air of nobility that stirred an irresistible urge to conquer her. Su Sanyan never shies away from these matters. Moreover, it is in human nature to be drawn to beauty. Is it not a man's instinct to fantasize upon encountering an attractive woman? Su Sanyan's gaze radiated an air of aggression, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Miss Yang arrives late at night. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yang Qizhu, seemingly oblivious to the implications behind Su Sanyan's eyes, replied with a tranquil demeanor. "You may simply call me Qizhu, young Master Su. I presume my elder brother and younger sibling have already dispatched someone to see you?" Su Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Qizhu remarked, "Young Master Su must already be aware that, in comparison to the 2 of them, I possess neither military power nor the support of esteemed officials. I am left with only the backing of my maternal clan, rendering me the most vulnerable." Su Sanyan had already gleaned this information from Bai Wuxia, and she was aware that behind her, aside from her maternal clan, there was also her master, a formidable warrior at the celestial realm. It was indeed perplexing to consider the basis of her support. To speak candidly, the Prince of Rue has numerous offspring. It appears that she has scant opportunity. Generally speaking, unless all of the prince's sons were to perish, the throne should not fall to her. Women are inherently at a disadvantage in this regard. It is an undeniable fact. Yang Qizhu, of course, comprehended this truth as well. However, given the circumstances, she felt compelled to fight. Retreating was not an option. Pressing forward offered a glimmer of hope, while surrender would only lead her to be at the mercy of others. This was a path with no retreat. Yang Qizhu displayed a radiant smile, a small dimple appearing on her cheek. "Young Master Su, your words are misguided. Not only in the previous dynasty, but even in this one, we have had empresses. If others can attain such heights, why can't I?" Su Sanyan subtly shook his head, pondering the audacity of aspiring for the throne even before a rebellion had been successfully launched. What could he possibly gain from such ambitions? The identity of the one who ascends to power held little significance for Su Sanyan. His focus lay solely on the tangible rewards within his grasp. Yang Qizhu did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he posed a question. "Surely, young Master Su is familiar with the Chui clan of Shangqing?" Indeed, Sanyan acknowledged. That is precisely her maternal lineage. Yang Qizhu nodded slowly, continuing, the Chui clan has a son named Yuxing, who joined the Immortal sect 12 years ago. He wrote to me 2 years ago, expressing his intent to assist me in seizing the throne. Chui Yuxing? Sanyan's eyes flickered slightly, her heart unable to conceal its astonishment. Someone from the Chui family has actually joined the Immortal sect? It seems the Chui family is only willing to stand behind Yang Qizhu due to the influence of this letter. Sanyan inquired with curiosity if that is the case. You merely need to summon this individual. Surely no one could contest with you thereafter. Yang Qizhu responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. I am hardly of such esteem. This person happens to be my uncle. It is already a rare kindness for him to assist me once, considering my late mother's influence. Furthermore, he has not returned for many years, and our bond has inevitably grown distant. Such is the nature of humanity. When the disparity in status between two individuals becomes too great, one might offer assistance out of nostalgia for the past. But that generosity is often limited to a solitary occasion. Sanyan pondered silently for a moment before inquiring, what do you mean by sharing this with me? Yang Qizhu replied softly, along with the letter, there came some financial assistance. Sanyan's eyes lit up, and Qizhu did not hesitate to speak candidly. Yang Qizhu slightly curled her lips, noting how pragmatic Sanyan was. Upon hearing that she possessed a treasure, his address had already changed. The young lady could procure a martial arts technique and a spiritual elixir for the young master. If he were willing to marry into the Chui family, they would assist him in pursuing the path of immortality. This was the arrangement Yang Qizhu had discussed with the head of the Chui family prior to her arrival. And in her view, this offer was exceedingly generous, for after all, such martial arts techniques were the lifelong aspiration of countless warriors. Upon hearing this, Sanyan couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He currently lacked nothing in terms of cultivation methods, and when it came to elixirs, particularly the Ascension elixir, he had no need for them whatsoever. As for the notion of marrying into a family, Sanyan scrutinized Yang Qizhu from head to toe, a faint smile gracing his lips. If it were you, it might be worth a try, but alas, you do not bear the surname Chui. For the time being, he lacked no cultivation techniques, and as for elixirs, particularly the Ascending Spirit Pill, he had no need for such potions. Yang Qizhu's expression momentarily faltered before returning to its natural state. The Chui family has a daughter whose grace and beauty surpass my own. Might I suggest that young Master Su meet her first? Sanyan shook his head, pondering the unconventional approach of the Chui family. While others were lured by high positions and rich rewards, or by the allure of elixirs, the Chui family seemed to covet his very being. Chapter 43, The House of Kings and Nobles. The prospect of becoming a son-in-law was utterly impossible, a notion that would remain unattainable throughout his life. Without relying on the Chui family, he could still embark on the path to immortality. Yang Qizhu discerned Sanyan's reluctance and did not press the matter. If becoming a son-in-law was feasible, that would be ideal, yet if not, it was of little consequence. If young Master Su harbors intentions, after meeting with my father, you may come to the Chui residence to seek me. I shall take my leave for now. Sanyan raised his hand to signal a pause and inquired, might I ask if the Chui family possesses any precious medicinal herbs? Yang Qizhu hesitated slightly before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, we do. Sanyan continued. Could you spare me some? Yang Qizhu, intrigued, asked, what does young Master Su require the precious herbs for? He quickly realized he had overstepped, adding, regardless. How much do you need? I shall offer it to you. Sanyan shook his head, expressing that he required much and preferred to purchase at the established price, considering it a favor owed to him. The concept of favor holds significant importance for those who value reputation. However, for Sanyan, it was akin to mere flatulence. Should the need arise, he could owe 1,000 such favors, for it was merely a matter of words exchanged, and at that moment, he could easily deny any obligation. His reputation was well known, having betrayed his brothers in Dafu town for personal gain, deceived young innocents for the pursuit of techniques, and engaged in illicit relations in Tian City. He conspired with outsiders to murder his own leader in exchange for precious elixirs. In his quest for rare artifacts, he committed brutal acts against young maidens in the wild and indiscriminately slaughtered innocents in Shannan village. To suppress information, he exterminated all his accompanying subordinates. In his pursuit of physical enhancement, he paid for the lives of prisoners within the confines of prisons, leaving a trail of malevolence in his wake. Such a man possessed a remarkably flexible moral compass. However, Yang Qizhu remained unaware that, to her, a favor from a practitioner of the heavenly human realm held considerable value. Thus she readily acquiesced. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement to procure the medicinal herbs at the standard price of 10,000 taels of silver per plant. Initially seeking 20 plants, the yield of these precious herbs was exceedingly scarce. Even a powerful clan like the Chui family had limited stock on hand. Sanyan had very little silver left, approximately 800,000 taels, most of which were procured by Zhu Yong from the residence of Magistrate Liu. The two had arranged to convene at the Chui residence for a transaction in the coming days. After bidding farewell to Yang Qizhu, Sanyan stood by the window, gazing vacantly at the deepening twilight, pondering the strengths and weaknesses of the three factions. He found himself increasingly inclined towards Yang Qizhu, or more precisely, coveting the cultivation artifact she possessed, Chui Yusheng. On the following morning, white frost clung to the branches, and wild dogs by the roadside curled up with their tails tucked, seemingly sensing the chill in the air. At the city gate, two figures walked side by side, leading their horses. It was none other than Sanyan and Bai Wuxia. The weather had turned decidedly cooler. Sanyan gazed upward at the sky, whispering softly to herself. Indeed, another year is swiftly drawing to a close, Bai Wuxia remarked. Sanyan shook his head, not lamenting the passage of time, but rather yearning for his hometown. In the blink of an eye, he had spent nearly a year in this world. Let us depart. The two mounted their horses and set off toward Xiangqing. As the sun gradually ascended, it dispelled the chill that clung to their bodies. Although their cultivation rendered them impervious to the cold, a touch of warmth was undeniably more pleasant. Meanwhile, in the heart of Xiangqing, within a resplendent courtyard, the eldest son, Yang Xini, sat in a stone pavilion, engrossed in a book. Outside the pavilion, a desolating youth knelt with his head pressed to the ground, too fearful to raise it. Upon closer inspection, the boy trembled slightly, seemingly striving to suppress the terror that surged within him. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xini set his book aside and gently massaged his brow. You mean to say that you have botched the matter, and Wang Qingming is dead? Is that correct? The youth slowly lifted his head. It was Yang Xinyu, the fifth son of the Rui Wang. At this moment, he bore none of his former arrogance, his eyes filled with trepidation as he fervently protested. It was all that Wang Qingming's fault. He insisted that I probe into Sanyan's background. Yang Xini cast a cold glance at him. You managed to ruin such a simple task. What use are you to me? Were it not for your mother's sake, I would have truly wished to end your life. His tone was frigid, instilling fear. Yang Xinyu, kneeling upon the ground, fervently bowed his head, exclaiming, I was wrong. Elder brother, I shall never act on my own accord again. I implore you, grant me mercy just this once. In the heart of Yang Xinyu, there exists a profound fear of his half-brother, a man whose seemingly amiable exterior belies a deeply twisted and dark soul. He is devoid of humanity, capable of committing the most heinous acts. Within the residence of the eldest son lies a dungeon, a place Yang Xinyu had the misfortune to visit once. Just a fleeting glimpse was sufficient to deliver a devastating blow to his tender psyche. It was a veritable hell on earth, and the mere recollection of it sends chills down his spine. Within the dungeon, a skinned girl emits a hoarse and piercing scream, while a man reduced to a grotesque form hangs upon the wall, his tongue severed, his ears filled with mercury, his eyes betraying an abyss of despair. Each day, a designated individual brings him food, yet he yearns for death in vain. Women, reduced to a dog-like state, lie naked upon the ground, driven mad by cruel torture. Their eye sockets mere bloodied hollows, their eyeballs long vanished. Deeper within the dungeon, there exists a labyrinth of cells, each one housing a prisoner subjected to relentless torment. These individuals, once of various standings, be it the kin of a general or local officials, now share a singular desire to escape the agony of existence. The more Yang Xinyu contemplates, the more anxious he becomes, terrified that he may one day find himself among them. Fortuitously, his mother, the exquisite Huan Fei, has garnered the favor of both father and son, thus sparing him from their wrath. Yang Xinli and Huan Fei's illicit affair is not lost on him. Yet he dares not speak of it. Should the truth surface, he would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Outsiders may perceive him as the most favored son of the esteemed Rui Wang, yet they remain oblivious to the torment he endures daily. Each time he witnesses his mother feigning joy while being compelled to flatter that twisted father-son duo, his heart feels as though it is being torn asunder, wishing to relinquish his life in a bid for vengeance against them. Yet, he refrains. He understands that with his current abilities, such an act would be akin to striking a stone with an egg, jeopardizing not just his own life but also endangering his mother. Thus, He dedicates himself to relentless training, yearning for the day when he can slay his brother and father. Were he given a choice, he would never have wished to be born into such a royal lineage. Yang Xinyi, unaware of his brother's thoughts, spoke in a flat tone. I have heard that Wang Qingming has a daughter, quite a pretty one. Bring her to me. Understood, Yang Xinyu quickly replied. He had seen Wang Qingming's daughter before. She was a girl of his own age, not yet of marriageable age, and he feared she would never have the chance to reach that milestone. What of the others in the Wang family? Yang Xinyu inquired tentatively. Yang Xinyi cast a glance devoid of any emotion. Do I need to teach you? I shall attend to it immediately. Yang Xinyu lowered his head and silently retreated. Once he had distanced himself, the eldest son unfolded the book in his hands, where bold characters inscribed the words Heart Devourer's Shadow Technique. Chapter 44, Yang Qiyuan in the Wang residence of Xiang City, within a study. Prince Rui leaned against the desk with his arms folded, feigning slumber. Before the desk knelt an individual shrouded in a black robe, rendering their features indistinguishable. Your Highness, the fifth young master has just departed from the residence of the eldest son and has gone with others to Wang Qingming's dwelling. Prince Rui's eyelids lifted slightly, yet he refrained from responding. The cloaked figure continued. Bai Wuxia and Su Sanyan have already reached 20 miles outside the city. Prince Rui shifted his arms and spoke slowly. Who interacted with Su Sanyan yesterday? The eldest son dispatched Wang Qingming and the fifth young master, while the third young master sent the fourth young master. And the second young lady went personally. Only then did Prince Rui open his eyes. Qiyu personally went? Indeed. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Prince Rui realized that Su Sanyan's arrival had prompted many to abandon their concealment, further agitating an already turbulent situation. Yang Qiyu posed little concern. But the Cui family behind him was not to be trifled with. After all, standing behind the Cui family was Cui Yuxing. No one could ascertain the importance of the Cui family and Yang Qiyu to Cui Yuxing, for it had been over a decade since he had returned. Yet, no one dared to gamble on it. The Cui family served as a shield in Yang Qiyu's grasp, steadfastly protecting her from harm, and none dared to shatter it. Should Su Sanyan ally with Yang Qiyu, this shield would sprout spikes and adopt an offensive stance. A mere shield does not instill fear in Prince Rui. A mere spear does not either. What he truly feared was a shield with thorns and a spear adorned with armor. Yang Qiyu represented the shield. The third young master embodied the spear, while the eldest son resembled a venomous serpent. Rubbing his temples, Prince Rui lamented that none of these children were a source of peace. Had he known earlier, he would have pinned them against the wall. Now, each had grown into formidable forces, and it was too late to intervene. He had never contemplated abdication. At just over 40 years old and a practitioner at the celestial realm, he anticipated living for at least another century, with the prospect of extending his lifespan to 300 years should he break through to foundational establishment. Hence, he had no desire to pass on the throne. Yet his sons appeared impatient. The Qi kingdom had been established for barely 300 years, yet it had already witnessed 4 emperors, each meeting an untimely demise, be it through sudden death or assassination. The reason lay within this urgency. Prince Rui closed his eyes lightly, instructing someone to investigate Su Sanyan's background in Lizhou. Yes, the cloaked figure flickered and vanished from the room. As dusk approached, a colossal city emerged in the distance. Su Sanyan exhaled a long breath. Having journeyed tirelessly for days, they had finally arrived. Above the city hung a massive stone plaque inscribed with the words Xiang City. We have arrived. Let us first pay our respects to the prince. Bai Wuxia let out a sigh of relief, although she had encountered no peril along the way. A certain weariness had begun to settle in. Su Sanyan led a horse, trailing behind Bai Wuxia, as the two traversed the bustling long street. Their keen senses detected that they were being followed by more than one individual, the origin of which remained a mystery. Bai Wuxia guided him to the entrance of a grand palace, where a detachment of soldiers stood guard. She then produced a token from her bosom, proclaiming their arrival from Taiyan City on a nocturnal visit to seek an audience with the prince. A military officer emerged from among the soldiers, stepping forward to receive the token. Please wait a moment, Sir Bai. Shortly thereafter, the officer returned, announcing that the prince had requested their presence. The two were subjected to a brief search, and their long knives were confiscated before they were permitted to enter. Following the officer to the exterior of a vast hall, Su Sanyan's gaze flickered as he discerned the presence of more than 10 individuals concealed in the shadows, likely the hidden guards tasked with protecting the prince. You may enter, the officer announced, halting just outside the grand hall. Su Sanyan stepped over the lofty threshold, her gaze penetrating deep into the grand hall. At the farthest end, Upon an elevated dais stood a table, behind which was a magnificent dragon throne, intricately crafted from pure gold. Seated upon this regal chair was a refined middle-aged gentleman. The vast expanse of the hall was occupied solely by Prince Rue and several attendants. Bai Wuxia hastened a few steps forward, and with a resounding thud, knelt upon the ground, proclaiming, "Your subordinate, Bai Wuxia, pays his respects to the prince." Su Sanyan approached slowly, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am but a humble commoner, Su Sanyan, and I have the honor of meeting your highness." Prince Rue stroked his beard, smiling with a demeanor that radiated tranquility. "Please, rise and take a seat." An attendant brought forth a chair, and the two men settled on one side. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Prince Rue delved into the matter at hand. "Bai Wuxia, heed my command." Bai Wuxia knelt once more upon the ground. "You have ventured into enemy territory under the cover of night, providing our great army with steeds and weaponry. Your toil and contributions have been commendable. Thus I hereby promote you to General of Breaking the Enemy and bestow upon you the title of Marquis of Anping, along with a reward of 10,000 gold, a residence, and 10 maidservants." After a moment of contemplation, Prince Rue continued, "I shall also grant you 3 elixirs of ascension." Bai Wuxia's face brightened with joy as he expressed his gratitude loudly. The other rewards seemed trivial in comparison. It was the elixirs that held paramount importance. With these 3 pills, he would be well on his way to making a substantial leap into the intermediate realm of the celestial. Prince Rue was quite pleased with Bai Wuxia's demeanor and then shifted his gaze towards Su Sanyan. Su Sanyan continued to bow respectfully, yet did not kneel. The Prince of Rue maintained his warm smile, expressing, "I have long heard of Su Sanyan's exceptional talents and noble character. With such remarkable abilities serving me, how could I possibly doubt the success of our great enterprise?" Su Sanyan humbly replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. I am truly unworthy of such praise." Su Sanyan momentarily found it difficult to discern whether he was praising himself or casting aspersions upon himself. Is this truly a reflection of his sincere and virtuous character? Prince Rue, with a faint smile, remarked, "I have a daughter, endowed with a kind disposition and exquisite beauty, whom I intend to betroth to you. I wonder what your thoughts on this proposal might be." Su Sanyan was taken aback. Had the Prince Rue truly lost his mind, forcing himself upon the faction of Yang Qizhu? Beside him, Bai Wuxia's eyes gleamed with envy. A 20-year-old transcendent being was indeed worthy of the Prince Rue's investment. Su Sanyan hesitated and inquired, "Are you referring to Yang Qizhu, Your Highness?" The Duke of Rue chuckled softly and shook his head. "What I speak of is my youngest daughter, Yang Qiyuan." Su Sanyan was suddenly enlightened. It all made sense now. This arrangement had effectively isolated him completely. Prince Rue gazed at him quietly, awaiting Su Sanyan's response. This was a proposal he had personally bestowed, seemingly seeking Su Sanyan's opinion, yet in reality, there was no room for refusal. Su Sanyan naturally understood this principle. After a brief hesitation, he clasped his hands in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." There was no need to refuse a marriage. Moreover, marrying the daughter of the Rue Wang would facilitate his collection of precious herbs and grant him better access to the immortal cultivators behind the Rue Wang. Additionally, he would have a woman readily available for his amusement, truly a threefold gain. A smile played upon the lips of the Rue Wang, who felt he had also achieved his own objectives. The opinions of his daughter were of little consequence. He was indifferent, as was Su Sanyan. In the absence of strength, it is but a timeless truth that one must yield to the whims of the powerful. The Rue Wang threw his head back in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, excellent. This prince has found a worthy son-in-law, a source of lifelong satisfaction." Bai Wuxia, perceptive as ever, congratulated, "Congratulations, Your Highness." He considered his relationship with Su Sanyan to be quite favorable and deemed that with Su Sanyan's rise, he might also bask in some of his glory. Su Sanyan lowered her gaze slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chapter 45, Desires Within. The following morning, news of the King of Rue's intention to betroth Su Sanyan spread like wildfire. When Yang Qizhu learned of this development, her expression was as vivid as a leading lady on stage. She never anticipated her father would resort to such cunning tactics. Completely forgetting her own plans to have Su Sanyan enter the Chui family, she reflected on her sister Qiyuan, who was merely 16 years old. Qiyuan, her half-sister, bore a congenital deformity, featuring a protruding lip and crooked left arm, with a stiff right leg that caused her to limp. In terms of appearance, she was worlds apart from herself. If Su Sanyan were to be betrothed to an ordinary family, Her royal status would render it a descent in social standing, and her in-laws would certainly not dare to shame her. Yet, Su Sanyan was different. As a martial artist of the celestial realm, the match appeared thoroughly mismatched. The head of the Chui family sighed, acknowledging Su Sanyan's extraordinary talent, attaining the celestial realm at just 20 years old. The prince's actions were entirely reasonable. Especially since he himself had spoken, there was little room for refusal. Yang Qizhu sighed, recognizing the truth in this. Even though Su Sanyan was of the celestial realm, she could not defy her father's will. In the inner courtyard of the royal residence, there stood a waterside pavilion where a young woman donned in a pale pink gown sat gracefully on a wooden chair, engrossed in a book. From a distance, her demeanor exuded tranquility and elegance, seamlessly blending with the surrounding architecture. However, as leaves fell from the trees, she lifted her head, her protruding lips somewhat marring her beauty. Alas, another year of leaves falling. Yang Qiyuan raised her palm. A small bird perched softly upon it, tilting its head with lively eyes fixed upon her. Sensing her melancholic mood, the bird flew to her shoulder, brushing her cheek with its feathers as if offering gentle comfort. Yang Qiyuan smiled, her spirits lifted significantly, and she waved her hand to send the bird on its way. Go, pursue your own freedom. This little creature was not her pet. Merely an ordinary sparrow in the vastness of nature. Miss. Joyous news, joyous news. At the end of the pavilion's corridor, a young maid with her hair tied up approached, her face alight with excitement as she bounced over, calling out loudly without regard for the decorum between master and servant. Yang Qiyuan paid her no mind, merely chuckling as she remarked, "So restless, take a breath and speak slowly." The maid took a sip of tea to soothe her dry throat, her face beaming with delight. Miss, guess what I just heard? Yang Qiyuan, affectionately smoothing the wrinkles of the maid's clothing, shook her head gently. How could I possibly guess? The maid's eyes sparkled mischievously as she chuckled. It concerns you. Yang Qiyuan paused, her head slowly bowing. Father has betrothed me to someone? The maid exclaimed in surprise. You've heard the news? Yang Qiyuan shook her head, for she spent each day within this pavilion immersed in her studies, never engaging with the outside world. All news from beyond her sanctuary came through the diligent inquiries of her maid, mere conjectures at best. The maid, evidently unconvinced, continued, Miss, do take a guess as to whom the prince has betrothed you. Yang Qiyuan chuckled bitterly. Her reputation as the unattractive daughter of the Rui Wang was well known throughout the Qi kingdom. Who among the gallant would ever wish to marry her? Those willing would only do so for her father's power or through coercion, a fate she had long accepted. Which unfortunate gentleman is doomed to marry such a hideous creature as I? Yang Qiyuan lamented. The maid, oblivious to her mistress's self-deprecation, responded with a smile. His name is Su Sanyan. Su. Yang Qiyuan's immediate reaction was to scour her memory for prominent families bearing that surname, but none came to mind. Have you heard of the Su family? She inquired. The maid shook her head. I've heard that this Su gentleman is not from a prestigious family. Merely an ordinary man. Yang Qiyuan sighed with relief. If this Su gentleman could trade his happiness for a life of wealth, it could hardly be deemed a loss. The maid, with a hint of mystery, added, Miss, this Su gentleman is quite remarkable. Yang Qiyuan turned to her, chuckling softly. What makes him so remarkable? It is said that he is not yet 20, but has already attained the realm of a celestial being. What? Yang Qiyuan gasped in astonishment, her book slipping from her grasp. The maid, lacking knowledge of martial arts, had merely repeated what she had heard, oblivious to the significance of being a celestial being. Yet for Yang Qiyuan, who had been immersed in this world from a young age, the implications were profound. Celestial being, a wave of deep inferiority washed over her. She recognized that she could never be worthy of such a man. With such cultivation, what kind of woman could he not have? Why would he choose to marry her? Surely, it must be out of necessity. With a soft sigh, Yang Qiyuan bent down to retrieve her book, settling back into her chair to continue her reading. Given the circumstances, all she could do was go with the flow. The maid, excited, had heard that not only was Su Sanyan extraordinarily talented, but he was also quite handsome. As she considered her role as his maidservant, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. In a grand estate on the western side of the city, Su Sanyan was poring over the household accounts in his study, an elderly steward standing respectfully by his side. This residence had been bestowed upon him by the Rui Wang, and the steward was in charge of the household affairs. Su Sanyan casually tossed aside the accounts and lifted his gaze towards the elder. Zhao Bo, you shall continue to oversee the affairs of the estate, both great and small. You may arrange matters as you see fit. Zhao Bo bowed respectfully, replying, Yes, my lord. He was aware that Zhao Bo was undoubtedly an informant placed by Prince Rie. yet it mattered little to him. With Su Sanyan's cultivation, evading their scrutiny was a trivial task. Su Sanyan rose and stepped out of the courtyard, making his way towards the Chui residence. He had yet to retrieve the 20 precious herbs he had previously discussed with Yang Qizhu, so it was an opportune moment to collect them. Yesterday, the Prince of Rui hastily set the wedding date, seemingly apprehensive of any change of heart on his part. The ceremony was to take place in merely 7 days. He possessed not a shred of knowledge about his future bride, the anticipation akin to unwrapping a mystery box. However, according to the prince, his daughter was said to be remarkably beautiful and of amiable disposition, which surely boded well. After traversing 2 lengthy streets, Su Sanyan arrived before an imposing mansion, the plaque above boldly inscribed with the characters Chui Fu. 2 guards stationed at the entrance approached him, extending their hands to halt his progress. "Do you possess an invitation, young master?" they inquired. Su Sanyan shook his head and informed Yang Qizhu of his arrival. The 2 guards exchanged glances and spoke. "Ah, it is young Master Su. The head of the household has instructed us to welcome you." One guard escorted Su Sanyan into the hall to take a seat, while the other went to summon the master of the house. Just then, a young gentleman passed by the hall, casually glancing at Su Sanyan, and stopped the guard, inquiring, "Who is this person?" The guard replied in a hushed tone, "Young master, this is Su Sanyan." Upon hearing this, the young gentleman's gaze turned icy as he tilted his head to scrutinize Su Sanyan. Is this the Su Sanyan who has been the talk of the town? A 20-year-old celestial realm martial artist who had slain the esteemed General Wang Chiming, and just yesterday, news broke that he was to wed the youngest daughter of the Rui Wang. He had eclipsed all others in the city. As a scion of the Chui family, he had heard this name more than once from his aunt, Yang Qizhu. What irked him the most was that Yang Qizhu, who usually regarded him with disdain, treated Su Sanyan with such distinction, even going so far as to personally travel to Wanglong County to welcome him, which fueled his jealousy further. He had never seen Yang Qizhu so invested in anyone before. The young man instinctively pressed his lips together, harboring resentment. Chapter 46, A Beauty Beyond Compare. Jealousy aside, he was not foolish enough to court disaster. After all, this was someone who dared to kill Wang Qingming, and not only did the Rui Wang not hold him accountable, but he even promised his daughter to him, which spoke volumes of Su Sanyan standing in the Rui Wang's eyes. Su Sanyan naturally noticed the young man scrutinizing him from ahead, yet he chose not to pay him much heed. The youth's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a smile as he approached. "Having long heard of the esteemed Su's reputation, I am Chui Jia, and I extend my greetings to you." Su Sanyan cast a sidelong glance at him, offering a slight nod, yet she refrained from engaging further. To be looked down upon, especially by an imagined rival, stirred a sense of indignation within Chui Jia, nearly shattering the facade of his feigned smile. Young Master Su, with his early accomplishments, truly bore a grand reputation. Chui Jia, emboldened by his presence in his own home, dared to make a veiled jab. Su Sanyan shifted her gaze, locking her eyes with his. Chui Jia, feeling a twinge of guilt, instinctively sought to avert his gaze, only to remember that they were in the Chui residence, and thus had no cause for fear. Summoning his courage, he met her stare. "Should you utter another word, I shall have your head displayed upon the city gate," Su Sanyan stated matter-of-factly. "You." Chui Jia glared at her, his anger simmering beneath the surface, yet he hesitated to act, genuinely fearing that Su Sanyan would carry out her threat. At that moment, a middle-aged scholar approached briskly, accompanied by a woman, the head of the Chui family and Yang Qizhu. "Ha ha ha, it is a great honor to welcome young Master Su." "Forgive my inadequate reception," the head of the Chui family chuckled, clasping his hands in greeting. Despite his status as the patriarch of a prominent family, he felt compelled to show deference to Su Sanyan, especially considering she was soon to become the consort of the esteemed Rui Wang. Su Sanyan ceased to engage with Chui Jia, instead opting to exchange pleasantries with the other 2. Chui Jia's countenance darkened, an inferno of rage igniting within him. Particularly stoked by the humiliation he felt in front of his beloved, had a mere glance possessed lethal power, Su Sanyan would have already been subjected to 1,000 torturous deaths. Yang Qizhu furrowed her brow, sensing the discord between the 2, and took on the role of an elder, admonishing, "Young Master Su has traveled a great distance. You ought to extend him proper hospitality rather than sulking here." Chui Jia clenched his jaw, striving to suppress his fury, and bowed respectfully, conceding, and is right. The head of the Chui family waved his hand dismissively, offering a reprieve. "Your mother is calling for you. You should go." With his head bowed low, obscuring his features, Chui Jia managed to force out a few words. I will go at once. Without another glance, he turned and departed. Yang Qizhu cast a fleeting glance at his retreating figure, sighing inwardly. She was well aware of her nephew's unrequited feelings, but what could she do? Cui Jia's mother was her own sister. Yet he harbored feelings for her that transcended familial affection. In her heart, she had always regarded Cui Jia as a younger relative to care for. While he yearned for something more, the head of the Cui family paid no heed to his son, his entire focus devoted to Su Sanyan. As the two engaged in animated conversation, after a brief interlude, Su Sanyan steered the dialogue back on course. Miss Yang, do the 20 rare herbs we discussed still stand? Yang Qizhu responded with a smile. Indeed, they do. I shall send someone to deliver them to your residence shortly. Su Sanyan nodded, indicating that it was unnecessary. He could take them back himself. 20 precious medicinal herbs equated to 20 points of qi. With these invaluable herbs, he might have the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough into the mid-stage of the celestial realm, and he was unwilling to entrust them to anyone else. Upon hearing this, the head of the Cui family gestured to summon a servant from afar to retrieve 20 precious herbs from the storeroom. Yes, the servant replied and promptly departed. Yang Qizhu raised her delicate neck and gazed at Su Sanyan, inquiring, I have heard that my father has betrothed my younger sister to you? Su Sanyan nodded in agreement. Yang Qizhu exchanged a subtle glance with the head of the Cui family and slowly began to speak. Has young Master Su ever heard of my younger sister's circumstances? Su Sanyan furrowed his brow, having observed the subtle interactions between the two that had not eluded his keen gaze. Was there perhaps a hidden truth beneath the surface? Miss Yang, could you elaborate? The head of the Cui family gave a barely perceptible nod, prompting Yang Qizhu to speak. My younger sister possesses a gentle disposition and an innate purity, making her an exceptional candidate for a virtuous wife and nurturing mother. However, Su Sanyan pressed for an answer, inquiring, what is it? Sighing, Yang Qizhu appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, revealing that his younger sister was born with spasms in her limbs, causing her appearance to deviate from the norm. Su Sanyan understood the situation perfectly, however, he remained indifferent. After all, his marriage to Yang Qiyuan was not motivated by her as an individual, but rather by his desire to uncover the cultivators behind the Duke of Rui. Su Sanyan pondered for a moment, contemplating the true intent behind Yang Qizhu's words. Was it to instill resentment towards the Rui Wang within him, or to persuade him to call off the engagement? Su Sanyan shook her head. If he dared to annul the engagement today, the Crown Prince Rui would undoubtedly go to great lengths to eliminate him. In this era, the act of breaking off an engagement was considered an unspeakable humiliation, especially when the other party was a figure of such stature as the Crown Prince Rui. The imperial family's dignity could not be desecrated. It seems her intention was to sow discord in Su Sanyan's heart towards the Crown Prince Rui, thereby creating an opportunity to win him over. Su Sanyan curled his lips in disdain. For him, the allure of feminine beauty was of little consequence. If Yang Qiyuan proved to be of no use, he might as well serve as a mere ornament. At that moment, a delicate sound of footsteps graced the air, prompting all three to turn their heads in unison. They beheld a graceful young woman approaching, clad in a pale azure gown that accentuated her already slender figure. Her eyes resembled the crescent moon in a starry night, shimmering with a crystalline hue. Her cheeks flushed a soft rose, as if she had shyly stolen a glance at Su Sanyan before hastily lowering her gaze. Coming to a halt, she performed a gentle curtsy, her alluring lips parting slightly, introducing herself as Cui Wanqing, and graciously acknowledging her father, her aunt, and young Master Su. Su Sanyan's eyes sparkled with delight. This woman was indeed a rare beauty. Yang Qizhu discreetly observed Su Sanyan's expression, his mind concocting schemes. For it was truly a challenge for a hero to resist the allure of such a stunning woman. The head of the Cui family, wearing a smile, said, Haha, allow me to introduce to young Master Su. This is my elder brother's daughter. She has been exceptionally gifted since childhood, effortlessly mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a talent rare to find. Cui Wanqing softly replied, the family head is too kind. Yang Qizhu interjected, do you still recall, young Master Su, when I mentioned that the Cui family was interested in taking you as a son-in-law? Su Sanyan nodded, recalling the matter with clarity. Could it be that this young lady is the one? Indeed. Yang Qizhu let out a wistful sigh, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance where his father's decree had irreparably severed a pair of star-crossed lovers. Su Sanyan's gaze was filled with a predatory intensity as he scrutinized Cui Wanqing from head to toe, intrigued by the sound her voice might produce. He regarded Yang Qizhu's words with palpable disdain, deeming such a clumsy scheme too rudimentary. Had he truly been an 18-year-old youth, perhaps there would have been a chance of success. Chui Wenying waved her hand behind her, and 2 attendants approached, bearing a neatly arranged wooden box. Young Master Su, the precious medicine has been brought for you. Thank you, Miss Chui. Su Sanyan wore a radiant smile, her demeanor markedly different from when she faced Chui Jie. Chui Wenying personally carried a wooden box, delicately placing it on the table beside Su Sanyan. As her sleeves fluttered, a fragrant breeze wafted through, igniting the imagination. Their eyes met briefly, causing Chui Wenying to instantly shy away. Nearby, Yang Qizhu exchanged a knowing glance with the head of the Chui family, both subtly nodding in understanding. It is but natural for a young heart to harbor affection. Chapter 47. Father, how I long for you. Miss Chui, please take a seat. Su Sanyan gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to take a seat on the nearby chair. This gesture, although rather impolite, was met with no resistance from Chui Wanting, who obediently sat down, fully aware of the purpose of her visit, to foster a favorable relationship with the young man before her. He was a figure of great significance, and captivating his interest would undoubtedly ease her future endeavors. The head of the Chui family stroked his beard with a knowing smile, his eyes glimmering with shrewdness. From my perspective, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Young Master Su might consider staying with the Chui family for a few days to engage in profound conversations with Wanting about life. The head of the Chui family contemplated that the prospect of Su Sanyan marrying into the family was unattainable. So he resolved to pursue a more feasible option, having Chui Wanting wed Su Sanyan as a concubine. Given her grace and beauty, overshadowing the unattractive Yang Qiyuan would be a trivial matter. With her charm whispering sweet nothings, it was certain that Su Sanyan would develop an inclination towards the Chui family. As for Chui Wanting's feelings, they held little significance. She was not his own daughter. Moreover, even if she were, what harm would it be? Marrying Su Sanyan would hardly be a disgrace. The head of the Chui family plotted with meticulous precision, yet Su Sanyan remained unperturbed. In his heart, neither Yang Qiyuan nor Chui Wanting held any importance. It was the cultivators behind the treasures and the auspicious king that truly mattered. With a gentle smile, Su Sanyan gazed at Chui Wenying and slowly shook his head, expressing gratitude for the head of the family's kind intentions. However, he felt it was rather inappropriate, as his grand wedding was imminent, and it would be unwise to stir up unnecessary trouble. A flicker of obscure light passed through the eyes of the head of the Chui family, who, with a smile, acknowledged the oversight by saying, "What young Master Su has said is indeed correct. It seems I have not considered this matter thoroughly." Chui Wenying's eyes dimmed slightly as she forced a smile and added, "In the future, I hope young Master Su will often visit the Chui residence for a pleasant chat." Su Sanyan tilted his head and remarked, "As for the future, we shall discuss it then." With that, he placed the silver note down, lifted the wooden box from the table, and turned to depart. The 3 stood to see him off. Once he had walked far away, the head of the Chui family cast a glance at Chui Wanqing and blandly complimented her. "Well done. You may leave now." Chui Wanqing bowed respectfully to the 2 and retreated slowly. Yang Qizhu whispered, "The Su Sanyan is far more astute than I had anticipated." Haha, anyone who can transcend the realm of celestial beings cannot be a fool. However, it matters not, as long as he has encountered your sister. That thorn shall remain embedded in his heart, the head of the Chui family said with a smug smile. In matters of comparison, when Chui Wanqing stood alongside Yang Qiyuan, the stark and vivid disparity became unmistakably apparent. Yang Qizhu pondered this as well. Indeed, his sister's looks were somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, in a young lady's chamber, Chui Wanqing sat at the head of her bed, her expression melancholic as she gazed vacantly at the extinguished candle oil on the candlestick. "Father, how I long for you." Once upon a time, when her father was still alive, she was the cherished pearl of his palm, earning respect from all who beheld her. Yet, since her father's passing, her status had plummeted, and her once prized beauty had transformed into a source of suffering. Pressured by her family to master various arts, chess, calligraphy, painting, and flute playing, her daily schedule brimmed with activities, leaving no room for respite. To make matters worse, a governess had been brought into the home to instruct her in the ways of pleasing men. On the surface, she remained the young lady of the Chui family. But in reality, she had become a mere tool, her status inferior even to that of the household steward. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed, startling her. She hastily wiped her tears with her sleeve, striving to compose herself and display the smile she had practiced countless times. Creaking, the door swung open, and Chui Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, "Second young master, what brings you here?" Standing at the threshold was Chui Jie, the second son of the Chui family, and her nominal cousin, yet she could only address him as second young master. Chui Jie entered the room with an icy demeanor, saying nothing. Chui Wanqing turned to close the door, personally pouring a cup of tea to offer him. Is there something you wish to instruct me on, second young master? Chui Jie forced a smile. Sister, you need not be so formal. Have we grown so distant as siblings? Chui Wanqing sighed inwardly. Well aware of how he treated her on a daily basis, yet she dared not voice her thoughts and could only affectionately address him, second brother. Chui Jie smiled faintly. You are aware of the family's plans for you, are you not? Chui Wanqing stood there stiffly, not daring to take a seat, knowing full well that the head of the family wished for her to serve young Master Su. Indeed, you are still a young lady of the Chui family. Can you truly accept being arranged for others so casually? Chui Jie prodded. Chui Wanqing felt a pang of frustration. What could she do but acquiesce? The words that nearly escaped her lips transformed into pleasant phrases. The family has raised me for many years. It is time to repay that kindness. With a cold chuckle, Chui Jie felt a surge of resentment, haunted by recent events. Very well, I have a task for you, he declared. Pray, go on, she responded. Chui Jie retrieved a paper package from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. At the right moment, pour the contents of this package into Su Sanyan's tea. Chui Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. She was acutely aware of the implications. If Su Sanyan were to perish, she would undoubtedly meet a similar fate. Overwhelmed by terror, her voice trembled uncontrollably. Second brother, this matter cannot proceed. Should anything befall young Master Su, I shan't speak of my own fate, but the Chui family will surely incur the wrath of the Duke Rui. Su Sanyan was on the verge of becoming the son-in-law of the Duke of Rui. But at this critical moment, she was poisoned. The outcome was all too evident. Chui Jie's gaze suddenly turned frigid. What? Is my brother S-word ineffective? He was consumed by a desire to eliminate Su Sanyan, jealousy and resentment swirling within him. Since he could not resort to overt means, he would employ underhanded tactics. As for the consequences, the Chui family was not a small, insignificant clan. The Duke of Rui would not sever ties with him over a single Su Sanyan, especially one who was deceased. Chui Wanqing felt a pang of anxiety. She could not afford to offend Su Sanyan, nor could she risk antagonizing Chui Jie. Caught in the middle, she found herself in a precarious position. Chui Jie spoke coolly. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you ought to think of your aging mother. Should this matter succeed, I shall arrange for you and your mother to move to another city and start anew. If it fails, His tone was icy, the threat implicit. Chui Wanqing's exquisite features were marred by turmoil and distress, a suffocating sense of helplessness engulfing her. At that moment, she wished nothing more than to cast Chui Jie out of the room, yet she dared not. Her mother still resided in the Chui household, and offending the second young master would bring consequences she could scarcely bear. This affair was known only to the heavens, the earth, and the two of them. Should her father learn of it, well? Chui Jie's lips curled into a cruel smile as he stood and patted her shoulder before departing, not granting her the opportunity to refuse. Chui Wanqing stared blankly at the paper package on the table, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over her, causing her to collapse to the floor. She could not comprehend why her life was so fraught with anguish. Father, how I long for you, she murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks and soaking her makeup. Had it not been for her concern for her elderly mother, she might have followed her father into the afterlife long ago. Chapter 48. The traitor Su Sanyan was entirely oblivious to the events transpiring at the Chui residence. Upon returning home, he immediately retreated to his chamber, cradling a precious elixir, and instructed everyone not to disturb him. As the precious concoction coursed through him, the inscriptions on the panel began to transform. Su Sanyan, age, 18. 180, realm. Initial stage of celestial being cultivation method, the most true and serene scripture, intermediate, sorcery, blood demon corpse refinement method, uninitiated, techniques, circular stance perfected. 3 tigers suppressing dragon's blade perfected, horse assessment technique perfected, excavator maintenance and repair, beginner, Qi, 30, with 30 points of Qi accumulated. The anticipated addition to his realm still failed to manifest. However, he surmised that he was nearing that threshold. Half an hour later, Su Sanyan emerged from his quarters, where a young attendant had been waiting outside for quite some time. Upon his arrival, the attendant hastily approached, exclaiming, "Master, there are visitors from the Wang residence who have been waiting for you." "Indeed," Su Sanyan replied. Su Sanyan arrived at the hall and beheld a woman of exquisite attire seated gracefully upon a chair, quietly surveying him, flanked by two imposing figures resembling guards. The noble lady, noticing Su Sanyan's handsome features and dignified demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction stir within her, a faint smile gracing her lips. "You must be Su Sanyan," she said with a gentle smile. "I am the mother of Qi Yuan. I apologize for the intrusion and hope that you will not take offense, young sir." Su Sanyan displayed a smile, clasped his hands in greeting, and respectfully acknowledged the princess. "Is this truly my mother-in-law? Quite remarkable indeed. Her figure is ample, and her demeanor is dignified, reminiscent of the chieftain's wife, yet with a touch more elegance and a hint less of the mundane. Ah, fortunate to find myself unoccupied. I could hardly suppress my curiosity and thus came to pay my respects." The prince's praise was not unwarranted. He is indeed a young prodigy. The princess, as a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, found herself increasingly fond of Su Sanyan, who, upon first glance, exhibited no flaws. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the princess sighed and remarked, "You must have heard that the circumstances surrounding the prayer are rather exceptional. It may be somewhat of an imposition upon you. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall do my utmost to accommodate." Her tone was sincere. Su Sanyan shook her head with a smile, saying, "Your Highness, you're being too modest. I have heard that Miss Kyrian is not only erudite and knowledgeable but also possesses a kind heart. As for her appearance, it holds little significance to me." Su Sanyan spoke from the heart. He indeed did not care for young Qi Yuan's appearance, and, intrinsically, he was indifferent to it as well. Even if she were to be deemed less attractive than a toothless hound, he would still accept her, as one might utilize a mask. If she were truly unusable, there would be no need for him to force himself. Living apart would suffice. The princess revealed a smile, which was quite pleasing. Seizing the moment, Su Sanyan inquired, "May I ask, esteemed princess, why have I not encountered the several cultivators under the prince's command, as I have heard?" The princess's expression became slightly awkward. Of the three celestial beings, two were accompanying Xinyo on a campaign, standing on the front lines to fend off the imperial army, while one celestial maiden remained in the prince's residence, engaging in philosophical discourse with him day and night. Su Sanyan nodded, understanding the revelation that the heart's protector mentioned by the princess referred to the third son. "Once I am wed to Qi Yuan, I wonder what arrangements the prince has in store for me. The Duke of Rue would not allow a formidable being of the celestial realm to languish at home without purpose. He must have some plans in mind." The princess shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. "I am not privy to such matters, but it is likely he will be dispatched to the military. I have heard whispers that the situation at the front is rather dire, with the conflict becoming increasingly stalemated. The prince seems inclined to personally head to the front lines to oversee the command and coordination." Su Sanyan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that after marriage, he would indeed have responsibilities to attend to. The princess had come to meet her future son-in-law. Now that their encounter was complete, she did not linger, and Su Sanyan escorted her away. As he observed the princess's ample figure swaying as she ascended the palanquin, he couldn't help but reminisce about the chieftain's wife, pondering whether she felt lonely in his absence. In the dim confines of the Grand Estate's dungeon, Yang Seni sat upon a wooden chair, her feet resting upon the bare body of a deranged woman, serving as a footstool. Yang Seni stood before her, respectfully bowing his head, too apprehensive to glance around. He recognized this madwoman as the concubine his elder brother had recently taken. A careless word had led to her current unfortunate fate. "How goes the situation at the front?" the elder master inquired suddenly. Yang Seni promptly responded, "General Feng has sent a letter. The Silver Mountain Pass is now in dire jeopardy and may not hold for long." Silver Mountain Pass was one of the most crucial strongholds safeguarding Xiangzhou, known for its defensibility yet vulnerability to assault, manned by General Lu Zhan, a martial artist of the celestial realm under the command of Prince Rue. Should this pass fall, the imperial army could advance unimpeded for 100 miles, reaching the pivotal stronghold of Tianyang City. "Ha, splendid. That old fool will soon find himself restless," the elder master chuckled lightly, his fingers caressing the woman's disheveled hair. The woman resembled a dog, even extending her tongue to lick his palm. Yang Seni remained silent. Prince Rue could never fathom that the traitor was none other than the elder master himself, the heir he had designated. The defenses of Silver Mountain Pass and the information regarding the garrison were all divulged to the court by the elder master, aiming to draw Prince Rue to the front lines, where an opportunity would arise to trap him within Tianyang City in collusion with the court. Yang Seni could not fathom why his elder brother would act thus. They were all but insects tethered to the same string. If Prince Rue were to perish, Their own lives would be equally at stake, and usurping the throne would not be achieved through such means. Unable to make sense of it, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, whether Prince Rue or his elder brother met their demise, it would bring him joy. Rising to his feet, the elder master approached the figure of a mutilated person hanging upon the wall, casually piercing her acupoints with a needle, and remarked, "As I prepare for my wedding with Sanyan, I wonder what gift would be fitting for the occasion?" The mutilated figure, unable to speak, writhed in agony, desperately attempting to escape the torment, yet her efforts were futile. Sanyan glanced over, his heart quivering, and hoarsely suggested, "Perhaps some jewelry?" No. Jewelry is far too pedestrian. The elder master shook his head vigorously, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "I have a splendid gift in mind for them. They shall undoubtedly adore it." Understanding the implication, Sanyan refrained from further inquiries. The elder master approached the first prison cell, pointing at the girl within, and instructed Sanyan, "Go, remove her eyes. Let the kitchen prepare an additional dish tonight." "Understood," Sanyan replied. Sanyan instinctively clenched his fists, only to hurriedly release them, fearing the eldest son might detect something amiss. In this cell, imprisoned, was none other than Wang Qingming's daughter, the young girl yet to reach maturity, whom he had personally delivered. Sanyan felt a transformation within himself. He was increasingly resembling the eldest son. Moments later, a piercing scream echoed from the cell, accompanied by the eldest son's maniacal laughter, rendering the place akin to a hell on earth. In his hands, Sanyan grasped a pair of bloodied eyeballs, his body trembling uncontrollably as the girl succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. "Let us depart." The eldest son ascended the steps, casually waving his sleeve, causing the dungeon door to swing open of its own accord, allowing a ray of sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the madwoman's face. Sanyan instinctively turned to look, observing the madwoman kneeling on the ground, her eyes devoid of confusion, filled only with a yearning for the world outside. Was she truly not mad? Sanyan let out a deep sigh within. In such a place, perhaps it was better to be mad than to retain sanity. Chapter 49. The Grand Wedding 5 days later. Outside the Xu residence, a procession of horse-drawn carriages formed an interminable line, rendering the streets impassable. The cacophony of jubilant drums and gongs soared into the heavens. A young attendant shouted the names of the gifts. The fifth young master presents a pair of pearl and jade, a pair of South Sea pearls. The Chui family offers a jade ruler and a golden scale. The eldest young master bestows. At this point, the attendant suddenly faltered, rubbing his eyes with fervor, almost believing he had misread. The surrounding guests turned their gazes, curiosity piqued about what the eldest young master would offer. Nearby, Sanyan, who was receiving guests, turned to look as well. The young attendant, with a woeful expression, handed the list of gifts to him, saying, "Sir, please take a look." Sanyan took it over and observed the inscription that read, "One human skin mask, derived from the visage of a 16-year-old maiden, meticulously peeled from her face, soaked in human oil until supple, then coated with bone powder and left to air dry in a shaded place. One prosthetic right leg, crafted from the delicate and polished bone of the maiden's leg. One prosthetic left arm." The list of gifts from the young master not only detailed the names of the offerings, but also meticulously chronicled their origins and methods of creation. Sanyan raised her gaze towards Sanyan, who had come to present a gift, and calmly expressed her gratitude. "Please convey my thanks to the eldest son." Sanyan's expression reflected a hint of embarrassment, for he was well aware of the nature of the gift bestowed by the eldest son. It was common knowledge that Yang Qiyuan was unfortunate in appearance, with a spastic right leg and left arm, yet the eldest son had chosen to present such items, the implications of which were all too clear. "Please, do take your leave," Sanyan said, gesturing politely to Sanyan. With a resigned tone, he replied, "I shall not intrude any further. Wishing you both a harmonious union for 100 years. Farewell." Having said this, he hurriedly departed with his entourage. Ever since that fateful day when Sanyan had, in his presence, slain Wang Qingming with a single stroke, Sanyan had always felt an involuntary sense of unease when confronting her. Observing this exchange, the guests' gazes flickered, and one by one, they began to excuse themselves and take their leave. Before long, the number of guests had dwindled to less than half, most having left their congratulatory gifts behind. Seeking excuses to depart, Sanyan maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the apprehension exhibited by those around him, aware that they feared offending the young master. "The prince has arrived." At that moment, a loud shout echoed from the street corner. Sanyan turned to see a grand sedan chair appearing at the entrance. prompting the crowd to part ways and bow in respect. The esteemed Prince Rue gracefully descended from the chair, followed closely by the princess. "I have met the prince and the princess," Sanyan acknowledged, bowing deeply. "Please, rise. From this day forth, we shall be like family." "There is no need for such formalities," the prince responded amiably, personally assisting Sanyan to his feet. He glanced around at the gathered guests, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. The assembly then proceeded into the residence. Following the introduction of the bride, a series of customary rituals unfolded, culminating in a lavish banquet for the esteemed guests. Once the festivities concluded, tranquility returned to the estate, leaving only the prince and a few others in attendance. Prince Rue gestured with his hand, addressing the princess and the others. "You may leave us for now." "As you wish." Prince Rue lifted his teacup, taking a sip before letting out a sigh. "Now that you have wed my daughter, we are no longer strangers. There are certain matters I must disclose to you." Sanyan listened attentively. The current situation on the front lines is dire. The imperial court's army of 600,000 advances with great ferocity, placing Silver Mountain Pass in imminent peril, while other strongholds also struggle to withstand the onslaught. Sanyan frowned, pondering why they hastily raised the banner of rebellion if they were still unprepared. The Prince of Rue continued, "I have resolved to lead the expedition myself, and shall depart in 10 days. Since you have just wed my daughter, I shall not take you with me this time. Instead, you will remain to defend Xianqing." Sanyan nodded silently, acknowledging the presence of the eldest son. The crown prince's eyes flickered, revealing an inner contemplation. Subsequently, he retrieved a booklet and a wooden box from his sleeve, gently placing them upon the table. "This technique is a method for cultivating immortality and attaining enlightenment. Within this wooden box lie 3 elixirs, which may aid you in advancing your cultivation. Consider them a modest dowry for the young lady." Sanyan sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of the 2 items before him. Although he possessed a cultivation technique, he dared not consume the elixirs. Nevertheless, excitement flickered across his countenance as he expressed his gratitude to the prince. The Prince of Rue rose, offering a final piece of advice. The technique was devoid of errors. For such is the nature of celestial cultivation, one could engage in practice with utmost confidence. With that, he departed. Once the others had taken their leave, tranquility enveloped the courtyard. Sanyan, donned in a vibrant red wedding robe, settled into a chair and casually perused the cultivation manual. Heart-devouring technique. Sanyan furrowed her brows, finding the name exceedingly peculiar. She continued to leaf through the pages, discovering the following. To cultivate this technique, one must nurture a heart of slaughter and malice, entering the great path through murder, drawing sustenance from malevolence. Those who consume the heart possess keen insight. Those who partake of the liver have eyes that blaze like torches. Those who devour the lungs are as robust as dragons. To consume the heart, one must swallow it whole, accompanied by a dispersal to open the orifices. To consume the lungs, one must grind them into powder. The subsequent sections meticulously detailed the methods for consuming internal organs for the purpose of cultivation. Sanyan instinctively narrowed his eyes. This technique was even more sinister than the true stillness sutra he practiced, as it bizarrely compelled one to consume others. At last, he comprehended why the Prince of Rue had explicitly stated that the method contained no flaws. Anyone who beheld it would hardly perceive it as a pathway to immortality. Regaining his composure, he continued to peruse the text. Those who consume the hearts shall establish the serpent of intent foundation, allowing their form to transform into that of the heart serpent. Those who consume the livers shall establish the 100 eyes foundation, enabling their body to metamorphose into that of the 100 eyes. Those who consume the lungs shall establish the wasteland worm foundation, permitting their being to transfigure into that of the wasteland worm. The technique, however, was recorded only up to the completion of the foundation establishment stage, with no further advancements noted. Sanyan closed the book and fell into deep contemplation. This particular technique encompassed 3 distinct foundational paths, yet intriguingly, there appeared to be no hierarchical distinction among them. Unlike the cultivation method practiced by Sanyan, which clearly delineated its tiers, the blood demon foundation at the lowest level, followed by the turbid water foundation, and culminating in the foundation forged from the extraordinary essences of heaven and earth, this new technique exuded an unsettling sense of incompleteness. It seemed to deliberately conceal something profound. Sanyan shook his head, deeming the deficiency inconsequential, for he had no intention of changing his cultivation method. He then opened the wooden box, revealing 3 ascension elixirs within. Su Sanyan gently caressed the crimson dagger tightly wrapped in her embrace. And an involuntary thought crossed her mind. What kind of foundation would be forged if this object were to be used as the cornerstone? It is approaching, it is approaching. Su Sanyan whispered to himself, convinced that once he amassed enough energy, he would be able to break through the foundational stage in one swift motion. Gathering his belongings into his embrace, he turned and made his way towards the inner chamber. The creaking of the door echoed as Yang Qiyuan, her head covered, sat gracefully upon the bed, her body trembling ever so slightly, instinctively feeling a pang of inadequacy. She had heard her mother speak of her husband, whose exceptional cultivation and striking appearance made her feel even more unworthy of him. Su Sanyan casually settled beside her, rising to retrieve 2 wine cups from the table, filling them to the brim. This marked the first union of their souls across lifetimes, and he yearned for it to be flawless. "My dear, do not be anxious. Come, let us share a cup of wine." Noticing her trepidation, Su Sanyan softly reassured her. Yang Qiyuan, with her hand concealed within her sleeve, gently clenched it before extending her right hand to accept the cup. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her voice bright yet tinged with a slight tremor. As their arms intertwined, they raised their cups and drank heartily. Chapter 50. Even in the realm of celestials, disparities exist. Su Sanyan gently lifted the ceremonial rod from the table, gradually unveiling the red veil, revealing Yang Qiyuan's bashful countenance. Su Sanyan let out a long sigh of relief. In truth, it was not so bad. Her lips were merely slightly swollen. While her appearance could not be deemed classically beautiful, it was certainly not as hideous as the rumors suggested. "Is my husband disappointed?" Yang Qiyuan inquired softly, lowering his head. Su Sanyan chuckled softly, shaking her head lightly. "Madam, you are overthinking. I am face-blind." Yang Qiyuan could not help but stifle a laugh. Su Sanyan gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder, causing Yang Qiyuan to shudder, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. For so many years, due to her own appearance, she had hardly experienced any physical contact with men, let alone exchanged a few words. "My lady, it has grown dark. It is time to retire for the night." The flickering crimson candlelight dripped as the enchanting beauty on the bed blushed like fire. The room was filled with an abundance of springtime charm, while the night breeze outside whispered softly. Yang Qiyuan tightly shut her eyes, her face a brilliant red, reminiscent of autumn leaves. As dawn broke and the ordeal came to an end, Yang Qiyuan finally managed to catch her breath and, with a hoarse voice, spoke. "My husband. The Chui family came to visit me earlier." Su Sanyan furrowed her brows, pondering the matter. The Chui family boasts a daughter, Chui Weining, whose beauty is remarkable and talents unparalleled. She harbors a deep admiration for her future husband and aspires to enter the household as a concubine. Yang Qiyuan spoke with a hint of melancholy. "I have taken the liberty to agree on my own accord, and I hope my husband does not take offense. Tomorrow, the Chui family will send someone." She was acutely aware of her own ordinary appearance and was quite understanding of the situation. Su Sanyan nodded. Chui Wanqing was indeed a rare beauty, surpassing even Tang Huan and the lady of the chieftain. After the grand wedding, life gradually settled into a tranquil routine. As time swiftly passed, 10 days later, Prince Rui prepared to lead his army into battle. The eldest son, accompanied by numerous officials, bid farewell outside the city, where Su Sanyan also stood among the crowd. Clad in armor, Prince Rui stood atop his chariot and addressed the assembly, stating that supplies must be delivered punctually. Any delays would be dealt with according to military law. "Rest assured, father, your son shall diligently oversee the matters," the eldest son replied loudly. Prince Rui nodded and, with a sweeping gesture, commanded the departure. Su Sanyan watched the army depart, her heart gradually swelling with excitement. The spectacle was about to unfold. The eldest son cast a fleeting glance at Su Sanyan, their eyes meeting briefly in the air, and she offered him a gentle smile. In his heart, the eldest son had long since condemned her to her fate, a glimmer of cruelty flashing in his gaze. With a flourish of his grand robe, he turned and walked away. Behind him, the officials regarded Su Sanyan with palpable trepidation, hastily distancing themselves. In the eyes of all, Su Sanyan was indisputably aligned with Prince Rui, and now that Prince Rui was leading his campaign, all matters within Xiangqing were dictated by the eldest son. There was no doubt as to which side one ought to take. Su Sanyan remained unfazed, for in this realm of self-cultivation, strength reigned supreme. Should anyone dare to provoke him, he would ensure they witnessed the true essence of the celestial realm, the wonders of the world, and the significance of dominance. Upon returning home, He found Yang Qiyuan and Cui Wanqing seated together, hand in hand, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Their interaction appeared remarkably harmonious, at least on the surface. However, when Cui Wanqing caught sight of Su Sanyan's return, her gaze involuntarily flickered towards the teapot on the table, betraying a hint of unease before she averted her eyes. Moments prior, when Su Sanyan had accompanied Prince Rue on his expedition, Cui Jia had stealthily approached her, urging her to act swiftly and threatening her with their mother's authority. Caught between her biological mother and Su Sanyan, Cui Wanqing felt compelled to side with her mother. Although she had contemplated revealing the truth and seeking Su Sanyan's assistance, she ultimately dismissed the idea. Doubting Su Sanyan's ability to contend with the Cui family and believing he would not risk offending them for her sake. "Master, please enjoy your tea." Cui Wanqing gracefully extended her delicate hands, rising to pour tea for Su Sanyan. Her subtle gestures did not escape Su Sanyan's keen observation. She was unaware of the formidable prowess possessed by practitioners of the celestial realm. With his heightened senses and meticulous scrutiny, Su Sanyan's awareness surpassed her comprehension. He could discern the intricate patterns of fallen leaves from dozens of meters away, making it impossible for him not to notice the pronounced changes in Cui Wanqing's expression. Beside them, Yang Qiyuan's eyes flickered with concern as she pressed down on the teacup. "Little sister, have you encountered some trouble?" Su Sanyan sat nearby, somewhat astonished. Although Yang Qiyuan had practiced martial arts, her skills were rather rudimentary, merely refining her essence, yet she still sensed the anomaly. Inside, Cui Wanqing felt a surge of panic. However, for the sake of her elderly mother, she could only force herself to remain composed, feigning innocence as she said, "Thank you, sister, for your concern. I am perfectly well." Alas, Yang Qiyuan sighed. She had intended to offer Cui Wanqing another opportunity, yet the latter failed to seize it. With a shake of her head, she turned to leave. Though kind-hearted, she was not naive. Some matters simply could not be overlooked. At this moment, Cui Wanqing was unmistakably flustered. Given the circumstances, how could she not realize that her furtive actions had been discovered? Suddenly, her legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, her lips quivering as she attempted to articulate a defense, yet found herself unable to speak. "Come now, who prompted you to act thus?" Su Sanyan gently swirled his teacup, taking a delicate whiff. His internal organs, fortified by the crimson blade, had grown immune to ordinary poisons. However, this did not justify sparing her. Cui Wanqing's complexion was ashen, her voice laced with a sob. "My lord, Cui Jia has threatened me using my mother as leverage. I am left with no choice." Su Sanyan nodded understandingly and handed her the teacup, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall send Cui Jia down to keep you company." Cui Wanqing's expression was one of melancholy as she silently reached for the teacup. In that fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts flooded her mind. The cherished memories of her father while he was alive, the sorrow that enveloped her after his passing, and the arduous struggle of the two of them relying on each other. Tears welled up in Cui Wanqing's eyes as she gazed imploringly at Su Sanyan, pleading, "Sir, in light of my service to you, I beseech you to grant my mother a chance at life." Su Sanyan smiled faintly. Cui Wanqing sighed deeply, lifted her teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. Moments later, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and she fell silent. Su Sanyan no longer cast a glance at her, nor did he harbor the slightest sentiment of compassion. Such is the fate of the weak, who can only be at the mercy of others, devoid of any means to resist. Regardless of one's beauty, it offers no salvation in moments of peril. Su Sanyan said to Yang Qiyuan not far away, "Go fetch my sword." Yang Qiyuan was taken aback and instinctively replied, "My lord, that cannot be. The Cui family wields considerable power, and their patriarch is a martial artist of the celestial realm. This matter should be deliberated with caution." Su Sanyan chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he slowly rose to speak. Even among those in the celestial realm, disparities exist. Since entering the city, he had enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, devoid of the clash of blades. Yet, regrettably, this tranquility had led some to mistakenly perceive him as a pliable figure, easily manipulated. How mistaken they were. He was by no means a gentle soul. On the contrary, he was akin to a bandit who feasted upon the remains of the deceased. Chapter 51. This is how I conduct my affairs. Outside the gates of the Cui residence, Su Sanyan stood tall in a flowing azure robe, a single hand gripping the sword that rested against his back. The guards recognized him and immediately greeted him with warm smiles. "Young Master Su, you have arrived. Please, do come in." Su Sanyan nodded, advancing resolutely towards the Chui residence, his heart devoid of fear. He had not entertained the notion of a peaceful resolution. For Chui Jie was the son of the head of the Chui family, and they would certainly not acquiesce in surrendering him. Otherwise, what face would the Chui family have left? Moreover, Su Sanyan's motives extended beyond merely seeking Chui Jie. Before long, the head of the Chui family approached briskly, accompanied by Yang Qiyuan. From a distance, they greeted him, inquiring why young Master Su had not forewarned them of his arrival, so that they could have prepared a feast. Su Sanyan stood firm, devoid of any inclination to engage in pleasantries, and called for Chui Jie to step forward. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chui family felt a sudden jolt of alarm. He was all too aware of his son's character and suspected he had undoubtedly caused some mischief. Furthermore, observing the long blade in Su Sanyan's hand, it was evident that this was not a visit of goodwill. The head of the Chui family hesitated, his expression troubled, and inquired, "Might I ask how my son has offended you, young master?" Su Sanyan lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at him. "He intends to take my life." The head of the Chui family was taken aback, and soon a surge of anger welled within him. Unable to suppress his disdainful thoughts for this incompetent fool who only brings about failure, Yang Qiju's elegantly arched brows furrowed in dismay. After all the effort he and the family had invested in winning over Su Sanyan, how could he dare to threaten her life? Su Sanyan recounted the general course of events, quietly observing the two as they contemplated their response. The head of the Chui family, his countenance darkened and seething with rage, commanded, "Fetch that ungrateful wretch at once. He shall personally bow before young Master Su to offer his apologies." At once, a young servant hastened away. Yang Qiju silently shook his head with a sigh, lamenting the misfortune of Chui Wanqing, who had been senselessly harmed by Chui Jie. Su Sanyan quietly observed their performance. According to the head of the Chui family, it seemed that after bowing an apology, this matter would be laid to rest. Neither the head of the Chui family nor Yang Qiju appeared overly concerned. After all, Su Sanyan remained unscathed, while Chui Wanqing had perished. As long as they afforded the necessary respect, expressed a contrite attitude, and imposed severe punishment on Chui Jie, followed by some compensation afterward, the matter would likely be resolved. Historically, such incidents involving the younger generation of the family had been handled in this manner, often granting the Chui family a semblance of dignity. However, it was unfortunate that this time they had offended Su Sanyan, who was notoriously narrow-minded and vengeful. The head of the Chui family indignantly declared, "Rest assured, young Master Su, I will certainly impose strict punishment on my son and will not shield him from accountability. I am grateful that you're unharmed. Had anything happened to you, how could I find peace of mind?" Su Sanyan smiled faintly, yet her heart was troubled. If he were to perish, could the Chui family truly demand retribution from Chui Jie? Absurdity. Before long, Chui Jie rushed over in a flurry, his eyes brimming with terror as he beheld his father's furious countenance and Su Sanyan's calm demeanor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Father, I was wrong. In a moment of folly, I nearly committed a grave error. Please, punish me as you see fit." Chui Jie wept profusely, his performance seamless. He had witnessed such scenes countless times. Each misstep had followed this familiar pattern, and he was well versed in the art of apology. The head of the Chui family wore a grim expression, and with a swift motion, he struck Chui Jie across the face. "Fool, just as dull as your mother. All these years, you've only grown taller without gaining any wisdom. If you possessed even half the ability of your elder brother, I would not have to be so burdened." Chui Jie bowed his head, his eyes filled with resentment. His father's words struck deeply at his core. Comparisons to his elder brother were a constant source of irritation. Whenever he faltered, the elder brother was invoked. Why did his father not acknowledge that throughout his life, every good thing had been reserved for the elder brother? Techniques, esteemed mentors, precious elixirs, always bestowed upon the eldest. Even the elixirs sent back by their uncle had gone to the elder brother, and he had never even laid eyes on them. Bitterness twisted within Chui Jie as his fingers dug fiercely into the earth. He loathed Su Sanyan for causing him to lose face before his aunt. He resented his father for favoring the elder brother so blatantly, hoarding all the finest things for him, while neglecting his own son. He despised his elder brother, who always carried himself with an air of superiority, dictating his every action. He even harbored disdain for Yang Qiju, who observed like a detached spectator, coldly watching the unfolding drama, while he toiled like a clown on stage, striving desperately to win her approval. Chui Jie's eyes reddened, his hatred intensifying with each thought. His once fair visage contorted in anguish, though bowed as he was, none could perceive his inner turmoil. He resolved that once he gained strength, those who looked down upon him would pay dearly. As for the trouble he had stirred, he held no fear. After all, this was the Chui family. And he was the second son. At most, he would face a brief confinement as a mild reprimand. Bring forth the family law, shouted the head of the Chui family. Yang Qizhu sighed, feeling it unwise to intervene, for Chui Jie had indeed created a significant mess. Su Sanyan observed their performance with a detached gaze. And only now did he calmly speak. There is no need for Mr. Chui to trouble himself. Simply hand him over to me. Chui Jie felt a tremor of fear in his heart. Hand him over? Did that not mean he would lose his life? In an instant. His feelings of resentment were overshadowed by panic, and he suddenly raised his head to shout, "Father, save me." The head of the Chui family furrowed his brow. It was indeed unacceptable to relinquish him, yet considering that Su Sanyan was the aggrieved party, he hesitated before speaking. "Young Master Su, might I implore you, for the sake of my standing, to spare my son?" Su Sanyan lifted her eyelids and cast a glance at him, slowly shaking her head. "Face? What face do you possess?" The head of the Chui family wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated Su Sanyan's obstinacy, disregarding even his dignity. Anger welled within him, and his tone inevitably turned harsh. "Young Master Su, my Chui family can offer wealth, treasures, or medicines, or if you have other requests, feel free to voice them." The head of the Chui family was reluctant to sever ties with Su Sanyan entirely, for he was the son-in-law of the king of Rui and possessed formidable strength in his own right. Su Sanyan's eyes flickered slightly as she gently nodded. "Very well. Return to me everything that Chui Yusheng has brought back, and I may consider sparing his life. This is out of the question." The head of the Chui family rejected her without a moment's hesitation. This was their family's most treasured possession, and it could never be entrusted to outsiders. Su Sanyan felt a twinge of regret. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. He had set his sights on these items for quite some time, and this was the perfect opportunity to acquire them. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Yang Qizhu, who foolishly chose to disclose such crucial information to someone like him. Su Sanyan has always approached matters with a singular determination. When he sets his sights on something desirable, he will resort to any means necessary to acquire it, be it through deception, theft, or underhanded tactics. In essence, he will stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. This has become a well-honed habit during his time in the den of bandits. As the gazes of the two men locked, neither chose to avert their eyes, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, charged with an undercurrent of hostility. Yang Qizhu swallowed hard, gracefully stepping back in an attempt to distance himself from the confrontation. In stark contrast, Chui Jie remained foolishly kneeling in place. The head of the Chui family felt a dark cloud settle over his expression. It dawned upon him that Su Sanyan was not there for Chui Jie at all. Chui Jie was merely a pretext. The treasures sent by Chui Yusheng were the true objective. "Young Master Su, do you truly believe that the Chui family is without defenders?" The head of the Chui family spoke in a low voice. He considered he had extended ample courtesy to Su Sanyan, having disciplined his son and lowered himself to offer reparations, yet he was met with relentless obstinacy. Even a clay figurine would possess some ire. How much more so a family patriarch and a martial artist of exceptional caliber? The head of the Chui family's gaze hardened, and with a deft twist of his wrist, a slender sword slipped from his sleeve, landing squarely in his hand. It was time to impart a lesson to these younger generations, to teach them the principles of humanity and to quell their arrogance. Chapter 52. Sister-in-law, do not be afraid. Ha. Su Sanyan shook her head, a smile escaping her lips. This old fool was already halfway in the grave, yet remained so naive, wishing to preserve her son's life while avoiding any repercussions. Such folly. In an instant, a sharp gleam of blades flashed through the air as a sword clashed violently with a dagger. Beside them, Chui Jie could no longer afford the luxury of kneeling. He hastily fled into the distance. The head of the Chui family parried with his long knife, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Humph, young Master Su. Though youthful success is commendable, do not let arrogance cloud your judgment." Su Sanyan habitually squinted, offering no response. At this juncture, uttering further trivialities seemed utterly pointless. With a swift flick of his blade, his assault became even more ferocious. Beside him, Yang Qizhu's complexion turned ashen, despite her esteemed status. Witnessing a confrontation among celestial warriors was a rarity. In this moment, she grasped the vast chasm that lay between herself and those of the celestial realm. The speed was astonishing. Not only was she unable to intervene, but even the movements of the two combatants were a blur to her. Meanwhile, Chui Jie wore a fierce expression, silently praying for the confrontation to continue unabated, hoping for a climactic clash that would lead to mutual destruction. Sanyan's legs bent slightly before she suddenly exerted her strength, moving with a swiftness akin to that of a hawk. A streak of azure luminescence visibly slicing through the air. The head of the Chui family felt a tightness in his chest as he twisted his wrist, transforming his slender sword into a myriad of illusory blossoms, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the false. The clash of blades resonated with a series of metallic chimes. Those lacking in skill, such as Cui Jie and Yang Qizhu, could merely observe the fleeting silhouettes of blue and white intertwining before swiftly parting once more. Bang! Sanyan seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful strike. The head of the Chui family, taken by surprise, attempted to counter but lacked the strength, stumbling back 7 or 8 steps before colliding with a tree, finally managing to halt his retreat. With a crisp snap, the tree, as thick as a man's thigh, broke under the force. The head of the Chui family wore a grave expression, his concealed arm trembling slightly, and the internal energy circulating within his meridians became somewhat chaotic. After a brief exchange, the superiority was evident, leaving the head of the Chui family in a state of shock. He had been on the brink of the mid-tier for nearly a decade. Yet this young man managed to engage him in a fierce back and forth, even gaining the upper hand. Such talent was truly remarkable. Father. At that moment, a young man came rushing from a distance. Sanyan glanced up and noted the striking resemblance to Cui Jie, deducing that he must be the eldest son of the Chui family. Sheng'er, do not approach. The head of the Chui family shouted, his gaze constantly fixed on Sanyan, wary of an unexpected outburst. Sanyan did not hasten to launch an attack. Instead, he stood calmly in place, awaiting the arrival of the Chui family members. In his recent confrontation with the head of the Chui clan, he had exerted merely 50% of his strength. The enhancement provided by the blood-red dagger to his physique far exceeded all expectations, truly a marvel of nature. Master, are you unharmed? What audacity! Daring to wreak havoc in the Chui residence. In a brief moment, many who had heard the news rushed over, brandishing blades and encircling Sanyan, each face ablaze with fury. For many years, no one had dared to act so recklessly within the confines of the Chui family. Sanyan surveyed the surroundings, noting the presence of around 30 to 40 robust young men. Is this all the members of the Chui family? She inquired with curiosity. The head of the Chui family straightened his back, his tone grave as he commanded, "You may leave." "Master, one individual began to protest. But the head of the Chui family reiterated his command with a weighty tone. The assembly, unwilling to defy the family head's wishes, dispersed with fierce gazes, creating a space for the two. Who would have thought, in this lifetime, to witness such a prodigious talent? The head of the Chui family spoke with a hint of melancholy, lamenting that such a gifted individual was not of the Chui lineage, a most regrettable circumstance. Your praise is too generous, Elder Chui. Now, shall we discuss the matter at hand? Sanyan replied courteously. The head of the Chui family slowly shook his head, stating, "It is impossible to grant you this. It is a boon bestowed by the celestial beings of the Chui family and must not be entrusted to outsiders." Sanyan turned his head, casting his gaze beyond the crowd towards Yang Qizhu. He recalled that Yang Qizhu had once stated that those possessions were not intended as capital bestowed by Cui Yusheng to aid her in her pursuit of the throne. When did they transform into a gift for the Chui family? To whom they were given had become inconsequential. Sanyan was no longer interested in such matters. Now that events had unfolded to this extent, he was resolute in his determination to acquire those possessions, regardless of the circumstances. Sanyan has never feared offending others. Even if the Chui family is backed by Cui Yusheng, the path to immortality is inevitably fraught with conflict. If one is to hesitate and look back, then one might as well return home to tend to pigs. In his understanding, the concept of attaining immortality can also be interpreted as competing for immortality in the Tao. Without striving and seizing opportunities, one is destined not to reach the end. Sanyan steadied her mind, a subtle smile gracing her lips, hinting at an inscrutable meaning. What if I were to add the lives of your 40-odd family members, the Chui clan? The head of the Chui family was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? He acknowledged that Sanyan's prowess surpassed his own. Yet he believed he still possessed the strength to contend. With a dozen internal energy realm warriors and over 20 refined essence warriors at his disposal, he perceived himself to hold the advantage. Sanyan offered no defense, casting a fleeting glance at Cui Jie before calmly stating, "I require your second son's left arm. Do ensure its protection." The head of the Chui family, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable sense of dread. pondering whether this young man had succumbed to madness. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the heavens. "Ah, my hand!" Chui Jia clutched his bloodied limb, crying out in agony. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Sanyan had already approached Chui Jia, holding the severed arm in his left hand. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Confusion etched on everyone's faces, save for Chui Jia, who knelt, weeping uncontrollably. Yang Qiju's pupils constricted in shock as she beheld Sanyan before her, her heart racing with disbelief. Just moments ago, Chui Jia had been right beside her, yet in the blink of an eye, Sanyan had cast the dismembered arm at her feet. Strikingly, he even bore a smile directed at her. Yang Qiju trembled uncontrollably, feeling a palpable sense of danger in Sanyan's proximity, akin to a ferocious tiger lurking nearby, leaving her devoid of any sense of safety. She yearned to inquire if this was the essence of the celestial realm, questioning the nature of this realm itself. Meanwhile, the head of the Chui family had long lost the confidence he previously exuded. A deep sense of shock consumed him, his lips pale from anxiety, his mind a blank slate, even deaf to his son's cries. At that moment, a singular thought plagued him. Why did his experience of the celestial realm differ so fundamentally from that of Sanyan? The surrounding members of the Chui family remained utterly oblivious to the events transpiring, merely perceiving Sanyan vanish from sight, only to reappear with Chui Jia now cradling his arm in despair. Lacking the cultivation of the celestial realm, they could not discern Sanyan's movements. Even those possessing such cultivation could barely keep pace with their vision, their bodies rendered incapable of corresponding reactions. Had Sanyan exerted his full strength, the head of the Chui family likely would not have been able to withstand even 3 blows. Indeed, disparities existed within the celestial realm. Sensing Yang Qiju's tension beside him, Sanyan reached out, gently caressing her smooth cheek, and with a reassuring smile, he said, "Do not fear, sister-in-law. I shall not bring you harm." Startled by the unexpected touch, Yang Qiju dared not flinch, responding instead with a mechanical nod. Chapter 53. The elder Chui exhibits courteousness. The head of the Chui family murmured. The celestial realm perfected? Sanyan did not offer any defense. Instead, he spoke again, asking if Mr. Chui would reconsider his earlier proposal. The head of the Chui family tightened his grip on the slender sword in his hand, his expression darkening. He was tempted to risk everything in a desperate gamble. Yet as he glanced at his 2 sons and the younger generations of his clan, he ultimately let out a long sigh, his voice hoarse as he said, "I can give you what you seek, but please, do not inflict further harm." The head of the Chui family was reluctantly forced to acknowledge the chasm that lay between them, a divide that could not be bridged by mere numbers. Should a confrontation ensue, Sanyan truly possessed the capability to annihilate the entirety of the Chui clan. Sanyan nodded in satisfaction, while Mr. Chui felt a sense of relief. "I possess a naturally tranquil disposition and harbor no penchant for violence. I merely detest being subjected to humiliation." After all, it was Chui Jia who first provoked him, and Sanyan's reputation is indeed well-founded. Naturally, even if his reputation were less illustrious, he would still respond. Yang Qiju pressed his lips tightly together, harboring considerable doubt regarding his words. The head of the Chui family turned to his eldest son, Chui Sheng, feeling a deep sense of frustration, and sighed, "Sheng-er, go and retrieve the items." "Father." Chui Sheng stepped forward eagerly, his face ablaze with fury, glaring at Sanyan with the unmistakable intent to draw his blade. Sanyan remained indifferent, casting a fleeting glance, her expression as unremarkable as if she were observing swine or hounds. At that moment, Chui Sheng regained his composure, fully aware that the Chui family had met their downfall today. Any further resistance would be nothing more than an exhibition of futile bravado. Thus, he buried his resentment deep within, biding his time for future retribution. Heed your father's words, and be on your way." Sanyan smirked, his lips curling into a smile. Were it not for the looming presence of Chui Yusheng behind the Chui family, there would be no need for such idle chatter. He would have already unleashed a massacre. He was merely seizing a few items, and it was highly unlikely that Chui Yusheng would take offense, certainly not warranting a special visit. However, the annihilation of an entire clan was an entirely different matter. Currently, he was merely at the celestial realm, his power too feeble. Once he ascended to the foundation establishment stage, he would be free to act without restraint. And by the way, I would require an additional 50 precious herbs as compensation. That shouldn't pose a problem, should it? Sanyan inquired of the head of the Chui family. Since he had already incurred their wrath, he might as well extract every ounce of benefit. The elder Chui felt a tightness in his chest, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Impossible. Do you think these precious herbs are as common as cabbages at the market? 50 stems? After we last provided you with 20. We have barely 30 left." Su Sanyan nodded. "Then let it be 30 plants." Chui Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes filled with a crimson hue, and silently turned away. What a profound humiliation! When has the Chui family ever endured such indignity? Deep within, Chui Sheng vowed that once he attained mastery in his cultivation, Su Sanyan would surely pay the price. He then obediently made his way to the secret chamber of the Chui family to retrieve the treasures. Su Sanyan scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Chui Jie. A wave of apprehension washed over the head of the Chui family, prompting him to speak hastily. "Young Master Su, you promised to spare my son's life." Su Sanyan suddenly smiled, reassuring the head of the Chui family. "I am a person of my word, with an impeccable reputation." The head of the Chui family fell silent, casting a furtive glance at Yang Qizhu, harboring resentment within. It was indeed true that Chui Yuxing had entrusted someone to return the precious item with the intent of aiding Yang Qizhu in her quest for the throne. However, he had undermined this effort by keeping the item within the Chui household. He understood that Yang Qizhu bore a grudge, yet she relied on the Chui family to vie for the throne, making it unwise to sever ties openly. The head of the Chui family believed there was nothing amiss in this course of action. After all, Chui Yuxing was a member of the Chui family. And what harm was there in retaining the treasure within their abode? Had it been handed over to Yang Qizhu at that time, it might have ultimately fallen into the hands of Prince Rui, and it was ironic that, despite all the scheming, he ended up facilitating another's gain. Moments later, Chui Sheng approached with a frosty demeanor, carrying a large bundle filled with precious medicinal herbs in one hand and 2 volumes in the other. "The items are here. I can treat my brother's injuries now, right?" Chui Sheng stated coldly. "Of course," came the assured reply. As Su Sanyan's voice faded, he suddenly surged forward, delivering a forceful strike to Chui Jie's abdomen. A dull thud resonated, and Chui Jie collapsed to the ground, motionless, teetering on the brink of life and death. "Stop!" Chui Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. He cast aside what he held and rushed over to embrace his brother. Extending his fingers, he cautiously assessed Chui Jie's breath and, upon detecting a faint sign of life, he felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. Surrounding them, the sound of unsheathing swords echoed. As the members of the Chui family feared Su Sanyan might renege on his word, Su Sanyan stepped forward to pick up the object from the ground. "Rest assured, he is not dead. His meridians have merely been damaged. With proper care, he might even live until his natural demise." The head of the Chui family, upon hearing his mockery, wore a face as dark as the depths of water and coldly remarked, "Young Master Su, you have retrieved your item. Are you satisfied now?" Su Sanyan turned her head to glance, and naturally, "I shall not intrude any further. Farewell." "Humph. No need to see me off." The head of the Chui family spoke with a rigid tone. Su Sanyan remained unperturbed. After all, having taken so many of his possessions, was it not reasonable for him to exhibit a touch of annoyance? Su Sanyan stepped out of the Chui family residence, abruptly turning to glance behind her. All that met her gaze was a lengthy street, occasionally graced by the passing of pedestrians, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Su Sanyan's eyes narrowed slightly before he turned to leave. He had just sensed that someone was watching him from the shadows, yet the moment he turned his head, that feeling vanished. Su Sanyan knew that this was far from an illusion. Someone had indeed been watching him, possessing strength equal to his own. Who could it be? Su Sanyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Was it the eldest son, or perhaps one of the men from Prince Rui's entourage? Su Sanyan recalled that the princess had once mentioned that among the 3 immortals, one remained in Xiangqing, and notably, he did not accompany the crown prince on his last expedition, suggesting he might still be within the city. Lost in thought, she had already returned home, where Yang Qiyuan sat at the door, anxiously awaiting her return, filled with concern, fearing that her husband might have encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, Su Sanyan returned unscathed, which alleviated her worries. She approached with a slight limp and asked, "Have you sustained any injuries, my dear husband?" With a smile, Su Sanyan raised her hand to display a substantial collection of precious herbs, cheerfully stating, "It's nothing. Old Master Chui is quite reasonable. He acknowledges his son's mistakes and, as a gesture of apology, insisted on offering me these gifts. I couldn't refuse, so I accepted them." Old Master Chui was rather courteous. Yang Qiyuan stifled a laugh, remarking, "Indeed, the Chui family is truly commendable." Su Sanyan praised, and as she carried her belongings into the house, she turned to Yang Qiyuan and instructed, "Do not let anyone disturb me." Yang Qiyuan nodded in agreement, refraining from inquiring about her intentions, and dutifully stood guard outside the door. Su Sanyan closed the door, first opening the wooden box to take the precious medicine, swallowing it greedily. As she consumed each herb, the energy displayed on her panel increased incrementally. Upon finishing the 30 herbs, Su Sanyan felt completely satiated. With a mere thought, the panel materialized. Name, Su Sanyan, age, 18. 180, realm, initial stage of celestial being, cultivation method, the true and tranquil sutra of elimination of illusions, intermediate, techniques, blood demon corpse refinement technique, uninitiated, skills, complete round posture, perfect. 3 tigers subduing dragon blade, perfect, horse inspection technique, perfect, excavator maintenance and care, beginner, energy, 61. Su Sanyan was filled with excitement, his energy reaching an unprecedented 61 points. The plus sign behind the realm finally emerged. Chapter 54, The Art of Life and Death. Of these 61 points, 60 were contributed by precious elixirs, with only 1 point arising from the natural passage of time. Su Sanyan steadied his mind, casting aside his doubts. With a single thought, the energy within him dissipated in an instant. In that moment, his entire body resonated, muscles and bones vibrating in unison, while his skin tightened abruptly, only to gradually relax thereafter. The sinews strained and pulsated incessantly, as if an invisible hand were exerting force to stretch them. Inside, his organs felt as though they were being forged in a furnace, a profound burning sensation enveloping his lungs. Unable to suppress a muffled groan, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. His bones emitted a crisp sound, a continuous crackling echoing in the air, as if someone were breaking and reassembling them anew. Su Sanyan's complexion flushed crimson, his teeth clenched tightly as he persevered through the ordeal, acutely aware that this moment was pivotal in his cultivation. A time for the reshaping of his sinews and bones. Each breakthrough within the realm of the celestial being necessitated a reconstruction of the body, striving for perfection, thereby laying a robust foundation for future advancements. Only a flawless corporeal form could harbor the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, transcending the limitations of the mundane to achieve an extraordinary existence. The foundation establishment stage was not merely a simple enhancement of power. Rather, it was the forging of the path's foundation, solidifying the groundwork for the eventual attainment of the Tao's fruits. This represented a profound ascent in the hierarchy of life. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, the pervasive pain dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness. Su Sanyan gradually opened his eyes to find the room enveloped in darkness, the hour having slipped into the depths of night. Wiping away beads of sweat, he was astonished at how much time this breakthrough had consumed. Glancing at his status panel, he noted with satisfaction that he had successfully reached the mid-tier of the celestial being realm, yet his chi had dwindled to a mere 29 points, insufficient for another breakthrough. It appeared he must seek a new target. Surely, the residence of the eldest son would possess numerous valuable resources. Clenching his fists tightly, he reveled in the enhancement of his abilities, not solely in strength but also in sensory perception. Calming his mind, he could distinctly hear the serene rhythm of breaths emanating from outside the room. Just by the sound of breathing, Su Sanyan discerned the identity of the person outside, Yang Qiyuan. To remain vigilant at this hour truly demonstrated a commendable dedication. Su Sanyan let out a soft sigh, lamenting that her sincere affection would inevitably yield no fruition. His heart was set on the grand path, impervious to the constraints of mundane romantic entanglements. Shaking his head, he deemed further contemplation futile. He would address it when the time was ripe, and thus he pushed open the door. Yang Qiyuan, wearied in demeanor, turned his head and offered a gentle smile, inquiring whether his husband had finished his tasks. Su Sanyan pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she stood still. The resplendent moonlight bathed the woman in its glow. Yang Qiyuan, adorned in a delicate crimson gown, with her lustrous black hair elegantly coiled at the nape of her neck, rested her hands gracefully upon her abdomen, seated serenely in the corridor. Her demeanor exuded such refined elegance and tranquility that it nearly overshadowed her physical appearance. Against the backdrop of the moonlit courtyard, with its barren trees and fallen leaves, Su Sanyan felt as though she were witnessing a scene from an ethereal painting. The superficiality of flesh seemed to pale in comparison. Yang Qiyuan gradually rose to her feet, feeling a slight numbness in her legs from sitting for too long. Observing this, Su Sanyan stepped forward to support her, and together they walked side by side into the room. Sanyan once contemplated that perhaps a blood-red dagger could restore her appearance, or at the very least, remedy her atrophied limbs. However, she ultimately refrained from taking action. She feared that those with ulterior motives might detect something amiss. After all, this was a rare and extraordinary object, and caution was paramount. Should the news escape into the world, her life would be in jeopardy in an instant. Yang Qiyuan was unaware of these considerations. She believed it was only natural to be good to her husband, especially since he treated her well and had never shown her indifference due to her appearance. Their relationship was, in fact, remarkably harmonious, characterized by mutual respect and courtesy. It was only at this moment that Yang Qiyuan found the opportunity to speak to him. "Husband, if you're willing, I could seek out another concubine for you, ensuring that such oversights will not occur again." Sanyan shook his head, declaring it unnecessary, "For your presence suffices." Upon uttering this, visions of Yang Qiju's countenance, and even that of the princess, involuntarily danced in his mind. Yang Qiyuan felt a warmth in her heart as she tightly embraced his arm, blissfully unaware that Sanyan was preoccupied with thoughts of her sister and mother. The following morning, the treetops were adorned with a blanket of white frost, and the sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ancient tree with a golden glow. On the bed, Yang Qiyuan groggily opened her eyes, reaching out only to find the absence of the other person beside her. Sanyan sat alone in his study, holding 2 volumes in his hands, which he had acquired from the Chui family the previous day, one detailing martial techniques, the other a compendium of mystical arts. Borrowing the divine to cultivate the corporeal? Sanyan murmured softly as he read. Flipping through the pages, he discovered it was a method of cultivation that entailed utilizing another's spirit to refine one's own body. It requires 9 oil lamps to be lit around the body, with the living elixir placed before oneself, bound by chains made of life, gripping the end of the rope in hand. Then, one must take 3 silver needles, each an inch in length, and pierce them into the living elixir's brow, lower abdomen, and genitals. Sanyan tightened his waist, furrowing his brows in discontent. What a ridiculous technique, so insidious. He continued to peruse the text. Chant the incantation to summon the spirit, transferring the essence, energy, and spirit of another through the chain of fate, gradually refining one's physical cultivation. This method can establish a foundation of the Great Sun path, solidifying the Great Sun's form, warding off all malevolent forces, and proving remarkably effective against ghosts and monsters. Sanyan flipped through the pages once more, only to find that the subsequent entries detailed the methods for refining the destiny lock chain and the invocation of the divine. With no further information, was there merely one foundational path? Sanyan was intrigued. Previously, whether it was the true stillness of the ultimate truth or the heart-devouring Yin technique, there were always 3 foundational paths to choose from. Yet, this particular tome offered only one. A comparative analysis rendered the superiority or inferiority of the techniques immediately apparent. This method must have been casually bestowed upon the Chui family by Chui Yuxing, and it certainly could not be regarded as anything of value. Furthermore, he discerned that the realm of immortality deviated slightly from his expectations. Judging by these 3 techniques, there seemed to be an element of the arcane about them. In contrast, the method he was currently cultivating appeared relatively more conventional. He then proceeded to open another volume, the Death Coffin Technique. Sanyan shifted in his seat, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. This was his 2nd tome of arcane arts, and he wondered if he was now prepared to practice its mysteries. To master this technique, one requires a coffin from an ancient grave, a handful of soil from beneath it, and the essence of 7 individuals, irrespective of gender. From these, one must procure a head, a torso, a heart, and 1 limb from each of the remaining 4. These parts shall be amalgamated into a single entity, requiring no stitches, merely placed within the coffin. The individual from whom the head is taken must possess a certain official aura. The body must exude a sense of malevolence. The heart should resonate with scholarly essence, and the limbs must be imbued with a murderous spirit. When all is prepared, one must nourish the creation with one's own vital essence, administering a cupful every 3 days, poured into its mouth, followed by the infusion of magical energy. Moreover, at the stroke of midnight each day, one must recite the incantation of destiny. By this cycle, after 31 days, the malevolent spirit shall be intertwined with the caster's consciousness, yielding control at will. Sanyan felt a twinge of regret. The art he had acquired still required a foundational cultivation before it could be practiced, as it demanded the nurturing of magical energy. It bore resemblance to the techniques he had previously seized from Ma Tianqing, both being of the summoning variety, one invoking blood demons, the other conjuring fierce demons. He pondered which of the two was more formidable. He held no disdain for such methods, regardless of their nature. As long as they proved effective, he was content, though he wished for greater diversity in his arsenal. Meanwhile, within the inner sanctum of the eldest son's residence, a shadowy figure knelt on one knee in the study, voice sharp and thin. "Young master, the informant from the Chui family reports that yesterday Su Sanyan caused an uproar at the Chui household. Chui Tongsheng was no match for him, and all that Chui Yusheng left behind has been seized by Su Sanyan." The eldest son toyed with a smooth, jade-like finger bone in his hand, letting out a cold scoff. "Chui Tongsheng, that old fool, cannot even defeat a mere Su Sanyan. He has squandered his years." He had little interest in the Chui family's possessions. Anything casually bestowed by Chui Yusheng could hardly be of worth. Besides, he lacked for cultivation techniques. The figure on the ground slowly raised his head, revealing a delicate countenance. After a brief hesitation, he continued. "The informant mentioned that Su Sanyan appears to have possibly reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm." The eldest son furrowed his brow, the finger bone in his hand snapping with a sharp crack, shattering into fragments. "Impossible." "How old is he?" "Merely a wild upstart, without a mentor or clan. Even if he began cultivating in the womb, it is inconceivable for him to attain the pinnacle of the celestial realm at such a tender age." The effeminate man spoke softly. "It is said that Chui Tongsheng was defeated in just 3 moves, and none from the Chui family dared to intervene." The eldest son clenched his fist unconsciously, grinding the bone shards into powder, his expression a mix of suspicion and disbelief. The distinction between the initial stage and the pinnacle of the celestial realm was vast. Take Chui Tongsheng, for instance. He broke through to the celestial realm in his 50s and was nearing 80, yet remained at the initial stage. At their level, every advancement was fraught with obstacles, not achievable in a mere moment. How could Su Sanyan possibly reach the pinnacle at such a young age? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. After much contemplation, the eldest son remained unsettled. Hesitating before he commanded, "Summon old master and let him see for himself. Remember to bring back a corpse." The effeminate man paused slightly, hesitating to speak. "Young master. Old master and does not come cheaply. Is it worth it for a mere Su Sanyan? Moreover, considering the prince Su Sanyan is the son-in-law of Prince Rue. If he were to be killed, the prince would undoubtedly pursue the matter upon his return, potentially implicating us." Though these words were left unspoken, the eldest son was well aware, as he scattered the bone powder across the ground and clapped his hands. If Su Sanyan truly is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, then he is worth it. One spirit herb shall suffice. As for the prince, humph, he shall not return. Understood. The effeminate man felt a tightening in his heart as he bowed his head and retreated. The young master's eyes shimmered as he languidly leaned back against the chair, his gaze drifting through the window to the sky, softly murmuring, "When shall I establish my foundation?" He then let out a gentle sigh and rose to make his way toward the dungeon. Su Sanyan remained entirely oblivious to this matter, as he meticulously examined the crimson-hued dagger in his hand. To this day, he had yet to comprehend how the young scion of the Fong family had summoned that ominous mist of blood surrounding him. Su Sanyan always felt that this extraordinary object possessed a secret yet to be uncovered. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Su Sanyan's ears perked up as he recognized the approach of Yang Qiyuan. He carefully wrapped the small knife and concealed it. "Knock, knock, knock. Is my husband within?" Yang Qiyuan inquired softly. "Come in," Su Sanyan replied. As she entered, Yang Qiyuan continued, "Husband, if there are no pressing matters today, might we return to the estate to pay a visit to mother?" Su Sanyan nodded. Since his marriage, he had yet to visit the Wang residence. It would be beneficial to pay a visit, as he had certain inquiries to make of the princess. Speaking of which, he had always been perplexed as to why Yang Qiyuan's mother was the princess, rather than the mother of the eldest son. Su Sanyan sat in the carriage, voicing her confusion, to which Yang Qiyuan softly elucidated that the eldest brother and the third brother were born of the same mother, who had passed away due to illness in her early years. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the two were, in fact, blood brothers. As they chatted amiably on their way, Su Sanyan gleaned a wealth of information about the inner workings of the Wang residence before their arrival. Upon entering the estate, the princess greeted them with a radiant smile, her ample figure swaying slightly with each step, drawing attention to her prominent bosom. Even someone as worldly as Su Sanyan could not help but steal a few glances. The princess turned to her attendant and instructed, quickly, "Prepare the feast." "Yes, my lady," the servant replied, hastily departing. The princess then linked arms with Yang Qiyuan, the two appearing as intimate as sisters as they walked ahead, leaving Su Sanyan to follow behind. Observing their retreating figures, at the dining table, seizing an opportunity, Su Sanyan inquired, "Mother, it seems the celestial maiden did not accompany the prince during his expedition." The princess cast a fleeting glance backward, noting that the celestial maiden had not followed but remained behind in the Wang residence to ensure their safety. Su Sanyan nodded knowingly. It seems that the sense of being watched yesterday was most likely attributed to this individual. With his current prowess, he could stealthily trail behind without being detected. Perhaps within the confines of Xiangqing, he is the only one capable of such a feat. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter engaged in fervent conversation. Noticing Su Sanyan's prolonged silence, Yang Qiyuan inquired, "Does my husband harbor any concerns?" Su Sanyan shook her head, suddenly recalling something. She turned to the princess and inquired, "Mother, do you know if there are any precious medicines within the palace?" The princess furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before nodding slowly. "Indeed, there are. However, both precious and spiritual medicines are typically stored in the royal treasury, guarded by designated personnel. Without the prince's command, even I cannot gain entry." Upon hearing this, Su Sanyan felt a surge of joy and could not help but inquire, "Spiritual herbs? What might those be?" Just from the name, they seem to be even more precious than elixirs, perhaps capable of enhancing one's vital energy. The princess shook her head, stating, "Spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. It is said they are beneficial even to immortals. Though I am a princess, I remain merely an ordinary woman, and there are certain matters I do not fully comprehend." Su Sanyan expressed his understanding while quietly contemplating how to acquire the desired item. The princess mentioned that a designated guardian was present, likely the reclusive cultivator, though his level of cultivation remained uncertain. If the cultivator were merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, there might still be a chance. Should he manage to procure some precious herbs to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he might stand a chance against a foundation establishment expert. His only concern lay with the enigmatic methods employed by those cultivators. Upon reaching foundation establishment, their inner energy transforms into magical power, resulting in a substantial enhancement of their abilities, with many techniques being unfathomably elusive and difficult to defend against. If only he could devise a means to ascertain the cultivator's level and methods, it would be advantageous. After pondering for a moment, Su Sanyan turned to the princess and inquired, "Mother, might you be able to introduce me to that celestial maiden?" The princess hesitated, placing her chopsticks down with a soft sigh, and replied, "I fear that may not be possible." For the prince specifically instructed that no one is to disturb the immortal's cultivation. Su Sanyan nodded regretfully, realizing that he would need to devise another strategy. He was reluctant to relinquish the royal treasury, for it surely housed a wealth of treasures. Acquiring them would undoubtedly facilitate his breakthrough in foundation establishment. The two lingered within the royal residence for an entire day, and as dusk settled, they finally boarded the carriage to return. Yang Qiyuan clutched the hem of his garment tightly, his expression distant, as if he were on the verge of speaking yet hesitated to do so. Su Sanyan naturally perceived this and chuckled lightly, saying, "Speak your mind. Is there anything between us that cannot be expressed?" Yang Qiyuan softly replied, "Does my husband wish to enter the inner treasury?" Chapter 56. The Assassination. Su Sanyan tilted her head slightly, narrowing her eyes ever so slightly. Yet her smile remained unchanged as she inquired, "How does the lady know?" Yang Qiyuan lowered her head and replied, "Since my childhood, I have been adept at reading expressions. Upon just observing my husband's demeanor, I made a hasty conjecture." Su Sanyan nodded slowly, neither affirming nor denying. After all, the lady possesses her own means. Yang Qiyuan felt a tumult of emotions within her. On one hand lay the royal treasury of her father, and on the other, her beloved husband, leaving her in a state of profound dilemma. Though her father had not treated her kindly, he remained her father nonetheless. Su Sanyan did not force her. Instead, he gently caressed her hair with his palm and, in a tender gesture, enveloped her shoulders, pulling her into his embrace. He softly remarked, "Though I yearn to visit the royal treasury, I cannot bear to see you in distress." Yang Qiyuan felt a surge of emotion in her heart as she tilted her head, resting against Su Sanyan's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Due to her appearance, she had never experienced such closeness with anyone but her mother over the years. Even her father and several brothers maintained a certain distance from her. Before their marriage, she had thought her husband wed her solely to align himself with the king, yet through their time together, He had treated her with unwavering kindness and warmth, never casting her a cold glance. Yang Qiyuan wished for time to freeze in this moment, never to pass. Sanyan cast his gaze down upon his wife in his arms, his heart as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Love, indeed, is the most impulsive of emotions, yet he found himself devoid of it. As the sky gradually darkened, the Xu residence loomed closer. Sanyan's ears perked up slightly, catching the unmistakable sound of footsteps trailing behind the carriage. The footsteps were steady and light, neither hurried nor sluggish, keeping a perfect distance of 20 paces. Regardless of the carriage's pace, how could Sanyan still be oblivious to the fact that the person was approaching him? In an instant, his thoughts shifted as he gazed at Yang Qiyuan in his arms, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. Swish! In front of the Xu residence. The two remained nestled within the carriage when a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air, aimed directly at them inside the vehicle. Sanyan was well prepared. Yet she feigned panic and exclaimed, "An assassin!" In an instant, she thrust Yang Qiyuan aside as a long blade narrowly whisked between them, severing Yang Qiyuan's flowing hair and piercing the right chest of the coachman ahead. Bang! The carriage erupted violently, sending Yang Qiyuan tumbling out. Sanyan leaped forward to confront the foe, simultaneously urging her, without looking back, run, aware that her presence would only be a burden. Yang Qiyuan hastily limped away in the opposite direction, intending to make a detour back to the Wangfu for assistance. Sanyan paid no heed to her. His gaze fixed upon the street corner, where he beheld an elderly man clad in a gray robe, hands clasped behind his back, observing him with a dispassionate demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the fleeing Yang Qiyuan. "Who are you?" Sanyan inquired in a low voice. Judging by the earlier strike, the man's prowess was likely not far beneath his own, suggesting a cultivation level at the perfected celestial realm. "I am surnamed In," the elder replied, appearing in no haste to engage in combat, but rather taking a keen interest in appraising Sanyan. A celestial realm practitioner at merely 20 years of age, truly remarkable talent. Had you been born in Zhangzhou, you might have been heralded as a generation's prodigy. With that, the elder shook his head in regret, as if awaiting Sanyan to inquire about the source of his lamentation. Seeing that no one was around and Yang Qiyuan had already run far away, Sanyan no longer concealed himself. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he chose not to respond. The old man, noticing the young man's lightheartedness, couldn't help but inquire, "What is it that brings you joy?" Sanyan slowly lifted his right arm, unleashing his inner energy as a long blade suddenly soared into his grasp from a distance. I chuckled. "How pretentious you are." The old man's expression darkened, and with a flick of his sleeve, he scolded, "Vulgar." Clang! Under the dim glow of the setting sun, a chilling glimmer of the blade emerged. Sanyan's knees slightly bent, and he suddenly surged forth, the long knife slicing through the air like an arrow, aimed directly at the old man's head. The old man's pupils flashed with alarm as the blade approached. He could not help but feel a jolt of surprise at the remarkable speed of this youth. This was far beyond the capabilities typically possessed by an early-stage celestial realm warrior. Earlier that morning, the eldest son had dispatched someone to pay respects to the old man, merely stating that the target was Sanyan, an early-stage celestial realm martial artist, without divulging any further details. The old man hastily sidestepped to evade the attack, simultaneously bringing his fingers together, the tips emanating a faint golden glow as if coated in a layer of gold paint, and he thrust them towards Sanyan's throat. Sanyan rotated her wrist, positioning the back of the blade horizontally before her as her fingertips met the long sword, producing a resonant sound akin to the clash of metal. Sanyan's gaze flickered. Such formidable fingers, their hardness likely surpassing that of gold or iron. One cannot help but wonder what purpose lies behind the cultivation of such unyielding digits. Could it be to compensate for an inadequacy elsewhere? Sanyan found the situation amusing, even managing a smile. The old man, perplexed, wondered how one could find humor amidst such a life-and-death struggle. Did he look down upon himself? Angered by this thought, the old man decided to unleash his full power. With a resounding crack, he crossed his arms, causing his sleeves to burst open, revealing two resplendent golden arms. "Humph. Let me show you the prowess of the golden arm technique that I have painstakingly honed over the years." The old man scoffed. "The golden arm technique?" Sanyan glanced with keen interest, then shook his head, deeming it superficial and ostentatious. "Humph, young man, even if you are the son-in-law of the Prince Rue, today you cannot escape death." With that, the elder swung his arms and launched a fierce attack, causing the surrounding air to compress with waves of force. producing a series of sonic booms, exuding an imposing aura. The old man's martial arts were indeed formidable and vigorous. Sanyan remained utterly composed, his knees slightly bent, a single palm poised to counter. With a resounding thud, the two engaged in a fierce clash of fists and palms. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart filled with astonishment. He had managed to catch the blow using only one hand. Sanyan did not retreat a single step. Instead, the stone bricks beneath him slightly sank, and soon intricate cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread outwards. The old man, with an expression of disbelief, raised his head. He could not comprehend how this frail figure could withstand a punch weighing over 100,000 pounds. Even if he had dodged, it would have been understandable. But the fact that he chose to endure it head-on was utterly astonishing. With a gentle tap of Sanyan's right palm, the elderly man involuntarily staggered backwards several paces. Sanyan smiled faintly, for he did not comprehend the concept of extraordinary phenomena in the world. To compare strength with him? The physique of Sanyan has been fortified by the extraordinary wonders of heaven and earth, rendering his physical prowess beyond his own comprehension. You are certainly not at the initial stage of the celestial realm. The old man's lips quivered, his golden arms now dimmed, trembling uncontrollably. The recent strike had inflicted a backlash upon him. Although he appeared unscathed, he had sustained considerable internal injuries. Who sent you here? Sanyan harbored a suspicion. Apart from the Chui family, only the eldest son could summon a perfected warrior of the celestial realm. Beyond them, no one else possessed the ability to command such power. The elder, gritting his teeth, displayed an unmistakable inclination to retreat, realizing that this mission had already faltered, and his life was now uncertain. You have my word. I shall spare you. Sanyan seemed to intuit his thoughts and spoke at the opportune moment. Is that truly the case? The elder inquired, hesitating. Sanyan nodded, affirming with certainty that his words were always as reliable as a solemn promise. The old man pondered for a moment before nodding emphatically, expressing his hope that Xu would honor his commitment, for it was the eldest son who had enlisted him to end Xu's life. The old man divulged the details of his employer without reservation, for he was not a true assassin bound by any code of ethics. Sanyan was not surprised, rather. She was intrigued. What price does a warrior of your caliber demand? Money? I seek spiritual herbs, the old man replied, cautiously retreating as he spoke. Spiritual herbs? With a renewed spirit, Sanyan became intrigued. Chapter 57, The Struggle. Let us delve deeper into the distinctions between elixirs and treasured medicines. Sanyan pressed forward relentlessly, and with each step the old man retreated, mirroring his movements. The elder's countenance grew increasingly grim as he declared, Once I have spoken, you shall allow me to depart. With a smile gracing his face, Sanyan reassured, Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. The elder felt a slight sense of relief, deciding to place his trust in him once more. He then remarked, The precious elixir holds value only for mundane warriors. Its efficacy diminishes significantly upon reaching the celestial realm, and it becomes utterly ineffective after the foundation establishment. Sanyan nodded in understanding, his thoughts aligning closely with his conjecture. This elixir should indeed be capable of providing qi. Seizing the moment of his contemplation, the old man's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. Upon witnessing this, Sanyan deftly twisted his wrist, releasing the long blade with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The razor-sharp edge grazed the elderly man's silvery locks, severing several strands of hair. The old man remained frozen in place, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, his heart quaking uncontrollably. For many years, since he achieved the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he had not encountered the breath of death. Yet, that fleeting moment evoked memories of the precariousness of life. Had that blade been aimed at his head, he questioned whether he could have evaded it. The elderly man swallowed hard. With age comes an intensified fear of mortality, and he felt he had not yet lived enough. Young Master Xu, he stammered, you just proclaimed your intention to spare my life. Sanyan nodded and said, I require your elixir. The old man clenched his fist, finally comprehending that this young man had no intention of letting him go. A surge of indignation at being toyed with welled up within him, and with a fierce expression, he retorted, Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Sanyan raised an eyebrow. Could he still possess some means? The old man's expression turned grave. He lifted his right palm high and forcefully struck it against his chest. With a sharp gasp, a mouthful of fresh blood was expelled, and his complexion visibly paled significantly. Sanyan felt a sudden twitch in her eyelids. What was this? Self-harm? The elderly man, with blood staining the corners of his lips, emitted a chilling laugh. Once more, The golden light radiated from his fingertips as he forcefully plunged them into his lower abdomen, a gaping wound erupting, spilling forth a torrent of crimson blood. The old man's complexion grew even paler, resembling more a corpse that had lain dead for days than a living being. "You have forced my hand. Let us perish together," he bellowed, and as the blood continued to flow, his visage became increasingly ghastly. Sanyan secretly heightened his vigilance. Such methods were indeed sinister and bizarre. He had never heard of acquiring strength through self-mutilation. Death. The old man's 3 fingers curled like talons, swiftly darting towards Sanyan's neck. Moving with a speed that exceeded his previous pace by more than 30%. One must not underestimate this increase, at their level of mastery. Even a slight augmentation in strength resulted in a conspicuous disparity. Sanyan, cautious not to overestimate his abilities, leaned back to evade the fierce strike. Simultaneously, he unleashed a whip-like kick aimed directly at the elderly man's waist. With a resounding crash, the old man was unable to dodge in time and was struck solidly by the kick, slamming heavily against the side wall of the courtyard. The blue stone wall crumbled instantly, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Sanyan felt a slight sense of relief deep within him. Based on his experience, he knew that after enduring such a kick, his opponent would likely lose all combat effectiveness. After all, the waist and ribs are vital points of the body, and Sanyan's whip kick could shatter even a stone pillar, let alone a mere mortal frame. As Sanyan was about to step forward to investigate, suddenly, a fist-sized fragment of stone shot out from the swirling dust, hurtling towards her head with a piercing sound. Sanyan's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly sidestepped, bewildered by the unexpected resilience of his opponent. How could he still possess such fighting spirit? What immense strength this man wields. The old man, clad in tattered garments, emerged from the rubble, his body marred with numerous wounds, yet a fierce grin played upon his lips. Sanyan narrowed his eyes slightly, observing that the old man's ribs were misaligned, rendering his physique exceedingly uncoordinated. Were a normal individual to endure such an injury, standing would be utterly impossible. Yet, it appeared as though he was impervious to his wounds. Die. The old man, his face contorted with malice and adopting a bizarre stance, lunged at Sanyan once more. His fist, propelled by a tempest, aimed directly at Su's face. This assault was even swifter than the previous one. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Sanyan. In a flash, he sidestepped to the old man's flank, seizing his arm with both hands, and with a forceful twist. A sharp crack resonated through the air as the old man's arm hung limply, devoid of strength. Remarkably, the old man's expression remained unchanged, completely oblivious to the pain, as though it were not he who had lost a limb. A flicker of malice flashed in Sanyan's eyes as he suddenly exerted force with his arms. With a resounding tear, he forcibly wrenched his entire arm, along with the bones, from its socket. Ah! The old man let out a furious roar. His remaining hand shaped like a blade, striking across the throat with the precision of a sharp dagger. Sanyan crouched to evade, seamlessly embracing the moment to draw near, delivering a formidable palm strike that struck the old man's jaw with precision. With a resounding thud, the elder crashed heavily to the ground, seizing the advantage. Sanyan's countenance transformed into a mask of ferocity, with his right hand clenched into a fist, the knuckles protruding slightly. He summoned every ounce of his strength to land a devastating blow upon the old man's chest. The colossal fist penetrated deep into the ribcage, shattering the heart within. Although the elder could not perceive the injury, this lethal assault was impossible to disregard. His pallid complexion shifted slowly to a flushed hue, only to swiftly revert to ashen once more, as if performing an illusion. Sanyan let out a sigh of relief. To be on the safe side. She firmly grasped the old man's head and twisted it with force, leaving him with no possibility of life. She swiftly searched his body. Discovering only a few hundred taels of silver notes, she shook her head in disappointment. Subsequently, she gathered the old man's remains and turned to flee into the distance. Before long, Yang Qiyuan arrived in a state of agitation, accompanied by a contingent of soldiers. The scene before them was merely a desolate reminder of the battle, with remnants of shattered walls and blood strewn across the ground. Yang Qiyuan, momentarily losing composure, called out to his troops with tears welling in his eyes. Quickly, search for my husband. We must find him. Yes. The soldiers, not daring to delay, immediately dispersed to search. Meanwhile, Sanyan found a secluded alley where she laid the old man's body. She plunged a crimson dagger into his chest, and as the corpse withered, several drops of fresh blood surfaced at the hilt. Raising her head, she swallowed the blood, and a surge of warmth coursed through her lungs, gradually fortifying her internal organs. After a quarter of an hour, Sanyan opened her eyes, a sense of satisfaction swelling within her. Truly, a celestial realm warrior surpassed ordinary individuals in efficacy. This single act was equivalent to the strength of 5 or 6 inner energy realm warriors. Then, with a surge of internal energy, she shattered the old man's desiccated body into dust, leaving no trace behind. Sanyan pondered for a moment, then raised his right arm and struck his chest forcefully, causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. He then staggered homeward. As dusk descended, Yang Qiyuan, limping, searched desperately for traces of Sanyan, her face etched with anxiety. She had just described the situation to her mother, who informed her that the elder with the surname and was a consummate warrior of the celestial realm, a rarity in Xianqing. How could Sanyan, merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm, possibly withstand such a foe? Yang Qiyuan's urgency intensified, and with the passage of time, her unease grew ever more profound. Chapter 58. At 30, like a wolf. At 40, like a tiger. Suddenly, a figure stumbled into view at the street corner, and Yang Qiyuan's heart jolted. Tears surged forth from her eyes as she rushed forward, calling out, "My husband!" Sanyan leaned against the wall, feigning a grievous injury while a smile danced upon his lips as he embraced Yang Qiyuan, softly reassuring him, "I am unhurt." As he spoke, blood trickled once more from the corner of his mouth. Yang Qiyuan, alarmed, hurriedly retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his wounds, urging, "Let us return home. Let us go home." Thus, the two nestled against each other as they made their way back. Upon witnessing Sanyan's return, the soldiers bid their farewells and departed for the royal mansion. Sanyan lay on the bed, while Yang Qiyuan held his hand tightly, her face etched with concern. "My dear husband, how do you fare? Allow me to seek out a physician for you." Sanyan shook his head, declaring it futile. A worldly physician could not mend her wounds. Then what must be done? Yang Qiyuan inquired urgently. Sanyan closed her eyes in sorrow, letting out a long sigh without uttering another word. Yang Qiyuan seemed to grasp the underlying truth. The precious elixir treasured by her father could undoubtedly heal her husband's injuries. She understood that her husband had chosen silence to spare her from distress. Yet she could not bear to witness his demise. Gritting her teeth, Yang Qiyuan ultimately resolved to speak, declaring, "Husband, I have a way to procure the elixir from my father for you." Sanyan gently shook her head, asserting that it was unnecessary, for she might not necessarily meet her demise. As she spoke, she coughed lightly, blood splattering from her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Yang Qiyuan grew increasingly anxious. Disregarding any notions of paternal connections, she hurriedly exclaimed, "My husband, in truth, my father's treasured possessions are not stored within the royal treasury. I know their whereabouts. Hold on a moment, and I shall lead you there." A flicker of realization crossed Sanyan's heart. This old wretch was indeed cunning, hoarding treasures in secrecy. Thus, she propped herself up, her expression grave, and declared, "Absolutely not. My demise is inconsequential. Should the prince learn of this, he would undoubtedly impose punishment upon you. I do not wish for your death." Yang Qiyuan's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. "For my husband, I am willing to endure any penalty." With that, she forcibly dragged Sanyan onward. The two stealthily arrived at the rear courtyard of the prince's residence. Sanyan's demeanor suddenly stiffened, and she halted in her tracks. Yang Qiyuan turned her head, whispering softly, "Why have you stopped, my husband?" Sanyan remarked that within the royal residence, there are cultivators stationed, possessing keen senses. While he is confident in his ability to evade detection, should he bring you along? As Sanyan spoke only halfway, Yang Qiyuan had already grasped the meaning behind his words. He leaned in and whispered softly, "In the study of the back courtyard of the Wang residence, there lies a bookshelf. Beneath the bookshelf is a vase. If we move the vase aside, we can pry open the stones below. The mechanism is concealed right there." Upon hearing this, Sanyan could not help but inquire with curiosity, "How did you come to know, my lady?" Logically speaking, such matters, shrouded in secrecy, would not be easily divulged to others. Moreover, Yang Qiyuan, who held little significance in the eyes of Prince Rue, how could she have uncovered this? With her gaze cast downward, Yang Qiyuan replied, "The birds informed me." Sanyan's eyes were filled with confusion, as she thought she had misheard. "Oh dear. Let's discuss these trivial matters later. You should hurry there and back," Yang Qiyuan urged. Sanyan nodded, her mind still lingering on those words. What did the bird tell her? Was this bird the one he comprehended? How could a bird converse? Sanyan was perplexed. Thus, he decided to breach the barrier and swiftly made his way to the study. He had visited the Wang residence several times, and was quite familiar with the surroundings, knowing precisely where the study was located. With his formidable abilities, as long as he restrained his aura and refrained from revealing any flaws, even a Foundation establishment expert would find it challenging to detect him. Su Sanyan's figure flickered as she concealed herself behind the pillar of the corridor. Once the patrolling soldiers had moved farther away, she cautiously proceeded. Passing by the princess's chamber, Su Sanyan paused to listen as muffled groans emanated from within the room. Su Sanyan squinted her eyes. Within the confines of the room, only the princess remained, and her activities were all too apparent. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is as fierce as a wolf, at 40 as formidable as a tiger, and by 50, she could draw sustenance from the earth itself. Su Sanyan found herself in agreement with such sentiments. Today, however, she had pressing matters to attend to and would refrain from offering assistance. Otherwise, she would feel compelled to fulfill her filial duties. The study was not far away. She gently pushed open the wooden door, turned back to close it behind her. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring but a table and a chair, a bookshelf, and a few decorative calligraphies and paintings. According to the instructions, Su Sanyan lifted the vase and indeed discovered a mechanism hidden beneath the tiles. As she rotated her wrist, the bookshelf gradually parted from the center, revealing a concealed passageway leading downward. Su Sanyan felt a surge of joy in his heart and swiftly stepped inside. The secret chamber was enveloped in utter darkness, however. At his level of mastery, he could perceive objects even in the night, rendering the obscurity inconsequential. The chamber measured approximately 3 to 4 paces in width and length, with a shelf positioned to the side, laden with a myriad of books and several jade boxes numbering around 7 or 8. Su Sanyan restrained his inner excitement as he meticulously examined the items before him. Most were mundane martial arts techniques and skills. Nevertheless, even these ordinary practices were treasures, far superior to the 3 tigers subduing dragon's blade he had mastered. After skimming through the texts, Su Sanyan found no mention of any cultivation methods, indicating that the true treasure was still carried by the Prince of Rie. He then opened the jade box, revealing a golden flower nestled within, indeed a spiritual herb. The herb exuded a rich hue, unmistakably extraordinary. Ah, Prince of Rue, despite all your precautions, you remain unable to guard against your own daughter. Su Sanyan let out a soft laugh, seizing the golden flower and placing it into her mouth. In an instant, a surge of warmth coursed through her entire being, rendering her unbearably hot, as though she were ensconced within a furnace. After a while, the overwhelming heat began to recede, and with a flicker of thought, a panel appeared before her eyes, revealing that her energy level had risen from 29 to 33, an increase of 4 points. Su Sanyan gently furrowed his brow. Feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, it was only 4 o'clock? He then opened the next jade box, revealing a wooden vine, which he eagerly consumed. His chi transformed, rising to 38, an increase of 5 points this time. He seemed to comprehend that spiritual herbs differed from treasure herbs. The latter consistently yielded a fixed increment of 1 point due to their limited spiritual energy, whereas the growth from spiritual herbs varied according to the potency they contained. With this realization, Su Sanyan ceased to dwell on his previous concerns and consumed all the spiritual herbs at his disposal, successfully elevating his chi to 57 points. The plus sign indicating advancement in his realm had already begun to materialize. This confirmed his ability to break through to the perfected state of the celestial being. He had no interest in the various techniques available, thus he left them untouched. However, he noticed a stack of papers nearby and casually drew one out to examine. On the 8th of June, concubine Huan met with Yang Sini at the Fragrant Mountain Pavilion, returning only late at night. Su Sanyan smiled widely, pondering that the Huanshe concubine seemed to be the mother of the 5th young master. The 1st young master clandestinely meeting with the mother of the 5th young master? How intriguing, how amusing. On the 17th of July, Yang Qizhu attempted to bribe General Duan Yuxiu, but to no avail. Su Sanyan reminisced briefly, recalling that this individual was a celestial realm warrior under the command of King Rue, currently leading troops in the field. On the 19th of July, Yang Xinli practiced the sinister art of heart annihilation, successfully attaining the pinnacle of internal energy, yet chose to conceal this achievement. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the remarkable talent of this young nobleman, who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. Yang Xinli was the individual who, during the previous encounter in Wanglong County, had represented the 3rd young master in an effort to recruit him. Still in his youth, this individual possessed exceptional aptitude, likely rivaling that of Ma Tianqing. Furthermore, he was practicing the heart-devouring shadow technique. Su Sanyan sensed that this martial art might harbor secrets. On July 27th, Yang Xinyo dispatched someone covertly back to Xiangqing to confer with Yang Xini and the residents. The specifics of their conversation remain unknown. Su Sanyan's gaze flickered slightly. The eldest son and the third son were conspiring? Moreover, it had come to the knowledge of Prince Rue. Su Sanyan smiled silently, as the situation appeared to grow ever more intriguing. Chapter 59, Pinnacle of Mundanity. Casually discarding the items at hand, Su Sanyan exited the secret chamber, sealing the hidden door behind him as he retraced his steps. Passing by the princess's chamber, the sounds of moaning persisted, albeit with a heightened urgency, by his seasoned judgment. It seemed she was nearing her end. Su Sanyan shook her head. The princess also endured a difficult existence, spending each day in solitude within her empty chambers, plagued by profound loneliness. Upon reaching the rear entrance of the royal residence, Yang Qiyuan, visibly anxious, concealed himself in the corner. Upon seeing Su Sanyan emerge safely, he let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly grasped her hand, inquiring, "Have you found him?" Su Sanyan nodded, lifting her gently in his arms, bestowing a tender peck upon her forehead. Her injuries had largely healed. Let us be on our way. Yang Qiyuan felt a weight lifted from her heart, nestling against her husband's chest like a delicate bird. Upon returning home, Su Sanyan finally posed the question that had lingered throughout their journey. "My lady, you mentioned the birds." Yang Qiyuan raised her eyelids to glance at him, her voice as soft as a whisper. "Since childhood, I have been deemed unappealing, and thus no one wished to play with me. Only flowers, birds, fish, and insects kept me company to alleviate my boredom. At the age of 9, I suddenly realized that I seemed to understand the songs of the birds in the sky." Su Sanyan furrowed her brow slightly, her expression one of confusion. How could birds converse? Yang Qiyuan elucidated, "In the heavens, there exists a myriad of bird species, each varying greatly in intelligence. Among them, the most astute is undoubtedly the red cedar bird, which can convey different meanings through the nuances of sound, its pitch, duration, and weight. The secret chamber within the royal study is where it imparted this knowledge to me." Su Sanyan suddenly realized that while Rue Wang was preoccupied with guarding against others, he had overlooked the fact that a seemingly ordinary bird perched on the treetops outside was, in fact, a spy. One must also comprehend the language of birds. The redwood bird has an extensive lifespan, living for over 30 years, thus possessing considerable intelligence. However, they are quite timid and rarely approach humans easily. Su Sanyan pondered within herself, reflecting on how her lady was truly extraordinary, capable of communicating with avian creatures. Curious, she inquired, "Apart from birds, are you able to converse with other domesticated animals such as pigs, dogs, sheep, and horses?" Yang Qiyuan silently shook her head, replying, "No, only birds, and even then, not all birds." "Who else knows of this?" Su Sanyan pressed further. Yang Qiyuan, filled with sorrow, replied, "No one. I fear others would perceive me as a monster. Were it not for my husband's inquiry, this matter would be buried alongside me in the coffin." Su Sanyan nodded, then promptly shifted the conversation. "Pray tell, why does the prince not store the treasures in the inner treasury? Surely, having someone to guard them would provide an added layer of security." Yang Qiyuan sighed and replied, "You do not comprehend my father's nature. He trusts no one, not even me, his crippled child. Even the maidservants by my side are his own." Rue Wang believed that Yang Qiyuan remained oblivious, yet in truth, she had long been aware. She simply chose not to dwell on it. Su Sanyan understood. For the guardians of the inner treasury were indeed human, and Rue Wang harbored concerns regarding their potential for embezzlement. "You should rest now. I need to recuperate my injuries in solitude," Su Sanyan said, gently stroking her hair. Yang Qiyuan nodded obediently. As dusk deepened, Su Sanyan sat cross-legged in a tranquil chamber. He was not injured at all, and thus had no need for recuperation. Instead, he intended to break through to the pinnacle of the celestial realm tonight. After a moment of quiet meditation to calm his mind, he summoned his interface and gazed at the plus sign that appeared next to the realm section, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Come forth, let me witness your limits." With a flicker of intention, 57 points of chi instantaneously dissipated to 42, leaving him with a mere 15. Each breakthrough in the celestial realm increased by 10 points. In an instant, Su Sanyan's mind became enveloped in a haze. A fleeting confusion flickered in his eyes, only to be abruptly pierced by a wave of excruciating pain that yanked him back to reality. His physical form shattered, then swiftly reassembled. Muscles surged and withered, tendons bulged, and countless delicate blood vessels rose to the surface of his skin, only to gradually recede. This corporeal transformation was even more intense than the last. Time slipped by unnoticed until Sanyan slowly opened his eyes. His body had returned to normal, yet an immense weight seemed to press down upon his heart, leaving him profoundly unsettled. He felt as though he were sensing the limitations of the universe, the limits of the mundane. Sanyan murmured to himself. Just one step further would separate him from the mortal realm, forever altering the course of his life. Clenching his fists tightly, he sensed that his strength had not significantly increased, yet there lingered a vague sensation within him. It was an indescribable feeling, akin to viewing the world through a veil. Real, yet ephemeral. He yearned to tear away this veil, but no matter how hard he tried, it remained obstinately in place. Sanyan understood that the moment he tore away this layer of gauze would mark the day of his breakthrough into the foundational stage. He was fervently eager to discover what splendid vistas lay beyond this threshold, how the celestial beings differed from mortal men. Raising his gaze towards the window, he noticed that dawn had already broken, and this breakthrough had consumed an entire night. Meanwhile, within the dungeons of the Grand Estate, a naked woman lay gasping for breath on the ground, her body smeared with blood, her teeth scattered around her, and her face marred by grime. Teetering on the brink of death, the young master lifted his shoe and wiped it across her face, suddenly inquiring, "Has Mr. not returned yet?" At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadowy corner of the dungeon, possessing a delicate visage and a sharp, high-pitched voice. "He has not returned. I have sent someone to investigate. It is confirmed that Mr. took action last night, but the outcome remains unclear." The young master snorted coldly. It seems that scoundrel has truly become a force to be reckoned with. Since Mr. has not returned, it is evident that he has failed. Had he succeeded, old Mr. would surely have come back with a corpse to demand his reward. The delicate man glanced at the woman on the floor, expressing a sense of regret. "Shall we continue to send assassins after him?" The young master shot him a sidelong glance. "Not even a perfected celestial can slay him. Who do you suggest we send?" The delicate man fell silent. "How many soldiers remain in the city?" the young master inquired. "Only 3,000 city guards are left. The rest have been dispatched by the prince," came the reply. 3,000 will suffice," the young master mused. 3,000 soldiers at the refining stage, organized into formations, would be enough to encircle a perfected celestial warrior. The delicate man tentatively suggested, "Shall I mobilize the troops now?" The young master shook his head. "No rush. We shall wait for news from my third brother. Sanyan is but a trifling ailment, not worth concerning ourselves with. That old man is the true key." The delicate man pressed his lips together, harboring doubts for some time, and whispered, "Young master, should the prince perish at the front lines, it would surely throw the army into disarray. If the imperial army seizes the opportunity to attack, it might." The young master turned his cold gaze towards him, fixing him with an intense stare. With a sudden thud, the delicate man knelt before him, fervently bowing his head. "I spoke out of turn. I spoke out of turn." The young master withdrew his gaze. "This shall be the last time." He was acutely aware that the death of Prince Rue would undoubtedly incite turmoil, yet he was powerless. If Prince Rue did not perish, it would be their own lives at stake. Even a tiger would refrain from devouring its own cubs, but Prince Rue was more ruthless than a tiger. Chapter 60, The Summoning Token. 10 days later. In the garden of the Xu residence, a delicate bird alighted gracefully upon Yang Qiyuan's hand, gently pecking at the crumbs of rice nestled in his palm. Its vigilant gaze remained fixed upon Sanyan, ready to take flight at the slightest hint of movement. Sanyan curled his lips in disdain, turning his head away. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly seize it with a mere gesture. Yang Qiyuan observed everything with amusement, and then leaned closer to the bird's beak. The bird emitted a melodious chirp, its 2 claws hopping in his palm. Moments later, it spread its wings and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Yang Qiyuan finally cleared his throat and remarked that his elder brother's residence had recently seen an influx of visitors. Sanyan nodded, her indifference palpable. The sheer number of ordinary warriors posed no threat to her. Her thoughts lingered, however, on the enigmatic cultivator residing within the royal manor. This recluse remained ensconced within the confines of the loft, the doors and windows firmly shut, never venturing outside, rendering even the birds unable to discern any sign of movement from within. Sanyan paused suddenly, then turned to Yang Qiyuan and said, "You may return now. We have a visitor." "All right," Yang Qiyuan nodded, aware that certain information was best left unknown to her, and thus she never pried. Once she had distanced herself, a figure emerged from behind the trees ahead. Sanyan squinted, recognizing the visitor. "Miss Yang? What brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Yang Qizhu, who no longer wore her customary smile. After glancing in the direction her sister had departed, she wore an expression of distress as she spoke. News has arrived. The court has suffered a devastating defeat, with over 100,000 soldiers lost. Sukwahai has taken his own life in atonement. And our father is currently advancing his troops towards the capital. Sanyan raised an eyebrow and laughed, saying, "This is a joyous occasion. Why do you still wear such a countenance after achieving victory?" "Yang Xinyo has perished," Yang Qizhu murmured. "The third young master has passed away?" Sanyan was taken aback. Yang Xinyo was a formidable contender for the throne. When he first arrived, he even sent emissaries to win Su over, yet he met his demise so easily. Yang Qizhu's expression grew increasingly grim as he relayed the news. The emperor had issued a decree declaring Yang Xinyo to be a traitor, listing dozens of charges, and ordered his execution to serve as a sacrifice before the battle. Sanyan's expression turned serious. How ruthless of Prince Rui to even kill his own son. She then curiously inquired, "What purpose do you have in sharing this with me?" Sanyan understood that she must have other matters to attend to. Her visit was certainly not solely to convey this piece of news. Yang Qizhu pressed her lips together, hesitated for a moment, and then sighed, "Alas, given the circumstances, I shall not conceal it any longer." "Do you, young Master Su, know of the cultivation technique that I practice?" Sanyan inquired. "But what about the heart-devouring shadow technique? Indeed, did father bestow upon you a copy as well?" Sanyan nodded. Yang Qizhu inquired, "Are you aware of the 3 methods of foundation establishment?" "Indeed," she responded, though her knowledge was incomplete. "In truth, there exists a 4th method, which is also the most superior one." Yang Qizhu emphasized with deliberate clarity, the blood skull foundation, also known as the bloodkin foundation method. Upon hearing the term bloodkin, Sanyan appeared to grasp the implications. This method of foundation establishment involves absorbing the vital energy of one's blood relatives, necessitating a considerable number of kin. Clearly, our few offspring are insufficient. If one were to consider the descendants of the Yang family, they are indeed the most numerous. Sanyan was taken aback, comprehending the fundamental reason behind the rebellion of Prince Rui. The capital, most of the royal relatives resided there, and over the course of several centuries, it was likely that thousands had gathered. Indeed, Yang Qizhu nodded. Hence, the death of the 3rd young master serves as a signal, indicating that the prince intends to commence the foundation laying? Sanyan raised an eyebrow. Yang Qizhu slowly nodded. "I once entrusted someone to traverse 1,000 miles to seek out the maternal uncle of the Chui family in the upper sect to inquire about this technique, and I have only recently received news. How fortuitous." Sanyan smiled faintly, uncertain of what to believe. He found it hard to accept that Yang Qizhu had remained untouched by any emotional stirrings. In the pursuit of transcendence, what weight did mere blood ties hold, especially those that were distant and hardly known, even unseen? "Why are you telling me this?" Sanyan inquired, turning his head. "I wish for your assistance," Yang Qizhu replied earnestly. "Assist you?" Sanyan smiled, but the reason behind her smile remained unspoken. Without delving into the assistance she might require, let us consider whether she possesses something of genuine interest. In my possession lies an item that I believe would capture your curiosity. Yang Qizhu smiled mysteriously. "Oh?" Sanyan inquired with a hint of intrigue, tilting her head towards her. Yang Qizhu spoke slowly, the token of the upper sect summons. Sanyan squinted, and upon hearing the name, she instinctively understood the purpose of this token. With this token in hand, one could bypass the examination and directly join the corresponding sect. Yang Qizhu's explanation further confirmed Sanyan's suspicions. What should I do? Sanyan pondered whether it was worth it. At present, she harbored no knowledge of the immortal cultivation realm. Thus, joining a sect as a buffer would undoubtedly be far safer than embarking on a reckless journey alone. Yang Qizhu then proposed, "What if you were to take action 3 times? Sanyan pondered quietly, and after a moment, she softly inquired, "Do you believe the prince would resort to violence against you? Given the existence of familial ties, why would one turn against their own offspring?" Yang Qizhu's expression darkened. "It is because we have cultivated the same martial arts. We are but a means to an end." Sanyan understood that there were indeed limitations to establishing a foundation using this method. She then inquired, "Given that you possess this token, why do you not journey to the upper sect yourself?" Yang Qizhu let out a bitter laugh. She too yearned to do so. "You see, young Master Su, there are prerequisites for joining the upper sect. One must attain the perfected state of the celestial realm before the age of 30 or reach the foundation establishment stage before turning 50. If she could meet these criteria, she would have embarked on that path long ago. Who wouldn't desire to cultivate immortality and seek enlightenment? Even someone like Prince Rue, who enjoys the heights of worldly power, strives to tread the path of the immortals, does he not? Sanyan nodded. The expectations of the upper sect were indeed formidable. Despite being under 20 years of age and having attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, it was due to his unique circumstances. Among the exceptionally gifted, it is rare to find one who can meet such standards before the age of 30. Even those with prodigious talent, like Ma Tianqing and Yang Xinli, must exert themselves with unwavering diligence to succeed. With a serene expression, Sanyan inquired, "Miss Yang, may I have the honor of witnessing that token?" Yang Qizhu smiled and gently shook her head. She was acutely aware of Sanyan's character, particularly given the lingering animosity the Chui family harbored against him. Drawing upon past experiences, Yang Qizhu dared not carry the item with her, assuring him instead, "Rest assured, young Master Su, after 3 occasions, I shall certainly present the token to you with both hands." Sanyan nodded regretfully. "In that case, I shall not impose any further and bid you farewell." Yang Qizhu rose to take his leave. Sanyan gazed up at the sky, filled with curiosity about the grandeur of the celestial realm above. Surely, it must be a congregation of prodigies. She wondered if, should she venture there, she would be able to secure a place among them. Undoubtedly, she could. A sense of grandeur surged within Sanyan. In the realm of cultivation, it was merely a matter of striving for that single character. Before long, Yang Qiyuan approached slowly, taking a seat beside her in silence, exhibiting no inclination to inquire about the recent events. Her sole desire was for those around her to remain safe and sound, indifferent to the world's affairs beyond. Chapter 61. The Eve Sanyan gazed at the ancient tree in the courtyard, her eyes shimmering as she pondered silently. She wondered whether the eldest son was aware of the bloodline foundation method. If he were, it would undoubtedly incite turmoil. He would not passively accept his fate and would surely devise a means to save himself. Moreover, within the royal residence remains an immortal cultivator, likely a contingency left by Prince Rue to monitor and control the eldest son and his companions. Furthermore, Prince Rue would not return anytime soon. Although a temporary victory has been secured, the friliest camel is still larger than the strongest horse. The great Qi has stood for 3 centuries and doubtlessly possesses substantial resources. The front lines are in a stalemate, granting the eldest son some time for self-preservation. Let the chaos ensue. It may be for the best. Sanyan murmured softly to himself, taking advantage of the chaos to scheme. At the residence of the eldest son, upon receiving the news of his younger brother's demise, he was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting sheer panic as his fists instinctively clenched. This could not be. How could it possibly fail? The eldest son muttered in disbelief. His meticulously crafted plan was supposed to be foolproof. When the forces of Prince Rue arrived at Tianyang City, his brother would surrender Silver Mountain Pass. Silver Mountain Pass served as the bulwark of Tianyang City. Should it fall, the city would be left defenseless, akin to a beautiful maiden stripped bare before a multitude of brutes, utterly powerless to resist, at their mercy. At that juncture, Su Kuai would lead his troops in a relentless advance, trapping Prince Rue within the city, thus ensuring their triumph. Yet, unexpectedly, it was the news of his brother's death that reached him first, rather than the anticipated tidings of Prince Rue's demise. Yang Xinyu, standing nearby, felt a pang of regret. He wished for Prince Rue's death and the demise of his elder brother, yet he never desired the loss of the third brother. Why had it failed? The eldest son suddenly turned, and in that moment, Yang Xinyu noticed the crimson hue that enveloped his brother's eyes, resembling a furious beast. Through gritted teeth, the eldest son spat out, "Where is General Feng?" Yang Xinyu's heart trembled, unable to meet his gaze. For General Feng had been executed alongside the third brother by their father. The eldest son lifted a cup from the table and drained it in one gulp. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he demanded a meticulous recounting of the situation, sparing no detail. Yes, Yang Xinyu recalled, according to the plan, when their father arrived at Tianyang City, Silver Mountain Pass had indeed fallen. Su Kuai had personally led his forces into battle, yet unexpectedly, their father had been prepared. He had secretly dispatched orders to the commanders of Dilong Pass, Jiling Pass, and Sanshan Pass, diverting a significant portion of their forces to lay in ambush around Tianyang City. In a coordinated effort, they decisively defeated Su Kuai, and moreover, the Red Sea Twin Immortals joined forces to eliminate the court's cultivators. Madness. That old fool has lost his mind. The eldest son, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouted in a fit of rage. Did Prince Rue dare to employ such desperate measures? Did he not fear that if this endeavor failed, other passes would fall to the imperial army? The eldest son's gaze darted anxiously, with the third brother now deceased. Prince Rue would undoubtedly be aware of their clandestine dealings. They had to find a way to save themselves. The eldest son forced himself to regain composure. The only viable course of action was to flee. To escape, they first needed to eliminate the cultivators stationed within the royal residence. Rally the city guards and besiege the royal palace. Yang Xinyu gasped in shock. What? The eldest son's countenance darkened as he slowly turned. The enchantress has bewitched the prince and has taken the princess hostage. Her crimes warrant execution. Yang Xinyu dared not question further, understood. He rose and exited the room. Once he departed, the eldest son spoke. Viper. From the shadows emerged a figure, a delicate man. Seek out Sanyan. Should he agree to lend his assistance? He may set his terms. The Viper found itself in a quandary. Previously, we dispatched individuals to assassinate him. The young master scoffed, asserting that there are no eternal enemies. Only everlasting interests. As long as the price is sufficient, nothing is impossible. Sanyan gazed at the figure approaching in the distance, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With the news of the great victory of the Rue king spreading, many found themselves unable to remain seated, and the atmosphere around him grew lively. Yang Qiyuan, sensing the mood, turned to leave, unable to suppress his inner disdain, pondering the peculiarities of those who, instead of entering through the grand doors, chose to clandestinely scale the walls. And who might you be? Sanyan was the first to speak. Viper, the figure replied, clasping his fists. I serve under the young master. Su Gongzi may call me Viper. Sanyan smiled. You seek the son of the duke? Are you courting death? Though his smile was present, the Viper felt an icy chill penetrate to its core, as if it were being hunted by a natural enemy, causing an uncontrollable tension within. Since even the esteemed Mysterin had perished at his hands, he knew he was no match for Su. Thus, he hastily replied, I come at the behest of the Duke's son, requesting your assistance, young Master Su. Requesting me? Sanyan became intrigued and elaborated. The enchanting Lady Lanwei bewitched the prince and abducted the princess, prompting the eldest son to resolve to eliminate the enchantress, seeking assistance from young Master Su. It turns out that the one referred to as Lanwei is indeed her. Sanyan shook his head in refusal, for that was an immortal. A being far beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. He understood that Yang Xinyu was cornered, with no escape once the Duke of Rue returned with his army. It was a desperate gamble that could mean life or death. The young master had proclaimed that as long as Sanyan was willing to take action, the terms would be entirely up to him. Yet, to consider oneself on par with an immortal was an overestimation of his own capabilities. Sanyan remained acutely aware of his limitations. He feared not the ordinary, no matter how formidable, but the methods of a foundational cultivator were exceedingly treacherous. He recalled the formidable techniques wielded by Ma Tianqing. Even with his current strength, he could not assure victory against that blood sorcerer. Viper interjected. You are not alone in this. The young master has summoned a city guard, providing a formidable force of 3,000 armored soldiers, alongside the numerous martial artists from the young master's residence. Even an immortal could find it challenging to withstand such might. With a cold laugh, Sanyan replied. Even if we were to entertain the notion of a fortunate victory, what then? Would they simply leave, and I would be left to follow in their wake? Sanyan pondered deeply, gently nodding her head. This could indeed be worth a try, but I require 10 spirit herbs, 100 precious medicines, and a technique of celestial sorcery. Sanyan, with an insatiable appetite, insisted on acquiring the items before any further discussion. The Viper, taken aback, could only manage a wry smile and shake of the head, declaring it impossible. The spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. Even the young master possessed no more than 10, and could offer a maximum of 3. Additionally, 20 precious medicines could be provided, but regarding the celestial techniques, I must consult the young master before arriving at a conclusion. Sanyan feigned hesitation, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Very well, but I must first acquire the items before I proceed. The Viper shook his head in response, offering only half of the deposit at most. Provide me with 1 spirit herb and 20 precious herbs, Sanyan asserted, his tone leaving no room for refusal, suggesting that their descent would result in his withdrawal. The energy yielded by 20 precious herbs surpassed that of 3 spirit herbs, rendering them far more valuable to him. After considerable deliberation, the Viper ultimately acquiesced, recognizing that the worth of a single spirit herb greatly exceeded that of the precious herbs. Furthermore, given the dire circumstances, they needed to extricate themselves promptly. This was not a moment for petty calculations. Chapter 62. The Foundation of the Great Path. Once the Viper consented, he vanished beyond the walls with a swift motion. Before long, he returned bearing a collection of wooden boxes, which he gently placed upon the stone table. Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement. Sanyan opened the document, confirming its accuracy with a nod. "Very well, when shall we proceed?" "Tonight," came the reply. "The mobilization of the city guards requires time." "Excellent. I shall be present outside the royal residence at the appointed hour." Sanyan felt a surge of optimism. With these precious elixirs, he was a step closer to solidifying his foundation. The Viper remarked, "The young master has promised that upon success, a tome of celestial arts shall be bestowed." "Huh? Splendid." Sanyan chuckled, dismissing the statement lightly. The Viper bowed and took his leave. Though he had contemplated the possibility of Sanyan backing out, the current circumstances necessitated a gamble. Both spiritual and precious medicines were mere external possessions. If they could augment the odds of victory, they were undoubtedly worth pursuing. After his departure, Sanyan entered a secluded chamber, contemplating deeply as he swallowed the elixirs, which were exceedingly unpalatable, though he had grown accustomed to their taste. With a flicker of thought, a panel manifested before his eyes. Sanyan, age, 18,180, realm, perfection of celestial being, cultivation method, the most true and serene sutra, intermediate, techniques, blood demon corpse refinement, not yet initiated. Life coffin technique, not yet initiated. Skills, complete round post, perfected. 3 tigers suppressing dragon's blade, perfected. Horse appraisal technique, perfected. Excavator maintenance and repair, beginner, chi, 42. Sanyan gazed at the lowest bar, where the figure of 42 chi gleamed with an inviting brilliance. The plus sign following the realm shimmered vibrantly, pulsating in tandem with his racing heart. At last, he was on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Even with Sanyan's composed demeanor, a wave of excitement surged within him. For so long, he had resorted to deceit and malevolence, committing unspeakable acts in his relentless pursuit of power, even wagering his own marriage to pilfer the treasures hoarded by the esteemed King Rue. Fortunately, those with noble intentions are not forsaken by fate. He was finally poised to transcend to the foundation establishment. Sanyan let out a long breath, calming her emotions as she slowly opened her eyes. This was not a suitable place for a breakthrough, as one could never predict the disturbances it might cause. It was prudent to seek a more tranquil location. After all, there was another cultivator within the royal residence, and it was wise to exercise caution. Sanyan pondered for a moment before discreetly making his way outside the city. He confided in no one, for in times like these, his trust was a scarce commodity. Even towards young Qi Yuan. Upon closer examination, one might find that Sanyan's disposition bore a certain resemblance to that of King Rue. Both were inherently self-serving and prone to suspicion. Sanyan emerged from the city, his figure swaying as he dashed into the distance, moving with such swiftness that even a galloping steed would struggle to keep pace. Half an hour later, Sanyan found himself seated in the heart of a dense forest, a place tranquil enough for his purpose. Having thoroughly surveyed the area, he confirmed there were no formidable beasts to pose a threat, allowing him to proceed with confidence. A breakthrough. With a blood-stained dagger clutched in his hand, Sanyan felt a stirring within. The 42 strands of chi dissipated into nothingness, akin to a return to a time before liberation. In that instant, the world fell into an eerie silence, and he found himself unable to hear even the faintest sound. He longed to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering his efforts futile. His nostrils quivered, yet he could detect no trace of scent. He attempted to raise his hand, but his arm remained imperceptible to him. Even the simple act of parting his lips, once effortless, now appeared an insurmountable challenge. His senses were extinguished. Vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, each had abandoned him, leaving him akin to a withered branch, ensconced within a self-imposed prison. At that moment, even a mere mortal could easily extinguish his life. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, prompting him to struggle against the confines of his own limitations. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed in his mind, as if something had gently detonated within his consciousness, and clarity washed over him. He beheld the desolate wood beside him, the decaying leaves embedded in the earth, the creeping insects traversing the foliage, and a figure. Was that him? He saw himself. From a divine perspective, he surveyed his own form, noting the dust clinging to his back and the threads protruding from the hem of his garment. This feeling was extraordinary. Could this be the essence of the soul? Had he, in the foundational realm, already touched upon the nature of the spirit? Sanyan was bewildered, for no one had imparted knowledge unto him. Hence, he could only navigate the treacherous waters by groping for stones, striving to illuminate the path ahead. Suddenly, a gentle breeze arose from an unknown source, enveloping him. Every pore on his body tightened in response, yet a slender wisp of wind managed to permeate his being. In that fleeting moment, his spirit returned to its rightful place, his senses revived, yet the onslaught of excruciating pain swiftly followed, as if a dull blade were relentlessly carving into his flesh. Pain coursed through him, an all-encompassing torment that resonated from within to without. That breeze. Sanyan understood the reason. Yet she was unaware of the nature of the wind that caused such pain. How it hurts. Sanyan could not help but emit a low howl, curling on the ground as he desperately suppressed his voice. Unable to alleviate the excruciating pain, he could only endure, feeling as though he might perish from the agony. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the pain began to wane. Sanyan managed to pry his eyes open, a faint smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. The good news was that he was still alive, the bad news was that it was far from over. A thunderous roar erupted within his very being, a sound that was palpably real. How ravenous! An overwhelming hunger surged through his mind, prompting Sanyan to recall the teachings of the True Tranquility Sutra. When one feels hunger, it signifies the refinement of the extraordinary essences of heaven and earth. A moment of solidifying one's foundational path. Unbeknownst to him, the inner energy coursing through his meridians had transformed. It was no longer a mere flow, but had taken on a crystalline quality. Spiritual energy. The recent intense pain seemed to have been a process of bodily transformation, without the luxury of further contemplation. Sanyan swiftly grasped the blood-red dagger, channeling his entire reservoir of spiritual power into it. Following the precepts of his technique, he began to gradually reshape it into his own form. The dagger began to change, its crimson hue deepening, yet its blade started to dissolve, progressively transforming into a gaseous state. Sanyan was suddenly enlightened. This was indeed a marvel of the universe. The crimson dagger was merely its external manifestation. It was neither a knife nor an object in the traditional sense. It possessed no tangible form. Rather, this ethereal essence was its true nature. If it so desired, it could even transform into a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl. The blood-red essence flowed from her hands into her body, and Sanyan distinctly felt her arms' meridians begin to swell. As the essence gathered in her lower abdomen, Sanyan dared not lose focus. According to the prescribed technique, she meticulously forged the foundational essence. This was the most crucial step, and any carelessness was utterly unacceptable. Once the foundation was established, the process of building the core would essentially conclude. Her dantian was enveloped in a mist of blood, and cold sweat broke out on Sanyan's forehead as her heart tightened. This is problematic. The technique did not specify what form the foundational essence should take. This mass of energy resembled a lump of clay, malleable to her touch, yet it was bound by a time constraint. She had to solidify its shape before the completion of the foundational phase. Sanyan gritted his teeth resolutely, determined to forge it in his own image. As cultivators of the immortals, we seek only for ourselves. Chapter 63. The Foundation of the Underworld King's Path. Sanyan summoned all his inner strength to manipulate the crimson mist above his dantian, gradually reshaping it. First, he sculpted his body, followed by his arms, legs, and head, meticulously carving his features, including his eyes, mouth, and nose. Time flowed by imperceptibly as Sanyan sat in quiet meditation, oblivious to the passage of days and seasons. The setting sun gradually sank behind the western hills, only to rise slowly again as the cool morning dew condensed upon him, soaking his garments. With the alternation of several days and nights, the crimson mist within him began to take form, a blood-red figure seated in a meditative posture, slowly rotating within the dantian. For arms extended on either side, some delicately pinching orchids, others forming mystical seals, or raised high as if to strike. The sanguine figure gazed straight ahead. Yet a single vertical eye on its forehead remained tightly shut, uncertain of how he had transformed into this form. Sanyan noted with relief that his visage closely resembled his own, albeit with the addition of 2 arms and an eye, which was of little consequence. Sanyan opened his eyes to a brilliant morning light, realizing that dawn had arrived. Has it truly reached this hour? He brushed off the dust from his body, quietly reflecting on his transformation. Firstly, the internal energy coursing through his meridians had transformed into mystical power. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a surge of vibrant spiritual energy erupted, snapping a nearby withered tree in half and sending it flying into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Sanyan erupted into wild laughter. The conversion of internal energy into mystical power resulted in a geometric increase in its potency, and that was not all. His physical form had undergone a profound metamorphosis. His robust physique now harbored boundless strength, as he had completely shed his mortal shell to become a primordial being of the celestial path. With a mere thought, a crimson mist enveloped him, swirling around his figure. From within this fog emerged a red silhouette, adorned in tattered rags, the fabric torn to shreds. Standing over 2 meters tall, it bore 4 arms and 3 eyes. Its muscles coiling like vines, eyes gleaming a blood-red hue, fangs protruding, and fingers sharp as blades, resembling a cannibalistic demon. Its appearance was identical to the foundational essence that resided within his sea of qi. What is this foundational essence? Sanyan himself was uncertain about the nature of the foundational essence he had condensed. There were no records of the technique. Perhaps it would be apt to name it the essence of the underworld monarch. Having achieved the essence of the underworld monarch and condensed the body of the underworld monarch, after a lengthy period of introspection, Sanyan completely mastered his transformation, reverting to his original appearance. He casually picked up a tattered cloth to wrap around his waist and turned to walk towards the city. He wondered about the current state of Xiangqin. What was the outcome between the young master and that cultivator? Sanyan felt no remorse for his lack of integrity. After all, this was not the first time. As soon as he stepped through the city gates, Sanyan sensed something amiss. The guards at the entrance had diminished in number, leaving only a single squad of soldiers standing watch with their weapons drawn. As he traversed the long street, passers-by occasionally stole glances at him, for his attire was remarkably avant-garde. His robust physique was exposed, save for a mere scrap of cloth shielding his most vital areas. And the scars from his earlier years had healed, rendering his skin more fair and smooth. Some audacious women boldly cast glances at him, their eyes inadvertently drifting towards his key areas, but Sanyan paid no mind. Hastening back home, he encountered the butler, Zhaobo, who was preparing to go out. Zhaobo approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Master, you have finally returned." Sanyan wore a perplexed expression, pondering the meaning of "I have finally returned." Had I truly only been gone for a single night? What transpired within the city? Zhaobo, appearing bewildered, softly murmured, "My lord, you have been away for nearly 10 days. 10 days? Sanyan was astonished. Has it truly been so long? He had spent an entire 10 days breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Sanyan inquired, "What transpired in the city over the past few days?" Zhaobo, his expression troubled, replied, "On the night you departed, the eldest son surrounded the Wang residence, claiming that the immortal had bewitched the prince and taken the princess hostage, intending to raise an army for retribution. And what happened next? It ended in failure. 3,000 soldiers were scattered by the immortal alone. And the eldest son has since vanished without a trace." Sanyan nodded, acknowledging that it was entirely reasonable for 3,000 soldiers to be no match for the cultivators. Given his current strength, while annihilating them entirely might prove challenging, dispersing them would not be a difficult feat, and the lady? Sanyan inquired. "She has been taken away by the immortal maiden." Taken away? Sanyan raised an eyebrow, a conjecture forming in her mind. It was highly likely that news from the Rue Wang had arrived. Where has it been taken? Zhaobo shook his head, uncertain. In any case, it had not resurfaced since. Sanyan stroked his chin, pondering the situation on the front lines. However, Zhaobo found himself in a quandary. How could a mere steward possess knowledge of such matters? Sanyan nodded in understanding and turned to walk towards the Wangfu. Zhaobo extended his hand, intending to advise Sanyan to change her attire, but before he could utter a word, Sanyan's figure had already vanished from sight. In the inner courtyard of the Wangfu, the Wangfei sat before a stone table, her countenance marked by sorrow as she listlessly swirled her teacup. Her chin propped up by one hand, her bosom heaving disproportionately. With her daughter taken away and herself confined within the walls of the Wangfu, she felt akin to a caged bird, trapped in this royal abode. At that moment, a voice pierced the silence. "Wangfei, is the Lan Yushenzi present?" The Wangfei sprang to her feet, her opulent garments swaying with the sudden motion, prompting Sanyan to steal a glance. You have returned?" The Wangfei exclaimed in delight. "Yes, I heard that Qi Yuan was taken away, and I came to inquire about the matter," Sanyan replied, unperturbed as she seated herself at the stone table and drained the cup of tea before her. The Wangfei's gaze flickered as she observed the teacup in Sanyan's hand. A vessel she had just used, yet she paid it no mind and hurriedly continued. "The Lan Yuxian Gu took Qi Yuan out of the city, along with the eldest son and several other young masters." "Oh, And also Qizhu. Where did they take her? Sanyan inquired eagerly whether young Qizhu still possessed the entry token, for it was indeed of great utility to him. The princess shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. Yet her heart was filled with trepidation, fearing that ominous tidings were at hand. Sanyan felt a stirring in her heart. Could she discern the situation at the front lines? The princess replied, I am confined within this royal residence and receive no news whatsoever. Sanyan was at a loss for words. The princess seemed to possess little more than her ample bosom. She then inquired, how long have they been gone? After the eldest son besieged the royal residence that night, they departed on the third day. Sanyan sighed. It had already been 6 or 7 days. And even if he were to pursue now, it would likely be too late. He had not anticipated that his breakthrough would consume such an extensive amount of time. Given the circumstances, he resolved to cease his worries. With Lanwei currently absent, he surmised that the royal treasury must still harbor numerous precious elixirs, which would be fortuitously within his reach. Additionally, the residences of the eldest son and the various prominent families within the city, such as the Chui family, undoubtedly possess similar treasures. By consolidating these resources, he might even achieve further advancements in his arcane arts. The memory of Mei King summoning the blood demon had long tantalized him. Chapter 64. The Song of Conquest. The princess cast an uneasy glance to the side, her eyes darting about in a flustered manner. Finding it difficult to maintain her gaze upon Sanyan, who was unclothed, evoking both embarrassment and an undeniable curiosity within her. Ever since the birth of young Qiyuan, the Rui Wang had seldom shared her chamber. One could only imagine how she had endured these past years. Thankfully, she had the companionship of Mr. Jiao. Shall I have someone bring you a garment? The princess proposed as she rose swiftly and walked to the side. Sanyan did not intervene. Shortly thereafter, the princess herself approached, holding a pale purple robe. With her gaze cast downward, she softly instructed, please change into this in the guest room. Sanyan found her demeanor somewhat amusing. Despite her advanced age, she remained so bashful, lacking the boldness of the village chief's wife. With a playful gesture, he reached out, relinquished the cloth belt at his waist, and donned the long robe, which fit him quite well, albeit leaving him feeling a chill beneath. The princess, caught in a mix of curiosity and embarrassment, averted her gaze, glancing about aimlessly. Yet, in a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and her complexion instantaneously flushed a deep crimson. Sanyan, currently devoid of any inclination to tease her, spoke, I shall take my leave now. Should there be any news, you may send someone to my residence to seek me. The princess responded, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the sound of a mosquito. Sanyan turned away. The royal treasury was a place to explore, but not at this moment. It would be better to return later when the night was deep and quiet. If one could be stealthy, there was no need to be brazen, after all. Prince Rui was not yet deceased, and caution was still required. Lost in thought, Sanyan found herself at the gates of the Chui residence before she realized it. Raising an eyebrow, she mused. How did I end up here? Then she thought, since I am already here, I might as well go in and see. The Chui family must be aware of the situation on the front lines. With that, she walked slowly to the front of the Chui residence, where she recognized the 2 guards standing at the entrance, familiar faces, as they had been the ones to welcome her previously. Upon seeing Sanyan, the 2 young men instantly paled, their legs trembling. The memory of Chui Jia's tragic fate remained vivid, and each time they passed by the inner residence, they could hear Chui Jia's anguished cries. Young Master Su, you are here, one of the young men managed to say, mustering his courage and forcing a smile. There is no need to be afraid. I have come to have a chat with the old gentleman Chui, Sanyan replied with a light chuckle. It has been quite a while since we last met, and I find myself missing you. The young man, in a lively manner, hurried inside while saying, allow me to inform you. Please take a moment to sit inside. Sanyan slightly tilted his head, pondering why he was perceived as intimidating despite his generally amiable disposition. Another individual, sensing Su's gaze upon him, felt a pang of discomfort and reluctantly led him into the hall, dutifully offering tea. Before long, the master of the Chui family strode in with a grim expression, his tone frigid as he inquired, what brings young Master Su to my humble abode? It was evident that he held no warmth for Sanyan, yet lacking the means to dismiss him, he maintained a stony visage, hoping the young man might possess some awareness of his unwelcome presence. In Sanyan's heart, there was a sense of disdain. Were it not for the influence of Chui Yuxing behind the Chui family, this old man would have already knelt and sung a song of submission. Although he might not even know the tune, Sanyan came to pay a visit to the venerable Mr. Chui. His demeanor unperturbed as he sat down with an air of contentment. The head of the Chui family let out a cold laugh, saying, "Ah, I am quite well. Young Master Su, if you have matters to discuss, please speak plainly." "Very well, I shall be direct," Sanyan said as he slowly rose, sweeping his wide sleeves. In that moment, a withered tree in the distant courtyard was snapped in two. With a resounding thud, the tree fell, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. The head of the Chui family sprang to his feet, his eyes betraying disbelief. "You have broken through?" Such distance and force are beyond the capabilities of a mere celestial realm warrior. At that moment, the head of the Chui family found himself at a loss for words. Consumed by an overwhelming desire to return and exact vengeance upon Chui Jie, had it not been for his reckless son's instigation of Chui Wanqing's treachery, the situation would not have escalated to such a dire level. A foundational cultivator at merely 20 years of age, even within the upper sects. Such a talent would be deemed extraordinary. Sanyan cast a sidelong glance in his direction, merely a stroke of luck. The head of the Chui family appeared to have been drained of all vigor, slumped in his chair as he sighed. "Ah, young Master Su. I presume your visit is not merely for the sake of ostentation?" "Certainly not," Sanyan replied, extending 2 fingers. "I have 2 matters to discuss. Please, speak freely." "As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall exert myself to the utmost," the head of the Chui family responded, shedding the demeanor he had just exhibited. Though the Chui family had the backing of Chui Yusheng, those within the family were acutely aware of their own affairs. Chui Yusheng had long ceased to be a true member of the Chui family, merely operating under the guise of his name. The chasm between the celestial and the mortal realms lay vast and insurmountable, placing the 2 parties at a considerable distance from one another. To Chui Yusheng, the Chui family was nothing more than a burden. Sanyan expressed his satisfaction with his perceptive companion and spoke. "The first matter at hand is to ascertain the situation of the ongoing conflict ahead." The head of the Chui family pondered for a moment and replied, "Since the battle at Silver Mountain Pass, the court has suffered a devastating defeat, with heavy losses in both troops and commanders. Even the celestial beings revered by the royal family have perished. The state is indeed gravely weakened, and I fear it may be beyond recovery, at best. We can endure for a few more months." Sanyan nodded. "For the second matter, I require precious medicine as much as possible. Once the task is accomplished, it will ensure the further advancement of the Chui family." What Sanyan refers to as taking a step further signifies the aspiration to become a prominent family within the capital, transcending the limitations of merely Xianqing. The head of the Chui family understands his intention clearly. However, there is no sign of excitement in his eyes. Instead, he shakes his head and replies, "There is no need for that. I am willing to gather precious medicinal herbs for young Master Su, as long as you do not hold past grievances against me." Although Sanyan did not suffer any loss in their previous encounter, and the Chui family sustained significant damage, the current situation compels them to bow their heads. Sanyan revealed a smile, recognizing the astuteness of the old man, who truly deserved his reputation for managing the vast Chui family. "Very well," Sanyan nodded. Despite the fact that the head of the Chui family seemed to endure many grievances in his presence, he was, after all, a martial artist of the celestial realm, a figure of considerable stature in Xianqing. Enlisting his assistance in gathering precious herbs would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Sanyan rose to leave, but suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "I have heard that your esteemed household possesses a token from the upper sect?" The head of the Chui family felt a tremor in his heart, unable to suppress a surge of resentment. He understood who had leaked the information: Yang Qizhu. Only 3 individuals were privy to the existence of that token: himself, Yang Qizhu, and Chui Sheng, the eldest son of the Chui family. The token was specifically intended for Chui Sheng, and he would never divulge it. Thus, the sole remaining suspect was Yang Qizhu. What a ruthless woman! The head of the Chui family harbored silent hatred, realizing that Yang Qizhu's maneuver had irrevocably shattered the Chui family's aspirations of becoming a prominent cultivation clan. Over the years, the Chui family had invested countless efforts into Chui Sheng, hoping he would enter the upper sect and subsequently support the family. Alas, all such hopes had been mercilessly torn apart by Yang Qizhu. Yet, he completely overlooked that it was initially Chui Yusheng who had brought the items, doing so out of respect for Yang Qizhu's mother, to aid her in her quest for the throne. Chapter 65. Enduring oppression. The head of the Chui family wore a pained expression, wanting to deny the accusation, but upon meeting Su Sanyan's gaze, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. With a weary nod, he conceded, "I shall fetch it for you at once." Su Sanyan's eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, the item was still in the Chui family. This old man, with his narrow-mindedness, would never entrust such a crucial object to Yang Qizhu. For that, I extend my gratitude. Su Sanyan was in high spirits. With the token in hand, there was no longer any need to seek out Yang Qizhu. Moments later, the head of the Chui family approached, holding a palm-sized gilded token, his expression somber as he said, "This is the token of the upper sect. Please accept it." Young Master Su. As Su Sanyan was just about to reach out, a distant cry echoed, "Father, please don't." Su Sanyan turned her head to see none other than the eldest son of the Chui family, Chui Sheng. The head of the Chui family changed his expression dramatically and quickly scolded, "Shera, step back." "Father." Chui Sheng's face was filled with resentment. This token was not merely a stepping stone for his ascension to immortality, it was also the key to advancing his family further. Relinquishing it so easily left him unwilling to comply. Su Sanyan extended her hand to receive the token and then slightly turned her gaze. A playful smile gracing her lips as she looked at Chui Cheng. Chui Cheng's face flushed with anger, his emotions a tempest of fury and despair. His fingers clenched tightly into fists, sharp nails digging into his flesh, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood. "Do you desire this?" Su Sanyan gently swayed the token. Chui Cheng remained silent, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable rage. He loathed his own weakness, recalling how, during Su Sanyan's previous upheaval at the Chui residence, she had nearly beaten his younger brother to death and rendered him powerless, while he could do nothing but stand by helplessly. Once again, the scene repeated itself. Su Sanyan strode confidently into his home, demanding the most treasured possession of the Chui family, while he remained a mere spectator. His hatred surged. Chui Cheng yearned desperately for strength, longing to protect his family from further humiliation and to prevent such occurrences from transpiring again. Yet, in this moment, his greatest desire was to eradicate Su Sanyan. XS New York Inn regarded his furious expression with a light chuckle and remarked, "Let me impart a lesson. Before you possess the means to exact revenge, never reveal your anger. You would do well to learn from your father." Upon hearing this, the head of the Cu family felt an ominous sense of foreboding rise within him. He turned and fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Young Master X, my son is but a fool. Please do not hold his actions against him. I implore you to spare him." This statement was misguided. Young Master Cu was older than I, so how could he be deemed ignorant? XS New York Inn allowed him to remain on the ground. The head of the Cu family was at a loss for words. His face flushed with agitation as he angrily berated, "Wretched son, do you not kneel and apologize to young Master X at once?" Cush Ng's handsome visage turned crimson, for he could not comprehend why the illustrious Cu family should endure such humiliation. If need be, he would rally his kin to battle. He could not believe that XS New York Inn could annihilate the entire Cu clan. "Kneel. Young Master X is not someone you can offend." The head of the Cu family thundered, inadvertently revealing XS New York Inn's ascension to the path of immortality. Immortal Master? Cush Ng's expression shifted dramatically. His mind momentarily clouded as he nearly questioned his own hearing. Had he truly achieved such a breakthrough? Under duress, Cush Ng slowly knelt, his complexion pale as he uttered, "In my moment of folly, I beseech Immortal Master X for forgiveness." Su Sanyan felt nothing in her heart. There was neither the exhilaration of bullying the weak nor the guilt of oppressing the vulnerable. Such is the nature of the world, where the strong prevail and the weak are devoured. Because Su Sanyan was formidable, even after seizing the possessions of the Chui family, they were compelled to kneel and admit their faults. They even had to contemplate whether it met her satisfaction. Conversely, the Chui family, being feeble, could only submit to the whims of the powerful, daring not to voice a single complaint. Su Sanyan waved his hand, urging him to rise. "Remember the task I entrusted to you. I require 50 precious herbs by tomorrow. This should not pose a challenge, I trust." The head of the Chui family gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words between clenched jaws. "It is not difficult. The yield of these precious herbs is exceedingly low. Even for a family as substantial as the Chui clan, gathering 50 would require considerable effort and a hefty financial expenditure." "Very well. I shall return at this time tomorrow to collect them." With that, Su Sanyan turned and departed. The Chui family must be eradicated. The enmity between them is irreconcilable. However, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation and instead seek an opportunity to orchestrate their downfall through indirect means. Sanyan had never been one to leave behind hidden dangers. Shuisheng swiftly approached to assist the head of the Chui family, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Father, let us summon granduncle to seek vengeance." The granduncle mentioned was Chui Yusheng. The head of the Chui family shook his head, a sigh of resignation escaping his lips. What prestige does our family possess to warrant such a call? To Chui Yusheng, the Chui family was but a burden. Now, they could offer no assistance and only serve to create more enemies for him. It was both unreasonable and unjustifiable. With a heavy heart, he gazed skyward and spoke slowly. "Take Hao with you. Under the cover of night, depart through the secret passage and do not return. Do not entertain thoughts of revenge. Instead, make your way to the kingdom of Wei and ensure that our bloodline endures." Shuisheng stood momentarily stunned, his voice trembling as he asked, "Father, what do you mean?" The head of the Chui family sighed once more. "Just in case, take the cultivation methods with you." He feared that Sanyan would not spare the Chui family, leaving him no choice but to adopt this desperate measure to secure the continuity of their lineage. "What of my second brother?" Shuisheng felt a pang of sorrow. "Jia has already been rendered useless. Let him remain with the Chui family." Wiping away his tears, Shuisheng turned to depart. Sanyan returned home and carefully examined the token he had taken from his bosom. The front of the gilded token was engraved with a majestic mountain shrouded in mist, while the reverse side bore a prominently inscribed character that read "Refined." Sanyan pondered silently, contemplating the significance of this character. Alchemy? Corpse refining? Overthinking would yield no benefit. Clarity would come upon arrival. Suddenly inspired, he channeled his magical energy into the token, which promptly exuded a swirling mist that gradually unfurled into a rudimentary map, with a towering mountain marking the destination. Intrigued by this revelation, Sanyan noted that according to the map, he was currently in the state of Qi, requiring passage through 2 other nations and a vast desert to reach his goal, a considerable journey indeed. Safeguarding the token, he retrieved 2 spirit stones he had acquired from Ma Tianqing. With his newfound magical prowess, he should be able to harness the spiritual energy within the stones. Clutching 1 stone in each hand, Sanyan settled into a meditative position, directing his internal energy to envelop the stones. In an instant, a stream of pure spiritual energy flowed forth from within, gently coursing into his palms, traversing his meridians and ultimately converging in his energy sea. After a quarter of an hour, Sanyan opened his eyes, observing that the once lustrous spirit stones had dulled to a grayish hue. With a gentle yet decisive pressure, he crushed them into a fine powder. "Ha!" Sanyan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. The mere acquisition of 2 spirit stones yielded little noticeable enhancement to his cultivation, serving only as a modest consolation. However, the aura displayed upon his panel underwent a transformation. Chapter 66. Perfect Infiltration. Sanyan. Age: 18, 315. Realm: Foundation Establishment Stage. Initial: Cultivation Method: Ultimate Tranquility and Truthful Void Sutra. Intermediate: Techniques: Blood Demon Corpse Refinement. Uninitiated. Coffin Art. Uninitiated. Skills: Circular Stance. Perfected. 3 Tigers Subduing Dragon's Blade. Perfected. Horse Assessment Technique. Perfected. Excavator Maintenance and Repair. Beginner. Aura. For indeed, it was feasible. Sanyan recalled that he had previously broken through to the Foundation Establishment stage, with his Qi having returned to 0. At this moment, it had transformed into 4 points, indicating that a single spirit stone approximately increases 2 points. The efficacy of spirit stones surpasses that of precious medicines, yet falls slightly short compared to spiritual herbs. This is sufficient. Spirit stones should be more accessible than spiritual herbs, as long as he possesses an ample supply of spirit stones. His cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. Sanyan meticulously examined the panel. Since his breakthrough in foundational cultivation, the most significant change displayed was in the lifespan section, which had increased from over 180 years to more than 300, a remarkable extension of over a century. At merely 18 years of age himself, he still had nearly 300 years of life ahead. His next step was to master those 2 magical techniques. It was time to find an opportunity to return to Dafeng Town. The blood demon corpse he had once encountered still lay buried there. With so much time having passed, he wondered whether it had begun to decay. Additionally, he needed to prepare the materials for the life coffin technique in advance. Sanyan meticulously perused the tome of spells within her chamber, committing to memory the various incantations in preparation for what was to come. As dusk descended, The distant sound of a gong echoed through the streets, signaling the commencement of the curfew. Sanyan tidied up her belongings and proceeded towards the Wang residence. In the northwest corner of the estate stood a storeroom, guarded by a contingent of approximately 30 soldiers. Concealed around the storeroom were 7 or 8 sentinels, meticulously monitoring every angle, ensuring a formidable level of security. Sanyan observed everything keenly. With a swift motion, he appeared behind one of the hidden sentinels, gently tapping his finger against the soldier's back, causing him to lose consciousness immediately. In a matter of moments, all 8 sentinels were neutralized. Since its establishment, the royal treasury had never encountered an incident. The guards had long since let down their defenses. Sanyan moved like a specter through the night, dispatching them before they even realized what was happening. A mere 30 or so refined warriors, the most formidable among them barely attaining the inner Qi realm, posed no challenge to him. In the past, the presence of Prince Rue and the guardians of the realm had deterred anyone from daring to provoke the royal residence. However, with Prince Rue away on campaign and the whereabouts of the cultivators unknown, the scant personnel left were insufficient to adequately protect the royal treasury. Sanyan stood before the inner gate, gazing at the gleaming lock. With a flick of his sleeve, the iron lock shattered, and the heavy door creaked open slowly. Suddenly, a flash of cold light shot forth, aimed directly at Sanyan's throat. Following the glimmer, a figure rushed in, their gray and white hair billowing in the wind. Yet their murky eyes shone with an unusual clarity. Sanyan, unfazed, clasped the sword's edge with her fingers, twisting her wrist, causing the long blade to shatter instantly. With a swift motion, she unleashed a tempestuous force that swept up dust and surged towards the elder. Boom! The elder's expression shifted dramatically, in a moment of peril. He evaded the attack, but the formidable door behind him could not escape its fate, crashing heavily to the ground. The cultivator, the elder, stood shaken, still grasping the broken sword. Who might you be? Sanyan inquired. Within the royal manor, she was familiar with all the residents, having crossed paths with them. Yet this individual was a stranger to her. With such prowess, why resort to thievery? Should you choose to serve under the prince, I would faithfully convey your merits to him. Wealth, treasures, and even beautiful concubines would be at your fingertips. The elder began to entice Sanyan. Do you not recognize me? Sanyan asked, puzzled. The elder paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized, incredulously exclaiming, could it be that you are the prince's son-in-law? He had heard whispers of the prince marrying his youngest daughter to an exceptionally gifted young warrior. Yet he had not anticipated such extraordinary talent to have reached the foundational stage. Indeed, Sanyan nodded faintly, neither denying nor affirming, for in truth, she had no intention of allowing him to survive. Why then do you seek to pilfer the treasures of the prince? The elder inquired, perplexed. Within this inner treasury lie only mundane possessions. With your prowess, even a request to the prince would not be met with refusal. Sanyan shook her head. Dismissing the notion of theft as an unpleasant term, this was outright robbery. The old man was taken aback, astonished by her boldness. Having concluded her words, Sanyan ceased any further discourse. With her knees slightly bent, she exerted a sudden force, resembling a meteor streaking through the night sky. In an instant, she appeared before the elderly man, her palm striking his forehead with a decisive power. Bang! The old man, without uttering a sound, succumbed into a deep slumber. Though possessing the strength of an early-stage celestial realm cultivator, he was still considerably outmatched in comparison to her. The distinction between the celestial realm and the foundation establishment realm may seem like merely a single realm apart. Yet the chasm between them is as profound as a vast abyss. Sanyan entered the inner treasury, where neatly stacked boxes of gold and silver adorned one side, while countless exquisite jewels were displayed upon the shelves. To one side, piles of copper coins loomed like small mountains. At the deepest part of the room, a collection of wooden boxes caught his attention. Sanyan raised an eyebrow, for he had already caught a whiff of the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. He proceeded to open the wooden boxes one by one, and before his eyes appeared a multitude of precious herbs. Upon a cursory count, there were no fewer than 50 varieties. Sanyan found a wooden box, emptied its contents of silver, and then carefully placed the precious medicinal herbs inside. The box was nearly filled, and Sanyan felt a sense of satisfaction, for there were precisely 51 plants. These medicinal herbs were advantageous for martial artists, and being consumables, even the royal residence possessed but a limited stock. Nevertheless, he was content with this ample collection. One could only say that the journey had been worthwhile. Sanyan lifted the box, his ears twitching at the distant shouts. A thief has broken in. Over here. Quickly summon the city guards. We must not allow the scoundrel to escape. Sanyan remained unperturbed. It was likely the commotion he had just caused that had summoned the guards of the Wang residence. He regarded these mere mortal warriors with disdain, yet chose not to engage with them, instead vanishing into the shadows under the cover of night. Upon returning to his chamber, he consumed each precious herb one by one, causing the energy on his panel to rise to 55 points. Sanyan furrowed her brows slightly. Not enough. The absence of the plus sign behind her realm indicated that after establishing her foundation, the energy required for further advancement had significantly increased. Upon reflection, this was only to be expected. After all, there exists a distinction between the mortal and immortal realms, and one could no longer rely on previous experiences for judgment post-foundation. Just then, Butler Zhao hurriedly approached, knocking on Sanyan's door. "My lord, have you retired for the night?" Sanyan inquired. "What is the matter?" Zhao replied in a hushed tone, "The royal residence has been beset by thieves. It is rumored that the treasury has been plundered, resulting in the deaths of dozens of officials and soldiers. The princess has sent someone to request your assistance in the investigation." "Very well," came the response. Sanyan did not refuse, nor did he harbor any concern regarding their suspicions. After all, this infiltration plan was nothing short of flawless. All who had laid eyes upon him were now deceased. Chapter 67. Re-entering Taiyan City. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, the princess stood in the courtyard, enveloped in a pale pink cloak. The night air held a chill, prompting her to delicately wrap her fingers around the hem of her garment. The estate was bustling with activity as individuals brandished torches, meticulously searching for traces of the intruder, oblivious to the fact that the person they sought was standing right before them. Beside the princess stood another woman, tall and graceful, clad in a simple long robe. With a countenance marked by sorrow, she gazed intently at the crowd, a tear mole beneath her left eye adding to her poignant allure. Sanyan had encountered this individual before. He was indeed the birth mother of the fifth young master, Consort Huan. Upon seeing him, the princess felt a modicum of relief. Having heard that her son-in-law possessed considerable martial prowess, which could serve as a safeguard in uncertain times. After exchanging pleasantries with the princess and Consort Huan, Sanyan performed a respectful gesture. Consort Huan lifted her gaze to appraise him, and the sight unexpectedly stirred memories of her missing son, filling her heart with sorrow and causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Observing her distress, the princess comprehended their shared plight. She too was tormented by the silence surrounding her own daughter's whereabouts. Sanyan observed the two women comforting one another, unsure of what to say, and thus remained at a distance, watching as the soldiers and servants scurried about like headless flies. After a moment, the princess regained some composure and leaned closer to Sanyan, saying, "I have gleaned information from the steward. The prince has already led his troops to besiege the imperial city." "So soon?" Sanyan expressed a hint of surprise. The last news received indicated a standoff between the two armies, and now it appears to be nearing its conclusion. The princess nodded, having heard that the garrisons along the route surrendered at the mere sight of the approaching forces, and thus the gates of the city were thrown wide open to welcome the auspicious Wang into the city, encountering little to no resistance. Sanyan nodded slowly. To the city's defending general, it made little difference who ascended the throne, for they were all of the Yang family. As time passed, no trace of the thieves was found. The Lady Huan returned to her chamber, while the princess could hardly suppress her yawns. Ultimately, a guest room was arranged for Sanyan, and he spent the night at the royal residence. The following noon, Sanyan went to the Chui family to retrieve the precious medicine. The head of the Chui family had long awaited his arrival, with a wooden box placed on the table containing precisely 50 plants. "Excellent." Sanyan nodded in satisfaction. The head of the Chui family forced a smile, refraining from taking credit, simply hoping that Master Su would overlook the shortcomings of his son. Sanyan waved her hand graciously, stating that she had almost forgotten. After sharing a moment of laughter, she rose to leave, showing no trace of the previous unpleasantness. Upon exiting the Chui residence, Sanyan squinted, contemplating the methods she might employ to eradicate the Chui family. She then hurried back home, consuming 50 precious herbs, causing her energy level to reach 105. The plus sign indicating advancement in her realm began to manifest. Sanyan wore a smile, for he had likely gathered most of the precious medicines within Xianqing. Even if there were some remnants left, they were too few to warrant his continued presence in this place. Moreover, his cultivation method could only be perfected to the foundation establishment stage. He needed to hasten his journey to Zhongzhou in search of advanced techniques. Sanyan did not rush to make a breakthrough. Instead, he chose to conserve his energy. He intended to return to Dafeng Town first to extract and refine the blood demon. "Come in," he called. "Master," came the voice of the young servant from outside. "Prepare 2 swift steeds and ensure that provisions and water are ready." "Yes, sir." Sanyan was poised to embark on his journey. 5 days later, beyond the imperial city. Within the military encampment's grand tent, Prince Rui sat at the head of the table. Below him, 2 middle-aged men clad in Taoist robes sat with their eyes closed in meditation. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, even down to the identical beards beneath their jaws. One was adorned in a blue robe, while the other donned a black one. At that moment, a man entered the tent and knelt on one knee, reporting, "Your Highness, news has arrived from Xiangqing. Thieves infiltrated the royal residence at night, sweeping away all the precious medicinal treasures from the inner treasury. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhu also met with misfortune." Prince Rui's brows furrowed slightly. "Only the precious medicines were taken?" he inquired. The loyal attendant replied, "Indeed, Your Highness, that is what the letter states." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Prince Rui signaled for the attendant to withdraw. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he had already deduced the culprit's identity. The man in the black robe opened his eyes and inquired, "Why do you smile, Your Highness?" Prince Rui shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. After all, his son-in-law harbored a significant secret. He had previously sent someone to investigate in Tian City, where Sanyan had only been at the qi condensation stage upon his arrival. Yet, in a remarkably short span, he had ascended to the celestial realm. Prince Rui found it hard to believe this was solely due to innate talent. There must be an undisclosed secret at play. Furthermore, during his time in Tian, Sanyan had diligently sought out precious medicines, continuing this pursuit even upon arriving in Xiangqing. For individuals of their caliber, such medicines had little efficacy, yet he remained tireless in his collection, indicating to Prince Rui that something was amiss. Lifting the teacup from the table, he took a delicate sip. The most pressing matter at hand was still the breach of the imperial city and the establishment of a solid foundation. Sanyan's affairs could be set aside for the moment. "Summon Fairy Lanyue," Prince Rui commanded towards the entrance of the tent. "Yes, Your Highness." Sanyan rode tirelessly day and night, and at last, on the morning of the 7th day, he arrived at the city of Tian. Stepping through the city gates and beholding the familiar streets, Sanyan let out a deep sigh, resolving within himself that once he attained mastery in his cultivation, he would certainly learn a technique for soaring through the skies, traversing vast distances with a single leap. Tian remained unchanged since his departure. The common folk still lived in poverty. Sanyan decided to rest for a day, taking the opportunity to visit the wife of the village chief. Arriving at the Wu residence, he knocked on the door, and after a moment, a man's voice inquired from within, "Who is it?" As the door slowly opened, Sanyan glanced at the figure inside, a smile gracing his lips. "You're still here, huh?" The person was none other than De Huangya. "Ah, fourth master. You're back," De Huangya exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He quickly stepped forward to take the reins of the horse. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming back? I could have arranged a banquet to welcome you." Sanyan stepped inside, passing through as he came to take a look at the recent happenings in the city. It remains much the same, ever since you eliminated those several factions. The White Horse Gang now reigns supreme. It is said that even the county magistrate must heed Xianhang's countenance. Sanyan nodded. The White Horse Gang is an enterprise of Prince Rui, and with Prince Rui's current prominence, the White Horse Gang naturally flourishes as well. At that moment, a plump woman emerged from around the corner, her face alight with joy as she exclaimed, "Fourth master, you have returned." Sanyan glanced sideways, and there stood the chieftain's wife, who had indeed become somewhat more voluptuous, giving the impression that her bosom was almost bursting from its confines. "How have you been of late, madam?" With a smile playing upon his lips, Sanyan found himself reminiscing about the lady of the chieftain, primarily due to her remarkable skills that left one enchanted. "Since your departure, I have longed for you dearly," she exclaimed, swaying her ample figure as she approached, throwing herself into Sanyan's embrace. "What were you thinking?" Sanyan inquired with a hint of implication. The chieftain's wife cast a shy glance at the man with the prominent yellow teeth, her demeanor bashful as she replied, "Oh, I have been thinking of you everywhere." Chapter 68, A Return to Familiar Grounds? The man with the yellow teeth, perceptive as ever, led the horse away while stating, "Master, you have matters to attend to. I shall prepare the food and drinks for you." Sanyan nodded and gently lifted the chieftain's wife, carrying her into the dwelling. She seemed to have gained a bit of weight. The chieftain's wife buried her head in Sanyan's embrace, shyly hesitating to look up and uttering, "How could that be?" In the distance, Huangya secured the horse reins and made his way towards the kitchen. Despite having resided here for some time, he had never laid a hand on the chieftain's wife, for she belonged to the fourth master. If one failed to manage the matters below, they would inevitably lose the privileges above. When comparing the greater head to the lesser, the former undoubtedly held more significance. "Master, what brings you back at this hour?" Sanyan let out a long sigh, merely passing by, for she would depart early the next morning. Upon hearing this, the lady of the residence's countenance fell, and with an unwilling response, she acknowledged it. As for her true thoughts, only she was privy to them, yet her expression was undeniably impeccable. Sanyan pondered that perhaps he could seek materials for crafting the fateful coffin technique within the city of Tyne. Among these, a body imbued with the essence of authority was essential. Fortuitously, a newly appointed county magistrate had recently arrived, making him an ideal candidate. As for the malevolent aura, he felt that Zhu Yong could serve as a fitting substitute, as his temperament was notably fierce. Zhu Yong, the county lieutenant in Tyne, was known for his fiery disposition and intimidating demeanor, rendering him suitable for the task. Regarding the scholarly essence, it was likely that there were numerous literati within the city. Lastly, the aura of death could be easily acquired. A few butchers or similar individuals would suffice, and if necessary, one could select several individuals with a pronounced bloodlust from among the White Horse Gang or the station troops. With this plan in mind, Sanyan deemed it feasible and resolved to undertake this endeavor upon his return from Dafeng Town. As he contemplated these matters, the two of them donned their garments, and outside, Huangya had already prepared the banquet. After feasting to their fill, Sanyan embraced the chieftain's wife and retreated indoors. The following morning, just as the city gates opened, Sanyan mounted his horse and galloped towards Dafeng Town. Days later, as he ventured deeper into the terrain, the wind and sand intensified, prompting him to cover his mouth and nose with a scrap of cloth. On that morning, as was his custom, Sanyan pressed onward, estimating that he would arrive at Dafeng Town within a day. Suddenly, amidst the swirling yellow sands, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed from afar, occasionally intermingled with cries of anguish and shouts of fury. Sanyan raised her eyebrows, a sensation both familiar and poignant. In the past, the two factions of bandits in this region, Wuju and Gungkazi, met their demise in Dafeng Town, their elite subordinates suffering devastating casualties. The common folk enjoyed a rare respite, only to find, within a mere few months, that bandits had returned to scour the land for sustenance. Following Wuju's death, fewer than 10 members of their band remained, while all the wealth he had amassed was now under Sanyan's stewardship, along with Wuju's widow. It must be said that the chief's wife was indeed alluring, captivating Sanyan's attention. As for Gungkazi's faction, they likely fared little better, perhaps even worse, as several of their leaders were summoned by Ma Tianqing, meeting a grim fate at the hands of the blood demon. Sanyan continued his strides, and through the swirling sands, he began to discern the unfolding scene ahead. He observed 7 or 8 horse-drawn carriages halted at the side, laden with goods, each adorned with a prominent character inscribed upon them. At the center stood a carriage with a canopy, likely occupied by individuals within. 3 or 4 guards vigilantly protected it, preventing the bandits from encroaching. The surrounding factions were embroiled in a fierce skirmish, with a number of corpses strewn across the ground, some still clinging to life, moaning in agony as they clutched their wounds. Sanyan furrowed his brow, finding the cacophony intolerable. The combatants were easily distinguishable. One faction donned sheepskin coats and wielded broadswords, their faces betraying a fierce demeanor, while the opposing side, garbed in gray robes and wielding an assortment of weapons, represented the Merchant Guild. Sanyan gazed intently at the character white, pondering deeply, yet ultimately failing to recall its origin. During his previous dealings in this area, he had encountered numerous prominent establishments, and had it been an old shop, he would surely have retained some memory. Naturally, the merchants had no desire to engage with him. Sanyan stood quietly at the side, observing the scene. As the winds and sands abated slightly, some distant figures began to take notice of him. Yet none paid him any heed, for he was but a solitary presence. The brutal melee persisted for an extended duration, finally nearing its conclusion just as Sanyan's interest began to wane. A dozen bandits surrounded the carriage, while 3 wounded men stood despondently by its side, fully aware that their chances of survival were grim. Eliminate them. commanded one of the bandit leaders, his visage twisted with malice as he charged forward. Kill! The three men shouted in a desperate bid to summon their courage, boldly confronting the impending threat without a trace of fear. Sanyan gently shook her head. These three individuals were already at the end of their strength, incapable of turning the tide. Indeed, within just a few exchanges, the three fell to the ground. And the bandit leader eagerly anticipated uncovering what secrets lay within the carriage that compelled them to risk their lives in such fervent defense. Sanyan felt a flicker of curiosity as he adjusted his position. With a deft sweep of his long knife, he drew aside the curtain, revealing the scene within. There, a woman leaned weakly against the carriage, her delicate features pallid and devoid of color, her eyes clouded, and her lips pressed together in a semblance of imminent demise. Both the bandit leader and Sanyan exchanged disappointed glances, having anticipated the discovery of some treasure, only to find a mere woman instead. Though undeniably attractive, she was of little consequence. In this rugged expanse of the Northwest, women were not in short supply, and this one could hardly be deemed exceptionally beautiful. In Sanyan's estimation, she ranked a mere 8 out of 10, comparable to Yang. Damn it, the leader spat, all this trouble for a woman. And we've lost so many brothers, what a loss. His mood soured further as he expelled a frustrated sigh. At that moment, one of his men remarked, "Second master, there is someone over there who has been watching us for quite some time, seemingly with intent." The leader waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "Inquire about his purpose. If he has lingered this long, he must possess some skill. Let us avoid provoking him." Understood. The man nodded eagerly, scurrying forth, blade in hand, and clasping his fists in greeting. "From where do you hail, brother? And to where do you journey?" "I hail from the Tang of the East, bound for the West to pay homage and seek enlightenment," came the reply. Sanyan casually uttered some remarks while casting a glance at the woman in the carriage. Indeed, one must admit that a lady resembling Lin Dayu possesses a unique charm. "Hey, brother, he's a monk," shouted the bandit. The bandit leader turned to scrutinize Sanyan, then unleashed a tirade upon the man, exclaiming, "From where do you see him as a monk? Which monk dresses in such a manner?" Sanyan, disinclined to engage in idle chatter, strode forward with confidence. The surrounding bandits, sensing his demeanor, adopted a cautious stance, acutely aware that he regarded them with disdain, which deterred them from provoking him recklessly. "What brings you here, brother?" inquired the bandit leader with caution, his body slightly leaning forward, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Chapter 69. Return to Dafin Town. Sanyan paid no heed to them, his gaze fixed intently upon the woman. The woman, equally lethargic, met Sanyan's stare, their eyes locked, and she blinked without any intention of averting her gaze. "I shall save your life, and in return, you will accompany me for a day. What say you?" Sanyan mused to himself that this constituted a fair exchange. It is worth noting that he seldom engaged in equitable transactions. The woman lowered her eyes in contemplation, then glanced at the surrounding brutish and unsightly bandits, contrasting Sanyan's handsome visage with their grotesque appearances. Realizing she had no alternative, she gently nodded and parted her lips to utter, "Very well." The bandit leader, however, was immediately displeased. After enduring countless battles and losing many brothers to seize this prize, how could this man simply walk away? Yet, uncertain of Sanyan's true capabilities, he dared not act recklessly, leaving him in a quandary. Sanyan assisted him in making a decision with a graceful sweep of his sleeve. Several bandits were sent hurtling through the air, landing on the ground, convulsing for a moment before succumbing to silence. The bandit leader, drenched in cold sweat, promptly resolved, "Esteemed sir, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave and not impose upon you any longer." "Very well, farewell," Sanyan replied without turning his head. The bandit leader, having no desire for further farewells, swiftly mounted his steed along with the remaining followers, vanishing rapidly into the swirling sands. Sanyan entered the carriage, lifting the woman's chin and scrutinizing her for a moment, as though she were merely an ornament. "From where do you hail?" The woman appeared resigned, her gaze serene, devoid of joy or sorrow. She neither exhibited relief at having narrowly escaped death nor displayed the despondency of having ventured from one perilous situation into another, as if everything in the world bore no relevance to her. "By family, Windy Town." The woman spoke. Sanyan pondered. When would the Bai family emerge in Dafing Town once more? Surely, it must have been after the annihilation of the Ma and Jean families that the Bai family seized the opportunity to rise. Where to go? Sanyan turned the carriage around and headed back towards Dafing Town. The woman spoke, stating they were bound for the capital city to seek medical assistance, while also delivering some goods along the way. Sanyan nodded and inquired, "What is your name?" "By Qingyu," the woman replied, covering her mouth as she coughed softly, her complexion growing even more pallid. Sanyan smoothed the blanket inside the carriage, raising an eyebrow as a silent indication that it was time for her to fulfill her promise. Bai Qingyu offered no resistance whatsoever, obediently reclining upon the blanket, her toes instinctively curling with a subtle tension, betraying an inner turmoil that contrasted sharply with her outward calm. Sanyan inquired, "What illness have you contracted?" Bai Qingyu shook her head, replying, "I do not know. I merely feel an icy cold within me. The physician has stated that it is unlikely I shall live beyond the age of 20. How old are you this year?" 18. Sanyan extended her hand to roll up her sleeve, revealing her delicate wrist. She gently placed her fingers upon it, keenly attuned to the sensations. Although Sanyan lacks medical expertise, he possesses foundational cultivation skills that allow him to delve into her body with his spiritual energy, perceiving every transformation within. "Oh." Bai Qingyu felt a warm sensation coursing through her arm and into her body, a comforting warmth that elicited a soft, involuntary moan. Sanyan lifted her eyelids, choosing not to call out immediately. There was no rush, and she could wait a while longer. Bai Qingyu pressed her lips together, lowering her head, feeling too shy to speak. After a brief moment, Sanyan remarked that the innate energy within her was insufficient, as if her lungs were submerged in dampness, resulting in an excess of yin energy and blocked meridians. She needed to nourish her lungs and clear the obstructions in her meridians before engaging in meticulous recuperation. A healthy person's meridians are inherently unobstructed and do not require additional intervention. Bai Qingyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she inquired how to unblock the meridians. After all, who would desire death if life were still possible? Her earlier indifference towards the bandits stemmed from her belief that her time was short. For her, dying a day earlier or later made no difference. Yet now, it seemed that life might once again be within her grasp. "I can assist you, but it will come at a different price," Sanyan stated, acknowledging that while such matters were trivial for her, transactions must be honored. There was a clear demarcation. Her companionship during the night was the price for rescuing her from the bandits. Should she wish to restore her health, an additional sacrifice would be required. Bai Qingyu pondered briefly before slowly shaking her head, recognizing that as a young girl with nothing of value, she presumed Sanyan would not covet worldly riches. Sanyan nodded, for gold and silver held no allure for him. "Take your time to ponder. I shall first collect my previous remuneration." Bai Qingyu clenched her teeth, her eyes tightly shut in a state of anxiety, her body trembling slightly as she remained an untouched maiden. This sensation differed greatly from that of the chieftain's wife. The carriage traversed the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, where the swirling sands intensified in their ferocity. Although her skills were somewhat lacking, her youth was undeniable. Bai Qingyu dressed herself, discarding the blanket, while Sanyan sat beside her, observing her flurry of activity. How many women had it been by now? Sanyan silently calculated. Xiu Tang Huan, the chieftain's wife, Yang Qiyuan, and Shui Weiniang, in addition to Bai Qingyu. Besides these 6, there were actually 2 other women preceding Xiu, though their names escaped her memory. Bai Qingyu's gaze remained lowered, too shy to meet Sanyan's eyes. Were outsiders to witness them, they might mistakenly believe the two were a pair of wild lovers. Yet, Bai Qingyu remained unaware of Sanyan's name. The carriage was thick with a languid atmosphere, prompting Bai Qingyu to part the curtain slightly for some fresh air. The two sat opposite each other in silence. After a brief moment, Sanyan inquired, "Have you made up your mind?" Bai Qingyu shook her head, lacking anything of value to offer in exchange. "What a pity," Sanyan replied. The interior of the carriage fell into silence once more. Sanyan, unclad, lifted the curtain to redirect the carriage's course before returning inside. She was intimately familiar with this northwestern Gobi. Having spent over half a year here, she could discern the direction even with her eyes closed. Bai Qingyu cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting her gaze, her lips barely whispering, "Perhaps you should put on your clothes first?" Sanyan shook her head, expressing that it was unnecessary. If the mood strikes later, it would require undressing, which is quite troublesome. In truth, you need not wear it either. Bai Qingyu, taken aback by her words, involuntarily exclaimed, "Is it not over yet?" Sanyan cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "It is only halfway through the day." Bai Qingyu pondered for a moment, realizing the truth in his words. As dusk approached, a town emerged in the distance, where a dozen or so soldiers stood guard at the city gate, their spears held firmly as they scrutinized the passers-by. They had arrived at Dafin Town, a place that could be deemed the inception of his dreams, the very location from which he had acquired the martial arts he practiced. As the carriage entered the town, the soldiers, upon seeing the character by emblazoned on the vehicle, did not impede their passage. Chapter 70. Tenderness. Sanyan donned her attire, while Qingyu beside her adjusted her collar to shield her smooth, fair arms. The carriage came to a halt at a secluded alleyway. Sanyan leaped out of the vehicle, glancing back with a smile, and saying, "If fate permits, we shall meet again." With that, he turned away without a backward glance, epitomizing the essence of indifference. Qingyu's expression was fraught with conflict. She yearned to pursue the man and beseech him to restore her. Yet she was apprehensive about the potential terms he might impose, terms she may find unacceptable. After a moment's hesitation, she lifted her gaze, only to find Sanyan's figure had vanished. Sighing, Qingyu shook her head with a bitter smile, having meandered back to Dafin Town, now bereft of a substantial amount of goods and her own pristine integrity. After this arduous journey, Sanyan, guided by memory, arrived at the entrance of the Ma family's grand residence. Not far away lay a narrow alley where he had buried the blood-soaked corpse of the demon. Sanyan listened intently. Within the room echoed the sounds of 3 breaths, 2 light, 1 heavy, indicative of 1 man and 2 women. As twilight deepened, Sanyan leaped gracefully into the courtyard, landing silently. She crept closer to the eaves and, peering through the paper window, discerned the flickering glow of an oil lamp within. "The weather has turned cool. We must prepare some charcoal," remarked a middle-aged woman. A deep, muffled male voice responded, "Mm." Then came the sound of knocking. Thud, thud, thud. Sanyan rose and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" "It is I," based on Sanyan's experience, when one simply states I. The person inside typically conjures an image of someone familiar in their mind. With a creak, the door swung open, and the 3 individuals within remained oblivious to the fact that as this door opened, a gateway to hell had also been unsealed. "Who are you?" The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him, pondering deeply on the identity of this visitor. Sanyan stepped inside, her fingers gently pressing against the nape of the man's neck, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. The remaining 2 women barely had time to utter a sound before Sanyan swiftly incapacitated them as well, sparing their lives for the moment. She intended to ensure the blood demon remained in this place. There would be time to eliminate them later. Subsequently, she retrieved a shovel from the yard and began to dig at the spot etched in her memory. Moments later, 3 razor-sharp fingers emerged from the depths of the pit. Continuing her excavation, a slender figure over 3 meters tall, entirely shrouded in darkness, gradually became visible. The blood demon was still present and had yet to decay. Sanyan let out a sigh of relief, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, the 3 men's sternums caved in, and they perished in an instant. In truth, whether or not to kill these 3 was of little consequence. It was merely a matter of convenience, and so they were dispatched. Having cleared the dirt from the blood demon's body, he resolved to refine it right there, for otherwise, the burden of transporting a corpse over 3 meters tall would indeed be quite cumbersome. Sanyan sat cross-legged, the blood demon resting before him. He bit his middle finger, smearing the crimson essence upon the creature as a grotesque and sinister symbol gradually took shape. Subsequently, he summoned his mystical energy, causing the sanguine sigil to slowly vanish beneath the obsidian skin. Beneath the blood demon's flesh, a swelling occurred, as if countless insects were scuttling through the sinews. Suddenly, the blood demon opened its forehead eye, its upper body rising rigidly, the head twisting to gaze dully at Sanyan. A dense, inky fog began to swirl within the room, enveloping both the blood demon and Sanyan, while the 3 corpses on the ground shriveled, their life essence completely drained. In that instant, Sanyan was overwhelmed by an intense surge of murderous intent, as if an otherworldly demon whispered insidious commands in his ear. "Kill, kill, kill." The relentless echo stirred the strings of Sanyan's heart, an unending thirst for blood erupting from within him. His narrow eyes slowly opened, revealing a pair of crimson orbs. Kill. Sanyan was in a state of confusion, his mind consumed by a singular thought. As time passed, the black mist thickened, enveloping the blood demon, which resembled a pool of dark ink, beginning to dissolve and merge into the surrounding shadows. The black mist was gradually absorbed by Sanyan, and the ink formed from the blood demon infiltrated his very being. After an indeterminate period, the crimson hue in Sanyan's gaze faded slightly, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. Clarity technique. Su Sanyan suddenly recalled the Qiming technique, which is designed to suppress the malevolent energy within one's heart, complementing the blood demon corpse refinement method. Without further hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts and began to invoke the Qiming technique. Gradually, the crimson hue in his eyes faded, and the dense black mist that enveloped the room was steadily absorbed. Su Sanyan felt an itch upon his back, as if something were writhing behind him. Su Sanyan recalled that when Ma Tianqing practiced this technique, he left behind a pattern reminiscent of an ink wash painting. He should be no different. As the sky began to clear, he realized that a night had passed, and Su Sanyan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The blood magic refining was complete. This marked the acquisition of his first technique. He finally possessed the means akin to those of celestial beings, although it appeared somewhat sinister. Su Sanyan paid little heed to such concerns. What mattered was its efficacy. The room was in disarray, and the once lively family of three now lay as desiccated corpses on the ground. With a gentle squeeze, Su Sanyan reduced their bones to dust. Su Sanyan marveled at the remarkable efficiency, noting how it surpassed even the bloodstained dagger in its meticulousness, leaving no waste whatsoever. With the expedition to Doffingtown concluded, all that remained was perfecting the life coffin technique, after which he could embark on a quest to seek the next method of cultivation from the sect. He pondered the whereabouts of the sect that housed the true stillness, false truth scripture. How much more convenient it would be if he could directly join that sect. Lost in thought, Su Sanyan stepped outside, only to realize that the former Ma residence had now transformed into the Bai residence. How fortuitous! A gentle smile graced his lips as he contemplated borrowing a few horses from the Bai household. Within the grand hall of the Bai residence, a middle-aged man occupied the seat of honor, his face contorted in anger as he questioned Bai Qingyu. Are you telling me you encountered horse bandits? Indeed. And your goods were seized? Yes. All accompanying personnel perished? Yes. And you were rescued by someone? Yes. Did that person strike a bargain with you? Yes. And then took your virtue? Yes. Only to return you afterward? Is that correct? Bai Qingyu shook her head. That person was already en route to Doffingtown. He merely brought me back as a side matter. The head of the Bai family wore a gloomy expression, realizing that he had suffered significant losses in goods. Many of his subordinates had perished, and his daughter had been robbed of her purity. What a devastating blow. Anger surged within him, his face reddening with frustration. In contrast, Bai Qingyu remained composed, stating that the man had claimed he could cure her ailment but desired something that piqued his interest in return. The head of the Bai family gazed at his Navi daughter in disbelief, crushing the teacup in his hand. Was she truly still defending that man? Taking a few deep breaths to suppress his mounting rage, he repeatedly reminded himself, she is my flesh and blood. Just as he managed to calm his tumultuous emotions, a servant announced, Master, a young man claiming to have saved the young Mrs. Life requests an audience. In an instant, the head of the Bai family felt his face flush anew. Chapter 71, Contrast? Let him in. The head of the Bai family inhaled deeply, striving to quell his inner turbulence. According to his daughter's account, the man possessed unfathomable strength and a morally ambiguous nature, necessitating utmost caution in their dealings. Su Sanyan stepped into the Bai residence, casting a discerning glance around, noting its resemblance to the layout of the Ma manor, which remained largely unchanged. Following the footsteps of the servant, he entered the grand hall, where he beheld a middle-aged man seated in the foremost position, clad in a black robe, his visage resembling a heavy jujube, exuding an air of authority. To one side, Bai Qingyu sat, her eyes blinking rapidly as she gazed at him, appearing rather dim-witted. The head of the Bai family, donning a congenial expression, rose to greet him, saying, I am Bai Shuren, honored to meet the young hero. My daughter is deeply grateful for your valiant rescue. Su Sanyan sat beside Bai Qingyu with a cheerful smile, casually waving her hand. No need to thank me. This is merely a transaction, is it not? Did she not mention this to you? Bai Shuren's expression faltered, for such words were hardly appropriate for direct conversation. Bai Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a quail, as she shrank her neck, burying her head within her collar. Bai Shuren swiftly composed himself, feigning ignorance as he seamlessly shifted the topic. I hear that the young hero possesses the ability to cure her ailment? Su Sanyan nodded, reaching for the tea previously sipped by Bai Qingyu, consuming it in one swift motion. Bai Qingyu cast a sidelong glance, burying her head a little deeper. Bai Shuren, witnessing his daughter's lack of ambition, felt a surge of frustration within him. He sighed deeply and pondered. May I inquire how the young hero would be persuaded to extend his hand in rescue? I would spare no expense, even at the cost of my entire fortune. Bai Qingyu furtively raised her gaze, studying Su Sanyan's profile, her heart brimming with shyness. Ever since their parting the previous day, her mind involuntarily replayed his image, the haughty visage, the elongated form, the rebellious spirit deeply embedded in his being, in the myriad of captivating ways he presented himself. Each aspect drew her in profoundly, offering an exhilarating experience she had never known before. If only he would be willing. Bai Qingyu's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, as if she had conjured an unspoken, intimate scene in her mind. Su Sanyan tilted her head slightly, perplexed by the reason behind her incessant glances in her direction. Su Sanyan shook his head, choosing to avert his gaze from her, and instead directed his attention towards Bai Shiren. With a chuckle, he remarked, "This matter is quite simple. Prepare a carriage for me, and let her accompany me back to Tian City. Send someone to retrieve her in 5 days. The journey back would be rather solitary, providing an opportunity for yet another transaction. The carriage would travel at a leisurely pace, taking approximately 6 or 7 days to reach Tian City, by which time he would likely have grown weary of his amusements, yet the journey would be filled with delight, requiring only a modicum of his magical energy." Bai Shiren furrowed his brow, fully comprehending Su Sanyan's intentions, and was unable to suppress his rising indignation. "Even if your cultivation is formidable, you cannot so brazenly humiliate the Bai family." Just as Bai Shiren was about to deliver a stern reprimand, a voice, delicate as a whisper, interjected, "Father, I am willing." Bai Qingyu covered her face with her hand, her heart overwhelmed with indescribable emotions, caught between excitement and shyness. Su Sanyan raised an eyebrow, astonished. Is she still not satiated? Who would have anticipated that this seemingly delicate young lady harbors such a fervent passion for the unexpected? Bai Shiren inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated upon his daughter, momentarily at a loss for how to feel. Is this truly his gentle and obedient daughter? Though he struggled to comprehend, he was profoundly shaken. After a lengthy contemplation, he ultimately resolved to honor his daughter's wishes. Her condition could not be delayed any longer. If this treatment failed, it might well be their last opportunity. "Bring the carriage." Bai Shiren bellowed, striding away without a backward glance, eager to distance himself from this place where he felt so out of place. Su Sanyan naturally took her small hand to play with, while simultaneously sending a surge of magical energy into her body, instantly unblocking the obstructed meridians. Bai Qingyu suddenly raised her head, unable to suppress a soft gasp. The sensation was overwhelmingly delightful, as if the heavy burdens of the world had been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her utterly exhilarated. After a brief moment, the carriage was prepared, and the two embarked on their journey. Su Sanyan waved goodbye to Bai Xian, reminding him not to forget to come for his daughter. Bai Xian's expression darkened, and he turned away without uttering another word. 7 days later, the city of Tian loomed near, and Su Sanyan brought her back to the Wu residence. She then summoned De Huangya to fetch Zhu Yong and Xin Hong. De Huangya, not daring to delay, cast a furtive glance at Bai Qingyu before hastily departing. Before long, County Officer Zhu Yong and Xin Hong, the leader of the White Horse Gang, hurriedly arrived. The three took their seats, and Su Sanyan smiled, saying, "It has been a while. How have you both been?" Zhu Yong, with a beaming smile, replied, "Thanks to the blessings of the fourth master, all is well." Xin Hong also quickly offered a smile in agreement. Su Sanyan nodded and summoned you to assist me with a particular task. You expressed that, regardless of the perilous endeavors, be it traversing a mountain of blades or plunging into a sea of flames, you would comply with my directives without hesitation. The two of you patted your chests in affirmation. At the time of Su Sanyan's departure, he had already transcended to the realm of celestial beings, and both were acutely aware of the consequences of crossing him. The first task, bring the county magistrate here. Is there any issue with that? Su Sanyan arched an eyebrow. Zhu Yong promptly replied, "No problem at all, fourth master, leave it to me." Although he was unaware of Su Sanyan's intentions regarding the magistrate, he understood that it was not his place to inquire further. The second task, seek out a ferocious individual, a scholar of some repute, accompanied by 4 others imbued with a murderous aura. Upon hearing this, Xian Hong furrowed his brow in contemplation, then slowly nodded. "Rest assured, fourth master. I shall handle this matter." "Very well, proceed." "Yes." The two exited the residence, exchanging a glance before parting ways. Su Sanyan personally ventured beyond the city to discover a desolate graveyard, where he unearthed a dilapidated coffin. Beneath this coffin, he extracted a handful of black soil, essential materials for the execution of the life coffin technique. That very evening, Xin Hong and Zhu Yong ensured the task was completed, binding the 7 individuals tightly with hemp rope, rendering them utterly immobile. Su Sanyan gazed at one of the burly men, who, despite his short stature, was adorned with a countenance full of defiance. Though bound, he remained unyielding, continuing to glare at him with indignation. Sanyan nodded in satisfaction. Surely this was the fierce individual who, despite such dire circumstances, remained defiant, leaving one to ponder whether to label him as ferocious or foolish. Chapter 72. The Art of the Coffin returned now. Sanyan gestured dismissively towards Zhu Yong and his companion. Understood, the two men clasped their fists in acknowledgement and departed. With the presence of such a fierce individual, Zhu Yong was no longer necessary. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him, granting him a reprieve from death. Within the confines of the room, Sanyan cast a cold gaze upon the 7 individuals, contemplating whom to target first. Among them, 4 lay unconscious while 3 remained awake, though their mouths were silenced, allowing only incoherent sounds to escape. The county magistrate, eyes wide with terror, regarded Sanyan with a mix of fear and confusion. He was still unaware of the unfolding events. Previously, Zhu Yong had swiftly bound him with no explanation before delivering him to this place. With a sudden widening of his pupils, the magistrate watched as the young man unsheathed a long blade, measuring it ominously against his own head. And a sense of impending doom gripped him, prompting frantic struggles for escape. Sanyan placed her finger before her lips and gently hissed, "Do not move. It will be over swiftly, just a moment, and it will no longer hurt. Be good." At that moment, Sanyan's voice, to the magistrate, resembled the whisper of a demon, causing him to tremble with an increasing sense of dread. Sanyan grasped the county magistrate's hair, and with a swift motion, severed the head, which she held firmly in her grip. The body collapsed, losing its support and crashing to the ground, blood gushing freely. Beside her, the scholar had just regained consciousness, only to faint again decisively. Yet, the burly man, with his face full of brutishness, wore an even more menacing expression. Utterly unfazed by the scene before him, Sanyan placed the county magistrate's head in the coffin with care, having previously discarded the withered bones that resided within. Next in line was the formidable man. With a swift stroke of his blade, Sanyan transformed him into a grotesque figure, a mere torso with a head still attached, his limbs severed. The man, though not yet deceased, writhed in excruciating agony, the rag that stifled his cries now soaked in crimson, as blood pooled upon the ground in a frenzied flow. Such a scene was truly heart-wrenching for those who beheld it, leaving witnesses in sorrow and eliciting tears from those who heard of the atrocity. Sanyan could not bear to witness his suffering any longer, and with a swift stroke, he severed the man's head. In truth, he only desired the physique of the robust figure. Had he thought it through, he could have excised the head first, thus sparing himself the anguish. Yet, Sanyan did not dwell on such considerations. He took the body and affixed it beneath the county magistrate's head, thereafter performing a gruesome exchange of hearts between the scholar and the warrior, while also procuring a limb from each of the remaining 4 souls to assemble a complete form. He then scattered a handful of black soil over the body, retrieved a silver chalice, and, upon lacerating his palm, filled it with his vital essence, which he then administered to the magistrate's mouth. Following this, he settled himself before the coffin, his mana swirling around him, causing his robes to billow as he gradually nurtured the corpse. At this moment, in the very center of the room lay a dilapidated coffin, beside which sat a serene-faced youth, his garments stained with blood, a sight both shocking and macabre. Surrounding him were several dismembered corpses, one head grotesquely adorned with flaps of flesh, resting silently on the table, its eyes wide open in a display of lingering indignation. The remaining bodies were entangled in a chaotic embrace, erasing any semblance of hierarchy, truly embodying the magistrate's descent from the elite to the masses. To an outsider, this scene would resemble a den of sorcery, a veritable hell on earth, with the sole living youth standing as a ghastly specter amidst the carnage. Outside, the watchful guard tightened his robe, suddenly feeling a chill, then wrinkled his nose as he caught a whiff of the overpowering stench of blood. Pondering what the 4th master was engaged in within, time slipped by, and as night fell, at the stroke of midnight, Sanyan opened his eyes and began to recite the incantation of fate. The corpse within the coffin began to tremble slightly, resisting the merging with the other dismembered limbs. However, Sanyan paid no heed to their reluctance, intensifying his magical force. The remnants of the 7 bodies acted like repelling magnets, refusing to coalesce, yet with immense strength. He forcibly brought them together. Their unwillingness was of no consequence. The flesh of the dismembered limbs began to sprout, intertwining and gradually merging. With the midnight hour passed, Sanyan exhaled deeply. For today, this would suffice. The art of commanding a corpse is not achieved in a day, as the teachings state. It requires 37 days to reach fruition, and this was merely the first day. There was no need for haste. Creak. Sanyan pushed the door open and beheld the guard outside, known as Big Yellow Tooth. A smirk crept upon her lips. For this lad certainly knew how to make an impression. Fourth Master, have you concluded your business? Big Yellow Tooth stood up promptly. Sanyan nodded slightly and proceeded to tidy up inside, instructing that the coffin remain undisturbed. Certainly. De Huangya asked no questions. He followed the Fourth Master's orders without hesitation. As De Huangya stepped into the room, the overwhelming stench of blood nearly overwhelmed him. Despite his self-proclaimed extensive experience, he was taken aback by the sight before him. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. The Fourth Master had become even more ruthless than before. Sanyan removed his sticky coat and walked towards the room. Pushing open the door to find the village chief's wife languidly reclining on the bed, whispering secrets to Bai Qingyu beside her. 3 days later, individuals from the Bai family in the town of Dafeng arrived to take Bai Qingyu back, but Sanyan did not intervene. Feeling that he had somewhat exhausted the amusement of his stay, if she wished to return, so be it. To his surprise, Bai Qingyu adamantly refused to leave, determined to stay, leaving her family with no choice but to return empty-handed. On that morning, Sanyan gazed out at the heavy snowfall and murmured to himself. It is New Year's Eve today, marking the second New Year he would celebrate in this realm. His first New Year had been spent in a bandit den, where he had merely been an ordinary brigand, living each day on the edge of survival. Sanyan vividly recalls the last New Year when the leader Wu Ju generously bestowed upon each of them 5 taels of silver, an act that brought him joy for an extended period. However, he could not have anticipated that this year, Wu Ju would even reward them with his wife. The leader truly exhibits remarkable generosity. In the dead of night, Sanyan sat solemnly before the coffin, softly reciting the incantation of fate. As his spiritual energy surged and enveloped the corpse within. Today marked the final day. Once the clock struck midnight, the spell would be complete. As the last syllable escaped his lips, the corpse within the coffin suddenly opened its eyes, and the dilapidated coffin erupted with a thunderous crack, revealing a makeshift assembly of a body that stood upright. Its pitch-black eyes scanned the surroundings before locking onto Sanyan's gaze. "What are you staring at?" Sanyan casually inquired. The corpse's mouth moved, yet no sound escaped. This was, of course, under Sanyan's control. At that moment, their minds were intertwined, allowing him to manipulate it at will. Sanyan attempted to command it to speak, yet no sound emerged. Regrettably, if only it could articulate. Sanyan shook her head in disappointment. This entity is known as a malevolent spirit, though its name is formidable. Its power pales in comparison to that of the blood demon. After all, the blood demon is the corporeal form of the venerable ancestor of the Ma family, a body of a foundational cultivator, whereas this malevolent spirit is merely the vessel of an ordinary mortal. The disparity between the two is indeed profound. Nevertheless, it still holds some utility. Chapter 73, Intermediate Foundation Establishment. Sanyan circled around the malevolent entity, meticulously examining its patchwork body. She observed that there were still gaps at the limbs and neck, indicating incomplete amalgamation. However, this did not hinder its movement. Sanyan furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of deep reflection, he murmured to himself, "Let us call you Little Gourd." Given that the group consisted of 7 individuals, the name Little Gourd seemed quite fitting. A thought crossed his mind, and a luminous screen materialized before his eyes. Sanyan, age, 19. 315, realm, foundation establishment, initial stage. Cultivation method, the most true and tranquil sutra, intermediate stage. Techniques, blood demon corpse refinement, novice, life coffin technique, novice, skills, perfected circular stance. 3 tigers subduing dragon's blade, perfected. Horse assessment technique, perfected. Excavator maintenance and care, initial stage. Qi, 106, with over 100 points of Qi. Sanyan pondered how best to utilize them. He decided to elevate his cultivation to the intermediate stage of foundation establishment, reserving the remainder for the enhancement of the blood demon corpse refinement technique. Having made his decision, Sanyan hesitated no longer. As the Qi dissipated from the panel, his pores opened wide, drawing in an influx of spiritual energy akin to bees returning to their hive. Sanyan had never felt such an abundance of spiritual energy in the world around her. Unable to contain herself, she hastened to refine it, her meridian swelling with power. In an instant, Her chi was filled to the brim with this ethereal essence, only to expand once more and be replenished again, in a continuous cycle. Time slipped away unnoticed until the influx of spiritual energy ceased. Sanyan finally exhaled deeply, realizing that her foundational cultivation had advanced from the initial to the intermediate stage. The most significant change was the substantial widening of her chi, leading to a more profound reservoir of inner power. Glancing at her status panel, she noted that her 106 points of chi had dwindled to a mere 21, indicating that this breakthrough had consumed a staggering 85 points. The disparity between the human realm and the Foundation Establishment realm was indeed considerable, as evidenced by this experience. Sanyan murmured softly to herself, and from this alone, one could glean the vast difference. With only 21 points of chi remaining, she could enhance her life coffin technique. Yet it fell short for advancing her blood demon corpse refinement technique. However, she sensed that she was not far from achieving that goal. Sanyan resolved to accumulate resources to enhance his capabilities, for the power of the blood demon surpasses that of the fierce demon. Now that everything was in order, it was time to embark on the journey to the upper sect. Before his departure, Sanyan adhered to the principle that even the smallest fly's leg is still meat, and scoured Tian City for precious herbs once more. However, due to his exhaustive approach, the local ginseng population was nearly depleted, leading to a significant decline in the influx of ginseng gatherers. Ultimately, he managed to collect fewer than 20 precious herbs. After consuming them, his chi reached 36 points, sufficient to enhance the blood demon's corpse refining technique. Nevertheless, he decided to refrain from hastily advancing. The following morning, De Huangya, the chief's wife, Bai Qingyu, and others came to bid him farewell as he set off for Xiangqing. "Take care, fourth master," De Huangya said, his rather unattractive face contorted with evident reluctance. Sanyan pushed him away with force, then embraced the chieftain's wife and Bai Qingyu behind her. "If there are suitable families, then marry without hesitation. There is no need to concern yourselves with me." Sanyan estimated that it would be quite difficult for him to return here in this lifetime. The bonds among the few of them had reached their conclusion, and there was no need to stubbornly cling to a place where one no longer belonged. The wife of the fourth master, her lips quivering, seemed on the verge of speaking yet fell silent. Upon witnessing this, Sanyan extended his hand and beckoned to the young man in the distance, inviting him to approach, as a gesture of goodwill towards his mother. He had long sensed the presence of this individual. With Sanyan's cultivation, even the faintest sound could be discerned from 100 feet away. This young man was none other than Wu Ping, the son of the village chief's wife, and Wuju. He was born with a frail constitution, struggling with movement, resembling Bai Qingyu's affliction, albeit in a more severe form. The village chief's wife displayed a glimmer of joy in her eyes as she suddenly threw herself into Sanyan's embrace, weeping, "Thank you, fourth master." Sanyan gently patted her rear, acknowledging the time she had devoted to serving him. The young man approached timidly, his steps heavy and laborious. He was acutely aware that this opportunity was a result of his mother's self-sacrifice. Sanyan's fingers rested gently on his wrist, her spiritual energy penetrating the young man's body. A warm current surged within him, causing him to instinctively emit a soft sigh. Sanyan furrowed her brow and disdainfully remarked, "If you continue to make such a ruckus, I shall break your legs." The young man hurriedly fell silent. After a brief moment, she alleviated most of his ailments. However, due to his inherent lack of vitality, it would be challenging for him to achieve much in the future. Nevertheless, he would at least have the opportunity to leave a legacy for the Wu family. She departed. Sanyan waved his hand, and the two riders set forth towards Xiangqing. The ferocious demon was entirely shrouded in a dark robe, a pallid visage concealed beneath a mask, adding an air of mystery. Bai Qingyu stood motionless, her expression lingering as she licked her lips. 7 days later, in the evening, two figures approached from outside Xiangqing, their attire laden with the dust of travel. They had finally arrived. Sanyan gazed upon the towering city walls, secretly exhaling a breath of relief. The reasons for his return to Xiangqing were twofold. First, to devise a means to eliminate the Cui family, thereby eradicating future threats. Second, to inquire about the cultivators supporting Prince Rui, in order to ascertain the true nature of the cultivation realm in Zhongzhou, thus adequately preparing himself. As his horse trod past the city gate, Sanyan made his way home, overhearing the townsfolk along the way discussing the recent events, only to discover that the imperial city had fallen and Prince Rui was soon to ascend the throne. Sanyan stamped his foot and inquired of the roadside vendor, "Pray tell, good sir, Has the battle ahead concluded? The vendor glanced at Sanyan and gently nodded, replying, Indeed, the current emperor, feeling a sense of moral failing, has foolishly trusted sycophants, leading to the plight of the common people. Thus, he intends to abdicate in favor of Prince Rue. Sanyan silently shook his head. Dismissing the notion of a ceremonial position as mere nonsense, it was likely a forced appointment with a knife to his throat. At least Prince Rue had the decency to provide an excuse, rendering his actions somewhat more palatable. As he pondered these thoughts, he found himself standing before his home, where Xiaobo, having heard the news, rushed out with a face etched in worry. Oh dear, my lord, where have you been? The prince has summoned you to the capital, and this has already delayed for quite some time. Summoned me? Sanyan furrowed her brow, pondering why the crown prince sought her presence. Indeed, the imperial decree had arrived 10 days prior, yet she had remained elusive. Please prepare yourself promptly to meet his highness, the steward urged. Xiaobo stepped forward to take the reins, casting a casual glance at the small figure trailing behind him. He was secretly astonished. This individual wore a mask, likely concealing a visage too unsightly for public view. Very well, and what of the princess? Sanyan inquired with a nod. The princess departed some time ago, Xiaobo replied, maintaining his steady pace beside her. With the coronation imminent, it is only fitting that she be present. Sanyan curled her lips disdainfully, regarding the princess as naught but a mere ornament, her only notable features being those 2 ample curves. She instructed the kitchen to prepare provisions, for they would set off on the morrow. Yes, Xiaobo replied, descending to make the necessary arrangements. Sanyan changed his attire, and the meal was promptly served. After indulging in a satisfying repast, he indulged in a brief respite. It was not until the sky was completely engulfed in darkness that Sanyan finally opened his eyes. Beside him, the small gourd, shrouded in a black robe, pushed open the door and vanished into the night. Chapter 74. The chasm between mortals and immortals. The head of the Chui family was a practitioner at the initial stage of the celestial realm, making him an ideal candidate to test the combat prowess of the small gourd. The streets within the city had long been devoid of pedestrians. Suddenly, a figure darted past, heading straight for the Chui residence. Sanyan sat upright in the room, determined to attempt remote control of the small gourd in battle. Within the confines of the Chui residence, the head of the Chui family furrowed his brow, seated in his study, holding a book yet unable to focus on its contents. His mind preoccupied with the news filtering in from the capital. With family members serving in the military, he was privy to many updates at the earliest possible moment. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door, prompting a surge of anger within the Chui family patriarch. He had repeatedly instructed against disturbances during his contemplative moments. Yet it seemed someone had forgotten his admonition. As the footsteps drew nearer, his expression shifted abruptly. This was not the stride of anyone he recognized. The candles within the room flickered to life, and through the papered window, a shadowy figure was discernible, holding a round object in hand. Who goes there? The Chui patriarch bellowed, rising abruptly from his seat, channeling his inner energy as he struck the table, unleashing a surge that shattered the door to splinters. With a resounding crash, the wooden doors flew apart, revealing a tall, gaunt figure cloaked in black, a hood obscuring their face, and a sinister mask resembling a demon covering their features. Who are you? The patriarch demanded, summoning the strength of the Chui family members while swiftly drawing the long sword from the wall. The small gourd casually tossed the round object at his feet, and the patriarch's gaze fell upon it, his expression transforming in horror. It was unmistakably a severed head, his son Chui Jia's head. Who are you? Fury ignited within him, mingled with dread, for his son resided not far away, yet had been decapitated without a sound, while he remained oblivious. The small gourd offered no response, vanishing in a blink, only to reappear at the patriarch's side, a withered hand reaching out, aimed directly at his heart. The patriarch's pupils constricted in shock. He had barely perceived the figure's movement. In a moment of peril, his sword hissed as it was drawn, the blade crossing before him to meet the approaching hand. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as the patriarch was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a bookshelf, books scattering across the floor. Terror consumed him. Every move of this assailant had been utterly unpredictable. A normal person would require a preparatory phase to exert force, whether through a bending of the knees before a leap or a backward swing of the arm prior to a punch, but this individual was different. The small gourd's fingers converged, sharp as daggers, emanating a chilling gleam as they rose from below, poised to eviscerate him. Ah, Sanyan! The head of the Chui family cried out in despair, for he had come to understand who was behind the insidious act. This life-death coffin technique was one he had acquired from the Chui family itself. Naturally, he had studied it. Yet, he never anticipated that this very technique would ultimately be wielded against him. The Grand Chui residence lay shrouded in an eerie silence. Regardless of the ferocity of the battle unfolding between the two individuals, no one emerged to investigate, for Su Sanyan had already orchestrated the complete annihilation of the Chui clan, leaving only the search for his eldest son, Chui Sheng. It appeared that this old wretch had foreseen such a day, having already taken measures to relocate Chui Sheng in advance. Su Sanyan sat upright before the bed, a slight frown creasing her brow as she pondered whether the annihilation of the Chui family had been somewhat hasty. The sentiments of Chui Yusheng, the figure behind the Chui family, remained uncertain. If he were to pursue total eradication, it would be one matter, but now that Chui Sheng had fled, it was likely that future troubles would ensue. She gently shook her head. What was done, and further contemplation would yield no benefit. Moreover, what could possibly come of offending Chui Yusheng? In her estimation, Chui Yusheng had at most reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, and she felt no fear. Her conjecture regarding Chui Yusheng's capabilities stemmed from Yang Qiju's words, who had mentioned that Chui Yusheng had only joined the upper sect a decade prior. No matter how gifted he might be, it would be impossible for him to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage in such a brief span of time, unless he possessed some extraordinary means. As she mused, the little gourd had already cornered the head of the Chui family. With hair flying and a vicious countenance, the patriarch clutched his long sword, which had long since reached its breaking point, now shattered into several pieces. Even in death, he vowed to take a piece of flesh in retribution. He was acutely aware that there was no escaping his fate today, and thus retrieved a crimson pill from his bosom, raising it to his lips. Upon swallowing it, his complexion flushed a deep crimson, resembling a hellish fiend. Through the inky black gaze of the small gourd, Su Sanyan could faintly perceive the unfolding scene, a flicker of intrigue igniting within her. What sort of elixir was this? It seemed that the Chui family possessed an abundance of remarkable treasures. The head of the Chui family exuded a formidable aura. This particular pill, known as the blood ignition pill, was a desperate gamble for life, trading vitality for a fleeting surge of strength. Although its effects were potent, the aftermath was invariably fatal. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of this immortal. He mused with a mocking chuckle. The head of the Chui family clasped his hands before him, inhaling deeply before thrusting them outward. Instantly, a tempestuous surge of inner energy swept through the room, lifting debris as if summoned by a rampaging wind dragon, directed ferociously towards the small gourd. The small gourd stood immovable, akin to an iron tower amidst the tempest, allowing the wind dragon to engulf it. The violent energy shredded the black robe to tatters, and the mask shattered, revealing a visage steeped in death's pallor. Yet, the body remained unscathed, devoid of any wounds. The head of the Chui family stared in astonishment at this mismatched form before him. Its limbs were awkwardly disproportionate, and significant gaps remained unhealed. The head did not quite align with the body, even in hue. An aged cranium, pallid and ghostly, contrasted starkly with the robust, dark physique, where coarse tufts of chest hair were conspicuous and the limbs varied in thickness. Despite the grotesque assembly of this body, it rendered him, a formidable celestial being, utterly powerless. Despair clouded the eyes of the head of the Chui family as he realized that this last resort, his mightiest technique, had merely succeeded in rending his garments. Was the chasm between the mortal and divine truly insurmountable? He sighed deeply, his head bowed in silence. A wry smile crept upon the small gourd-esque lips, a chilling expression that resonated with the macabre. The head of the Chui family understood that Su Sanyan was mocking him from the shadows, yet he found himself utterly helpless. As the effects of the pill waned, he felt his strength dissipate, rendering him incapable of even standing, and he collapsed to the ground. Oh, the Chui family has yet to be completely extinguished. His only solace in these final moments lay in ensuring that his most gifted son and grandson had escaped, preserving a flicker of hope for the Chui lineage. The small gourd advanced, lowering its gaze upon the head of the Chui family, whose eyes had lost their luster. His once gray-streaked hair was now entirely white, devoid of vitality. The small gourd raised its foot, crushing the head with force, irrevocably severing future troubles. Subsequently, it rummaged through his belongings, uncovering a key, presumably the key to the Chui family's inner vault. Chapter 75. The imperial city Su Sanyan manipulated the small gourd for an extended period, yet he was unable to locate the internal treasury of the Chui family. However, he remained unfazed, for even if he were to find it, there would be nothing of value. The mundane gold and silver held no allure for him. Subsequently, with a firm grip, the small gourd clenched its fist, and the key forged from fine iron disintegrated into iron filings scattered across the ground. Thereafter, it leaped over the high wall, vanishing into the depths of the night. The once mighty Chui family, which had reigned supreme in Xiangqing, was thus erased from existence. The following morning, Sanyan embarked on his journey to the capital, accompanied by the small gourd. This journey spanned a vast distance, with the path not being short. Yet, fortuitously, both the capital and Zhangzhou lay in the same direction. Once he exited the capital, he could proceed directly to the Shangzong, rendering the route not entirely circuitous. Sanyan turned to glance back at Xiangqing before turning away, uncertain if she would ever have the chance to return. The morning mist gradually enveloped the figures of Sanyan and the little gourd. 10 days later, the two embarked on the path once taken by the king of Rie, traveling peacefully until they finally arrived at the capital as dusk fell, gazing at the towering walls, even grander than those of Xiangqing. Sanyan marveled at the sheer impossibility of constructing such a city in ancient times, pondering the immense labor and resources it must have required. At the city gate, a royal decree was posted, and Sanyan paused to read it. It proclaimed the ascension of the new emperor, granting amnesty to the realm and reducing various taxes by more than half. The date indicated was 3 days prior. In other words, Sanyan had arrived too late. Having lingered in Taiyan for over a month, coupled with the time spent on the journey, more than 2 months had passed. The king of Rue had already completed his coronation ceremony days ago, and now, upon their reunion, he would rightfully be addressed as Your Majesty. The citizens within the city wore smiles, indifferent to who reigned as emperor, but the tax reductions were a tangible boon, fostering a sense of recognition and support for their new sovereign. Sanyan leisurely strolled through this ancient city, steeped in countless tales, leading a horse while casting curious glances around. Following closely behind was a small gourd. Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise emerged from behind, inquiring, "Are you the prince consort?" Sanyan's lips curled into a smile. With the ascension of the Rue king, he too rose in fortune, becoming the esteemed prince consort of the current regime, a delightful turn of events. As he pondered this, he turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, his face beaming with a warm smile as he approached. Sanyan pondered for a moment, recognizing the individual before him. He had encountered this person in Xiangqing, who had also come to offer his congratulations during the grand wedding. "Lord He? What a delightful coincidence," Sanyan remarked with a courteous smile and a respectful gesture. "Oh dear, Your Highness, how is it that you have only just arrived? You have missed His Majesty's coronation ceremony," Lord He lamented. Sanyan waved his hand dismissively, saying it was of no concern. "May I inquire about His Majesty's whereabouts?" Lord He hastily gestured for him to be silent, for he dared not refer to the prince any longer, but must address him as His Majesty. Sanyan nodded, momentarily faltering in her speech. "Is the prince consort indeed heading to see His Majesty? Perfect. I too am bound for the same destination. Let us proceed together." Sanyan did not refuse, following him outside the imperial palace. The palace was guarded by 7 gates, each serving a specific purpose. For instance, ministers entered through the Zhenyang gate, while the eunuchs and maidservants exited through a small door to the west of the Zhenyang gate, barely wide enough for a single person and lacking even a name. Outside the gates, the imperial guards stood in formidable layers, composed of men just returned from the battlefield, exuding an aura of fierce intimidation, not to be trifled with. "Stop right there." A young officer clad in red halted the two, scrutinizing Sanyan and the small figure behind him. Lord He, wearing a broad smile, clasped his hands in greeting. "It turns out General Zhang is on duty. I have matters to attend to in the palace, and I kindly ask you to relay my request." Realizing he should introduce Sanyan, he added, "Ah, yes, this is the esteemed prince consort, who also seeks an audience with the emperor." Though these gatekeepers held positions lower than his, their status was extraordinary. Being entrusted with guarding the palace indicated they were favorites of the emperor, individuals one could not afford to offend. The young officer in red appraised Sanyan with disdain. It was easy to look down upon someone who, in his view, had only come to claim kinship now that the emperor had ascended the throne. To him, such individuals were the epitome of opportunism, relying on their handsome appearances to ascend the social ladder. Was he not merely living off the royal favor? With an air of arrogance, he declared, "Lord He, please proceed. As for this so-called prince consort, he may enter through that small door over there." He gestured toward the distant entrance used by the eunuchs. The young officer was unafraid of offending Sanyan, regardless of his title. After all, the position of prince consort was regarded as one of the least significant, lacking real authority, and the royal family would never grant power to a prince consort. What consequence could there be for offending such a sycophant? Su Sanyan's eyes widened in astonishment as he queried, "Do you not know who I am?" Although he had recently established his foundation, resulting in few acquaintances, he had once been a martial artist of the celestial realm and was wed to young Qi Yuan. By all accounts, his reputation should have been considerable. The young general in the crimson robe regarded him with the look one might give a fool. "This general has spent years on the battlefield. Do you expect me to recognize you, the prince consort? What? Do you intend to report me to the throne?" He burst into laughter, seemingly indifferent, and his soldiers behind him joined in with a few chuckles. Lord He, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of discomfort. After all, Su Sanyan had accompanied him, and such a display was unbecoming. He stepped forward to quietly advise the young general, "Lord Zhang, let it be. His Majesty has commanded a summons." The young general, accustomed to the military and unyielding in spirit, harbored a disdain for these civil officials. He frowned in annoyance. "Is Lord He instructing me on my duties? I am tasked with guarding the imperial city and must exercise caution. It is not that I am forbidding his entry. Rather, the regulations must be upheld. He holds no official title. Thus, it is only natural that he should depart from there." The young general was resolute in his desire to see Su Sanyan humiliated, seemingly driven by some deep-seated grievance. Perhaps it stemmed from his own struggles and near-death experiences that had earned him his current status, while this youth, merely blessed with a handsome visage, dared to presume superiority. Lord He, not daring to offend the young general, offered Su Sanyan a look of helplessness. With a wave of his hand, the young general commanded, "Search him." And that peculiar individual behind him. "Remove the mask. Who do you mean to frighten in broad daylight?" As his words fell, two soldiers advanced, preparing to search Su Sanyan and the peculiar little gourd. Su Sanyan's gaze turned icy. Did they truly believe he was a defenseless lamb to be trampled upon? "Step closer, and I shall remove your heads and stuff them where the sun does not shine." Su Sanyan spoke with a frigid tone. "Damn it. Do you think I was raised to be intimidated? If you refuse to be searched, I shall have no qualms about ending your life. Come on." The young general in the crimson robe menaced, his fingers resting ominously on the hilt of his longsword. He secretly yearned for Su Sanyan to make a move. For once he did, the charges would be entirely different. An assault on the imperial palace, a capital offense. Not even his status as a royal consort could shield him from the consequences. Chapter 76. Stuffing heads where they belong, a fatal miscalculation. Su Sanyan squinted his eyes, perplexed by the incessant occurrence of such foolish individuals seeking their own demise. If that were the case, he would gladly oblige them. The young warrior clad in crimson had just unsheathed his long blade when the figure of the masked man vanished from sight, startling him with the swiftness of his movement. By the time he regained his composure, his vision was engulfed by a sea of red, causing him to ponder the significance of this hue, reminiscent of the color of his own cloak. Meanwhile, Lord Crane stood in stunned silence, witnessing the grotesque spectacle of General Zhang's neck snapping, crimson blood gushing forth and splattering the masked figure. The masked stranger then revealed his razor-sharp fingertips, delicately tracing the general's neck before swiftly severing it. The severed head rolling backward and caught in his grasp, the smooth, blood-dripping neck left behind as a lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Lord Crane's pupils dilated in horror. Did you truly kill him? The act of slaying the Imperial Guards was a capital offense, no matter how formidable one might be. Could they possibly escape from the Imperial City? At that moment, only one word echoed in Lord Crane's mind. Madman. The soldiers around them stood frozen, unable to fathom the ruthless nature of this assailant, who had brazenly committed murder within the confines of the Imperial Palace. Was he not afraid for his life? A brief silence enveloped the scene, until one soldier regained his senses and shouted, "To arms! We are under attack. Brothers, let us slay him." The soldiers, seasoned veterans from the battlefield, were not daunted by the prospect of combat. After all, it was their duty to defend the Imperial City. In the face of potential disgrace, retreat was not an option. Though the soldiers before him may have displayed courage, they were utterly powerless against overwhelming strength. In mere moments, they were systematically dispatched by the diminutive figure. Lord Crane trembled, his legs quaking as he surveyed the slaughter, his lips paling in disbelief. How had the situation escalated to this horrifying extent? Su Sanyan manipulated the small gourd, tearing apart the light armor of the young general clad in crimson, then picked up the severed head from the ground and stuffed it into his own backside. Such actions were not foreign to him. He was a man of his word, unfaltering in his commitments. In the distance, the imperial guards rushed to the scene, greeted by a gruesome sight of scattered corpses. They quickly grasped the reality of the situation, shocked to discover that their comrades had not perished on the battlefield, but had instead fallen victim to their own. Enraged, they cried out for vengeance, demanding the death of the perpetrator to avenge their fallen brothers. Within the palace, the newly crowned Emperor of Qi, adorned in his dragon robe, sat solemnly in his quiet chamber. Before him lay a withered corpse, drained of its vital essence, its face skeletal and devoid of flesh. Yet, from the features, one could faintly discern that it was none other than Yang Xinli, the fourth son of the Duke of Rui. At that moment, a eunuch reported from outside, "Your Majesty, there are reports of an assault on the imperial city. The guards have already been dispatched to apprehend the intruders." The emperor inhaled deeply, gradually suppressing the turmoil within his own magical essence, his eyes remaining shut as he coldly inquired, "An assault on the imperial city? Who possesses such audacity?" The eunuch replied, "It is said, according to the detained Lord He, that it is the prince consort who has arrived, clashing with guard captain Zhang Jingchen, whom he has slain. And Su Sanyan has also made an appearance?" The emperor finally opened his eyes, detecting the eunuch's hesitance, prompting him to press further. "Do continue." The eunuch, speaking through the wooden door, added, "He even severed Captain Zhang's head and stuffed it into his own backside." "Ha ha, how amusing." The emperor, rather than being incensed, found the incident intriguing. He cared little for his own son, so why would he concern himself with a mere captain? But such a public display of decapitation and humiliation was undeniably entertaining. "Convey my command. Summon Su Sanyan to the study and do not impede his passage." "Yes, Your Majesty." Just as the eunuch was about to depart, he recalled something and added, "There is another who accompanied the prince consort. This individual is ruthless, and many guards have perished at his hands. Let him be summoned as well." Outside the main gate of the palace, countless dismembered limbs lay scattered, the stone-paved ground soaked in blood, painting a gruesome scene. As Su Sanyan observed the increasing number of guards approaching, his gaze turned fierce. He was prepared to unleash his blood magic for a swift resolution when a sharp voice called out, "By the emperor's decree, summon Su Sanyan to the imperial study for an audience." The commander of the guards, his face a mask of fury, watched helplessly as the soldiers had suffered countless casualties. Yet he was compelled to let Su Sanyan pass, despite his unwillingness. Reluctantly, he restrained his men and cleared a path. Su Sanyan's eyelids drooped slightly, acknowledging that the imperial decree arrived just in the nick of time. Had it been delayed by even a mere quarter of an hour, these individuals would have perished. A mere 15 minutes was ample time for the blood demon to slaughter all these soldiers. Su Sanyan walked towards the imperial palace with a small gourd in hand, his demeanor composed. The strength of his mid-level foundation provided him with ample confidence. If he desired to flee, he was certain he could escape. For he possessed an unexploited trump card, the supreme Tao foundation forged from extraordinary celestial treasures, the Tao foundation of the underworld monarch. Su Sanyan removed his outer robe and cast it aside, revealing a robust upper body. His clothing was drenched in blood, sticky and somewhat uncomfortable. Whether it was disrespectful to appear before the emperor bare-shouldered did not concern him. He presumed the emperor would not mind. The elderly eunuch leading the way opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, and then fell silent, wishing to advise him to don his garment, but lacking the courage to do so. After all, this prince consort had slain hundreds of imperial guards. He was not one to provoke lightly. It would be unfortunate indeed if he were to incur his displeasure and find himself swiftly dealt with. Being a mere eunuch, his timidity was entirely understandable, so he lowered his head and continued to guide the way. The palace was vast, and they passed numerous young eunuchs who hurried by with quick steps, too fearful to raise their eyes, lest they attract unwanted trouble. The pair entered a study, where the elderly eunuch bowed and said, "Please wait here for a moment, Your Highness. I shall go and inform His Majesty." Su Sanyan nodded thoughtfully, surveying the study with a discerning eye. On the walls hung paintings by an unknown master, where the mountains bore no resemblance to mountains and the waters no semblance to waters, exuding a profound artistic essence yet remaining utterly incomprehensible. Beside the artwork, there was a piece of calligraphy, seemingly in the style of cursive script. Su Sanyan felt that her calligraphy could rival that of Zhu Yong, both belonging to the same tier of scattered rice pecked by chickens. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged from the imperial study, adorned in a golden dragon robe and walking with a measured pace, his expression graced by a faint smile. He was none other than Su Sanyan's nominal father-in-law, the reigning emperor of Qi. He appeared utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside Jingyang Gate, his demeanor unchanged, reminiscent of their initial encounter. Sanyan wrinkled her nose slightly, a frown crossing her face as she approached Emperor Qi. A thick, metallic scent of blood accompanied him, rivaling that of the recent skirmish with the small gourd. Sanyan turned sideways, her gaze calm as she met the eyes of Emperor Qi. Neither party averted their gaze. Chapter 77. The Situation in Zhongzhou. Congratulations, Your Majesty. On ascending to the esteemed rank of 9-5, Sanyan began with a respectful gesture. Emperor Qi, his face beaming with a smile, waved his hand dismissively. Please. Take a seat. We are akin to family, no need for such formalities. A flicker of curiosity passed through Emperor Qi's eyes as he glanced at the masked man behind Sanyan. His brow furrowed slightly, as if he had discerned something significant. You have attained the foundation establishment? The Emperor's expression was a tapestry of wonder and disbelief. He sensed that the masked figure was a puppet, its heart unmoving, breath non-existent. Limbs rigid, devoid of any vitality, undeniably a construct. A mere mortal could not possibly wield the power to control such a puppet. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. Sanyan had indeed established her foundation. Sanyan sat gracefully upon his chair, casting a sidelong glance with a smile, attributing his fortunate breakthrough to His Majesty's favor. Upon hearing his acknowledgement, the Emperor of Qi's pupils flickered, his heart brimming with astonishment. He recalled vividly the time when Sanyan first arrived in Xiangqing, merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Yet now, in the mere span of 6 months, he had traversed an entire major realm, attaining the initial stage of foundation establishment. If one were to attribute this solely to talent, he found it implausible. Sanyan must harbor a secret unknown to others, and it is indeed a significant one. Qi Huang's mind whirled with thoughts, and suddenly he burst into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, how delightful and commendable." He then proceeded to clarify, "A few days ago, I found myself longing for her presence and thus decided to summon her without informing you. Do not hold it against me." Sanyan smiled gently, choosing not to expose him. "Your Majesty, I understand your yearning for a daughter. I have come here today to seek your assistance with a matter." The Emperor of Qi turned and sat behind the desk, waving his sleeve with a gracious gesture. "Speak freely. There is no need for formality," Sanyan said. "I humbly request Your Majesty to introduce me to those celestial beings, as I have some inquiries to make." The Emperor of Qi nodded. "This matter is quite simple. I shall compose a letter. You may proceed directly to the Guantian Pavilion. The Guantian Pavilion serves as a sanctuary for the 3 foundational cultivators." After ascending the throne, the Emperor of Qi established the Guantian Pavilion as the national doctrine, supported by the offerings of the entire nation, which was part of the initial agreement. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Sanyan replied with a respectful gesture. The Emperor leaned over the desk to write, then handed him a document, saying, "With this, you may go to the Guantian Pavilion. Afterwards, I shall send someone to guide you to seek your wishes." Sanyan extended her hand to receive it, nodding in gratitude before turning to depart. Emperor Qi gazed at Sanyan's retreating figure, gently waving his hand. Outside the door, a figure shrouded in a black robe approached and knelt on one knee, addressing him as Your Majesty. Emperor Qi spoke slowly, commanding the mobilization of the army to follow his orders. "Understood." The Guantian Pavilion, located to the west of the Imperial Palace, stood tall with 7 stories, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted pillars, exuding an air of grandeur. At the entrance stood 2 young acolytes clad in white and blue robes, both with bright eyes and radiant smiles, their appearances strikingly handsome. Sanyan did not purchase any clothing and arrived at the Guantian Pavilion in such a state of undress. 2 young attendants exchanged glances, and the slightly taller one approached, inquiring, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Sanyan casually took out a folded note to inquire about certain matters from 3 fellow cultivators. The young disciple accepted the note, raised a hand in greeting, and said, "Please wait a moment, esteemed cultivator. Allow me to report this." Sanyan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief interval, a woman approached alongside the young disciple. She appeared to be around 30 years of age, possessing an unremarkable visage that could hardly be deemed beautiful. In Sanyan's estimation, she was somewhat comparable to Tang Huan. Clad in a flowing purple robe, her hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and with a tranquil gaze, she glanced at the small gourd behind Sanyan before speaking. "I am Lan Yu, a humble cultivator. It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator. Please, step inside. I apologize for the intrusion." Sanyan gazed at the woman before him, recalling that it was she who had brought young Qiyuan and the others to the capital not long ago. The two took their seats in a quiet chamber, with the small gourd standing behind them. Lan Yue poured tea for Su Sanyan and inquired, "What brings you here, my friend?" Su Sanyan took the teacup. Having heard that the fairy had once practiced in Zhangzhou, she wished to inquire about the conditions in that region. Lan Yu's gaze revealed a hint of intrigue, asking if her companion had the intention to explore it firsthand. Su Sanyan nodded in affirmation. Lan Yu set down the teapot, pondering for a moment before articulating. Zhangzhou is vast, and its factions are manifold, with countless sects. It is difficult to know where to begin. Su Sanyan inquired about a matter of personal interest, having heard of a young man from the Cui family, known as Cui Yusheng. Might you be aware of the sect to which he belongs? Lan Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I have heard some whispers. That sect is called Guangyuan sect. It is considered a moderately sized sect with thousands of disciples, and its leader is a formidable figure in the soul refinement realm, whose strength should not be underestimated. Soul refinement? Su Sanyan was hearing this term for the first time. Lan Yu seemed taken aback, exclaiming, "You are unaware?" Su Sanyan shook his head. Having recently ventured into the realm of cultivation, he found himself quite unfamiliar with many matters. Lan Yu pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to forge a benevolent connection with Su Sanyan, as it would require little effort, merely a few words. Thus, she elucidated, the path of cultivation, in essence, is divided into 4 distinct stages. The first stage is the mundane realm, which further subdivides into the refining of essence, internal energy, and the celestial being. Su Sanyan listened intently. The second part, shedding the mortal coil, involves cultivating the path of Qi, which is further divided into the realms of foundation building and lost path. Su Sanyan murmured softly to herself, pondering the peculiar name of the lost path. Lan Yu provided a brief explanation, stating that the so-called lost path refers to the exploration of the Great Way, the pursuit of one's personal path, and the strengthening of one's resolve. It can also be interpreted as cultivating the heart. Su Sanyan nodded slowly. The realms preceding the foundation establishment are merely about self-cultivation. As long as one's innate talent is commendable, there exists an opportunity for advancement. However, upon entering the mysterious path realm, one begins to delve into the intricate aspects of the soul and spirit. Lan Yu refrained from elaborating on the mysterious path realm, for to do so would encroach upon the esoteric secrets of cultivation, knowledge of which requires a form of recompense. Following this is the third aspect of cultivation, the refinement of the soul, which is divided into soul refinement and the merging of the void. This particular realm lies far beyond our current grasp and is not necessary for us to comprehend at this time. Su Sanyan nodded and inquired further. The fairy just mentioned there is a 4th part. Lan Yu shook her head and replied, I am not privy to that information. I am merely a foundational cultivator. Su Sanyan expressed her understanding, while contemplating inwardly. According to Lan Wei, cultivation is divided into several stages: refining essence, internal qi, celestial beings, foundation establishment, delusion, soul refinement, and merging with the void. The first part encompasses 3 realms shared by mortals. The second part contains 2 realms, primarily focusing on the path of qi and foundation. The third part also consists of 2 realms, primarily dedicated to the cultivation of spirit and soul, while the 4th part remains unknown. Su Sanyan spoke. Thus, it can be concluded that the leader of the Guangyuan sect is indeed at the soul refinement realm, a truly formidable level of cultivation. The soul refinement realm represents the 6th stage, while I find myself merely at the mid-level of the 4th stage. A significant gap of 2 major realms and 5 minor realms between us. As one progresses in their cultivation, the challenges only grow more daunting. Without external assistance, it is likely that I would never ascend to the soul refinement realm in this lifetime. Lan Yue concurred. That is indeed the case. Even within the land of Zhongzhou, those at the soul refinement realm are regarded as extraordinary individuals. Su Sanyan contemplated quietly, considering that joining the Guangyuan sect first and gradually familiarizing himself with the realm of cultivation might indeed be a prudent choice. Lan Yu further elaborated that the sects in Zhongzhou can generally be classified into 5 major sects, which exhibit a distinct disparity from the others. These 5 sects are divided into 3 righteous, 1 demonic, and 1 that straddles the line between righteousness and malevolence. Chapter 78. Are you worthy? The 5 great sects. Su Sanyan murmured softly, uncertain whether the supreme scripture of ultimate truth and tranquility he practiced belonged to one of the 5 great sections. Lan Yue replied, indeed. The central continent is not solely comprised of sects. but also hosts numerous illustrious clans and noble families. Some of the most eminent families are hardly inferior to the 5 great sects. Hence, should you venture into the central continent, it is imperative to tread carefully. Sanyan nodded in gratitude. At that moment, Lan Yue, filled with curiosity, ventured to inquire, "May I boldly ask, how many years have you lived, my friend?" Sanyan paused slightly, claiming to be 25. In truth, he was merely 19, yet to avoid appearing too extraordinary, he opted to embellish his age. For cultivators possess remarkably long lifespans, making it difficult to discern their true years. Lan Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "Friend, you are truly gifted. Your celestial fortune is exceptional. To have broken through to the foundation establishment stage at such a tender age, your future is boundless." This year, Lan Yu had reached the venerable age of 86, yet her appearance belied that, resembling someone in their 30s. With a lifespan exceeding 300 years, she was still in her prime. "You flatter me, fair maiden," Sanyan humbly replied. After exchanging a few more words, Sanyan clasped his hands in farewell. He was preparing to embark on a journey to the Central Plains in the coming days. As Sanyan stepped out of the observatory pavilion, he was met by a eunuch holding garments, who announced, "Your Highness, I am here to escort you to the esteemed princess." Sanyan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she donned the garment, uttering, "Let us proceed." With a fleeting thought, the interface materialized in her gaze. Observing the remaining 36 points of Qi, she contemplated briefly before selecting the plus sign adjacent to the blood demon corpse refining technique. In an instant, more than half of the 36 points of Qi evaporated, leaving only 8. In that moment, a multitude of insights flooded her mind, granting her a clearer understanding of how to wield the blood demon more effectively. Furthermore, the demon's abilities were enhanced. Her physical form became more resilient, her movements swifter, and her fingers sharper. The old eunuch observed Sanyan standing still, refraining from uttering a word, and patiently awaited her next command. Sanyan thoroughly absorbed the insights before taking a step forward. "Let us proceed," she declared. The elderly eunuch bowed and led the way. After traversing several long streets, a courtyard emerged ahead, its entrance adorned with a plaque inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, Wangshan Residence. Sanyan paused momentarily, closing his eyes to attune to his surroundings. A smile graced his lips as he strode confidently through the vermilion gates. Before him, in the waterside pavilion, sat a solitary figure, none other than Emperor Qi. "Ah, Your Majesty. You seem in high spirits," Sanyan remarked as he approached. The emperor turned his head, casting handfuls of fish feed into the water with an air of composure. "This year I turned 62, he proclaimed. "I ascended to the throne as the Duke of Rue at the age of 37. Over these 35 years, I have witnessed the reigns of 2 emperors. By lineage, I am indeed the uncle of the late sovereign." Sanyan listened quietly, refraining from interruption. "Over the years, I have encountered countless heroes. Take, for instance, my eldest son, who achieved perfection in the celestial realm at the tender age of 24 yet, despite the passage of 7 years, has still not managed to surmount that formidable chasm." A hint of melancholy flickered in the eyes of Emperor Qi. "Then there is my 4th son, who is well versed in the art of concealment, remaining discreet and understated. Although his innate talent surpasses others, he too has failed to enter the foundation establishment stage. However, I have never witnessed a talent as prodigious as yours, truly unparalleled." Sanyan remained impassive, gazing at the fish swimming in the depths of the lake. Emperor Qi turned his attention to Sanyan and inquired, "Do you truly believe that my rebellion is solely for the sake of this throne?" Before Sanyan could respond, Emperor Qi shook his head contemplatively and continued, "The path to immortality lies before me. How could a mere throne possibly compare?" Sanyan found himself in agreement, as the distinction between the throne and the path to transcendence was undeniably clear. "Qi Yuan is already deceased. You shall never see him again." Emperor Qi regarded Sanyan, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. Yet, he was destined for disappointment, as Sanyan's demeanor remained steadfast and unchanged. "Haha, indeed. Anyone who can reach the foundational realm at such a young age would surely be untroubled by matters of love and affection." Sanyan shifted her gaze from the water's surface to meet the eyes of Emperor Qi. "Your Majesty, what do you truly mean by saying so much?" Emperor Qi replied with a smile, "Do you truly not understand?" Sanyan shook her head in silence. "When you first arrived in Xiangqing 6 months ago, I had already attained the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while you were merely at the initial stage of the celestial realm. Yet now, upon closer inspection, You have successfully established your foundation. A deep glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of Emperor Qi. In just half a year, you have traversed an entire great realm. If one were to attribute this to mere talent, would you believe it? Emperor Qi retorted. Sanyan curled his lips into a subtle smile, expressing his disbelief. The Emperor Qi, taken aback by such a response, momentarily froze before bursting into hearty laughter, declaring, "Ha ha ha, indeed, I too find it hard to believe." As his laughter gradually subsided, the Emperor articulated his true intention. "If you share this secret with me, I would willingly relinquish my throne, offering you my women and my dominion. Should you consent, I would even be honored to call you my brother, pledging to share our loyalties and strive together towards greatness henceforth." The Emperor's gaze was resolute, and his expression earnest. Sanyan hesitated, questioning your compatibility. As these words fell, a look of indifference flickered in Emperor Qi's eyes. He waved his hand gently, and the sound of synchronized footsteps and clashing armor echoed from beyond the courtyard. Sanyan, my army has encircled this place. No matter how profound your cultivation, the magical energy within your reservoir will inevitably dwindle. Should you wish to reconsider at this moment? My previous words still hold true. Sanyan narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, as he remarked on the army with a chuckle. Since the establishment of his foundation, Sanyan has yet to exert his full strength. Now, the time has come for him to make an attempt. Emperor Qi sighed, stating, "I had no desire to take your life, so I hope you will ponder this carefully." Sanyan shook her head, remarking that the error lay in being so close to her. Qi Huang chuckled softly, seemingly amused, as he realized he had been underestimated. Suddenly, a thick, impenetrable darkness emerged from behind Sanyan, accompanied by oppressive, guttural roars, and a slender figure stepped forth. "Come forth, let me witness your prowess. You who slay sons and covet daughters." Sanyan stood her ground, flanked by two figures, one tall and one short. The taller figure was entirely enveloped in black, slightly hunched, with arms reaching past his knees, fingers sharpened like blades. On his forehead, a singular vertical eye glared, beneath which lay a cavernous mouth adorned with protruding fangs. The shorter figure, clad in a black robe and masked, appeared unremarkable. Qi Huang maintained an air of composure. His willingness to allow Sanyan to approach signified his confidence. As a gentle breeze swept by, the golden dragon robe he wore swelled, and his exposed hands gradually turned to pale crimson. With a resounding crack, the dragon robe burst apart, unveiling Qi Huang's bare form, his muscles taut and bloodied. Even his eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. Sanyan pressed her lips together, a thought flickering in her mind. The dark figure of the blood demon resembled a flash of lightning, as three sharp fingers sliced through the air, producing a piercing and shrill sound. With a swift motion, the blood demon's fingers grazed the chest of the Emperor Qi, emitting a sound that was reminiscent of nails scraping against glass, evoking a sense of discomfort. "Kill." Outside the courtyard, the soldiers, witnessing the scene, brandished their long swords and charged forward. Sanyan did not look back, his gaze fixed upon the fierce battle between the blood demon and the Qi Emperor. Behind him, the fierce demon had vanished without a trace, only to reappear, having pierced the throat of a man. Chapter 79. Truly, it is unspeakably ugly. Kill. Countless armored soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling the fierce demon. Despite its relentless efforts, it could only thwart a few attackers, as many others charged towards Sanyan. Meanwhile, the clash between the Qi Emperor and the blood demon had escalated to a fervent intensity. Both warriors were on the offensive, with neither willing to defend. Although the blood demon moved with astonishing speed, the Qi Emperor's formidable physique rendered him nearly impervious to harm, leaving only faint white marks on his body from the blood demon's full-force assaults. Suddenly, Sanyan seemed to sense something. He turned his gaze towards the distance and beheld two figures standing atop a lofty pavilion. Dressed in Taoist robes, they bore a striking resemblance to one another, both adorned with long, flowing beards, exuding an ethereal aura of celestial beings. After a moment of contemplation, Sanyan surmised that the identities of the two individuals must be the other two cultivators from the observation pavilion. As Qi Huang engaged in a fierce struggle with the blood demon, he nonetheless found the energy to speak, declaring, "Sanyan, today you are destined to have no means of escape. Do not resist futilely. Surrender your opportunity, and I shall allow you to leave." Sanyan smiled indifferently. "Escape? Ha! Who said I intend to flee?" As her words fell, a billowing crimson mist gradually enveloped her entire being. A few soldiers, caught unawares, were ensnared within the red haze, instantly emitting anguished cries as their flesh and blood seemed to be siphoned away, leaving them as mere desiccated corpses in the blink of an eye. The surrounding soldiers dared not approach, their eyes warily fixed upon the ominous mist. As the fog slowly dissipated, a figure clad in scarlet emerged, bearing a striking resemblance to Sanyan, save for a tightly shut vertical eye on its forehead, a pair of protruding fangs, and a visage of deep crimson. The figure was robust, with 2 additional arms sprouting from its sides, each limb striking a distinct pose. Qi Huang furrowed his brow slightly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart, for this form of essence was wholly unfamiliar to him, leaving him uncertain of its peculiarities. Sanyan's figure swayed and vanished in an instant, only to reappear behind the Qi Emperor. His sharp fangs writhed, and a long, slender tongue flicked out, exuding an aura of malevolence. The Qi Emperor, startled, felt a surge of dread, his heart thundered like a war drum, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He had barely caught a glimpse of Sanyan's movements. In a moment of desperation, the Qi Emperor frantically channeled his inner power, striving for a final stand. His blood vitality intensifying and his physical strength surging. The battle between the two had scarcely begun, yet it already teetered on the brink of conclusion. Sanyan clasped the shoulders of Emperor Qi with both hands, while his other fist struck heavily against the latter's ribcage. With a resounding thud, akin to a blow upon a bronze bell, a piercing cry reverberated through the heavens, silencing the cacophony of battle surrounding them. In an instant, Emperor Qi's body was propelled forward uncontrollably, yet Sanyan held onto his shoulders with an iron grip, yanking him back. The expression of agony was evident on Emperor Qi's face. He felt akin to a sandbag suspended from a rope, subjected to relentless blows. Panic filled his eyes. Over the decades, he had never sensed death so palpably close. He struggled fiercely, desperate to break free from Sanyan's embrace, but his efforts proved futile. At that moment, he felt like a fledgling pheasant ensnared by a mighty warrior, utterly powerless against the onslaught. He had never imagined that the chasm between himself and Sanyan was so vast. "Save me." Emperor Qi's eyes bulged with desperation, the internal pressure from Sanyan's iron fist threatening to rupture his very organs, compelling him to cry out for help. From the lofty pavilion above, 2 figures descended gracefully, each wielding a long sword, their forms slicing through the air like hawks in pursuit of prey. Behind them, a throng of soldiers surged forward recklessly, while Sanyan appeared as a fragile vessel amidst a tumultuous sea, teetering on the brink of capsizing. "Ha, come forth." With a wild laugh, Sanyan remained unperturbed, her arm bending back as she delivered a powerful punch to the heart of Emperor Qi. With a splutter, Emperor Qi could no longer withstand the force. A spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, his complexion fading to a pallid hue, and it was evident that he was on the brink of collapse. Sanyan casually cast him aside, and with a single thought, the blood demon surged into the crowd, wreaking havoc like a wolf among sheep, leaving the ordinary soldiers utterly defenseless. In an instant, the 2 long swords in the air drew near, and Sanyan's crimson eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. With his forearms raised, he met the sharp blades with his fleshly palms. Clang! At the moment of contact, a resounding clash of metal echoed. Sanyan's palms appeared as if forged from adamantine, showing not a trace of injury. The Red Sea twin immortals were sent flying, gracefully landing on the ground. After exchanging glances, they discerned the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. This was clearly not the strength one would expect from someone at the early Foundation establishment stage. One of them, clad in a white and blue Taoist robe, spoke up. The other nodded in agreement, acknowledging that for one so young to have attained such a level in this desolate land of spiritual energy, it could not merely be attributed to talent. There must be some hidden opportunity. A glimmer of greed sparkled in their eyes as they silently resolved to capture him and extract the secret of his fortune. Through their brief exchange, Sanyan had already gauged their strength. These 2 were indeed more formidable than the Emperor Qi, yet they were not insurmountable. "Come, let me witness what distinguishes the people of Zhengzhou." Sanyan's 4 arms descended like shooting stars, striking down upon them with such velocity that the naked eye could scarcely perceive it. A flash of crimson light surged forth, and the iron fists were almost upon them. The twin immortals of the Red Sea hurled their long swords, which vibrated incessantly before them, emanating a dazzling display of red and green hues, enveloping the 2 in a protective embrace. Sanyan gathered her strength into a single punch, striking the luminous barrier, with a tremor coursing through the surface. It soon returned to a tranquil state. Sanyan squinted her eyes, raising her fist once more to strike heavily against the shimmering barrier. The barrier trembled violently, yet showed no signs of shattering. What could this be? Could it be the legendary artifact spoken of in tales? Sanyan's expression shifted, though this entity was formidable. It undoubtedly consumed considerable magical energy, and there was no need for her to become entangled with them. The twin immortals of the Red Sea wore sly smiles, chuckling at the simplicity of their opponent. How laughable it was that, relying solely on their physical prowess, they believed they could shatter the spiritual treasures cultivated through years of arduous training. Humph, I shall see how long you can evade us. Sanyan snorted disdainfully. Evade? Ha. The two seemed to have heard the most amusing joke, throwing their heads back in laughter. One, clad in a black robe, smirked, proclaiming that today would be a lesson in enlightenment for her. As the words fell, they exchanged a knowing glance. One transformed into a radiant red light, while the other morphed into a verdant glow, the two luminescent forms intertwining until they coalesced into a single entity. As the brilliance faded, a pale green figure emerged, towering over 2 meters, its corpulent body layered like rippling water. Thick, short legs strained to support its weight, obscured beneath the folds of flesh, revealing only webbed feet reminiscent of a frog. Between the fingers of its hands, a thin membrane connected them, and as the light dissipated, 2 long swords materialized in its grasp. Sanyan's eyelid twitched. This thing is truly unsightly. Chapter 80. The initial manifestation of the Underworld King's Path. Humph, such an oddity. With a cold snort, Sanyan watched as the shimmering curtain dissipated, swiftly followed by a barrage of fierce attacks. With 4 muscular arms clenched into fists, he resembled a titan, unleashing a whirlwind of punches that compressed the air, creating a sharp, explosive sound. Excellent. The Red Sea twin immortals, with their slightly protruding lips, parted to reveal a slender tongue that shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the vital spot on Sanyan's neck. Beside them, Emperor Qi struggled to rise. Wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror. Observing the arena, the battle between the 2 monstrous beings was exceptionally intense. Emperor Qi felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Sanyan could actually hold his ground against the Red Sea twin immortals. Sanyan's pupils contracted slightly as she sidestepped, her hand deftly seizing the tongue. With a forceful tug, the Red Sea twin immortals, sensing the impending danger, raised their swords and, in a desperate act, severed their own tongues. Sanyan exerted a slight pressure with his palm, crushing his tongue, and continued to launch an aggressive assault. The twin immortals of the Red Sea bent their knees slightly and, with a surge of strength, leapt into the air. Their massive forms resembled soaring toads, wielding twin swords as they descended from the heavens, the blades shimmering with a green radiance. Sanyan did not anticipate that this seemingly cumbersome physique could exhibit such agility. Instantly, he became cautious. His eyes narrowed as he swung his massive fist upward, emanating a crimson glow. The 2 forces collided midair, and for a brief moment, time appeared to stand still, captivating the attention of all present. Sanyan's eyes were bloodshot, channeling the entirety of her magical essence into her fists. Meanwhile, the twin sages of the Red Sea gritted their teeth, enduring the onslaught, the green light emanating from their blades growing ever more resplendent. As the 2 beams of light reached a crescendo, they ultimately exploded at a critical juncture. A tremendous roar echoed, and a wave of residual energy spread forth, causing many soldiers to stagger and fall to the ground. The once exquisite waterside pavilion was swept away by the blast, collapsing instantly into a scene of utter devastation. The twin sages of the Red Sea were propelled backward with great velocity, landing far into the water, while Sanyan bore an even greater burden, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth immediately caved in, and Sanyan vanished into the granite bricks, a cloud of dust rising to obscure the vision of all present, leaving them in uncertainty. The Emperor Qi was also toppled by the shockwave, sprawled on the ground, his face alight with astonishment at the sheer magnitude of power far surpassing his own, feeling foolish for having thought he could contend with Sanyan. Among the crowd, the blood demon and the fiend stood motionless, bereft of magical support, becoming mere lifeless entities. Is it truly over for them? Someone queried as they struggled to rise, hesitating. Uncertain, the Emperor Qi was assisted to his feet and summoned a general, instructing him to take a few men to investigate. The general hesitated but dared not defy the order, resolutely responding, "Yes." All eyes turned toward the group as, moments later, a voice emerged from the smoke, "Your Majesty, he appears to be dead." Just as the Emperor Qi was about to exhale in relief, a terrified scream pierced the air. "No." The general's sharp cry resonated through the haze. "He is not dead." Ah. Following a series of anguished wails, the smoke fell silent once more. The Emperor's expression tightened as he prepared to issue a command. only to witness the fog gradually dissipate, revealing a crimson figure. Her arms grasped two individuals, three of whom had already transformed into desiccated corpses. The fourth person, the general himself, was held by Sanyan, her fingers clasping his head as she brought it to her lips, her sharp fangs piercing his neck. The general's body visibly shriveled, vitality draining away at an alarming rate. As the lifeless form of the general withered, Sanyan felt her own essence replenished, her injuries gradually mending. This was the extraordinary power bestowed upon Sanyan by the rare treasures of the earth, flawlessly inheriting the capabilities of the blood-red dagger. Monster. The eyes of the soldiers transformed with terror. It was not that they were cowardly. These were seasoned warriors, having just returned from the front lines, renowned for their resilience in battle. Yet, facing such inhuman abominations was undeniably chilling. Sanyan casually discarded four withered corpses, his crimson gaze sweeping the surroundings, as if in search of the next offering. The soldiers caught in his gaze recoiled in fear, some even collapsing to the ground, their legs giving way under the immense, intangible pressure that rendered them powerless. Moments ago, Sanyan had engaged in a fierce confrontation with the twin immortals of the Red Sea, sustaining significant injuries, particularly from the jarring impact of falling from a height, which inflicted severe internal damage. However, as he drained the life force from the four corpses, his wounds healed considerably. Although his magical energy was nearing depletion, he remained confident in his ability to fight his way out, relying solely on his physical prowess. Just then, two figures soared from the lake's surface. It was the twin immortals of the Red Sea. At that moment, they had reverted from their combined form, standing precariously amidst the ruins of the pavilion, their faces pale and clearly suffering as well. Sanyan relinquished his Taoist form and reverted to his human state, as the exertion was proving to be overwhelmingly taxing on his spiritual energy, and he was nearing his limit. The Emperor of Chi's eyes glimmered with intent. He recognized that the three adversaries were at their last gasp, and this moment presented an opportune chance to eliminate them. He commanded his generals to capture Sanyan alive, promising a reward of 1,000 gold pieces in the title of Marquis, with hereditary rights unchallenged. The allure of celestial fortune was too enticing for the emperor to contemplate sharing with others, prompting him to also consider the eradication of the twin immortals of the Red Sea. However, his priority was to seize Sanyan first, before turning his attention to the twin immortals, to prevent any potential alliance between them. The soldiers hesitated, still reeling from the recent harrowing spectacle. The Emperor of Chi snorted disdainfully, declaring, "Those who cower in fear shall face the annihilation of their kin." Under the dual influences of reward and threat, many commanders' minds began to stir, compelling them to urge their troops into the fray. Sanyan's complexion bore a slight pallor, although her internal injuries had somewhat healed. She was still not fully recovered, and the effects lingered. "Kill!" A voice shouted to bolster his courage as he brandished his long blade and charged forward. Sanyan stood bare-bodied, his robust physique adorned with blood. With a twist of his wrist, a long sword on the ground soared into his grasp. In a swift motion, he plunged into the throng, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 individuals, even without employing his supernatural abilities. Sanyan's physical prowess was beyond the reach of ordinary men. After enduring prolonged enhancement through the blood-red blade and experiencing further augmentation during the Foundation establishment breakthrough, Sanyan's physique had hardened beyond that of refined iron. Ordinary swords and blades scarcely left a mark upon his body, rendering him entirely unafraid of the tactic of overwhelming numbers. Not far away, the Red Sea twin immortals exchanged a glance, retrieving a porcelain vial from their robes. They each consumed a pair of medicinal pills and settled into a meditative posture to regulate their breathing. As Sanyan commenced his assault, the previously motionless blood demon and fierce demon surged forward, charging towards the direction of Emperor Chi. The expression on Emperor Chi's face shifted dramatically. He retreated while frantically shouting for reinforcements to halt their advance. His personal guards, disregarding their own safety, surged forward, becoming a living shield for Emperor Chi. Sanyan narrowed her eyes, exerting her strength through her legs, resembling a great bird soaring into the sky, effortlessly surpassing the numerous obstructing soldiers, and swiftly darting towards Emperor Chi. Chapter 81. The Moonlit Fairy. In the distance, a black-robed Taoist, who had been meditating and recuperating, was just about to rise to offer assistance when he was halted by the white-robed Taoist, who slowly shook his head in a gesture of dissuasion. The black-robed Taoist immediately grasped the implication and settled back down. Opportunities, as they are best fought over when fewer contenders are present. Should Emperor Chi perish, It would eliminate one rival, which would undoubtedly be advantageous for the two of them. In stark contrast, Emperor Qi appeared flustered, shouting urgently, "Protect the Emperor. Quick, stop him." Sanyan's countenance was stern as he glided through the crowd like a dragon, his chilling aura sweeping away lives in an instant until he stood before Emperor Qi. The long blade flashed as Emperor Qi desperately evaded, yet still suffered a gash on his left arm. At this critical juncture, a tremor coursed through Emperor Qi's heart. "I no longer desire this opportunity," he proclaimed. "I will allow you to depart. Should you take my life, there remain 50,000 troops within the city, and you shall find no escape. I shall issue the command to grant you your freedom." With a cold sneer, Sanyan scoffed at the mere notion of an army of 50,000. Merely a flock of chickens and dogs. With that, he struck a heavy palm upon the forehead of the Qi Emperor. A sharp crack resounded, and the Emperor's head burst open like a ripe watermelon, crimson juice splattering in all directions, sealing his fate irrevocably. Thus, a once mighty tyrant met his demise. Witnessing this scene, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The soldiers stood frozen in place, their eyes betraying a profound bewilderment. The Emperor was dead? The sovereign who had just ascended the throne mere days ago, had he truly perished? Seizing the moment, Sanyan proclaimed, "I seek only the life of this one man. Should you desire vengeance for him, feel free to come forth." The assembled soldiers could not help but cast their gazes towards a silver-armored general at the rear, who, with the Emperor now deceased, held the highest rank among them. The general quickly grasped the situation, his eyes shimmering with realization. With the Emperor's demise, the military power had now fallen into his hands. Why engage in a futile struggle? A true man, living between heaven and earth, cannot remain subservient for long. Moreover, if Sanyan could claim the head of the Emperor of Qi amidst a sea of adversaries, why could he not also take his own head? Furthermore, he was entirely unaware of why the Emperor of Qi sought to eliminate Sanyan, having merely received orders to come here. With the Emperor not disclosing the fortuitous circumstances surrounding Sanyan. After a moment's contemplation, the general declared loudly, "Withdraw the troops. Follow me to reassure the citizens of the city." Yes, the soldiers exhaled in relief, as none wished to contend with such a monstrous practitioner of the arcane. Before departing, the general glanced back at Sanyan. Their eyes met briefly, and they exchanged a subtle nod. As the officials and soldiers retreated, the vast courtyard was left strewn with corpses. Sanyan turned to the twin immortals of the Red Sea, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Have you two had a sufficient respite?" No sooner had he spoken than he abruptly turned. Noticing a figure had materialized within the courtyard, it was none other than the celestial lady Lanwei, whom he had parted with not long ago. Sanyan's eyelids drooped slightly, raising a sense of vigilance within him. After enduring numerous fierce battles, he found himself in a precarious state, with barely a fraction of his inner power remaining. Meanwhile, Lanyu appeared as a cunning mantis, lurking with unspent energy. Should the three of them join forces, Sanyan might be thrust into a dire struggle. Conversely, the expressions of the Red Sea twin immortals were equally grim, for they were not aligned with Lanyu, though they were partners under the auspices of the Qi Emperor. Each harbored their own ulterior motives. Lanyu smiled gracefully and remarked, "It seems that the three of you are not particularly welcoming of this humble Taoist." The white-clad Taoist among the Red Sea twin immortals spoke up, inquiring, "Fairy Lanyu, may I ask what brings you here?" With a flick of her hand, Lanyu replied softly, "As for the reasons behind your presence, they mirror my own." Given the commotion that had erupted, she could not have been oblivious. She had been observing from a distance for quite some time before finally revealing herself. The Qi Emperor and the Red Sea twin immortals were vying for Sanyan, employing various tactics, which surely indicated that this young man possessed significant opportunities. The black-robed Taoist snorted coldly, turning his gaze towards Sanyan, his eyes betraying a sense of inquiry. Sanyan nodded silently, comprehending his intention. At this moment, the three of them were in dire straits. Only by uniting to eliminate Lanwei could they hope for a glimmer of survival. Otherwise, they would all meet their demise here. As for what would transpire after Lanyue's removal, in Sanyan's mind, thoughts spiraled chaotically. With a mere flicker of intent, the blood demon surged toward Lanwei. One of its 3 fingers had mysteriously snapped, and its body was riddled with wounds. Yet, its prowess remained unscathed, as it darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, aiming directly for Lanyue's heart. The blood demon technique? Lanwei chuckled softly, flicking her dust whisk. Instantly, thousands of white threads appeared to come alive, swiftly extending toward the blood demon. The sky was soon enveloped in a sea of white silk, which, in an instant, ensnared the blood demon, rendering it utterly immobile. Sanyan was taken aback by her words. "Do you know this method?" he inquired. Lan Yu paused momentarily and then teased, "Of course I do. But I shall not reveal it to you." Ha ha. Sanyan narrowed her eyes, since Lan Wei recognized this blood magic technique for corpse refinement. It indicated that this method possessed a certain level of notoriety. If she could ascertain which sect this technique originated from, it would greatly increase the likelihood that the accompanying scripture, the True Stillness and Illusion-Dispelling Sutra, also hailed from the same source. In this manner, Sanyan would have the opportunity to acquire the subsequent cultivation methods. As Sanyan's thoughts swirled, the Red Sea twin immortals advanced with their swords drawn. One crimson and one emerald blade emitted a faint luminescence, resembling two colorful meteors streaking through the air at astonishing speed. Calmly, Lan Wei flicked her wrist, and the white silk of her dust brush swiftly wove itself into a barrier before her, successfully intercepting the oncoming swords. The twin immortals exchanged a glance, suddenly intensifying their assault. Their blades pierced through the white silk, aiming for Lan Yue's left and right chest. Meanwhile, Sanyan felt a stirring in her heart as a menacing figure, previously standing still in the distance, sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lan Yue, its fingers converging like a lethal dagger aimed at her back. The tattered remnants of cloth hung from its exposed arms, and its black robe had long been shredded to pieces. At this moment, Lan Yue found herself besieged on all fronts. The Red Sea twin immortals approached from the front. The malevolent creature blocked her retreat from behind, and the blood demon was ensnared by her dust brush, while Sanyan stood vigilant not far away. The smile on Lan Yue's face faded, replaced by a chilling intensity in her gaze, devoid of any trace of mercy, only ruthless determination. "Very well. Today, I shall unleash my wrath." As her words fell, a brilliant white light emanated from her being, its fiery radiance nearly blinding. The blades of the Red Sea twin immortals plunged into the white light, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, leaving no trace of disturbance. The duo's expressions turned grave, and they swiftly retreated. In contrast, the malevolent creature reached its hand into the luminous expanse, and Sanyan's countenance shifted abruptly, hastily commanding it to withdraw, yet it was too late. The creature's corporeal form began to dissolve slowly, and by the time it completely exited the range of the white light, only half of its body remained. Sanyan's gaze sharpened, realizing the formidable brilliance of the white light. The fierce demon had taken him considerable time to cultivate, yet it was unexpectedly rendered useless in its inaugural battle. Disregarding it henceforth, he acknowledged that the demon held little value, as it could be forged from mere mortal flesh, albeit at the cost of time. As the radiance gradually diminished, a figure, bare-chested and revealing, slowly emerged. Sanyan's gaze instinctively swept across certain areas. Chapter 82. The Flirtatious Figure. Emerging gracefully from the radiant light was a figure, barefooted and tall, adorned at the waist with a circle of white feathers that delicately concealed vital parts. Lan Yu playfully flicked her soft pink tongue around her red lips, her pair of round, sparkling eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of playful charm that stood in stark contrast to her previously serene and dignified demeanor. Sanyan lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the situation with heightened vigilance. At this moment, the magical energy within him had dwindled to a mere flicker, should he attempt to coalesce his ethereal form. He could barely sustain it for a quarter of an hour. "Am I beautiful?" Lan Yu, perched nearby, posed with playful allure. Her voice a melodious chime as she extended four slender, bony fingers towards Sanyan, beckoning, "Come, let me witness your prowess." Sanyan had previously condensed his Tao body, which had already torn his garments, leaving only a few tattered scraps around his waist for modesty. How outrageous. Sanyan curled the corners of his lips. For today he had truly expanded his horizons. First, the combined Tao body of the Red Sea twin immortals had proven itself nearly equal to his own underworld King Tao body, a remarkable feat indeed. And now, Lan Yu's Tao body appeared so enchantingly wicked, resembling a wanton temptress. "If you do not come to me, I shall come to you," she declared. No sooner had her words fallen than Lan Yu vanished abruptly, causing the faces of the Red Sea twin immortals to shift dramatically. For her target was none other than the two of them. The twin immortals shared a profound connection, and without uttering a single word, their movements were astonishingly synchronized. They brandished their long swords in unison, one red and one green, unleashing beams of light that encircled them completely. With a resounding thud, Lan Yu's figure materialized behind them, her skeletal fingers emanating a ghostly white glow as one claw grasped the luminous barrier. The barrier trembled violently under the impact, teetering on the brink of shattering. The black-robed Taoist, having depleted his magical energy, found himself lacking in power at this critical moment, and as the backlash of the spell struck him, his complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood. Meanwhile, the white-robed Taoist, his expression fraught with urgency, steeled himself. Raising his palm, he struck it heavily against his chest, expelling a drop of vital blood onto the red long sword, which immediately solidified the barrier to some extent. Lan Yu chuckled softly, resembling a bashful girl next door, and said, "Dear brothers, do not struggle." Sanyan's eyes glimmered with determination. He could not allow Lan Wei to dispatch them with ease. Otherwise, facing her alone would likely lead to his demise. With a swift motion, he summoned a long blade from the ground into his grasp, wielding it with one hand as he launched a fierce assault. Despite his depleted magical energy, Sanyan's physical prowess remained formidable, having been honed far beyond that of his peers through the refining power of extraordinary phenomena. The blade flashed with a cold gleam as it descended sharply toward Lan Yue's slender neck. Clang! At the critical moment, Lan Wei raised her finger bones to intercept the blade, the clash producing a crisp, resonant sound. The sword could not withstand such force and shattered into fragments, leaving only the hilt in Sanyan's grip. With tremendous strength, Lan Yue staggered back a few paces before regaining her balance. Instinctively, she touched her finger bones, relieved to find them unbroken. Her gaze shifted to Sanyan, a flicker of intrigue igniting within her. Remarkably, his physical strength surpassed even that of her own Dao body. Indeed, he was extraordinary. Sanyan's eyelids drooped as he casually discarded the knife handle, raising his fists to strike at Lan Yue. His sinewy muscles tensed, exuding an aura of indomitable strength. Upon observing this, Lan Yue extended her slender tongue beyond her lips, poised to evade the impending blow. However, two gleaming blades suddenly emerged from either side, effectively sealing her fate. It was none other than the Red Sea twin immortals. Gritting her teeth, Lan Yue realized they were compelling her to withstand Sanyan's punch. Thoughts flashed through her mind, but as the fist drew perilously close, she had no time for further contemplation. Instinctively, she crossed her palms before her, bracing herself to confront Sanyan struck head-on. Bang! Sanyan's formidable fist struck Lan Yue's palm with great force, propelling her hands to her chest and crashing down upon two pristine rabbits. Her chest caved in violently. Under the immense strength, Lan Yu was propelled backward uncontrollably. As she staggered, her chest rebounded once more. A fleeting flush of crimson graced Lan Yu's fair complexion, indicating that this blow was indeed a challenge for her to withstand. Sanyan offered her no respite. Seizing the opportunity, he launched an aggressive attack, leaping into the air with the intent to pin her down. Lan Yu let out a cold huff, her slender legs bending slightly as she instantaneously sprang towards the Red Sea twin immortals, evading Sanyan's assault while simultaneously engaging the two. Her strategy was to eliminate the Red Sea twin immortals first, afterward capturing Sanyan to extract vital information regarding opportunities. Thus, her approach towards Sanyan centered on capture, while her tactics against the twin immortals brimmed with lethal intent. The black-robed man found himself in dire straits. At that moment, his inner energy was utterly depleted, and having just suffered a backlash from his own spell, he was severely wounded and incapable of fending off Lan Yu's assault. Lan Yu moved with the swiftness of a specter, and in his moment of carelessness, the black-robed man was struck by her claw into his side, causing blood to gush forth. Observing this, the white-robed man tightened his expression, his crimson long sword slipping from his grasp as it lunged towards Lan Yu from the side, forcing her to defend herself. The two of them were as close as lips and teeth, their thoughts intertwined. Many spells could only be executed through their combined efforts. United, they could achieve a synergy that surpassed mere addition. Should one fall, the other would be significantly weakened. A glint of determination flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. She understood well that injuring 10 fingers was not as effective as severing a single digit. Thus, facing the white-robed man's sword, she neither dodged nor evaded, fiercely launching her arms towards the heart of the black-robed man. Sanyan's eyes glimmered with intensity, causing the advancing footsteps to falter momentarily, as Lan Yue's arms plunged into the body of the cloaked figure. The cloaked figure's eyes brimmed with blood, desperately clutching Lan Yue's arm in a futile attempt to escape. Yet it seemed as though the strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him to struggle in vain. "Brother!" the figure in white robes bellowed, fiercely squeezing the last vestiges of magical power from within, the crimson sword becoming even more ferocious as it lunged towards Lan Yue's neck. Lan Yue smirked, exerting her strength to pull the cloaked figure closer, their forms misaligned, placing the cloaked figure directly in the path of the crimson blade. As she intended to use his body as a shield against the sword's edge, the figure in white was taken aback, with no time to ponder. He commanded the sword to soar into the air, narrowly grazing the cloaked figure's form. A triumphant expression crossed Lan Yue's face. She had wagered correctly. For the bond between the twin immortals of the Red Sea was extraordinary, and they indeed would not harm one another. Unbeknownst to her, this very act had left her back exposed to Su Sanyan. Seizing the opportunity, Su Sanyan would not let it slip away, channeling the last remnants of his magical energy. A veil of dark mist enveloped him. In an instant, Su Sanyan burst forth from the obsidian mist, his form transformed into a vivid crimson hue. From beneath his ribs, a pair of arms emerged anew, while a tightly shut vertical eye appeared on his forehead, his gaze as dark as the abyss. With his metamorphosis complete, Su Sanyan's speed surged significantly, his countenance now a mask of ferocity as he leapt high into the air, delivering a ferocious punch aimed directly at Lan Yue's head. Sensing the intense murderous intent behind her, Lan Yue spun around in alarm, only to behold a monstrous figure, four-armed and three-eyed, charging towards her. A wave of panic washed over her once comely features. Without a moment to spare for contemplation, she instinctively raised the black-robed Taoist as a shield, positioning him before her. To her astonishment, she wielded the black-robed figure as a bulwark against any assault. Yet, Su Sanyan was no mere white-robed Taoist. He would not hold back. His fierce fist struck without hesitation, crashing down upon the black-robed figure with a resounding impact. Beside them, the white-robed Taoist seethed with rage. No. Bang. Chapter 83. The fight with the foster mother. Su Sanyan's formidable fist struck the waist of the man in the black robe, delivering a blow that weighed over 100,000 pounds, tearing the man's body apart, cleaving him in two. The residual force propelled the halves toward Lan Yue. With a thunderous crash, Lan Yue hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. She could only strive to avoid a fatal impact. Consequently, the punch landed squarely on her chest, violently driving her into the ground. The surface of the blue bricks fractured like a spider's web, while the ferocious shockwave sent the bodies of the fallen soldiers sprawling in all directions, leaving only a cloud of dust in its wake. The man in the white robe's eyes reflected a profound despair and hatred. His brother was dead, irrevocably so. Su Sanyan knelt on one knee, gasping heavily. The immense exertion from his punch had drained him of considerable strength, and his internal magical energy was utterly depleted. What was initially anticipated to be a transformation lasting a quarter of an hour had come to an abrupt end. Su Sanyan regained his composure, turning his head to observe the white-robed figure cradling the corpse of the black-robed man beside him, his eyes betraying not a hint of emotion. The slayer must inevitably face retribution. These brothers had once sought to bring about his demise, and now, meeting their end by his hand, they have received their just deserts. As the swirling dust settled, a deep pit emerged on the ground. A faint sound echoed, and Su Sanyan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned towards the pit, where a hand as white as jade, marred with cracks, clung tenaciously to the edge. The fingers bent, and with a surge of strength, Lan Yue pulled herself entirely from the depths of the pit. Impressive, she remarked, her complexion pale, her body covered in dust, and a trace of blood at the corner of her enticing lips, accompanied by a hint of a smile. Su Sanyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. How could one still manage a smile after enduring such a beating? Was there some hidden inclination at play? Lan Yue, unaware of Su Sanyan's thoughts, delicately wiped the corner of her mouth with her bony fingers and, clearing her throat, remarked, at just over 20 years of age, in this barren land of spiritual energy, what do you rely upon to attain such a level of cultivation? My curiosity is increasingly piqued. At that moment, Lan Yue herself was not in the best condition. Su Sanyan's fierce punch had left a dent in her chest, causing her already modest curves to recede entirely. Her hands bore the brunt of the violent recoil, with a multitude of cracks covering them, appearing as though they could shatter at any given moment. Nonetheless, despite these injuries, Lan Yue managed to maintain her ethereal form, indicating that her magical energy had not been overly depleted. To survive such a grievous blow and yet remain alive, these cultivators were undoubtedly masters of bodily refinement, especially in their ethereal forms, where their resilience to damage was significantly heightened. Meanwhile, a Taoist in a white robe sat on the ground, staring blankly at the pallid face of the Taoist in black, lost in his own thoughts. However, at this juncture, Su Sanyan and Lan Yue no longer paid him any heed, for with the demise of the Taoist in black, he alone could not stir any further turmoil. Lan Yue raised her hand, gazing at her fingers marred with cracks, and frowned slightly, letting out a soft sigh. Not beautiful anymore. Sanyan let out a cold laugh, dismissively remarking, perhaps you should be more concerned about your own unsightly figure. Lan Wei cast a downward glance and nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that indeed. It was this pair of breasts that Yang Yu had cherished the most. Sanyan raised her brows lightly. The Yang Yu she spoke of was none other than the late Rui Wang, recently deceased emperor of Qi. Who would have thought they had a clandestine affair? Moreover, it seems the emperor had an affinity for flatter chests. No wonder the princess had long been deprived of affection, relying instead on Mr. Jiao for comfort. It appears she was outmatched in that regard. Lan Yu slowly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Sanyan. I seek only the opportunity you possess. I do not necessarily wish to take your life. As for the value of life versus opportunity, I trust you can discern their true weight. Hearing this, Sanyan chuckled softly. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? What other option is there? Lan Wei turned her gaze towards the men in the white robe. The Red Sea twin immortals have already fallen. You alone are no match for me. Do not futilely resist. Surrender your opportunity, and I may spare your life. Athahaha. Sanyan appeared to have heard an exceedingly amusing jest, laughing uncontrollably. Lan Yu stood silently beside him, seemingly perplexed by the source of his mirth, and thus inquired, what is so amusing? As his laughter gradually subsided, a surge of fervor welled up within Sanyan. I have journeyed from the northwest, ascending from an obscure existence to my current standing, not through the benevolence or charity of others. Throughout this journey, he had committed numerous misdeeds, employing any means necessary to achieve his goals. While others only recognized his malevolence, they overlooked the resolute determination that fueled his quest for enlightenment. His actions were all deliberate, and his transgressions merely a means to fulfill his ambitions. Sanyan cast a cold glance, his eyes narrowed with disdain. Desire for opportunity? Very well, slay me, and all shall be yours. With that, the sinewy muscles of his body quivered as he clenched his fists tightly and charged fiercely toward Lan Wei. Though faced with adversity, he remained resolute in his defiance. Lan Yue's round eyes narrowed slightly, her crimson lips parted as she scoffed, unappreciative fool, with a resounding crash. Lan Wei extended her bony hand to meet the iron fist, a radiant white light emanating from her palm. The collision of their forces produced a deep, resonant sound. Sanyan's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity as he leaned backward, advancing rather than retreating. With arms spread wide, he braced against Lan Yue's palms, lowering his body in an attempt to burrow into her embrace. Lan Yue's slender, statuesque figure resembled that of a mother, making Sanyan appear as her son, reminiscent of a child seeking refuge in a maternal hug from a distance. However, Sanyan's greatest prowess lay in confronting his adoptive mother. Lan Wei remained unperturbed. Despite Sanyan's formidable physique, which was far from human, she maintained her ethereal form, unafraid to engage him in physical combat. With her arms encircling him, she prepared to draw him into her embrace, knowing that should her fingers clasp his back, her sharp fingertips could penetrate his flesh, tearing him asunder. Sanyan's lips were tightly sealed as a fierce elbow strike, imbued with a formidable momentum, aimed directly at Lan Yue's heart. Approaching a century in age, Lan Wei was no stranger to life and death battles. She could easily discern Sanyan's intentions. Yet, rather than succumbing to panic, she let out a cold laugh, radiating a luminous white light that enveloped her chest, while her claws continued to grasp towards Sanyan's back. The stance she assumed suggested that she intended to withstand this blow head-on. Sanyan's expression turned ferocious as he swiftly struck Lan Yu's chest with his elbow. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, causing Lan Yu's eyes to widen in shock. The radiant light before her vanished in an instant. Her ribcage caved in, and her body uncontrollably flew backward. Although Lan Yu's arms had not yet completed their encircling motion, her sharp fingertips grazed Sanyan's arm, leaving behind crimson trails. Her eyes widened with disbelief as she was filled with incredulity. Despite channeling all her magical energy to protect her chest, she still could not withstand Sanyan's blow. The force of the strike surpassed her wildest imagination. Boom! Lan Yu crashed heavily to the ground, sliding uncontrollably toward the water's edge. With a delicate figure hunched, she plunged into the water, sending a cascade of splashes into the air. The Taoist in the white robe, whose eyes were once filled with lifelessness, suddenly sparkled with a flicker of vitality, his expression a mix of sorrow and indignation as he glared at the two combatants, blaming them for his brother's demise. Chapter 84. I shall teach you how to be a foolish monarch. Sanyan stood with his elbow bent at his side, his right arm hanging limply and swaying weakly. The recent blow had proven too much for his arm to bear, rendering the bones within it shattered, a fierce pain surged through his mind. Yet, he maintained an expression of calm, as if devoid of any sensation of suffering. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air beside him. A crimson blade surged toward his heart with alarming swiftness, its approach unexpected and without warning. However, Sanyan seemed to have anticipated this assault. He slightly shifted his body, narrowly evading the oncoming sword. A fleeting glance revealed the wielder of the blade to be the Taoist in the white robe. Sanyan scoffed with disdain, for he had long been prepared for this moment. At this juncture, both were rendered powerless. Although he had lost an arm, he remained undaunted in a physical confrontation, willing to sacrifice even 2 arms without fear. Sanyan swiftly seized the sword blade with his left hand, his figure flickering as he closed in on the white-robed Taoist. A glimmer of fear flashed in the Taoist's eyes, and a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to retreat hastily. Sanyan's lips curled into a faint smile as she bent her knee, delivering a powerful knee strike directly to the waist of the man in white robes. With a sharp crack, the man's face flushed crimson, and he let out a piercing scream, overwhelmed by the intense pain that rendered him nearly unable to contain himself. Sanyan's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as his left palm struck heavily against the man's jaw, causing the Taoist in white robes to turn pale. His eyes devoid of spirit, Sanyan, still filled with unresolved hatred, lightly tapped the ground with his toes, causing a long blade to soar into the air and pierce the heart of the white-robed Taoist. A spurt of crimson blood erupted from the wound, splattering Sanyan and transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a hellish demon. As he surveyed the expansive courtyard, he found himself the sole survivor standing amidst the desolation. As Sanyan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly turned her head, and with a splash, a woman emerged from the lake, her body completely bare, blood streaming from her mouth, and her ribcage visibly caved in. Under such grievous injuries, one would expect no chance of survival, yet Lanyu remained capable of movement. However, her pallor suggested otherwise. Her physical state was precarious, as she could barely sustain her form and could only revert to her original state. Sanyan smiled broadly, unperturbed even in his monstrous form. In his human guise, he posed an even lesser threat, despite having lost an arm. "Ha, how fare you, fair maiden?" Sanyan even found the time to express concern for her well-being. Lanyu's complexion was ashen, her body drenched, and her disheveled hair dripped with water. With a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, she sighed. Indeed, talents arise with each generation. After a lifetime of cultivation, I find myself bested by you. Such is the will of heaven." Acknowledging her defeat, Lanyu appeared outwardly unscathed. Yet her internal organs had suffered grave injuries. Her heart and lungs were compromised. At that moment, she was merely clinging to life. Once her breath faltered, her existence would cease. Sanyan smiled faintly and said, "I do not believe in fate. I only believe in myself." What is fate? Sanyan believes that only the destiny held firmly in one's own hands is truly ordained by heaven. Lanwei gently shook her head, her gaze fixed upon the sky. Lost in contemplation, her eyes gradually dimming with a fading brilliance. The end. At this moment, Sanyan finally allowed himself to relax. As the weariness following the fierce battle enveloped him, his body succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. After resting for a brief interval, he proceeded to assess his injuries. First, he discovered that he had sustained a severed arm, yet it was of little consequence. Given his robust physique, it would merely require a period of recuperation. Next, he noted the internal injuries incurred from a clash with the twin immortals of the Red Sea, where he was adversely affected by the residual forces. The damage to his inner self was considerable. However, after absorbing the essence of a few individuals, he had regained some vitality, though meticulous care was still necessary for his recovery. Lastly, he examined the various cuts and scrapes adorning his body. These were easily manageable, and even if left unattended, they would naturally heal within a few days. Sanyan rose and approached Lanwei, carefully examining her bare form. His intention was not to take advantage of the moment, but rather to ascertain whether she possessed any hidden treasures. Sanyan conducted a meticulous search, even prying open mouths to inspect, yet found no treasures concealed within. Ultimately, she could only take away Lanyu's whisk and the 2 swords of the Red Sea twin immortals. The whisk, now stripped of its magical power, had reverted to its normal size. With a gentle flick of her fingertip, the blood demon transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging into her back. After some contemplation, Sanyan decided to carry away the remains of the Red Sea twin immortals, Lanyu, and the corpse of Emperor Qi. With the demon now vanquished, Reforging a new body from their remains would undoubtedly yield greater strength than the previous one. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Sanyan turned to see the silver-armored general returning alone. The general's gaze fell upon the 4 corpses at Sanyan's feet, and his pupils contracted slightly. Having accompanied Emperor Qi in numerous campaigns, he naturally recognized the Red Sea twin immortals and Fairy Lanyu. The once mighty cultivators now lay lifeless, carelessly piled together. And the architect of this fate stood before him, a mere youth. "Is there something you require?" Sanyan's tone was frosty. The silver-armored general regained his composure, a sycophantic smile emerging on his authoritative visage. "I have encountered the celestial immortal. I am Zhao Xingwu, currently serving as the general of the southern campaign. With the tyrant now deceased, a nation cannot afford to be without a sovereign for even a day. Should the celestial immortal desire to ascend to the throne, I would undoubtedly offer my utmost support." With Emperor Qi's demise, he had transformed into a tyrant. Zhao Xingwu harbored aspirations of his own ascendance. Yet as long as Sanyan remained, he dared not seize the throne recklessly. With Emperor Qi's foundational cultivation extinguished, his own mere celestial realm would render him an easy target for Sanyan. Sanyan nodded in understanding. It was apparent that this was his intention. Zhao Xinwu's visit must have been motivated by 2 objectives. Firstly, to ascertain Sanyan's ambitions regarding the throne. Should Su express a desire for sovereignty, Zhao Xingwu would be the first to pledge his allegiance, thereby securing his own position. Secondly, if Sanyan were gravely wounded and unable to recover, Zhao Xingwu might seize the opportunity to play the role of the cunning sparrow. The coveted prize that both Emperor Qi and the 3 celestial beings coveted was undoubtedly a rare treasure, easily discernible even to the untrained eye. However, upon observing that Sanyan appeared to be in good health, Zhao Xinwu promptly abandoned his plans to play the cunning sparrow and began to profess his loyalty. Sanyan perceived the situation with acute clarity, yet refrained from exposing his hidden intentions. Instead, he earnestly nodded and inquired, "Does Yangyu still have descendants living?" Zhao Xinwu replied, "Yangyu has no offspring, yet the Yang clan still has male heirs. There is no need for the esteemed immortal to worry. I shall dispatch someone to eradicate the root of the problem." Sanyan furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Are there no cultivators among the Yang family?" Zhao Xingwu shook his head. There were indeed some in the past, but within the confines of Yingshan Pass, 3 were slain by the Red Sea twin immortals. Subsequently, during the siege of the capital, another one perished, leaving none remaining. Sanyan nodded, realizing the situation. "You may go and make the necessary arrangements." "Yes." Zhao Xinwu's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment before he promptly turned and departed. Sanyan kicked the corpse of Emperor Qi, chuckling as he said, "Observe closely and learn well. I shall teach you how to be a tyrannical ruler." Sanyan aspired to the throne with a singular ambition, to amass the finest medicinal treasures from across the realm for his own benefit. He sought to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment before embarking on his journey to the Central Plains. Chapter 85. The path ahead is exhausted. A month later, Sanyan proclaimed to the world his ascension to the imperial throne, renaming the nation Sui and adopting the era title Qingping. His coronation faced little resistance, save for a few elderly ministers who preferred death over submission. Sanyan granted them their wish and eradicated them entirely. Now, he need not sully his hands with labor. A mere decree would suffice to ensure that matters were attended to. However, for those who dared to defy him, Sanyan adhered strictly to one principle: execution. While some exhibited a fearless disposition, the majority were consumed by fear. Many remote regions remained oblivious to the recent change in sovereigns, as the frequency of imperial transitions had become quite notable. The very first edict following Sanyan's coronation mandated that various locales present their finest medicinal treasures. Within the palace, in the Qiming Hall, Sanyan reclined languidly upon the dragon throne, clad in imperial robes, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the assembled officials. One individual, brandishing a ceremonial tablet, stepped forward from the crowd and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Zhao Xingwu." Intrigued, Sanyan's interest was piqued. It was common knowledge that Zhao Xingwu was his confidant, having invested great effort in securing his ascension. Who would dare to challenge him? Zhao Xingwu turned to face the accuser, a cold smirk forming within his heart, unperturbed by the confrontation. The elderly minister continued with fervor. Zhao Xingwu is guilty of embezzlement and bribery, selling official positions and prioritizing wealth over merit. Upon assuming office, he has only sought to plunder the people's resources, inciting widespread discontent among the populace. I beseech your majesty to investigate this matter with discernment. Sanyan slowly nodded, casting a glance at Zhao Xingguo. Is this true? Zhao Xingguo, prostrate on the ground, cried out fervently, Your Majesty, you are wise. This is utterly unfounded. All my actions are solely for the purpose of gathering precious medicinal herbs for your Majesty. Please see the truth. Very well, I believe you. The collection of these herbs must be expedited, Sanyan replied, nodding in agreement. He had never contemplated governance. His only concern was to ensure that the gathering of these herbs would not be delayed. Rest assured, your Majesty. The first batch of medicinal herbs will be delivered the day after tomorrow, Zhao Xingguo vowed, thumping his chest in assurance, his gaze fleetingly scanning the elderly minister. The old minister stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his heart heavy with sorrow. Was it truly as simple as merely inquiring? This emperor, consumed by indulgence and oblivious to state affairs, would inevitably bring ruin upon this vast nation. Sanyan cast a swift glance at the ministers below. Very well. The court is dismissed. For the next few days, do not seek my presence unless absolutely necessary. Manage your affairs as you see fit. We bid farewell to your Majesty. Sanyan made his way toward the royal chamber, gently rubbing his right arm, which still bore a tinge of pain, indicating it had yet to fully heal. Indeed, injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days for complete recovery. Even with Sanyan's resilient constitution, it would take over a month for him to mend entirely. However, the internal wounds he had previously sustained had already healed, and his inner strength was now abundant, restored to a remarkable 90% of its peak capacity. Upon entering the royal chamber, he found the queen seated in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, lost in contemplation. This queen was still the same as before. Your Majesty, may you have eternal peace, she said, rising gracefully to offer a respectful bow, her eyes still harboring a hint of shyness. Ever since Sanyan ascended to the throne, the treasured Mr. Jiao that the queen once cherished had been relegated to a dusty corner. Come, accompany me inside to rest, she suggested. The queen glanced at the sky, noting that it was just after the morning court session, the sun shining brightly. Was it already time to rest once more? Sanyan, undeterred by the complexities surrounding her, swiftly scooped him up in her arms, and with a gasp of surprise, the two entered the chambers. Outside, the young eunuchs exchanged glances, their heads bowed in silence. 2 days later, Sanyan languished upon her bed, toying with 2 long swords. One crimson and the other emerald, treasures bestowed by the Red Sea twin immortals. These blades were remarkably sharp and resilient. Sanyan recognized their worth, yet remained oblivious to their proper usage. The twin immortals wielded these swords to create formidable barriers for defense